Testing, testing. I think this is actually running. Hey, we're always streaming, right? Always be streaming. That's us. Of course, that's us. Hello everybody. Hello everybody. I should be switching things to other screens. I should be clicking boxes. I should be doing stuff. Let's do this. Let's click a button. Let's see if it actually blows up in my face or not. I hope not. I mean, well, let's see. Let's see. Oh, this is noisy. Indeed, I have some breaking news for you, dear people. You are watching live the official, but not only, and there will be more information about that in a second. You are watching the official, but not only stream for today for Project Nisei's 2020 Africa and Europe Continental Championships. And we're coming live and direct to you from the internets. Indeed. Hello everybody. I'm just gonna keep calling people out on chat because they're there. Polyester Koga, who's also streaming today, by the way. Polyester Koga, if you want to watch his stream, he's streaming live his games, or actually the whole tournament. I don't even remember, but it's a stream definitely happening concurrently as well, or subsequently. No, yeah, well, at the same time. That's what I want to say. I'm only on my first coffee. Excusez-moi. Polyester Koga, please, of course, or Koga actually. Yeah, please. Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. We also have Virulence, we have Stone PL, we have Princess Space Kitten, ooh, hello there, we have Classy Foxy U, we have Scatotonic, and we have, I keep being confused if I should say Grim Heath Wine, probably. If I'm mispronouncing this, I'm very sorry. By the way, I'm not gonna be changing my voice much today. Apologies if this is also confusing to you. I am super excited, that's why I'm, you know, that's why my voice is just going places today, and we're gonna be going places today as well, as the Corps and the Runners today are gonna be duking it out on a large scale indeed. And oh, Chairman Hero, hello. By the way, everybody in the chat, please don't trash Chairman Hero for 2 agenda points. That is not a legitimate behavior in the chat. I am, like I already said, super excited to be here. This is gonna be amazing. We're still prepping stuff, there's still things happening in the background. Worry not, we're gonna be starting on time, absolutely. Oh, by the way, my name's Vesper, in case you missed that. I will have some super duper special guests today, all over the day, to join me on stream. I think because this is the Africa and Europe Continental Championships, we're gonna have some guests coming up soon in the next few minutes from our time zones. Of course, if you've watched the Asia Pacific Championship last weekend, we were just all over the place. We had the great grand final between a representative of Czech Republic, which now is an honorary country in the Pacific, in the APEC area, because that's what we decided. We just swapped them, you know, for Australia, like the Eurovision style. Well, that's basically what we did. So Czech Republic, now a part of APAC, Australia, now a part of Eurovision. We're all clear, it's all balanced out. There is peace and quiet in the universe again. Well, one would wish, right? But yeah, so if you were watching the stream last weekend, we had a lot of people from everywhere playing, we had a lot of people from everywhere joining as commentators. It was absolutely amazing. I was super happy to be a part of this. Today, we're gonna have the same, more of the same. We have a huge lineup of guests for today and for tomorrow. Very exciting. We will be playing today 7 rounds of Swiss. Hello there, Hobbit Bites. Hello, hello, hello. I hope this is not. I hope this is tears of joy and laughter. Yeah, that's what the emoji looks like. If you want to figure out what exactly is going to be happening with the tournament in a very official manner, I don't think we're up to date just yet because the player meeting is happening right now. So the player meeting is happening right now. I'm just checking on Cobra. I'm saying Cobra because it's like a combo breaker from the fighting games. I don't know if you ever play any fighting games. That's what happens in some of them. I believe we may have today, semi-officially and whatnot, 116 players in the roster. So says Cobra. I'm just gonna make a quick switcheroo again. So let's just take a quick look. Yeah, this is it. This is the Cobra link. Of course, I have the super special edited CSS version because I just couldn't stand it being so bright in my poor eyes. So it's all green, it's all Matrix. Anyway, special effects, loads of budget going on this. into this, sorry, and we're just gonna be seeing all those lovely people here. The one also known as Neo, Collector, Shiro1 1981, Steesman, Tempest, Gremlin, Craig Mortal, Tough Bebe, Extreme, Odol, Latte, or Late, actually, this is late, I keep forgetting, it's late. Ola, Ouroboros, Chaos is Me, Diomedes, Camera, Aerobram, Jingercredman, Cinesil, Potat, not the potato, Potat, Motion Blur, Syrup, oh, that's a username, maybe it's Sir Ophiacus? Oh, I don't know. Swabble, Iref, Hawaii, Jred, Ardu, Jinteki.Mirai, Melona75. I think I know this person in person. Fancy seeing you here. I'm in Firecracker. Message time 66. Mandax, Acacia. I'm scrolling like crazy here. Shorty, Simurtaw, Counter Zero. Oh no, it's Count Zero. Excuse me. I was going to say Counter Zero. No, Count Zero. Pinzel. The current reigning world champion from 2019 is here, currently 37th. Of course, this is a player meeting. Well, I mean, this is just alphabetic, so well. Pumego, hey! Warlock, Nemamia, ooh, or Nemamia. Well, anyway, we all know who this is. CTM, ahoy. Binary Dogs, MJP, Django84, Anarcho Mushroom, H-Links, Mao, Dunge97, Clickhill, Tuchin, I think, yeah, that is how you read it, yeah. Mortivore, Test Running, Drago, Baramu, hey there, Tradon, hey there, ML, MCG, woo, Berzelius, I think this is Koga in 58, indeed, who's streaming today as well. Mr. Buggles, Steph Monkey, Hypelion, RTSA, Losty, Mela, Loveman, Synchro, Just Rob, Captain Nice, Rotom Appliance, Doomrat, PFG, Site-A-Drak, Joe Wind, WKZ, Faye, Heinzel, Oba88, Montecard, Rusfus, Swifty, the people's champion, is here. Krusty, hey Krusty, great to see you in the lineup. Ice Prisma, Śmieszny, I assume that's Śmieszny. Lost Geek, Algebraic, Slick Henry, Metaphor, or Meta, Cable Carnage, Rotage, Chris Ferg, Polyg, Happy, Roro, Axwell, Herbert Klopstock, Angedello, Ilks Forburn, Greek Geek, Percomis, woo, Kikai, Václav, 114141. Is this like 419 pretending to be somebody else? Chris, hello there. Acoustica, Johnny, Hyperbolic Mess, Zero Cool, yes, represent. Zero Cool, by the way, is from Barcelona. I'm currently in Barcelona. Yes, please. Luke Nukem, the current reigning and whatnot, absolutely awesome French champion. Terrifically, Malik, Snoopy, hello there. Goliath, Crit Hit D20. Okay, you're in for a ride, people. This person knows how to play this game quite well. Zombie and Yadad Melia. I hope I haven't misread anybody's username. If I have, I'm sorry. This was like me, you know, freestyling and rapping and whatnot. I am on the stream indeed. It is moi, Vesper. I will be getting people in soon. And we have the new Andes in Spanish if you want. Links in the chat. And we have Shanodin in the chat as well, linked. It's going to be a beginner-friendly commentary stream, which is going to be awesome. Alice, thank you for doing it so much. Alice, our own awesome EDI team lead and whatnot. Also a great streamer that streams video games, just saying. Advertising, you know, like it's all in the advertising. Now everybody loses the credit, I just raised an ad. And we also have, I already mentioned, Polesio Koga doing the Italian language commentary for the whole tournament as well. Awesome to have these people on streams. I'm super excited that they're with us. Please do give them a click, follow them, subscribe, do all those nice things you do. And if you support them, I'm pretty sure they will be happy to come back for other streams in either a beginner-friendly format or, you know, other languages, which is absolutely amazing. So, there, here we are. I'm babbling happily, and I should be actually clicking different places to check things because I should be getting guests soon into the room, so to speak. Okay, let me just click a few things. I am audible? What does audible mean? Mike, what are you even talking about? I'm getting a lot of pings from different places, so please bear with me. Well, or maybe some other animal. Okay, I'm waiting still for Cobra to update as well. And this way we will be able to talk about the IDs, but just a few technicalities for today. We will be playing 7 rounds. There will be still a confirmation for when we will have a break, because 7 rounds of Netrunner straight, you definitely need a break. We will be playing those 7 rounds to figure out who's going to be playing in tomorrow's top 16, okay? So I hope everybody's ready for a top 16 matchup or bout or knockout double elimination bracket tomorrow. But today we're just going to be playing 7 rounds of Swiss, and I'm quite curious to see all the different IDs. I have some interesting news for you on that front. Generally, we have IDs from all 10 factions. So this is gonna be super cool to stream and observe. And I am very, very, very curious to see all those players with all their different approaches and the different actions, what am I saying? Basic action cards, yeah, they're all the same now. But they're different strategies, they're different approaches, they're different flavors of the game. We'll try to make it as varied as possible. We shall see if this works. If it doesn't, well, that's a different story. Who in their right mind would play Adam? I don't know, Tough Bebe. I have no idea. Oh yeah, and of course, credit where credit is due. So as you can see, the Nisei Mark II is the alt art foil that was. I wish I remembered all the different tournaments. Of course, this is my memory holes popping up here now. But generally, this was one of the special cards produced by Nisei together with different artists that we had on board. And I'm really sorry I don't remember the name of the artist here. Please fix me. Please correct me. But the animated version of this little piece, which is beautiful with all the smoke and the background, is just bonkers. It's Krembler. It's all Krembler, our current art director for Nisei. Super duper fun. Oh, Clusterfox. Yes, thank you. Continental's 29, most likely. And I should be clicking buttons, indeed. By the way, this was a very good way. This was a very good way of figuring things out, how it could actually happen. I have a special guest today with me for the very first few rounds, and we will be together commentating and whatnot. And again, I just have to check things because there are things happening here, things pending, people adding me. What is going on? This is what happens when you let one person run everything at the same time on the media front. You know, stuff happens. I will never get this job again. But anyway. Clusterfox, if you're with us, if you can hear me, if you can tune in at any point, please jump in, buddy, and we will see what we can do with Cobra to see if we have some secret scoopy information. I believe we may not have just any yet. Oh, well, I have some secret scoopy information in the very, 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 very background. So I'm going to try and pull it up. Just to give you an idea of what we're going to be seeing today. I got some messages from the almighty, you know, the person that runs things, but I don't really remember if it was Discord or Slack, or maybe it was Pigeon Mail. If you never use Pigeon Mail, I said, found it. So, you may remember what was happening last weekend and this weekend, and these numbers are, of course, I mean, these numbers are actually not official. I'm not going to be showing this on stream just yet because well, they're not completely up to date, but I will tell you that we have a lot of The Outfit, we have a lot of ASA Group, we have a lot of Titan Transnational, and we have a lot of Argus Security in the field. There's also GameNet, Replicating Perfection, Numericals for a New World, which is Ag Infusion, Pelana Foods, Blue Sun, NBN, Controlling the Message, only a handful of those. Well, anyway, I will update the numbers when I have them. This is kind of a preliminary set of IDs, that's why I'm not showing you the information on the screen. Sports Metal is there, Mirror Morph, Jamison Astronautics, Personal Evolution, Earth Station, Saraswati, Acme Consulting, Hasbioroid, Harmony Medtech, and Chronos Protocol. They're all here, so that's amazing. And we also have a lot, well, I was going to say, well, an overwhelming majority, but still not more than 50% of Leela Patels and 419s. So this is going to be a Wayland and Krim thing, huh? In the current meta, I guess. Well, can't complain. There's also Freedom Kumalo and Hoshiko Shiro representing. And then, guys, Haley Kaplan, Adam. Quite a few Adam players. Lat, Kenta Enma, Kabanesawu. Not only one, but quite a few Sunny LeBob players. Some people are going to play as. There's going to be L Smoke Kovac, excuse me. Ian Sterling. I wonder who's playing Ian Sterling. Is it MCG? Edward Kim, Valencia Esteves, Jasminder Serene, Apex, of course, and I know it's gonna be Pumego playing Apex, the definitive European meta Apex player, or Apex, excuse me, Apex, I don't know. I play Apex Legends, so I can mispronounce it any way I want. Akiko Nisei, Alice Merchant, and Real Kid Peddler. Of course, I'm kidding, you cannot mispronounce Apex because it's gonna delete you, so don't mess with Apex. McKay. We are around 7 minutes away from the... what's their name? The Swiss round starting. But yeah, I'm still waiting for a confirmation if I am getting still in the stream situation. So, Clusterfox is hanging in Discord, should be popping in soon. I am going to... also try and summon the almighty laser architect himself, Yakuza, who might be around as well. And thanks to everybody being absolutely lovely everywhere. And yes, Discord is busy, is basically imploding, and with the activity of people here and there. I'm checking my super special setup. By the way, have you noticed that on JNet some new things popped up? So this is here's the deal, so to speak. We've had an update in early morning Europe time. It was really early morning Europe time, or our time zone, so to speak. And that introduces some interesting features that I hope to be able to show you today, or talk about with you today, a bit later maybe, but yeah, but most likely, and oh, sorry, I just got a ping here again, live television for you. Most likely, okay, oof, Clusterfox, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I can hear now. Sorry, there must have been something with Discord. Sorry, you're here. Awesome.
Yeah, I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes.
Well, apologies if you felt like you were talking to a wall, because I may have felt like a wall, but we're here, we're live and direct. I was just talking about JNet being updated and things happening as well. So today, by the way, just as a quick segue, because we're kind of 5-ish minutes away from the first round. The smoke you see in the background with Caprice Nisei looking behind her and so on, this was kind of my situation an hour ago, because I woke up, or more or less an hour ago. I woke up and I was still preparing for the stream, and I was like, oh wait, JNet is updated. And then I clicked a few things, and some things on my side that are a bit custom stopped working because of the update, but that's of course because of cookies and caches and all that stuff. But I was like, okay, now I'm kind of in the woods. So yeah, and then we had a forest fire with a few other things on my own side, of course. So I'm not talking here about all the people organizing the tournament. They were doing fine. I was just like, is this stream gonna happen? So I was almost on the brink of saying, I have to press some emergency buttons and get people to run the stream for me. But fortunately, we are here. Okay, so how are you doing? What do you think about the tournament? And I don't know. Well, first of all, introduce thyself, please, because not everybody knows you. Quite a lot of people know you, but not everybody.
Hey, so yeah, good morning, everybody. Clusterfox here. Some of you also may just know me as Thomas, the national TO for Belgium, and I guess not my first rodeo on stream. Vesper, we've done quite a few.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a bit of a wild meta. Like, as far as I've been observing it, there's a lot of rush. So yeah, I'm just kind of really excited just to dive into some games and have a good couple of first rounds.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a good start for us, I'm pretty sure. We are getting information that I should be working on a couple of things here, and I will. So, in the meantime, let me just very quickly, very quickly, click a few boxes. And of course, one could say, hey, you could have prepared this all before, you silly person. And trust me, I actually have prepared all of this before, me being the silly person that I am. But, of course, the thing is, with live stuff, with connections, with everything happening, sometimes things just don't work. And this is the part where, as professional as I might be trying to be here with those streams, that might not work, basically. So thank you for being patient with us. Okay, we're back. Malik, thank you so much for this piece of information. So Classifox, you should be right now on proper volume, because again, filters in OBS, I'm telling you, well,
I've been there. It's tricky.
It is tricky, and it's, well, basically we're gonna be fixing things as we roll. Chairman Hero, I know the music. Are you actually? Oh yeah, no. Isn't the same Android place? Okay, well, we're gonna interact a bit with the chat because I'm waiting for Cobra to update, and I'm also waiting for any confirmation about anything happening whatsoever here. As you can figure it out, with over 100 players in the field, this is gonna be a wild ride. I totally agree with what you said earlier on, well, one comment in the Discord is like, yeah, this technology is too much for me. It's like there is a lot of technology happening here in the background. But okay, so what are your predictions for the top 16? Or maybe not, like, we don't really need 16 IDs to be figured out, but like, do you think it's going to be all Wayland Crim down the line like we had it in Asia Pacific?
I think honestly there's a good chance of that happening. I think especially criminals with access to pad tapworm, mining accident, all the drip economy, I think is really strong, especially 419 and Leela.
Yeah.
And yeah, I do expect to see quite a fair bit of Wayland, because Wayland is very good at rushing and punishing people who don't respect it. So things like Argus, Titan, I guess, I can't really see the deck lists, but the identities. But I would assume, those two, like the criminal pie slice and the Wayland pie slice, are going to be very, very prevalent. I don't know, but like I hope to see some surprises. I'm really interested to see that Ian deck, for example.
Yeah, this is the thing. We do have quite a few people who are, let's call it, high-level competitive players, as in they have placed quite well in different tournaments over the last year. Of course, with the meta change, you cannot really just say it's gonna be exactly the same. Like, we cannot say that, for example, Pinsel is gonna dominate with Asa Group like he did for Worlds, because that was a different story, that was a different meta. Things have changed, things have moved around a bit, and I'm quite sure we will see some exciting plays and calls and reads and whatnot throughout the 2 days. But yeah, I think we have enough interesting players, like you mentioned. Like, Ian Sterling is not an ID that's very competitive theoretically, but who knows? I mean, I haven't seen a lot of Ian Sterling games in the current meta yet, so we'll see.
No, not at all. Like, I guess it's interesting to see, because I mean, like, how would I put it? The, in air quotes, viable Ian deck used to play 3 copies of Film Critic, and that card is gone now. So I'm just kind of wondering, what kinds of decks are going to come out. You mentioned Adam earlier as well. I do think Adam is very strong. He has a double access, Find the Truth,
yep,
logic bombs, all that stuff. Can, after a while, with a lot of smaller agendas, has huge MU.
Yeah.
So it can do a lot of interesting things. To get back to why I think, why I think Wayland is strong is because they're good at rushing. They're just good at pushing out agendas and punishing you for making mistakes. But that's kind of, I guess, why especially 419 and Leela are so popular, because they're very good at slowing the corp down.
Yeah.
So I think it's a pretty good assessment that that's probably going to be the decks of the archetypes that we see climbing to the higher bracket. But yeah, as I said earlier, it's always interesting to see people, trying just cool, interesting decks, or maybe somebody's found something that is super OP.
Indeed, and this is what we're kind of hoping to see, like something that's going to shake the playstyles up, something that's going to give people, stories to talk about later on. And maybe something that's going to trickle down to the Americas. Continentals happening next weekend. I'm curious about this developing meta. I wonder, for example, that's a very silly thought, but I wonder if quite a few of the people with Wayland and Criminal are, for example, well, maybe not completely copying, but basing their decks on the winning decks from last weekend. And we will have hopefully the reigning Asia Pacific champion with us later on, because of course right now for White Blade it's kind of deep early
White
morning.
Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in I believe, or they're in what was it, Edmonton?
Yeah, Edmonton,
Somewhere
Canada, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe they're, if I'm not mistaken, they're 7 or even 8 hours behind us. So
yeah. So
it's pretty early in the morning there. Yeah.
Indeed. So we will have people joining throughout the day, and kind of we will be rotating like an office chair when it comes to commentary. So do not get bored with my voice. Do not get bored with Thomas's voice. We're gonna be floating around. There's gonna be different people joining us, but for now we are still before the Swiss round. So let's just make sure there is a bit of clicking always happening with those events, and everybody's patience is much appreciated. Making sure that Cobra is up to date. By the way, your TO for today, the main person behind the console for making sure that everything works, is of course Akira. She's like the best, I would say, but that's I might be biased because I ran a few events with Akira here and there, in person and online, and I can just say top notch. Thank you so much for running this. You are nerves of steel and whatnot. We also have Princess Space Kitten helping out and being the other DJ on console and whatnot, and being kind of a second in command and strong presence and establishing dominance as always. So thank you so much for doing this as well. Then we have Mike Papadopoulos, our own man ver UPPD. I never asked actually what's that, like. It was usually man versus pressure. I don't remember, but anyway, Mike's running not only he's gonna be running the raffles today, and yes, there will be raffles. I should have mentioned that. So and basically our Twitch presence, that's at the moment mostly Mike. So Mike, thank you so much for being there as well. And am I forgetting somebody? Well, I should be mentioning again. Alice, our own Alice, Nisei's Alice, doing a beginner-friendly commentary version of this tournament, a stream on twitch.tv/Shinoden. So please visit, please click follow, please subscribe, do all the lovely things you do. We have Koga doing the Italian language commentary for today, and we have New Andes doing the Spanish language commentary for today, which is just brilliant. Thank you so much, Koga. Thank you so much, New Andes. You're awesome people. There will be more credits, there will be more shoutouts, of course. Hello, bestest people, it's Luke in the chat. Hello, and Hobbit Bites there as well. And Rust Rider, that's a name we all have seen here and there if you've been around the competitive scene for a while. Good to see you there. Okay, I keep refreshing things. I keep actually thinking maybe I should get a second coffee. I don't know. And also I keep thinking, why the hell did the music stop?
Well, I've turned off the sound of the stream, so I didn't hear that.
Oh, music everywhere. I mean, we need to totally DJ the hell out of this. By the way, there's gonna be a secret rave party after this, but you have to know where to go. No, I'm kidding. This is one of the things I really miss again and again and again, the social aspect. But we'll figure it out. And if you are anywhere in the world, like, with people around you, without people around you, but if you're enjoying, if you have, your day of Netrunner set up, if you're participating, if you're not participating, but do share it with us somehow. There's the hashtag Nisei Continentals tag. It can be used on Twitter, on Instagram, and all the other things that have hashtags that I'm not using because I can only have so much patience. But do let us know what you're up to, what you're doing. We would love to see, a bit of social movement online, because we cannot be there in person. We cannot exchange all the stories. We cannot. It's kind of funny, but we cannot even give each other hugs just to say hi. And
yeah,
this is kind of silly, but we're used to this by now, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's something that everybody misses. I mean, but like if you're out there, you're in an area that's not doing great because of Corona. I mean, everybody, please stay safe.
Absolutely.
If you're feeling lonely or isolated, then never, it's always fine to reach out to people, and there's a huge community of Netrunner players. You can talk to me, you can talk to Vesper, you can talk to anybody. Just say hi.
Say hi, be with us. Indeed, I mean, that's it. And take it absolutely easy as much as you can. Hobbit Bite saying, I'll crack open my kids' glow sticks for the virtual rave. Duh, that's the best thing ever. I mean, you know, this is the funny thing about Twitch, because of course, because of Corona and whatnot, I should be saying coronavirus, because the people producing the beer must be like, whatever. But anyway, because of coronavirus, so many things are happening online. Like, Twitch is basically this huge hub, and not only Twitch, but on Twitch you can see like people doing basically everything right now, and there are rave parties. So, you know, in the meantime, maybe we should be hosting a channel with people with glow sticks and stuff, which probably is also happening somewhere. But anyway.
We should get in touch with DJ Fenris.
I mean, I think DJ Fenris was actually invited today, but they couldn't make it. I don't know why. I hear DJ Fenris is quite the party animal. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, okay. We have Cobra updated with the most awesome recent decent. So I'm just gonna click a magic button to bring us all to Cobra for a sec before round 1 starts. Here we are, I believe. Look at this.
I'm gonna...
Yeah, sorry?
Pop out for 2 minutes. I'm gonna be right back.
Yeah, take your time. So I'm gonna be just walking people through this. Look at the field. Corp, so many players on outfit and as a group. But yeah, I already mentioned these IDs. 30 Leela Patels. So if anybody on stream is kind of like, I don't want to see Criminal and I don't want to see Wayland, we'll try to make you happy, but I cannot guarantee anything as the person clicking around here. But the rest of the field, this is where the spice is. 5 Adams, 3 Sunnies. That's kind of cool. I mean, you know, it's good. It's fun. There's an Edward Kim. There's a single Val. Can you imagine saying, oh, there will be like a single Val at a big tournament, like in the last year or so? I don't think so. Well, anyway, I have to be clicking through to things again because people keep pinging me. Okay, just checking in. Basically, at any given moment, I am checking 5 different windows. So you have to really excuse me if I'm going to be a bit slow, and it's gonna be much better the moment we have more guests to just, you know, do the honors and walk you through the games and talk with you and interact while I click magical buttons. But that doesn't mean I'm under pressure or anything. Let's just test my Cobra screen on stream just to show it off. Today's theme is blue. This is where we're gonna be. I hope it's gonna work out. If it doesn't work out, well, there will be live fixes. You can see the tournament tag. This is one of the recent updates by Noah. Thank you so much, Noah, for taking the time to, you know, from your busy life that's happening offline, because I'm not gonna throw in any spoilers here because that's a private thing. But Noah basically has a lot of stuff to do offline. As magical as Noah is as a dev and a person helping us so much with JNet, you know, there's only so much time you have every day, so Noah might be a bit pressed for time sometimes. So everything that happens on the servers is much appreciated. And here a huge shout out to Lost Geek, who saved my bacon today with the stream. Very grateful to you, Lost Geek. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're still waiting for the games to start. I'm still waiting for Discord to pop things up. This was just a test. Let's take a look at the rest of the Cobra lineup here. Yeah, there's quite a lot of spicy, interesting potential plays, including Apex, including Sunny Bull, including Adam. We're here. We're in, like, many factions represented, all the corps represented. All the Leelas ever here as well, but that's not important. Leela is, of course, going to show us the moves, and we're still waiting for things to pop up. I should be in so many different places on Discord that this is not even funny. But yeah, let's get back to the screen.
You can't do everything.
Exactly.
You are, well, mainly human.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right now I'm 10% coffee, but we're gonna be working on we're gonna be working on fixing that. I'm gonna be making coffee at some point during the day as well to just keep boosting my system. But anyway, okay, so let's maybe hop out of this current tournament and, well, should we actually? No, we're in the middle of it. I'm just wondering. I'm trying to kill time here. No, I'm kidding. But what would you say is going to be the card coming out of this tournament's winning placement or winning position, because we do know for a fact, and this was kind of spoiled last weekend on the stream by Whiteblade, when it comes to the champion card for Continentals. For Asia Pacific, we're gonna have a Corp card that's gonna help the Corps a lot. Like, it's gonna be a win con, apparently. Of course, this is all gonna be balanced and whatnot with our game dev and our game design teams. But what do you think Europe and Africa, what are these players going to drop on the table, or the top player when it comes to fixing things? What's your prediction, given, you know, your knowledge of the European meta and how people play here?
Oh, that's a really difficult question.
I don't give easy questions to people.
Like, just for all intents and purposes, I'm by no means a top player. So don't look to me for ridiculous top level insights. But I don't know. I'm gonna be totally honest. For the last, I don't know, month or so, I haven't really been playing that much. I've had a lot of personal stuff going on. So I haven't like really been paying attention to the meta. The last couple of days I've been kind of going over what happened in the previous Continentals, and, you know, just like trying to build some updated decks and whatnot. So I don't really know, honestly. I guess a lot of what I've heard is all the drip economy that runners have, and especially the IDs, are very powerful, as we touched on earlier. So if it's a Corp card, I don't really know. Maybe some sort of all-seeing eye kind of thing, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I'm super curious. Like, I totally am in the same boat as you. And when it comes to, you know, playing and observing the meta and so on, we probably need some sort of an in-house, or like, not in-house, I'm kidding, but like a person that's really deep in the meta. And we're gonna have those people joining us later as well. So do expect very good reads or very good discussions about, you know, the situations in the games and how the decks are built and so on later on. For now, we're just warming you up. But I think that definitely there is a lot of potential. This is one of the things that was mentioned on a stream I was doing recently with Johnny Treff, the lead designer right now at Nisei for the cards and for the upcoming releases and whatnot. And they said that basically there's infinite design space in this game. So whatever the champion for today for Africa and Europe is going to come up with, whatever they're going to put on the table, so to speak, as an idea, I'm pretty sure that can be included. It's just about tweaking it and making sure that the numbers stick and work. And I think runners are in a good spot. Corps are in good spots in different places. Whoa! Janet just totally exploded, by the way, in a good way. We suddenly have 57 tables in the tournament. Bit. So you know what? We're gonna be switching. I'm gonna close my mouth right now for a second while I click buttons. I'm gonna be turning the music off because we are there. Everybody, esteemed runners, absolutely awesome corps, although not all of you because some of you are evil. We are in tournament area. This is gonna be round 1. So we are going to be totally starting here. And I don't even know which table we should choose, but we have...
Well, the top one is Pinsel, which is the reigning current world champion, so maybe that's a good place to start.
Yeah, I think it's a very good thing to say here. We were totally going to do this. I think, of course, what happened here again with my setup is my computer saying, hey, dude, you should totally be changing the settings for your audio in JNet. So this is what I should probably be doing. But let's see if I can actually pull it off without... oh well, we'll see. I mean, hopefully it's not going to be super noisy. If it is, I'm very sorry. Thing is, if I do this, and if I do that, again, live television on stream and whatnot, but you're seeing everything now that you shouldn't. Volume mixer, we're clicking things here. Absolutely same way as always, bringing things down. And the reason why I'm doing this manually, by the way, for all the streamers interested, what's going on here, why am I doing things manually, is that sometimes you can have all the lovely settings set up on your side, but then things get refreshed, you click the wrong button, stuff happens, and no settings whatsoever matter at that point, and then you have to do. So streaming is fun, I definitely recommend it. If you have any questions about streaming, if you have any questions about setting things up. We do have on Steam Slack a channel called #streamers, or well, basically streamers, #streamers, and this is where you can learn a few fair bits. This is where you can get started on streaming. It's not hard, like even I can do it, but it does have its quirks, it does have its ins and outs and whatnot. So we're gonna be, by the way, on table 1, indeed. Clusterfox, very well chosen. We do have Pinzel here and WKZ. Pinzel's gonna be corping, so that's probably gonna be an acid group, right? I would expect. Like,
honestly, you with Pinsel, with Ollie, you never know. But I mean, it's a good chance. He's known for the deck, but I mean, he could play something completely different.
Indeed.
So we will have to see. And we're about to start getting into the first round of the African and European Continental Championship. If you're just joining us, I'm Clusterfox. I am joining the Immaculate Visper.
How do you know I'm immaculate?
I haven't stream. You're always beautiful.
Aww.
And yeah, I mean, just from us here at the caster desk, to everybody who's still listening, I mean, good luck, and may the agendas be with you.
Indeed. We have a question from Humble Juggernaut. Is it okay to watch games on JNet if they aren't on any stream? I guess so, but I would just say please don't bring JNet down. It is quite experimental. All the stuff you see on the screen right now is basically scripted. So this is a new feature as well. We have a tournament tab, which is auto-populated from Cobra. And I have no idea how this was put together. This is just genius. It might mean that there are some things happening on the screen at some point which will make your eyebrows go high and whatnot. But yeah, the JNet and Cobra devs, so Noah and the crew and Jonah and the crew, this is just bonkers good. It's like we're getting step by step every single little update that changes things on these platforms, and also always be running as well. It's a part of the triumvirate, I would say, right now, and Netrunner DB. So actually, it's a quadrant. Well, anyway, all those little changes, they're bringing us closer and closer every change to this beautiful moment where you will basically be able to put your goggles on or just jack in using some sort of a jack going into your skull, and then you would just say like I don't know what would be the best way to put it when you want to log in. I don't remember all the cyberspace. Get me in, I don't know. But anyway, you can just say Jeeves, we're on, or whatever, and then you just kind of whoosh into this virtual cyberspace environment where you're going to play some Netrunner. But right now we still of course have browsers. You have to click things, CSS and whatnot, and here we are. But this looks awesome. Makes it much clearer for people playing where they are, what they're doing, who they are. We'll see how this is going to work out. Let me just take a quick look on Discord again, because we do have all the organization happening on there. People are joining tables.
I do want to. Yep. I do want to quickly point one little thing out to you, Humble Juggernaut. My apologies for butchering that. Who asked if it's okay to watch the JNet games if they aren't on stream. The main thing to keep in the back of your mind is that what we've noticed in the past, I don't know if it's still an issue, but if a lot of spectators join a certain game, it does tend to give us issues. So I don't think it's much of a problem. It's always nice if you ask the players in advance, like, is it okay if I come watch your game? But if there's a whole bunch of different spectators, please refrain from joining those games as a spectator, as it may create some issues on our end.
Indeed, that's very well put, very succinctly put. Thank you so much, Clusterfox, for explaining this like a pro. And absolutely, this is it. Like, it works, it's beautiful, it has nice colors, you can click things, but if too many people just hop on, it might get a bit choppy. A question from Ruff Loxley. How do the raffles work today? Well, we have a certain raffle sheriff, I don't know, but yeah, definitely there will be raffles happening. Once the games kick off, there will be raffles started. There will be, did I say ruffles? No, I meant raffles. Oh, here we are, first game. But anyway, Pinzel and Asa. Do expect stuff to be given away and popping up in different places. And do remember to send us your contact details when that happens. But let's forget about everything. Today, we are in Africa and Europe. We are in the first game. And we are ready to go. And Pinzel keeps their hand. WKZ keeps their hand. We're off to the races. This is it. Round 1 starts.
So I am having a few issues on my side, but I can see that on your screen it looks fine.
Yeah, it might be a tad bit slow because of simply the amount of games happening. We do have Pinzel with a traditional install, because as a group, of course, and 8 credits after the violet level clearance. So easy peasy, no problem whatsoever. 1 card face down in the archives, of course, because of the draw, the extra draw. And then Lila, dirty laundering into R&D. So, of course, pinging that server. We have a quick res of advanced assembly lines so it doesn't get bumped in case something happens. Plus, it gives a bit of money to Pinzel as well. And yeah, here we go.
Yep.
Sure gamble and Earthrise Hotel. Lila prepping indeed. And I'm just going to point out one more feature here. You can see the usernames on the left, and we also have the pronouns, and this is so cool. It's a very small thing, but it's a huge thing. So thank you so much, Noah, for pushing this update. Amazing stuff. Fully operational. We're going to see a lot of this, right?
Yeah. This is the classic Pinzel Asa. Yeah, so that was pretty smart of Pinzel to res the advanced assembly lines there, because that's kind of what Lila does, just kind of poke servers, hoping to grab an agenda, bounce something, and continue on that train, as in the legendary deck name of Dave Hoyland back in the day. He called it the Endless Waltz.
Oh, yeah. It is a classic. And Dave Hoyland, if you're on somewhere, chapeau bas, or actually I raise my beanie to you. I don't have a beanie, but these were the beanie days, right, for many people. You had a beanie as well. Everybody had a beanie, minus myself because I have big hair.
Yeah, I wear a beanie quite often, yeah. But yeah, the 2 classics are, of course, the Dave Hoyland and Mark Mottram.
Yep.
The original Beanie Boys. So yeah, so we've gotten a pretty standard early game here for Pinzel. Here comes the Sneak Door.
Yeah, that's sneaky. That's a card you would expect to see in Lila, or maybe not. I don't know. But it's definitely spicy interesting. Nothing picked up there, but we already have the Tapworm. We have draw. We have money. Lila is a bit low on credits here, but that shouldn't stop her from bouncing things if agenda scoring happens on the corp side.
Yeah, because, Ollie can spend basically a turn to purge that Tapworm, because otherwise that's going to give him quite a bit of money in the long run. But that's sort of the thing about Lila, is that she has time to kind of sit back, set up a bit, wait for that first agenda score, and then try and rebound off of that first bounce. Of course, Pinzel knows this, so maybe he's going for to over advance once. I'm not sure what's in server 1. Something, because I'm seeing the Breaker Bay grid, could be something like Arella Salvatore. It could be things like I can't remember the name of the card. That's the NBN upgrade that gives you calibration testing.
Cali testing, yeah, indeed. Do not worry. There are hundreds of cards. There will be more coming up soon. So yeah, forgetting a card name, at least we know what they do, right? There's Arella Salvatore. You called it. And I think that there will be some... Oh, and Team Spo, of course. So the combo machine is on. There's a score for Mega Pre-Qualifier, which is it's an agenda that it's good to score.
It's not the first one you want to score, but it gets the Mega Pre-train going.
Indeed. It's a different kind of train.
Yeah. And immediately gets another install advance. Hang on, what's happening?
So we had a server 1 bounce back by Lila. And question to you, would you bounce a server 1 card because there's stuff unres there? Or would you, for example, take Eyes of R&D or HQ to put more pressure on the corp here? What would you say is a good line here? I mean, I'm not saying whatever the runner does here, of course, that's perfect. But what would your preferred option be if you were playing this here?
I think what it is it's Leela trying to slow him down. Ooh, that's not great. What I also think it symbolizes or it communicates is that he's not holding a diversion of funds right now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm saying he. They, I don't know what, I can't really see the pronoun.
It's he, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
Apologies. Like, if he was holding a diversion of funds, then I'm pretty sure you almost always bounce the HQ ice to get that bit of economy swing.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here we go. Is that that could be a doof play now? No, that's just a run. I think it's all about also fishing for money because you probably want to keep that as a group loan money. Drafter being rezzed. That's going to be an access. Team Spo, a lot of money on Leela's account now because of liberated accounts and not only. So that's okay. I guess you could be trashing the Team Spo. There's already one in the server 2. Well, that's the question. I mean, you probably, this is not a deck you have to be worried about punishment in because it's just gonna try and rush you up.
Yeah, exactly.
You could be trashing.
I don't. Yeah. I don't think that Ollie really has much incentive to hold on to agendas that much. He's got a pretty good protected remote, so it's probably not going to be too many piling up. But we've only seen one so far, so there's a fairly good chance, going down to 26 cards left in R&D, that there are some agendas in HQ right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see where WKZ goes from here. Another now, getting remote. That, yeah, for some more fully operational value, I would, pretty much assume that that's that second team sponsorship.
It is good value in that deck, yeah.
To get back Rashidas, to get back advanced assembly lines, Arella's, Breaker Bay grades, all this combo stuff. I do think it's kind of unfortunate that Leela boomeranged that drafter. Because generally, if the pressure isn't on, you want to keep that HQ ice unrezzed for the purposes of being able to bounce it. But I don't know. Maybe this Leela is playing emergency shutdown. You never know.
Exactly. I mean, this is the thing. We have no idea about the deck list. They will be public for tomorrow, so we will be during the stream tomorrow for the top 16. We will be talking about strategies, approaches, spicy cartridges, and so on. But for today, it's anybody's game. It's anybody's deck building, and there will be quite interesting decks out. I'm pretty sure. Bravado into HQ. So, like you said, here we have WKZ trying to poke and see if there are some agendas in there, because chances are there is something in there. That Archer, Archer, what am I talking about? That Drafter. Yeah, sorry. Not much of an issue with Buckhalter on the table. Still costing, like, it's still pricey to run so many times here. So Leela shoring up the finances with a daily cast, a timely daily cast. With the lovely art by Ollie Boldador, by the way. It's probably one of my faves as well when it comes to Smoke art. Smoke keeps getting really good cards, visually. It's like, what's going on there? It's all about the optics, I guess. Fully operational number 2, is it, or 3? I think it's the second one at least that we know of, but there was probably one back there. And yeah, Pencil is sitting comfortably on 15 credits here. A huge board state here, like, everything ready to go. Basically, server 1 is primed and ready to go. Leela in a tough spot. I mean, R&D eyes rezzed, HQ eyes rezzed, so nothing will be bouncing there.
Yeah, it's also just at this point, once Leela finds a decoder, then she can start playing much more aggressively, because that gatekeeper obviously does nothing anymore. So we'll see. I'm assuming that server 1 is, like you said, completely primed to just the first agenda that you find, just jam it in there, and it's going to be difficult to contest with only one breaker on the board. And already at 4 MU without a console.
Yeah. Class Act hitting the
table.
Class
Act, yeah, that's good.
You need that. You need those sweet quality hours in that, sun deck, chilling on the chair while hacking everybody, in order to get more ideas, more resources. But server 1 is going to be scary. That's Kali testing here, calibration testing. Another team sponsorship, yeah, and I think the engine has been assembled a while ago, and now it's just gonna keep firing. might be a tad bit late for Leela here to
Yeah.
do anything serious, but we'll see. Oof, double calibration test.
But you can get both of them back, and they cost nothing with Breaker Vagrant, so.
And
Oof.
here we go. Vitruvius.
Okay, that's Arella.
And Vitruvius is such a great agenda for this build as well, because you can just recur things almost, well, not infinitely, of course, but so many times that whatever the runners come up with when it comes to trashing your stuff, you're fine.
Yep, so server 5 is an advanced assembly lines, and then server 1 is the Arella triggers, I'm assuming, going to be an agenda and another calibration testing.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see where we go from here. But yeah, I think Leela's a bit late to the party now. It's quite low on credits. I'm not sure if this deck plays stim hacks, but a timely stim hack a bit earlier in the game would have been nice to clear out that server 1 remote.
Yeah, I'm just taking a very quick look.
I do think it's a bit late right now to be able to contest that at all for the rest of the game. So I guess the game plan right now going into the late game is hope you find breakers, and that pad tap is also a bit late.
Yeah.
And start contesting centrals and hoping you can dismantle that server with Leela bounces.
Yeah, the thing is, Gatekeeper, even on 0 strength, if you don't have a breaker to get through, it's just there and sitting there, and it's not going to let you in. Gatekeeping the server for you, so to speak. And Leela was digging deep with the Classic and so on for the cards, the Earthrise as well. Draw, usually not a big issue for criminals, but it all really depends how many copies you have of each breaker, how able you are to just get those cards fast. There we go. I mean, if you're playing at this stage, if you're playing a special order,
Here's Angola.
Yeah, and Angola is a big piece of software that you're going to be dropping on your into your rig. But like you said, this might be a tad bit late, especially since server 1 is getting again the Spombo Wombo combo, as chat mentioned.
Yeah, and he's going to have to trash the sneak door to install it.
Yeah, as
there's no console on the board yet, which I would assume probably is going to be Paragon. Here's a Hyperloop.
Yep.
And off to the races.
The most hyper card in the whole game. Server 1 is wider than it's deeper, actually. You can clearly see we're playing a remote high power game here where you have 7 cards installed in server 1 and only 2 protecting it.
Yep.
This is just this is probably game because there's just a lot of stuff happening. But that's this. Oh, okay. Well, no, another Hyperloop, which is just nice. But yeah, the engine is on. There's not much you can do to stop it unless you somehow. It's not even about money at this stage. The Corp doesn't really need that much money to keep pulling off those plays here. Oh yeah, we have another server. I'm actually quite grateful we're only down to 7. Last weekend we had I think it was a CTM game where we had like 19 servers or something. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to keep zooming out and make people squint at home because... Anyway, advanced assembly lines, just to kind of drive the point that there's going to be more cards coming down here.
Yep.
And yeah, Leela in a very rough spot. There's not much... And that's the thing also. Against this deck, if it gets rolling, if you don't get set up fast enough, there's really not much you can do. So we cannot, for example, say that WKZ had a situation here that we could have pulled it off if you totally played differently to find someone. It's kind of hard. Like, you don't get the cards, you don't get the right momentum at the right moment, and then you end up with server 1 doing so many things for the Corp at 5 points at this.
Yeah, Vitruvius just ends it here.
Yep.
Pinsel can always use the Vitruvius counter to get back a calibration testing, and that is the game.
Indeed.
So I don't personally see a way out of this for WKZ, but let's. Oh, what's he doing? There's no cards in HQ. Oh, that's a version.
That's a doof. Yeah. Version of fun's happening.
3 clicks. I don't know if that's worth it, honestly.
Plus, we have a Hagen Red here, which is gonna be painful.
Yep, that's that. Oh well, it's a boomerang, so that's fine.
That was the good news for the runner, but yeah, because I didn't notice a fractal. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? But no, that of course fires 9 credits. That's still not going to stop the corp. There's plenty of money in the bank for this build to do what it does best, which is pour things out. No cards in HQ, so this is the thing. Like it's Pinsel saying, hey, I don't have any agendas, so this is going to take a while. You know, I have to draw into my stuff. So this was a good play here to poke HQ. Sorry, just to see the ice. Yeah, right. But in the runner,
but unless server 1 is an agenda.
Very true. So many cards there.
No, it can't be. I'm sorry. My fault. I don't think you can. Yes, sorry. That was an install with an advanced assembly lines. It can't be an agenda.
Okay, so now the situation in which we actually have Lila dropping that Ngolo, which is going to make things... Oh, okay, well, there's the draw. That's probably an agenda, and that's probably game. This is just a kind of a concert play by Pinsel. Kali testing, agendas, and that's game. Yeah. Turn 9.
Well played.
Now look, 9 turns for the corp. Look at the board state that Pinsel assembled here in 9 turns. For me, it's like overwhelming. For me, this looks like 15 turns in my head when I'm playing, you know, as the corp. But it's just so fast. Things just happen fast.
54 credits gained, 38 cards strong. And if you kind of look over at the other side, 7 runs were made and 5 cards were accessed. So.
Yeah. Should we watch the rematch? We should, right? Let's get back into table 1
one
again. Let's see what Pinsel is on. Is he on Ian? That's the question. That's the only question I have here. Who's playing Ian Sterling? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's MCG. Our resident Ian Sterling specialist and deck builder.
McJeeves.
Indeed. Let's see what's... Oh, it's Geist. Oh, surprising. And Blue Sun. That's going to be exciting.
So I'm not sure, but I think at German Nationals, these were also the 2 decks that Pinsel played, was Geist and Asa. But yeah, I am interested to see what this Blue Sun deck does. Probably going to be a punitive deck.
This is one of the
things...
Sorry, go on.
I've heard it's a good card in Blue Sun.
Punitive, yeah, usually, right? It's punitively counter strikes. But what I was going to say is that I'm always interested in seeing players who are well known for certain deck types or certain builds or certain play styles. They, for example, keep playing same ID like over years, success. Basically. Yeah, to great success and over years. Like, you know, you stick to something you build and then, you know, things happen, changes happen, new cards are added and so on. But you still keep tweaking your deck, your build to work in any meta that pops up along the way. And I'm always like, wow, I'm more of a all colors of the pie, so to speak, player. I mean, I'm not, in no way a competitive or, you know, like very good deck builder, but I like to play the game for the general experience of playing so many different things. Whereas there are people who, of course, they have to figure out which deck they want to play and why, so they pretty much covered the whole game, but then they just go for that thing that works for them. And I find it fascinating. That it's a thing that maybe I should explore at some point. Speaking of which, Geist is going to probably start exploring servers soon here. And again, this is like what, turn 3? And again, the runner board state is just expanding.
Well, Geist installing all the things. Hope there's a Chiashi res.
Chiashi! Gotta love it. It's kind of, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of dangerous. That Chiashi could be gone. Yep,
it could be. I'm kind of wondering I'm assuming those are going to be Chrysium grids. I'm not sure. To stop diversion of funds and Stargate.
Yeah.
Go popping the technical writer, getting all the money and the draw.
Here we go, and that's that's
Chiashi gone.
Yeah, that was the thing I kind of saw. Like, okay, this is a good play because you want the money and everything, but now it's going to be broken for basically very little credits. Like Pinsel was starting this turn with 0 credits.
Yeah, Pinsel's still looking for his tech traders, though, of course.
Yeah. Approaching R&D. Chances are this is going to be a Crisium. First the Axis, and then a Crisium. You were absolutely correct with the read. And yeah, that's a Chiashi out of the game for now in the archives, which is painful. That's money gone from the. But well, it is what it is. And guys, this is the ID that can just surprise you with quick plays that you were like not really counting with, because the runner's low on the money. Doesn't matter. This is Geist.
Yep. Geist doesn't really care about ice types either. It's mainly just the amount of subroutines, and has enough tools to basically break any amount of subroutines.
Yeah. People in the chat commenting on Trashman coming and whatnot, and garbage day. Geist is not garbage. No, I'm kidding, of course. Well.
Didn't really keeping up with the chat, so I'm sorry for that.
No worries. I'm trying to be ever, me. So trying to be in the game and in the chat. 2 street peddlers hitting the table. That means extra everything for Geist. That's actually Geist is here. Pinzel is midway through the deck, more or less. So we shall see what that means for the Corp, which is, to be honest, Blue Sun should be, installing things and building up the board state. But I assume WKZ here is a bit pressed for... Oh, there we go. There's an Oaktown, which, again, it's a money play, but Geist can probably get into the server quite easily. We don't know what's under the Street Peddler. There are 3 spy cams on the table. So Geist kind of able to basically get into any server here with the single layer of ice protecting them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't see that agenda being scored. And then again, maybe Pinzel's just going to be like, okay, well, 2 points, not anything dramatic here, although it will give the Corp more money. But setting up and having those spy cams on the table. Oh, there we go. That's contested. Yeah, this is just a poke.
Checking it.
I'm saying ice wall. No. Hortum being rezzed here.
Up there with a boomerang under the peddler.
Yeah. And here we go.
And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's Oaktown renovation for the runner. Loads of cards in Pinzel's hands, still to click. So even if that punitive was to happen, maybe a triple punitive. I don't know. For that, you would have to have the money. Well, it's still a possible play. That would be quite surprising. Imagine now, like Pinzel going down to 5, and then WKZ taking the Horton back to get the money, and then triple punitive for 6 cards.
Would be seems unlikely, but it's possible. As Brogue Leader in the chat pointed out, yeah, he's down to less than half of his deck and hasn't seen a single tech trader yet. That's unfortunate.
And thanks, chat, for pointing things out that, yeah, spy cams generally they're not only there to look into R&D, because of course, Geist's ability and the trash ability on spy cam, you can just draw up into more cards into your hand at whatever given moment. That's another Oaktown coming down.
Trying this again?
Yeah. I mean, you could say a scoring window, but not with Geist. There are no scoring windows with Geist. That's basically the window you get tossed out of if you're trying to play against Geist with all the different toys. I mean, look at this. Bravado, boomerang into Bravado, into that remote. So that means, again, points. That means shuffling the deck again, because that boomerang is getting into back into the deck. And there's the tech trader.
Yep.
So late in the game. Go on.
And also, there was a symbol chip on the symbol chip on the table. So he could have always gotten back the grappling hook and just given the corporate credit off of Horton. So
yeah.
That was probably a bit of an oversight there.
Was it a bit of an oversight, AI? Oh, okay. Terrible pun. No, I'm saving that for later. The Corp here not getting much draw, and I'm just wondering what's the draw strategy here for Blue Sun. I mean, if you're just relying on mandatory draws, that could backfire because you're not drawing into a lot of ice. Rashidas have not happened really much. If you compare, the remaining deck cards for both players, Geist, of course, because of the ID ability, is just a drawing machine. If you way, which is there are builds for Geist that just do things. Oh, there we go. Finally, Rashida. That's good. That's definitely what the Corp needs here, but probably not enough at this stage. I assume there are some 3-pointers in this deck. Maybe it's just going to be food, so that's a different thing, but...
Count and drop there, yes, to confirm this is grappling hooks. Knowing all, he probably does have regular breakers somewhere, just a single copy of each. But yes, he is playing grappling hooks.
Yeah, we have a paperclip and a bookhalter in the bin, so barriers are not that safe. And with simul-chip, bookhalter is of course taking care of the sentries. But yeah, these are probably one-offs. We haven't seen any. Oh no, it just got installed. Sorry, Bahali coming here, of course. So I was going to say we don't see any Haley or any Shaper imports, but there's the Bahali with its big maw. Well, actually no, that's an Anarch card. Sorry, I shouldn't be confusing people. The Croc is.
Croc.
I'm actually wearing Crocs right now.
Ooh.
That's a brilliant idea for a crossover. Like a company that makes Crocs made Bahali Crocs. I would maybe buy a pair. The more, the more you see it, the more you want
it. That sweet Netrunner merchandising.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the masses just running around in Netrunner themed things. People. I don't know, like. I mean, we have fidget spinners, okay, that are made for Netrunner stuff. So we definitely crossed the barrier of you're not a commercial community. Yes, we are. We have all the gear.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there making things. I mean, I've seen a couple of really, really sweet T-shirt designs. It escapes me what they are, but if you Google it, I'm sure you can find it. There's a couple of web shops out there that make Netrunner themed T-shirts.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you go to nearearthhub.net, chances are you'll be able to find links to Artist Colony in there. And there's, like you just said, a ton of people making cool stuff. I think I remember seeing the Mean Ladies t-shirts with, for example, the Caponessa Wu print, which is just plain awesome. Not my style, but I can totally imagine, people enjoying this a lot because of this cool look. So yeah, like a ton of good stuff out there, and this community is it always just boggles my mind how creative people are, how much cool stuff they can put out for something which is basically a game. It's like, like there's it's just people throwing cards down. Boomerang on the table. Speaking of cards going down, that Mausolus is not gonna do much.
Getting the boomerang off the Q loop.
Yeah. Q loop is such a good card.
Q loop, the interaction between Q loop, prognostic Q loop, and masterwork is very, very, very efficient.
Yep.
And there's a border control. There comes down the paperclip. That shouldn't be a problem.
Indeed. At this stage
this is Ollie just poking, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, Spinzel is just trying to find some agendas, trying to figure out if this is a GFI build with basically having to score 4 agendas here, or maybe there's an SSL.
A punitive counter-strike.
yeah. Or pure terribly low on money, and I haven't played Blue Sun, the kind of the cheapo version of Blue Sun, which is kind of running not that expensive pieces of ice and just trying to be fast, because there are rush builds of Blue Sun in a way that or not rush, but like kind of a different kind of more flexible economy where you actually take some remote cards back into your hand as well when you install them, some assets and so on. But it plays completely differently from the, let's say, the standard Blue Sun, which is make money, punish the runners, like you were saying earlier on, waiting for the runners to make some mistakes. No mistakes here.
Yeah, I think a lot of that sort of archetype was kind of based on the grid that was removed from the game recently. Kayambe grid. So that would tax extra credits to access, and then you could do some ridiculous things like throw 4 Macquaries against it and make you pay for it again, border control, all that stuff. Yep. And without the Kayambe grid, I think it was a smart decision to remove that card, because it did lead to some very oppressive board states. So I'm not sure what kind of defensive upgrades you could be using. I guess there's things like cold site server and reduced service, but I guess we're just going to have to see. There's also things like Ash and Batty. The classics. And that does sometimes tend to be a way that you can starve out a Geist, is if you can, get the credit advantage for an Ash or end the run with a Batty, and then they don't have the breakers anymore to get through. But, we'll have to see what happens. I think, again, Ollie is in a pretty commanding position at this point. He has 15 cards left, so we'll see what he can do. Oh, there's a global food.
Food, so now we know the 3-pointers in this deck, I assume. Probably not all of them, but maybe perhaps. And no res on the Corp side, by the way, because the Corp is really, really low on credits here, and this is not where you want to be against Geist. You definitely want to slowly, like you said, starve that deck out. Like, make sure that it goes to a grind, but it holds up and grinds itself out in a way. But on the back, we have 2 counters, so that basically means 4 cards coming back, which will probably be more than enough for Pinsel here to just close the game out with 6 points. But yeah, you don't even need that much recursion nowadays with Geist. If you have boomerangs, if you have prognostic Q loops, all these cards just make for very, very controlling position on the board.
And that's one of the things why you wouldn't want to res that ice with the boomerang on it, is you want that boomerang not to be shuffled back, and that's going to be one of the cards that you have to get back with the back, so that you can kind of limit their options.
Yeah.
Against most runners, I would say, res it to get rid of the boomerang off the board, but against Geist, you really, really don't want those boomerangs to be shuffled back in.
Indeed. Speaking of
because
boomerangs,
then you get to an infinite boomerang position. I have had the dubious pleasure of playing against a lot of Geist the last couple of months.
Yeah.
So you do kind of get a feel for how it works, and try and find alternate lines of play to leverage Geist's very, very small weaknesses.
Yeah, the thing,
one of those is just trying to starve out the cards.
Indeed, and this is the thing. Like, Geist is just so good at being able to pressure you anywhere without really having a board state other than all the support cards, and then being able to access any server that's not really well protected at any given moment. And this is the thing I usually struggle with playing as Geist, because this if you play against a more standard runner in a way, you kind of see their lines of play. It's like, okay, you're prepping, you're going to lock R&D, you're going to lock HQ or whatever. With Geist, it's just like, you're just going to keep installing cards and drawing cards and making money, and I have no idea how to stop you, because you can just hop over anything.
Yeah, you go through remote ice like butter.
Yeah.
So, like, oftentimes you often just want to try and bait them. Like, throw in, if you have a very strong remote, just keep jamming things in there, upgrades, assets, whatever, to make them keep checking.
Indeed.
But yeah, we'll see. Ooh.
Oof.
Do you border control this, is the question.
I would, but then again...
How many deuce have we seen? 1, 2, so there's one more. No, 3, that was the last one. I might have actually border controlled that, honestly. It's not, you can't recur it with the back, so that was the last one. I don't think it really matters that much anymore.
Hordem trying to give the Blue Sun here a bit more money. Oh, that's gonna be a score. That was a sneaky Atlas. That's nice.
Okay, so we have points on the board for WKZ. That's good.
Yep.
Let's see if he can crawl his way back, because while we've said that it looks like Pinsel is in a very, very commanding position, it doesn't mean that it's a definite win. I mean, there are ways for WKZ to claw his way back into this game. So we're gonna have to see if WKZ can pull out any magic tricks here.
In the chat, in the meantime, we have a quick discussion between folks there about the economy of popping that border control versus letting that diversion of funds fire. And yeah, there is a 1 credit difference and so on. So it's 1 credit is probably usually not that much of a difference to warrant that play, because that border control usually would be taxing the runner a bit. Even for paperclip, it is a credit or 2 to go through. But with boomerangs, it's just free, basically, or almost free. And yeah, Pinsel is sitting on a ton of credits here. Very little that WKZ can do at this stage of the game to kind of seal the deal for the Corp. It's just not going to work, I guess, unless in the 21 cards plus the 5 you hold in your hand. Oh, Stargate. Never mind. Forget I said it. This is just fishing time now.
Yeah, I was just waiting for it. But what WKZ could have done is, before the boomerang is popped, there's a window that you can pop the border control, and then Ollie wouldn't have gotten the credits and the card from trashing the boomerang. So That's what I sort of meant. But yeah, I understand that it's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
But anyway,
so
yeah, we're gonna start. Yeah, of course, there's the Chrysium that's gonna get trashed.
So the Stargate run not firing just yet, but Chrysium going away. Bohali and yeah, Pinzel definitely with a ton of time to just sit back and relax and wait for the Corp to do their move, because there's not that much the Corp can do here. The punitive plan never really fired, so to speak. The economy on the Corp side didn't really. I don't think we've seen double digits a bit, but like Blue Sun, for example, never reached 20 credits here.
No.
So there's there was not enough of a padding, so to speak, like credit padding for the Corp to tax the runner out to. Well, there we go. That's the back. Popping the simul chip spy cam, 2 boomerangs, sorry, 2 spy cams, 3 spy cams. Okay. So there's just gonna be a lot of spy camming for the sake of boomerangs and whatnot.
Like, I do think the pivotal moment was that Chiashi that he lost with oversight that really put his economy down.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
Strong play.
Yeah, good pointer to. I don't know if he had the choice at that point, but if you want to do a play like that in Blue Sun, it's generally better to put that ice on a remote. It's less incentive to run.
Yeah.
But I don't believe. I think it was he only had 2 ice at the start of the game at that point anyway. So it's not really that much of a big deal. Now these Mausoleses, while they are taxing, they do not actually end the run. So.
In the meantime, let me just plug things in, because we're here talking from a position of people who have played the game for quite a while. But if you are actually a new person to the game, or like fairly fresh to the game, and you're wondering like what's going on here, like there's so many cards that I may not know just yet, do take a look at Shanodin's stream. It is popping up occasionally. Basically, it's twitch.tv/Shanodin. And this is a more user-friendly, beginner-friendly, or kind of a new person to the game-friendly stream where there are discussions, probably, and explanations of different interactions of cards and so on. We're kind of jamming here around what the flow of the game is, how things are, and so on. And people in the chat generally also talking about strats, about choices, about card picks here and there. So we're definitely chatting on the level of people who played the game for a while, even if we might not feel super powerful at it, or but we have seen we've seen many cards, like when I was young we had fewer cards. Yeah. There's a neural EMP, by the way, in this boost, and that is interesting. That's not something I would be expecting here. That's
if you can pile it on to punitive counter strikes, I guess it makes sense.
That's a good, it's a spicy include. And by the way, 9 cards face down in archives. Would you just run archives? I would totally run archives.
There's nothing much to lose at this point.
Yeah.
Breach domes are gone. They've also been removed from the game, so that's not an issue.
I'm so sad. I like breach domes. Bring breach domes back. I'm starting a campaign today on social media channels. Bring breach domes back.
No comment.
Well, you don't like breach domes? It's such a cool. Like, the art is cool. The theme is cool.
I do like the art.
It does cool things. It's not overpowered. It's just oppressive in certain builds. But maybe there will be like a breach dome light at some point in the future. I don't know. It's a good card. Oh,
like shock.
Yeah, like kind of shocking breach. No, the shock dome. I don't know. The thunder dome. Anyway, boomerang and Amina coming down. This is just Pinzel flexing here, just saying, yeah, I'm gonna do it.
Yep. Yeah, and to just quickly reiterate that what Vesta was saying earlier, we are by no means pros at this game. These are just our insights. Take them with a grain of salt. We may make mistakes. We may
absolutely
be wrong, but it's just us talking about the games, and don't be too hard on us.
Exactly. I mean, absolutely. We're just chit-chatting here. We're trying to keep you entertained while we're watching this game, and offer some ideas or some insights. There's the archive run. So no Gendies there. There's an Audacity there as well. What else do we see? 3 counter strikes, 3 punitives in the bin, of course. Yeah, that plan was off the table a while ago, so that's not a surprise.
Yep. Our good friend Yakuza in the chat also advocating to bring Shock back.
Yeah, of course.
Ooh, Elwin.
There's even a theme song for it, "Shock the Monkey" by Peter Gabriel. It's a great, you know, it's all there. It's in the clouds. It's
or if you like it, or if you like it a bit heavier, there's a really good cover by
yeah, what's their name? That American band.
Cold Chamber.
Yeah, Cold Chamber, indeed, very good. Des Fafara was the vocalist, and I remember that was a very good, including Ozzy Osbourne. But we're getting into the music here. We shouldn't be. We're gonna face the music here right now for the Corp, I think, because Pinzel is getting ready with those 4 cards left in the stack and the grip to probably Stargate out into an agenda here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, at this point, the grip is probably stacked with agendas. Honestly, I think that's at least something. But so we'll see first the Stargate run here. Just rip 3 off the top.
Yeah. And
then probably start attacking HQ. Although Ollie is down to 0 credits now.
Psychic field.
A psychic field. That's some 419 tech right there.
This is spicy. Like, I'm okay. Building blocks trashed. Of course, you want the Corp to not get any reses there for free.
Okay, so we're down to 1 credit for Geist. So this might be a scoring window. Just saying.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm kidding right now. This is not a prediction. This joke, but like, I'm pretty sure that Geist is sitting on that one inside job, just waiting. You know, install something in server 1. I'm totally gonna inside job. You don't have to, of course. Well, R&D being protected here extra. I mean, well, yeah. This is the Corp just saying, please don't run R&D while I hold my agendas in my hand, I guess. Not much in terms of econ left for Geist on the table either. It's not like you need a lot of money, but now we have the 3 breakers on the table and you're running out of boomerangs, you're running out of eruptions. Those tech traders are not gonna be doing much either. There's a simul chip still, so that's still fuel and whatnot. You could trash something to make it even like you make the you can always trash paperclip. Boomerang hitting the table. That's okay. Corp down to 0 credits.
To reply to Chairman Hero, he's asking if there's any legworks. It's a possibility, but Ollie is quite known for not playing any tech cards, playing for pure efficiency. So it would surprise me if he's holding on to a legwork or an inside job, for example. But you know, it's always a possibility.
Yeah. It is a card you could put it in a deck.
You're using the last. Yep. That's the last symbol chip, bringing out the last grappling hook. So, here we go.
And I'm just going to do a quick shout out. Congratulations to Brogue Leader for winning the the playset of Sure Gamble on the stream. We do have raffles happening. They're happening in the background. I wasn't mentioning it because people in the chat are on top of their game, of course. But congratulations to Brogue Leader. Please do send us information to the Project Nisei Twitch account. I think Mike's handling this in the background. Running the archives, there's the Atlas. Guess what? That's probably game. Oof. That was a commanding performance by the runner here. 118 credits gained. This is just wow. Oof. Quite something. I'm gonna pop out of this game, and JNet might be taking a while because there's still 31 games going on. Serious business. Let's take a quick look.
We can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to say that we can probably plug a couple of things, like Captain Nice is swept, Heinzel is swept, just looking for Swifty. Oh, Swifty, he got swept. A bunch of splits, yeah. Rotage did, Rotom Appliance, that's Pat. So Rotom Appliance also swept. Just going through some of these results. Krusty, Rotage swept against Krusty.
I'm just taking a quick look at other remaining games. We can still hop into something and checking Discord for the time. There's still 20-ish minutes left in the round. So let's just maybe jump into the first table that we see. popping up, which is, I think, Mortivore versus Joe Wind. That's table 53. We're totally hopping to the other side anyway. But of course, in the first round, all the tables and all the table positions, so to speak, and assignments are purely random, so it doesn't really matter what number it is. We can see something interesting here. This game is going to be starting soon. So we have Mortivore and Joe Wind. I personally have no idea who these players are, which is great because I'm always excited to see new people on stream for myself. Chances are, of course, everybody, like, there's somebody's friend, somebody's metamate and whatnot. So if you know these folks, shout out to them as well, of course, on the stream. Yeah, let's just take a quick look at what they're gonna be prepping. They have 20 minutes to go. I could be checking this on Cobra. Maybe that would be. Maybe I should get into my producer shoes for a second and pull Cobra up with the pairings, indeed, very quickly. So, of course, all the Cobra stuff is available for everybody. You just have to hop into Cobra, take a quick. People raffling out. I don't think there's a raffle going on, but you can still wait for round 2. There will be more raffling. So yeah, let's take a quick look at the situations. You mentioned that Captain Nice swept, indeed. We have some splits here. Heinzel splitting on stream. J-Red sweeping. Cable Carnage sweeping. Rotom Appliance you mentioned as well. Chaos is Me. That's an Italian player that I had the pleasure of meeting and hanging out with several times. With Mr. Tea Time. Oh, both of these people are absolutely lovely in person. One of them had to, well, actually they could have split, but you know, one of them had to establish dominance here and just Argus and Freedom versus NBN and Sunny. Mr. Tea Time on Sunny here, nice. Wobble sweeping as well. Rotage sweeping. Haway sweeping or hidden away. Mandak sweeping. Koga splitting. Koga is running a stream in Italian, by the way, in the meantime. So if you like to hear Netrunner in Italian, go there to Koga's stream, mentioned every now and then in our chat by our lovely bots. Odol sweeping. Hooray for Poland. Odol representing Poland, obviously. Diomedes sweeping and Clickhill and whatnot. A lot of games happening. I mean, we have 59 tables. 58 played tables versus, of course, one with a bye because we're at 117 players, so this is sweet. Yeah, no standing updates just yet. We're waiting for the players to figure out what's going on here. I quick look at this. Okay, we have a judge goal for one of the tables, but this is not the table we're at. We're just waiting for the players to choose their decks to start the game up, hopefully soon. Trying to see if they are on voice comms on Discord. They are not, so I assume they might be just taking a short break or something. And if they're not gonna be popping into a game in the next minute or so, we're gonna be, of course, around. We can. So transition over to this, and let's just maybe get out of the table and look at another one for the pleasure and entertainment of our streamers. So Clusterfox, if you want to follow me to table, I guess we're gonna go into 54. That's still going on. I'm not sure how advanced the game here is, so we might be popping out in just, you know, like 2 seconds because that could potentially be over as well. Tough Bebe, this blue color scheme is freaky. I'm sorry if the color is freaking you out. Some people accuse me of trying to emulate a certain airline. I just basically, for every Continental, I'm going with a different color scheme to make it interesting and, you know, involving. Yeah, here we are still in the game. Both players kept some years ago because this is what? This is turn 27. The board state is immense on the CTM side. I'm just going to zoom out here, which is not something I like to do much, but I guess it's going to help you see the immensity of the board state happening here on all the remotes with all the stuff that you would usually expect from CDM. But the game is still anybody's game. Both sides on 5 agenda points. So we have Pumego here. She's running CTM. She's also playing. I think she's the only Apex player today. She's I already mentioned that earlier on the stream. The European meta Apex player, and that's game, by the way. This was a quick and swift deal. Yakuza happy in the chat, having to zoom out to see all the remotes. Yeah, I was just trying to be nice to people. We're jumping out of this. No more degeneracy when it comes to, like zooming out to pretend you're a satellite. Hopping into table 56 then, because table 53 is still not starting. I'm wondering if there's some technical issues, maybe. Chances are. How are you doing, chat? By the way, in case you're just logging in, this is the well, it's all popping up on your screen anyway. But this is the Africa and Europe Continentals tournament happening today and tomorrow on Nisei's official stream. But not only, there are several streams in play. And if you're more into the I want to see how the game works and what's going on with it, and I'm fairly new to it. You should be joining Shanodin's stream for sure. If you want Italian, go to Koga. If you want Spanish, New Andes are streaming from Chile, if I'm not mistaken. Absolutely awesome people. Love to have them on board. Obokata Protocol on server 17 here against Mirai. Happy accessing this. No cards in hand. That Geist is not scoring this agenda. Clusterfox, are you there?
Yes. My apologies.
No worries.
A cup of tea.
Lucky you, because the thing is, I will be making a cup of coffee in the break probably, so there will be like a quick break between the games. I hope we're not gonna go to time with all of them because I need more coffee. But yeah, here we have a CT. Oh, sorry, what am I talking? CTM. It's a Replicating Perfection versus Geist, and here we see a totally different situation. This Geist kind of melt himself out, I could say, maybe. And the Corp definitely helping here. I mean, Replicating Perfection. There's the Spicy Sai Sentence. There's Chiashi. There's that super sweet and lovely Lindsay that I don't get to see much often. But the card art on those cards really just bonkers good. And here we have a situation in which there is a server 17 unprotected Obokata just sitting there, and the runner really cannot do much to score it out. It's just, this is probably going to be a case of the Corp just slow rolling with 1 credit in the pool. It's like, this kind of makes me think of, let's say, a boxing match where both fighters are kind of like, on their last legs. And it's like, I'm trying to score an agenda out, but I need to gather some more strength and resolve to get it done. And this is definitely hardcore. The world's least effective Sandberg, Broglie, they're saying in the chat. Indeed, I mean,
yep, that's not a great card against Geist.
It's a Sadberg basically, but it's a
Sadberg.
It's a very Sadberg.
A big sad eye.
Yeah, it's like, I'm Sauron. Actually, this could be anything. This could be Sauron. This could be Hal from Odyssey, Space Odyssey. Yeah. Lovely movie. We need a card game based on Space Odyssey. I have no idea how it would play, but I'm pretty sure it would be amazing and mind-blowing. If you're an aspiring game designer, in the chat, absolutely should design that game and give it to us so we can play it. Sauron 9000. Ooh, Quark, that was a good one. So the runner here, happy, totally just going, whatever, we're just gonna run this, but then undoing the click very quickly because maybe that was not a good call. Yeah, this game is...
I will get flatlined on my own terms.
Yeah. Do we actually have a raffle going? I don't think, chat, we have a raffle going just yet. So please be patient. Round 2 will be upon us soon, and we shall be adding to the stash, so to speak, with different things and whatnot. I'm gonna, in the meantime, because this game is going fairly slow, not because the players have a lot of decisions to make here, basically, even with this board state. Just trying to figure out what is going on in the background in different places, because maybe we're gonna have some I don't want to say scoopy scoops because people are gonna go into scoops mode and then maybe we're gonna have some extra things happening soon. I don't know. That's why I have to observe the other windows. People trying to hack the raffle by typing in pancake and rabble. I don't know if that's gonna work, or waffle. No, I don't think it's gonna work. We have Old School Fanboy getting the 3 times sure gamble in the raffle. Indeed. Actually, no. I shouldn't be talking about the raffles much because that's Mike's domain. There was a run and a jacket.
Yes.
Kind of curious. I mean, there is no. So if this deck is net damage based, which it probably is. I mean, you have Obokatas, you have, or maybe it's not net damage based, but it's probably, it includes some net damage. I mean, you have quite a few spiky cards. You have bioethics in the bin, so we can kind of guess what's going on here. There's Anansi, which is the best ice ever. For Jintech. So I'm thinking, like, is there a way out for guys to actually win this, or like?
I honestly don't think so. You can't access any central servers, so the corp has complete control over, or Mirai has complete control over what they put out on the board right now. Which, I mean, a lot of things can just be instant death.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they are tied, so there's not much time left, about 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
So Mirel does need to push out at least one agenda.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that happens. But if, as you said, server 2 was
17,
that
yeah, that's an Obokata in 17, yeah.
Yeah. If he just scores that one, then that's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I think we have a creation. Yeah, so
happy counters on the back aren't. You have to do it manually.
Yeah. I'm trying to type in the chat, but chances are they actually realize. I think we have a bit of a lag here. I hope the game didn't freeze, because it seems to have frozen. I just tapped into the chat box and not much happened.
Dear.
Oh dear, indeed. I mean, we have. This is the thing. Not only did we have an update, like, what, 8 hours ago, but there's a ton of people playing, so chances are things are going to slow down a bit. Hopefully everything is going to... Oh, no. Indeed. And by the way, Inactivist, hello there. Hi there, Luke. Thank you so much for joining us on the stream. For those not aware who Inactivist is, that's basically Luke from Nisei, who is running Rest of the World organized play, which is basically a lot of different countries, a lot of different people, a lot of different metas, and he has it all figured out. And just dealing and wheeling as the OP gangsta he is. Well, I shouldn't say gangsta, but well, you know what I mean. So I think we're a bit frozen here in this game, and there's not much can be done. Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah,
they're doing an undo click.
This still gets me worried because I typed into the chat and nothing happened. Somebody just pushed the fast forward button here. Okay, we have a grappling hook in the table. Okay.
Maybe it's possible that chat for spectators has been turned off.
Oh, that's also a possibility. Indeed, yeah. I mean, it is a thing, very possible. For a second, I was expecting the chat to break into a text version of Bohemian Rhapsody, but that didn't. Only Saturday morning here, early afternoon. Too much just yet. Wondering, and like you said, like Geist cannot really. Okay, yeah, concession. Okay, fair enough. So I mean, honestly, yeah, that's a good call, I would say. I'm a bit worried about table 53. They still haven't chosen anything, but let's keep scrolling down and maybe we can see a thing. Loveman versus Zero Cool. There are 6 spectators in there. I'm kind of worried that if we go in there, that table might implode. So we're gonna refrain from this. Then
maybe table 5.
Table 5, yeah, Shiro versus Ice Prisma. Sure, let's hop into this. I'm gonna go ahead and guess this is gonna be a kit. I know Shiro, he's a Belgian player that really likes kit. Hey, called it. Are you kidding me?
Ooh, study guide kit.
Study guide, such a good card with multi-threader. Quality, but on the downside of things, I have to say that the Corp is in control here with 4 points. The runner is tagged. They do still have the money to undo the tag, which is okay, and it's exactly what's happening. But the Corp here, Argus Security, pretty confidently sitting on 2 Data Ravens and just chilling and trying to score agendas out. But that kit, okay, with a single layer of ice on those servers, you can't really expect Kid not to get in. So those tags from the Data Ravens definitely a good way of slowing down here. Server 4 is just a card sitting there, and we have no idea what it could be.
As you mentioned, we just jumped into this game. It's a good chance it's a price hack.
Chances are, I mean, this being Argus, indeed.
It's an odd choice to put the data ravens on central servers, but I mean, it, as you said, it is slowing Kit down quite successfully. So let's see, we've got an R&D interface on the board, which give Kit a bit of multi-access on R&D. But against Argus, that's always kind of tricky. Don't want to take any extra damage or tags. There we go. Another ice on the remote.
Yeah, now Kit is a bit sadder.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's also Palanges in this deck. Oof, that's a lot of cards. So on this axis, we're going to be seeing 4 cards off the top of R&D, or Shiro is going to be seeing 4 cards off the top of R&D. Apologies. Tag. Can take one more tag. No, technically there's 2 clicks left, so I can take any number of tags and clear them with misdirection.
Yeah. The Maker's Eye, by the way, is such a beautiful piece of art. Liga just knocking it out of the park.
Food.
Okay, that's an Atlas.
And a food. Nice.
Yeah. That's kind of painful though, because you have to load up on tags. I mean, no, painful. Actually, not really. You have misdirection. You don't care, and you're sitting comfortably on enough credits. Yeah, this was a very important play. This actually turned the tide of the game around. Now both players are on 4 points, and the Corp kind of pushed towards like, okay, if I want to win this, and we're gonna be maybe going to time to score some sweet agendas.
Yep. And that's also interesting that you can use the multi-threader for misdirection as well.
Yeah.
I'd never considered that. That's cool.
Multi-threader is just a... And it only costs 1 dot. Okay, it's official now. You heard it here first. Everybody put a multi-threader into your deck.
Yes, especially because Kid only has 10 influence. So.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh boy, here we go. That looks like economic warfare into hard-hitting news.
I think it's gonna be... Well, if that brings the runner... Like, they can still get enough with multi-threader, and they have 5 cards in the bank anyway. Let's see what the play here is. Maybe that's gonna be punitive.
Punitive Argus, that's interesting.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be, how would I put it? Standard is the wrong word. It wouldn't be like a classic card I see often in Argus decks, but you know, again,
there's a hard hitting.
Yeah, there we go. And I guess this is more of a tactic to slow the runner down more than anything.
Yeah. It will cost him some time and money to get out of this particular pickle, or tag-shaped pickle. But, well, you know, it's still in the game. Credits on the table. That study guide is on 4 strength. Not a problem. R&D interface definitely helping with the digs. Yeah, that was a bit of a slowdown. So the Corp bought themselves a bit of time.
A turn or 2.
Yeah. Drawing into more stuff. Server 4, most likely a price, like you were saying. What else is in the archives? Let's Rashida's, and yeah, basically Econ and a single. Too big to fail. There we go.
Too big to fail.
Continuing the great tradition of Wayland cards depicting people sitting at desks with their feet up on the desk. Of course, like there's quite a few of those.
Indeed.
And I'm wondering if the person on Too Big to Fail is eating a candy bar or smoking something. Interesting. Maybe it could be a candy bar cigar.
I never know.
Deuces wild.
Deuces. Just to get some cards. I'm assuming he's looking for another Maker's Eye, potentially. fun fact: a few years ago at Belgian Nationals, we had a quiz, and I asked a couple of more prominent figures in the Netrunner community to draw some cards in paint for one of the rounds.
Yeah.
And the lovely Seamus of Edinburgh, he sent in a whole bunch of drawings of people behind desks.
There is a theme. You don't see runners behind desks much in this game, though. It's usually execs, sysops, all those people with desks, whereas runners are usually the people with gear around them and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe there will be a day where we have a runner behind a desk. Well, and there's the 419. Okay, like, fair enough. Like, there's some art with 419 behind the desk, but that's not really 419.
Yeah.
Happens to look like 419.
Okay, scoring alert.
Woo, woo, woo. Should I get a soundboard here? Maybe, like,
that I'm almost certain that is going to be an agenda. So Kit's got the pressure on right now. I don't know how much time we have left.
Let me just click.
It's 28. 10 minutes. No,
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Actually,
that's it.
Time
that's
call.
Time.
Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, if you're wondering on stream, like in the chat, why don't we have a timer on the stream? It's like, well, it's kind of nicer to just do it this way. You don't have to look at time clicking down. More relaxing this way, and that's all we have. Runner trying to get into that remote at all costs, because this is basically going to be runner's turn, corpse turn, and then the game is over. And if they're both tied, well, that's a draw, which means 1 point each, which is not a bad thing. We don't know what the result was of the first game, but we're going to be going into Cobra quite soon to take a course and ending.
Yep. So the main worry here, I think, is if there's another data raven there and a price sec, and the corp who is most certainly holding on to either a boom or a high-profile target, that could be disastrous. But if it's not, you can still take 1 tag off the price sec and 2 damage off of. Oh no, because the price sec also does a damage. Oh no, this is bad. It's last click.
Yeah. Here comes a spider web.
Ooh, this is not good for Shiro.
Study guide can still happen. No worries whatsoever. Kit's ability firing.
I'll land you the second one.
Yep.
Whatever that is.
Yep.
Oh no. Oh no.
You're saying, oh no. Okay, so the runner's getting into the server without a res. Cyberdeck Sandbox, that's points. Well, that...
What does he do here? Does he take it?
Yeah.
See, this is the problem. If he takes the tag...
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Then the price sec is going to give him a tag. There we go. That's 2 tags. Or, as I said, you have 3 damage, which also puts him in high-profile target range.
Yeah. This could have been a very interesting play here. Now the core with 6 guards, and there we go. That's a high HP. Wow, what a game. What a finish. What a finish. So, I mean, we can only wonder, like, knowing that this is an agenda, for example, and so would you draw, or would you say, I'm just gonna wait for the draw to happen? But then again, you cannot really go into this, because Project Atlas can be scored, and then you actually don't get any points. I think it was a correct thing to run here, like, or it was the thing to do. Basically, you have to keep the corp honest. But that price sec, oof,
I'm not sure.
Huh?
I'm not sure. I think you if you can't drop to enough cards, then you want to try and get it off centrals. Although, yeah, R&D is also the tag there, but it doesn't give you the damage that that price sec would give you. So, I don't know. I think you want to take your chances on R&D, but I don't know. It was a tough decision.
Absolutely.
He made the call with the information that he had available, and hey, it happens. That's Argus.
Okay. And we will be, that's Argus indeed. We will be joined in a few seconds by Luke. So I'll be myself saving my voice and whatnot for later on. So you and Luke are going to be the driving force behind the stream in a few minutes. I just want to make sure that we have everything ready on the technical side. So Luke, get into the room the moment you can. And we are, by the way, going to be heading into round 2 after a short technical break. A reminder, by the way, to everybody, please, you're spectating on the stream, so that's great. And I really do appreciate that, not only as the person streaming, but basically as the person knowing that JNet might be a bit wonky if there's too many people spectating. But yeah, even a small number of spectators can cause a lot of strain on the servers, so we're still trying to shore things up there. Please do let your friends know who might be watching, not on the streams, that there are several streams happening. So do hop in onto those streams. If you are a bit intimidated by our kind of very relaxed chatness here, just saying, like, yeah, we're just talking about games, it's all fun and whatnot. There is a stream run by Shinodin, which is basically a beginner-friendly approach to the game, and I'm pretty sure it's full of very useful information. And we also have an Italian language stream run by Koga, and a Spanish language stream run by New Andy. So thank you so much for all the streamers doing this. This is great. And we have been joined by an activist. Luke, hello.
Hello, I haven't mic checked yet, so I'm just coming in hot.
Fair. I mean, your mic is always hot. Obviously, I might be.
Yeah.
I might be tweaking the volume levels a bit, but I think chat. Do let us know if there's something off with the audio. I'm not able to figure out everybody's settings everywhere. Luke, can you please introduce thyself?
Yeah, my name's Luke. I am in Sydney, where it is becoming. It's an 8:30 evening. As it kind of the day progresses, it'll get later and later for me, and I'll get more and more erratic, but that's fine. Other than that, I did okay last weekend to, everyone's great shock. I pack a lot of envelopes for Nisei, and that's about it. How's the games gone so far?
We've seen some horizontal stuff, we've seen some oppressive geist stuff, we've seen Asa group being driven perfectly well by the person that kind of built it that way. So yeah, Pinzel definitely showing us how to play Netrunner with certain playstyles. Definitely a lot of interesting stuff happening so far, but still we're looking probably for spicy matchups. Apparently there's some audio issues here and there, so I'm going to be tweaking things a bitsy bit, but you're all both fine. Like, do not worry about me tweaking things, because this is the thing, I used to do radio back in the day, still on a computer, like, not really on the usual setup, and there were only so many dials you could do with audio settings, and that was kind of clear. But now we're connected through Discord, we're doing things on JNet, which has its own sound, this is running through OBS, which has its own sound settings. Everything has its own sound setting. It's like, how many sound settings can you have? Anyway, ranting over. I'm not gonna rant much more. We're gonna be heading into round 2 after a short technical break from the side of the TOs. Is there a timer between rounds? I don't think there is.
There's still one match that we're waiting on a report from. So I think
yeah,
there's still one game going. Zero Cool versus Loveman.
Oh, Zero Cool representing Barcelona.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
Loveman, the lovely Andy Lovell from the UK.
Should we be saying this username or this nickname as the Loveman? I don't know, like, kind of 60s funk style. I don't know. Anyway, let's jump into Cobra. Then I'm gonna mute myself, but you can totally walk us through basically the scores and maybe comment on this if you can pop into Cobra. I mean, there's probably not that much still to guess what's going on in general, but there might be some interesting results.
No, we've got all the scores in at this point.
Okay.
So have we talked much about the breakdown of like some of the IDs we've got today?
Vesper talked about it a little bit at the start. The thing is, I can't really see the. Oh, there we go. Never mind, I've got it.
Just
Yeah.
while we've got a few minutes while we go through the requisite, everyone, it's the digital version of everyone sitting down, finding their decks. Jinteki breaks something. It's fine. It's interesting to see how much outfit and Asa, I suppose, is to be expected, especially as from what I caught at the end of that Pinsel game.
Yep.
But 30 Leela and 19 419s. I definitely think people got the memo about Titan.
Yep.
But it'll be interesting to see how some of that plays out. 13 freedoms.
Yeah, I mean they're all. We talked briefly about it for the first round. So I don't know what's your take on the breakdown and why these specific factions or identities are strong. Do you think?
I mean, to the degree that Outfit, Asa, and Titan are all extremely good and in slightly different ways. And that kind of Corp kind of having the problems that it's always kind of had to push for certain lateral strategies, and you're trying to build a runner that can deal with Asa and Titan is a little bit tricky. Obviously, with the APAC Continentals last week, I think probably a lot of people taking lessons from that and trying to extrapolate to what then changes a week later in the meta. So it was interesting to see 419 being a very strong deck, but to see Leela that strongly represented is interesting, and I'm interested to see how much that plays out. Freedom as well. I think obviously that won Apex, so that's done some interesting things in terms of people just going, all right, that seems good, let's load that up.
Yep.
But I definitely think a lot of people will be still playing what they're comfortable with and playing what their strengths are. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if you have to choose between playing a really good deck and being a really good player, always go the latter. Unfortunately, I don't always have that choice to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that comfort is really important in Netrunner. Play what you know, that you know your matchups and you know how your deck functions. And on a higher level, people will always try and kind of game the meta and see what kind of decks or what kind of cards are just strong at that point. But not everybody can do that. I do completely agree that having comfort is extremely important in Netrunner.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that a lot of these Continental championships, because they're so accessible, that being online, other than your own willingness to deal with your body's circadian rhythms and deal with time zones, that you have more mobility between different metas. So you have a bunch of people in one group, so you might have, we had obviously White Blade from Canada winning APAC. We've got a lot of people in here from possibly different regions, so Euros has always been really strongly represented. So it remains to be seen how much, because I think we probably saw that last year at Worlds, it being a European Worlds, it was definitely a different meta and different things are represented to probably what had traditionally been seen at Worlds. Because everyone has their pets, right? Although having said that, I should probably make the comment that there's very little smoke here, which is kind of the European stereotype.
Yeah, that's actually true. I hadn't actually thought of that. I know that around the world, a lot of people from different regions do kind of have this idea that smoke is a very European thing, and it is kind of strange that there's only two of them. While I do think that smoke is a very strong identity, I guess I'm not sure if it's fast enough.
Definitely think with Titan in the meta, even with Clot being available, Simul Chip probably not letting you make as much of a Clot threat as Clone Chip might have used to. But yes, Smoke's definitely got a while to set up before those kind of things get off the ground.
So just for the people who are joining us now, one of the observations that we made at the start of the tournament was that I guess kind of why things like Outfit, Asa, Titan, and Argus are so well represented is because Wayland are very, very good at rushing and punishing mistakes, while decks like Leela, 419, and Freedom, the top three represented runner decks or identities, are quite good at slowing the corp down.
Disruption
Leela,
being the name of the game there.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that's kind of what everybody's
sort of locked onto, which is interesting to see.
I think it's always I kind of had the feeling going into APAC that Titan is one of those, well, Asa especially, but Titan as well, is one of those corp decks you play when you can't really predict a runner meta. When it's kind of, when there are more unknowns, it's easier to just like focus in, just jam atlases if in doubt. So it becomes a very corp strategy domination, whereas anything runner that, because, you know, Titan and Asa generally run so fast that the wheels kind of come off if something comes out of left field, so runner decks that can put that pressure on, be it HQ disruption, be it, you know, HQ trashing, or anything get like quick accesses, becomes way more valuable.
Yep, I completely agree. Another one of those decks which hasn't shown up hugely, there's only 5 of them. It's another one of those identities that a lot of people go back to when they're sort of uncertain about what the meta's going to be, is Palana. But I suppose, considering the strong position that decks like Geist are in right now, probably not the greatest, as they can just go through remote ice like butter.
Yeah, and I mean, like, the last ban list, like, losing tools like Kakugo, so you don't have that kind of late game inevitability that you might have used to, kind of changes that. Like, Palana's always just a good make money ID in the worst case scenario, but yeah, and it's interesting to see, like, so Geist is kind of an interesting one, especially in that he probably has like one of the stronger Glacier matches, although not probably a late game one once he runs out of tools. So you don't have these same kind of forks. Like, obviously GameNet, being near and dear to my heart at the moment, can kind of catch out some runners that are probably tech to be a little bit too fast and can't consistently make those kind of central accesses in the face of large amounts of ice.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But like always, like at the end of the day, Netrunner is about, and especially, you know, tournament level, is about sitting down and kind of going, all right, being able to play something across the field and kind of plan for every inevitability to a certain degree. Yep,
and trying to do that with... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I was just saying, the joy is always, and, you know, if a deck is ever a known quantity, if I sit and tell you, like, all right, I'm going to meet you down in the parking lot and I'll have this deck, you can always build a deck to beat a corp deck or a runner deck, but it requires, you know, maybe you don't see it on the day, or maybe you see different decks.
Yeah, exactly, and it's sort of the artistry behind it that a lot of like the top level players have, is that they can build consistent decks that don't rely on what we call silver bullets.
Yeah,
which is always like it's a comparison that I like to make, is why back in the day, for newer players might be a bit of a reference that's out of left field, but there used to be a deck called Diaper, which the thing is, you can beat it, but if you built a deck that beats Diaper, it has a much less strong matchup against all the other popular IDs. So it's always just kind of the gamble of like, and that's what I guess Nisei and Michael Boggs as well, who was the last lead designer when FFG still owned the IP, did a very good job of balancing out things horizontally instead of vertically, if that makes any sense.
No, I definitely get that, because it's, you can't always challenge the runner or challenge a deck on one basis. You've got to have different levels of threat.
And I like that what Nisei, or sorry, what you guys at Nisei have been doing is making a lot of different archetypes viable, instead of like having the only this and this and this is good.
Yeah, and I mean, you always kind of... I can't speak for anything in terms of design team. I've done some like basic playtesting, so I can totally take the credit for it and say, yeah, I did all of that. But I definitely think like power level's been a thing, especially in Uprising. Like Downfall was very conservative and filled out a lot of like good archetypes. Obviously, we've seen Stargate and a lot of cards that are still very key come out of that set. Whereas Uprising was a bit more pushed in terms of making cards and building archetypes that were impactful.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that is sort of a thing that a lot of people missed, and that maybe people who hadn't been playing in a while drew people back in, because, you know, having strong cards is good, having strong cards is fun, it makes the games much more dynamic. But at the same time, the powerful cards have sort of been spread out, and people have been doing a lot of different things with them, which makes it interesting.
And it's always great to just see a card that you never considered in a certain context in testing or other just turn up somewhere else and possibly even ruin your day. I've had that enough times on Gintechnet. You're just kind of like playing a game and like, hang on, you're playing what?
Yeah.
Even just stuff like stuff like saw at the end of the last round, just like, you know, even not that these was Nisei cards, but just stuff like, okay, yeah, multi-threader and study guide, that's a perfectly good synergy. Probably not what, you know, anyone was thinking when they first put those two cards together, but there it is.
Yeah, I remember a good friend of mine. He also how to put it, very dedicated Leela player at a certain point started because you had crowdfunding. Started playing an Apex card called Prey.
Ah, yes.
That a lot of people just like out of left field, you know, like, what is this doing in this deck? And then you get the realization, you can just trash the crowdfunding to trash a piece of ice. That makes sense.
Crowdfunding made so many things work.
It's a good card. I mean, there's a lot of discussions that go back and forth over just how powerful or how, in air quotes, broken it was. But it was
context in the end.
Exactly. I suppose in certain situations it's an abusable card, but it's the same idea that, you know, knifed in Stabby Max was broken.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, as long as you have a team behind it who keeps sort of like iterating and patching and modifying things to, you know, I guess not put down strong archetypes, but you know, bring other archetypes a bit up to power level. I mean, again, I can't stress enough the appreciation that I have for everybody at Nisei and everything that they do. So that's really cool. Thank you guys. You folks.
I will accept.
Sorry, you folks.
I will again accept those thanks on the behalf of my strenuous packing of envelopes.
Mm-hmm. I've been there.
Okay, so just having a quick look at timer. We seem to be just about starting. Where are we jumping in?
Oh, now I'm everywhere with the audio again. There was a request for table 1, and just for people in the chat, we're gonna be jumping between different tables, of course, during the round, but some of the top players, like there's a killer matchup on table 10, I believe, which would be absolutely awesome, but we're gonna be jumping between different players, different tables, different IDs, just to kind of make the stream interesting. Tomorrow there will be probably a lot of Crim and Wayland, so we might be avoiding these, not because we're biased, it's just to show you some different aspects of the game as well. We have some questions in the chat, by the way. What is your power rating of Bravado? And Yakuza asking, of course, a silly question. Why would you send 4 cost barriers around the world inactive? Well,
Elvin with the puns.
Yeah, always on the spot, ready to pun. By the way, in case you're wondering, in case you're hanging around JNet, which you shouldn't because we're streaming things, so please don't hang on there too much. But yeah, I really love the update that was rolled by Noah, where you just press a few buttons and then all the tournament tables are created automatically, or they pop up into this tournament tab. They're all created by the players anyway, but then just the populating of them and then the kind of round start happens in one go. It's a beautiful feature for tournament organizers, so I'm super happy that we have this. And who knows what's gonna be there for Americas next weekend? I have no idea. I already mentioned that on the stream earlier on. Noah is quite a busy person outside of JNet, if you can imagine, so I'm very glad that we could actually get those updates. And
yep.
This kind of brings me to...
Recently became a father.
Indeed. This brings me forward to kind of a... Well, how would you say it? Like a recruiting call, maybe? If you're a developer, if you have any cool skills, not only for developing websites or working on scripts or anything, but if you're interested in joining Nisei or helping out in any way, shape or form, please do reach out. Maybe not on the Twitch stream right now because we're kind of busy, we have our hands full with having fun. But there are ways of contacting me, say, on the website, and everybody's always welcome to just come over and say, hey, I can do this, I can do that. Quarg in the chat saying, features for Americas, bug fixes, and more bug fixes. Yeah, well, you know. There's always some bugs to
Should
squash.
probably we should probably specify that as amazing as the auto tournament pairing table is, it's pretty much been abandoned for the second round, just while we get the kinks out of it.
Yep.
However, it's an excellent idea.
Yep.
Yeah, and speaking of the people who were working on JNet, also do really quickly want to plug out that a good friend, Lost Geek, Ozan, who does a bit of the front end stuff, has also been working quite tirelessly on this. So big shout out to him as well. Thank you for everything that he does.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're still waiting for round 2 to start. I'm observing Discord here because people are setting stuff up, making sure that things are working. Let me just look around again into the right lobby. Some tagging happening. I think the games should be on, but I don't see anything. Should I be refreshing JNet on my side? That is a possibility. Oh no, we actually... Okay, something happened here. We're already on. Wow! Okay, we're going table 1. People have created... So the tournament feature for now actually had to be switched off. Okay, I'm turning the music off then, because we were banging out some arm intimidation. We should be jumping into table 1, I said, right? Game's already on. Jeez, we just missed stuff. They're actually on in the competitive tab. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, we're on it. People created things manually, and that's also great. Like, you know, that's what I love about this community. People are just resourceful and spunky and getting things in place. And in case you're wondering, by the way, Trip Mirror, Belfast, a creator of content, not music. We have 419 versus Sports Metal. The game is afoot, or any other body part. I'm switching off. Over to you. Go for it.
So 419 and Sports Metal. Are we kicked across on the stream yet? I'm sure we will. But 419's already got a pretty good setup for the Paragon and Pad Tap.
Yep.
What else? So Sports Metal, Tranquility Home Grid, always a really fun asset deck. So quick tempo hit.
Definitely a very, very well-designed card. Just a quick check, we were at 84 spectators. So for people who are just joining us now, welcome to the African and European Continental Championship by Nice. My name is Clusterfox, and I am joined by an activist for this second round. Welcome, everybody. 84 spectators, that's pretty good.
Yeah, do not adjust your speakers. I'm Australian. That is what my voice sounds like. News team in server 2. That is an excellently fun card to see.
So this is looking like fake points.
Fake points all day. So we saw an expose off the Juices Wild. So we've got a Fairchild 3 on HQ.
Okay.
So the news team and the Juices Wild. I mean, the Juices Wild is going to be interesting. Just off that expose, I do love the news. Like, just fake point Sports Metal is always it's always the dilemma: do you win too fast?
Well, yeah. A lot of decks right now are playing Clot, which makes it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, probably unlikely to see that out of what looks like, at least so far, textbook 419.
Mm-hmm.
But you never know. That's Netrunner for you.
Exactly. It is a very strong combination of 419 and Amakua as well. I mean, I'm assuming everybody knows this by now, but it's basically you spend a credit or give them an Amakua counter, which can be quite obnoxious.
Indeed, and even just the level of information you give away by not doing it is extremely rough. Fairchild 2, not going to be great for him here. 2, not going to be great for him here. 2, not going to be great for him. Got a little loop of myself there. That was fun.
Yeah.
Is that what I sound like?
Everybody sounds weird when you hear it on tape. All right.
Okay. So it's been a little bit for Sports Metal for me. Like, so we're looking at the fake points version, which will, as a kind of my vague understanding of it, is you end up giving away a lot of your scored agendas to, and obviously getting your Sports Metal triggers of, and you'll win off what are the two cards here? Game Changer
And
is the big
Fast
one.
Break. Yep, Game
Yep.
Changer and Fast Break. So it plays a lot of, again, things like News Team, which is -1 point, Domestic Sleepers, which is 0 points, Hyperloop Extensions, which is 1 point, and then tries to score out the bigger agendas with combinations of Fast Break and Game Changer later in the game. And often it becomes a bit of an inevitability if you don't know exactly how to play against it, because it's a deck that can take you by surprise.
Yeah, definitely.
Often a good strategy is to put down some sort of multi-axis like Turning Wheel and just find an end the run and bounce off of that until you can do a big dig, because I believe it's Game Changer requires a successful run.
It does, yeah. It's interesting. And there's also, in a deck, so the 419 will likely have Turning Wheel. In other decks, you start doing oddball strategies like just stargating agendas and never stealing them, because you're only really turning on Game Changer at that point.
Yep, exactly.
Ngolo in 419. Let's all just take a moment to blame blame Mayak for this one. It reads as Meek, but he's supposed to say it Mayak apparently.
Okay.
This was we tested. Well, okay, I would not say it's a ridiculously inventive solution, but it was something that both Mayak and myself were playing, and a couple of others were playing last week.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ngolo out of 419 just kind of gives you that extra little rush advance. So like you know, it's one less breaker you need, which is always kind of a risk of being locked out when you're on Omakua heavy builds. So
yeah, it is. It is sort of a semi AI breaker, right?
Yeah, exactly, and it lets you challenge a lot of different ice earlier.
Yep, and 419 generally has the economy to back it up, as it's not the most efficient breaker, but it is, safety.
Exactly that. And as I say, like it can get you through shallow remotes, which is something that you see a lot in Asa. It can get you through key remotes that you might see in Titan. With a couple of different ice, though, that's obviously going to be a bit more threatening. Also, it is, as you say, a relatively efficient breaker, but it's just that extra 2 that you're going to have to pay. The cheeky doof.
So let's see what happens here. Ooh, it's a Meridian. Okay.
Okay, so that's going to be a quick 6.
Another interesting. I've experimented with Meridian quite a bit in the past. I've never really gotten it to work as a sort of fake point. But
I mean, it's
an
definitely
interesting card.
No, and
he takes it.
He's taken it. Again, it's just feeding into the game plan. It's a nice little include. I suppose it does give him the Ngolo window here, and the Fairchild 3 was a known quantity.
Exactly. One of the decks that I've been messing around with is sort of a Jinja City Grid Glacier Asa deck with rhymes in it. And Fairchild 3 with 2 rhymes on the board, that is really, really taxing for an Ngolo to break.
That's great.
Not that I'm checking. Just quickly reading what's didn't ask.
I'm assuming that was the window between Meridian and then hitting Fairchild 3. Whether or not Axel was going to continue.
Okay. So going through anyway, I mean, it would probably not be great to lose that diversion anyway. I'm assuming he was going to go for it regardless.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and takes the access because Cinesel's gone down to 0 credit, gone down to 2 credits just for that. 0 credits and then the sports medal trigger. And then gives you a lovely bravado window.
Such a strong card. I love bravado.
I think everyone kind of, at least I remember like first looking at the card, you kind of, that's pretty good. It's kind of like an amped up dirty laundry, and then you realize it doesn't need to be successful.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes this great, like, even worst case scenario, you're still getting paid.
Yep, you're still getting at least.
Oh. Now this is probably what you don't want out of sports medal, real points.
Yep. Just quickly seeing what's said here.
Having said that, even with thanks to the negative points, we've still only Axel's only on the 2 points thanks to the news team in the Meridian. So I guess at this point,
Sorry for a second. Yep, go ahead.
Yep. I was gonna say, Sinister gets is going to take a pretty slow approach from here. Is that and that's the Cyberdex purge down the bottom. So, I guess what's your strategy here, Sinister? You're just going to take your time because you're already on like the Magic 4 agendas in the scored area or the stolen area rather. Still going to need.
I think at this point it's sort of it's one of those classic things that I hear a lot of people say is just trust your R&D. That never happens to work for me because for some reason my agendas seem to be lighter than other cards and they kind of float to the top.
And not uncommon. But, also, the Jinteki algorithm is just stacked against me.
Yeah, I feel you. Okay. So we have a CVS res there.
Yeah, that's basically just to duck the doof.
Yep. And also to clear the Amakua.
Yeah, well, Amakua is already clear, but it's now resed and live, but it just means it takes some credits away that wouldn't be giving Axwell from the diversion of funds.
Yep.
Still takes the 1 anyway.
I think at this point, like as 419, you have a bit of time there's the turning wheel. Bit of time to sit back, gain some credits, build some board state. And this is a good run to clear that CVS.
Yeah. Before you really don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. And I guess at this point, I guess what Dennis still doesn't have many options aside from just hold on for dear life.
Yeah, I mean, so still going to need a fair amount of econ to get back on the board with the combo. Mm-hmm. Having said that, that's 2 diversion of funds in the bin and only a third one. So on a long enough time scale, you just weather this.
Yeah, if this game goes very long, then anybody can win. I mean,
definitely
no clear-cut winner at this point.
And Giordano Memorial Field being pretty gross when you've got 4 agendas across the table.
Yep. Okay, falsified.
So guesses incorrectly. But ironically now no longer has the money to challenge it.
Well, I mean, again, it's only a hyperloop, so I mean, it's not a huge loss.
It's definitely not.
Deuces Wild, what a card. Oof. Big boy.
Big boy tier. Shout out to Morgan.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Yeah, and you've got a challenge anyway just to force the res.
Yep. I mean that's a lot of what it comes down to with 419. It's playing the economic battle, like trying to stay a bit ahead of credits or keep them low on credits that they have less options to play around with.
Yep. And it's amazing, especially with such fast runner decks and such fast corp decks. You're coming down to credits on either side.
Mm-hmm. You remember from maybe a year or 2 ago that we were in this meta that you had huge stacks of money on both sides of the table. It's interesting to see that it's kind of often come back to just inching your way forward in whatever few credits you can scrounge up.
No, definitely. And yeah, the Hyperloop's a really interesting one because it's if Axwell really wants it, it's going to cost them 10 credits. Probably want to trash the Giordano while they're there as well.
Mhm.
all for another 1-pointer and a sports medal trigger.
Yep. Does Hyperloop trigger on steel as well?
It does, I believe.
I thought so, yeah.
It does indeed. On the other hand, yeah, falsified credentials value.
Yep, that's true. Can't pre-res it. Alright, and there's another pad tap as well. So there's a bit of a money swing. Draws a card? No, 2 credits, sorry. And here's another diversion. Interesting. The last one for those
The last
at
one,
home.
pointedly.
And it would surprise me if there was recursion in it. So pretty sure this is the last one that we're going to see.
Yeah, I think your only options would be something like labor rights, which haven't done the full count of influence, but I'd be surprised to see.
Yeah, or Harmony AR therapy, but don't see that.
I mean, yeah, if you slot it, cool, fair play.
All right, just
yeah,
putting some turning wheel counters, just poking centrals.
yeah. So 419's definitely not in a bad spot here. They've still got some cheap access. They've got 6 counters on Omakwa. They've got the Angolo out.
Yep.
Cinecel's still like the Giordano still makes things very expensive. So it'll be interesting for a little while. And having said that, with all 3 doofs in the bin, you know that things are only really going to get better in terms of credit denial.
That's true.
So once there's some more res dice, I don't know if there's going to be more than one CVS, so hopefully you can shake off the turtle a little bit. So it's definitely still in the game here, but it's going to be a little while before Cinecil battles up to Econ, which hopefully the Adonis helps.
Yeah. It'll take a while, but I mean, there's definitely potential for him to claw back into this game.
Yeah, definitely. And as I was saying before, like sometimes it doesn't even take much.
Yeah, it's often in these kinds of decks that you just kind of have to sit back, get some money, and wait for the runner to make a mistake.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I mean, there was a different iteration of this deck, but one of my meta mates was playing quite a fair bit of it, and you're like, okay, you're on 5-6 points. Okay, I've got a full turning wheel. Next turn, I'm just gonna deep dig and I'll find that last agenda, and then from 0 they can just combo out to 7 points. But it's like the old CI thing of hang on, let me do math for 10 minutes.
Yep. I think that is definitely the fear for 419 here. It's winning too fast but not quite enough. Like if you deep dig and score 2 more agendas but don't win, you're just turning on the combo even harder.
Yep, indeed. For now, Cinecil is only at 3 credits, so
yeah, exactly. Looking pretty good at the moment. And the 2 pad taps just going to help keep that credit differential strong.
There's another Meridian.
Another Meridian.
At this point, you just break it with Amakua, I'm assuming.
Yeah, costs you $1.
Paragon trigger. Right, and let's see.
Yep.
Okay, just more turning wheel counters. That's not bad. What I was mentioning earlier, it's good to build up your power counters on turning wheel as early as possible, so that when the combo is about to become online, you can deep dig and hopefully disrupt the combo.
Yeah, indeed.
Also, like we were saying before the round started, freedom is also pretty good against this.
Yeah, not having to pay for everything definitely helps.
Being able to get rid of game changers and fast breaks.
Yep. Now, the Meridian res took Cinecil away from being able to res the Adonis, which is just, again, making it a slower turn. So they're just going to have to credit up and keep hoping.
Yeah, it's like I said, he's got to trust his R&D and hope that it holds out for a while. Okay.
Definitely. And yeah, 419 is just going to keep hammering R&D because 8 counters on a turtle. What's gonna threaten you aside from the tier, which we've seen and has no money for.
Mm-hmm. Or what's not conundrum? The antivirus one.
Macrophage.
Macrophage.
Although conundrum would be funny. It's like the only time it's relevant, and it's still not.
Yep.
Base getting trashed.
Okay, that's an interesting include. Makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it for just like, I suppose it gets you like a click, the extra click on the combo turn, but
it's sort of your HB calibration testing, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a biotic you can install with Game Changer.
Yep, and it's 1 credit cheaper.
Savage power creep. Disgusting power creep, I should say.
Rizeki. Okay. It's weird. I haven't seen Rizeki in a while, especially with the prevalence of things like Pat Taps and Taproom coming back.
Yeah, it's definitely featuring a lot in these 419 decks because it just gives you that little bit of consistency, and it's just strong econ. Like at the end of the day, and because Elwyn's listening, your card's busted.
Ban Rizeki.
Ban Rizeki.
Quickly jump into. Ooh, the Rizeki is hurting my eyes.
Too bright.
Somebody pointed out here, Little Wiggle pointed out that it's a good chance that Cinesil is playing stock buyback, which could be a huge econ boost.
That is exactly the econ we're talking about here, yeah. And I suppose, again, that just makes your fake points being stacked up against you even better. Another falsified, yep, because we knew it was the Adonis.
And that's the last falsified as well.
Would be.
Why have Packet Rizeki when you can make Data Sucker at home?
I don't even have the chat up, but was that Morgan?
No, it was Akira.
Right.
Right. Oh, Simon Moon. Kenny in the chat. I don't know about this deck. Croupier in 1990 pointing out that Sinus is in a really good spot. It's possible. Akira pointing out that she was quoting Morgan. So. All right, so we've got the Adonis up. There's money ticking down. Yeah, this game is still pretty much on a knife's edge.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like R&D access is going to remain cheap and plentiful. I think, as you could kind of discuss before, you almost don't want to see an agenda. You'd almost be tempted to start jacking out before access just to build up turning wheel counters for the big dig. Because I think Cinesil definitely has enough econ now on the board to be in a really good spot. The Adonis can merrily tick down, and even if it doesn't, anything that goes in that server remains 10 to access. 10? 8 to access.
8, yeah.
8, yeah.
Depending on what ice is in front of it, obviously.
Yeah, that's before you even get into that kind of calculation. So I think it's definitely, and it's always the way, at least for me, when you play sports metal decks, you feel like you're losing 08 of 1.
Yeah.
Because you do have this amazing ability to claw back.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I do kind of enjoy about a lot of HB decks. Like Asa also has that amazing capability of just being able to bounce back really quickly if you lose a couple of agendas early. It is one of those things that, for a while that Apocalypse was really, really popular. And the thing is, if you Apocalypse an Asa deck with the Asa trigger, they're probably going to be able to build up board state much faster than you are.
Yeah, that's very true.
So let's see what's going on here. Okay, we've got some class act draws. Oof.
Money's always good.
Another beautiful bravado. Checking the hand, because by this point, there's probably
Probably
some
something going on.
agendas. Yeah. Let's see what we see. There's another Adonis. Okay. And just to talk about sports metal,
Yep.
in a vacuum, I do think that it is one of Rain and Reveries' most interestingly designed identities, or the guitar cycle in general. I do really, really think it's a very cool, very powerful ability that. Ooh,
Shout out to Political Operative.
nice. Oof, that's rough.
This is definitely hewing quite close to my X deck, because it's amazing what problems Political Operative gets you out of.
Yep. Indeed, an underrated card. It's always one of those. I always find when I'm building a criminal deck that Political Operative is very often like my 46th card,
Yeah, definitely.
But it is very often just worth it to have it.
I think definitely in the meta you'd be kind of expecting going into this, like obviously it hits Reconstruction Contract out of Titan, it hits Reversed Accounts out of Outfit, it hits, Rashida out of everything.
Mhm.
So it's never really a dead card. It's just always, you got to find the time and the deck slot for it.
You got to get it on the board. I mean, there's a lot of Christian going around as well.
That's also very true. So still sitting at. So there was the Purge, so the Turtle's off.
Yep.
Going to have the second Rizeki. So one of the things that is interesting, obviously, about this Ingolo build is your MU's a little bit playful, because you've got the Rizekis and the Angolos kind of taking your time. Having said that, we would probably expect something like a paperclip as a barrier breaker, which would help with Meridian.
Yep.
So it kind of remains to be seen, once Axwell can kind of build up the credits, what the next play is.
Well, it's a good thing like he's recognized that he has a bit of time to draw up now. Earthrise, an expensive install, but I mean, at this point it's probably fine. And depending on what Cinecil is holding, might even have time to get rid of the pad taps. So I'm not sure if that's worth it, but
Possibly. I think Cinecil was kind of fighting for credits all this time. It would be odd to kind of throw it away, especially when they're that close. Having said that, Axwell's on 4 credits. Anything that's going to set their tempo back is probably going to help you in the long run.
Mhm.
It's interesting that Axwell's down to 10 cards left in stack, so it's interesting. I'd be curious as to what they're digging for. Might be the paperclip or like an extra breaker to kind of get through R&D at this point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a breaker, or I don't know what. Maybe another pull-up. Maybe there isn't that much event economy left. We've got 3 bravados, 3 diversions, 3 dirty laundries in the bin.
And here's the game changer.
There we go. Okay, so let's see where we go from here. Global food. All right, pumping out agendas. Not bad. And sports trigger. For credits. Oof. All that drip.
All that drip. I think it would probably be worth, depending on the breaker situation, because I don't know if we know what's in front of HQ at the moment, to maybe try and sweep HQ and see if you can catch a game changer or two.
Yeah.
Because they are very trashable.
That is true. The fast breaks they aren't, but the game changers.
The fast breaks are still a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. It wouldn't be inconceivable that Axwell is holding on to a legwork.
A legwork, again, kind of going off book for the deck, and embezzle would be kind of hilarious.
Oh, embezzle would be good, yeah.
So boomerang getting
Boomerang.
through the meridian, so we definitely found something.
Right, let's see what this is. Oh, that's a tier, obviously.
Oh, it was a tier on HQ, yeah. Or
Yep.
was it the R&D one?
No, it's the tier's bottom ice on R&D, I believe.
Okay, yeah, so that's going to be a little while away from being relevant.
Mm-hmm. If he even gets to a point that you want. There's the legwork.
And we got the legwork, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
All right, let's go. Let's see. All right, okay. Just sweeping it. There's a base. Yeah, that's good. Put in some turning wheel counters just to see everything.
Yeah.
Probably want to trash that, I would assume.
It kind of depends what else is in HQ, because it is still quite expensive. And I think you'd probably be, depending on what happens here, you might be saving your click for an archive for your R&D run. Hyperloop.
Okay.
And they're going to take credits rather than draw, which is, I think, probably the right move.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And we've got an archive memory.
Probably means he's fairly confident in what he's holding.
Yeah, and the archive memories is going to do a lot to kind of fix your hand there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, preventing the expose.
With that, I would have to scroll back to check. That's possibly like the first actual pay into the 419 trigger.
Yep, I think so. So we've got 5 agendas on Axel's side, putting him at 3 points.
It'd be interesting because given that Axel kind of saw a lot of the hand, we're kind of like base is the safe option there, but we're kind of representing that it could be something else.
Yeah, I mean, Netrunner's a lot of how would I put it? A lot of the fun of this game is the mind games.
Definitely that.
Yeah, could be an agenda, could be a Tranquility home grade, could be Giordano, could be an Adonis. Mm-hmm. Whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it was the mandatory draw. I think we saw everything, didn't we?
I think we did, yeah.
Base, archive memories, hyperloop, and archive memories. So with another food, this game is over.
Indeed. So got 10 credits, still looking pretty safe. If the chat favorite the chat favorite stock buyback comes in there, it'd be interesting. So yeah, Fairchild 2, not gonna do much other than slow him down at this point. It's still quite an annoying break cost for Ingolo because you've still got to pump it.
Yep. It's a base.
And that's the base, yeah.
I'm sorry. That's my fault. I thought it was trashed.
No, it wasn't. But again, it's something you've got to threaten anyway, just because it can be an extra click.
Indeed. No one home.
It's
interesting
what would you be
install.
expecting there?
Potentially for a news team. I don't know why else it's relevant.
Would that work with the news team because it's a cost?
Oh no, you're right. Yep. Nope,
yeah, I don't think you can trigger no one home on news team.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Okay, so going in for another peek here.
Yeah.
Oh, I was wrong. The tier is on top of HQ.
Yeah, it is on HQ. Okay, but again, going to slow Axel down. They've still got pretty free run of R&D at the moment. Depending if the barrier breaker is in the last, 7 in the stack, at least you get the successful run, so you're gonna have the boomerang back available.
Yep, and a turning wheel counter, and Amakua counter potentially.
Okay. So they're going for it now.
All right, roll them bones.
Yeah. Guess you kind of have to. You have the credits available to hit Game Changer if need be. GFI,
Oof.
there you go. But
I mean, it's also pretty good to see what's coming up, so you can sort of prepare
definitely
for that. All right, 6 points for all the marbles.
So you know it's not in HQ. Oh, alas.
Okay. So we're at 7 agendas and 6 points. Don't get to say that every day.
No, and you've just fed Sports Metal the extra credits, so it'd be interesting what the play is from here. It's very dependent on what those four cards in the bin are, because we've got 4 face downs, which could be any number of archive memorable fun cards. Hey, there's the stock buyback.
Boom, money.
Shooting up to 31 credits there.
All right. Okay, so this is interesting. If we can... I'm just thinking we've got the archive memories in hand. So get back the Game Changer.
Well, no, because Game Changer is removed, so it would have to be
Oh,
one
right.
guarded.
Wow, I'm not... Sorry.
No, turns out there's a lot of weird things in combo heavy decks. I'm frantically reading as we go. So yeah, it obviously Axwell knows what's on the top of R&D. We have a pretty good idea on what's in HQ. So it really a lot of it's going to turn on what those 4 archive memories cards are, or 4 face downs are. Okay, Giordano. That's that's going to shut off R&D quite nicely. That makes it 14 extra credits to access.
Exactly. That's pretty rough.
It also means that Sinisteel doesn't have the win in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So we're now going to spend some time with Axwell trying to work out what to do about R&D, and Sinisteel just waiting for what's going to get them the game.
Exactly. Just biding some time. Quick shout out to a couple of people. I see Jessica has joined the chat. The lovely Andre from the Metropole Grid has joined us as well. So welcome to you, fine folks.
Having glanced over, we have no access to the player's hands. That's correct, because, that would just be rude for other people playing. Also means I can just be merrily surprised by anything that happens. I mean, you get to make these amazing commentator calls like, well, if I was the runner, I would play this card, which I have no idea whether or not they have. Okay, so yeah.
There we go.
Another Game Changer. Yeah.
That looks like the last food. Oh, let's hope it's the last food.
Sense and
activation. What does this do? Okay.
We're going the long way home.
Okay, so we can get that tier resed.
Well, because the runner has the other 2 foods too, so you don't have a 3-pointer available.
This only plays 2? I didn't know that.
I don't know. So the runner's got 2, and you've already scored the 3rd.
Oh, right. Wow.
So
apologies to everybody on the stream. I'm making mistakes all over the place.
I'm certainly not any better. I'm just sitting there frantically reading cards, trying to work out what's going on. So 8 cards left in R&D. This is now getting quite tricky. So we have. I assume there's another Vitruvius.
Yeah,
there might have to be another 2-pointer. Otherwise, again, you've got to go the long way home with scoring out 3-pointers here. Scoring out 1-pointers here, sorry.
Yep. I haven't seen any domestic sleepers yet. I don't know if that even is still a card, but I'm assuming so.
Yeah, that's definitely a card that would fit in this deck quite nicely. I mean, I think as a runner, you're running out of options here. I think you've got to make you're hoping for a really key R&D hit. You've still got the counters. I think you've also probably got to poke archives and just keep them honest.
Yeah, it's a possibility. 1 point wins in the game.
Interesting. Yeah. So what they're going to do is just take the cheap accesses to build up turning wheel counters, because obviously you don't want to pay that 13 until you really have to.
Yep. It's at 27 right now, so it is in a fairly comfortable
Looks pretty good.
position.
Yeah.
I like this. Both players are in a pretty good position. This could really go either way.
I think the runner's definitely looking a lot better because they're still going to see 4 down.
Yep.
Presumably Cinecil doesn't have it in hand, or they'd have gone for it. There's also we didn't see what this is in server 3, so that could just be the Galaxy Brain 1.0 win.
It is, yeah. It's definitely a possibility. It could also be a Tranquility or Giordano.
Almost anything at this point.
Yep.
To kind of take attention away from R&D, but they're still going to see the 4 cards off R&D.
Yeah, there we go.
Pay the absolutely ludicrous Giordano tax.
Okay. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen.
This could be it. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, Cinecil saying GG because it's, you're saying 50% of what's left in R&D now. And all you need is one of them. Even a 1-pointer, even with your fake points, is looking pretty good now.
That's the game changer gone. And there it is.
There it is.
Hyper Mega Pre. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, that was a very tense game. Good to get round 2 started off with that one. Do you want to watch the return of this?
I'd be interested to. I think Vespa's driving where we actually look, so I don't know what else is going on.
Okay, quickly just gonna jump into the chat. What is the additional cost for Giordano per agenda? It's 2 credits. Yep.
Just to jump in, yes, we are going to watch the rematch, or not the rematch, but the other side of this. And then we're gonna be probably jumping into some spicy IDs we haven't seen yet. So Adams, Sunnies, all that stuff. There's the Apex somewhere there. If we see those games, we're probably gonna try and jump in there for round 2, closing out.
Good. I am quickly going to run to the bathroom. I will be back in 30 seconds.
Okay, so I'm starting the timer on Cluster Fox's bathroom break. In the meantime, I'll also remind people that there will be a break between some of the upcoming rounds. I'm just not sure if it's going to be after round 3 or after round, maybe even after. A lot of traffic, of course, in the channels as we go, but I will let you know the moment I know. Maybe you know what break for. You being OP.
I do know, but I'm just not going to tell you, as in an air of mystery.
Perfect. It's a ruse.
I have absolutely no idea.
Fair enough. We're going to get the information to you people as soon as we get it. But in the meantime, we have Argus and we have Akiko Nisei, which is already a spicy night. Here, haven't seen Akiko much in tournament environments. It is a very fun ID to play, though.
Yeah, I've always had a lot of fun with Akiko. I'm absolutely fascinated to see it at a tournament table because it's always seemed like it was just close to being really good. We've got visible.
That is actually very true. We have visible hands. Should we be jumping tables then? I don't know.
I think we should probably duck.
Yeah, we're gonna jump out of this then. Okay, well, just for everybody's safety and security, always be hiding your hands. So okay, well let's go into a spicy game of something. Oh, there's a Table 36 Pumego's game. Are they setting up or are they already finished? Because there's the Apex. Pumego is a European player. She's the Apex player, and it's always fun to play. I had the pleasure of playing against her in the was it the German Nationals? Yes, in Nuremberg. And it's just the builds you can put into Apex are quite interesting, especially if you don't play against Apex much. But I'm just trying to find a table that we could jump into. Maybe table 42, although there's a ASA group and Freedom, so nothing super spicy here. I'm trying to find something different, so to speak. If you see something, say something. Oh, we have Tofbebe in table 52 on Adam. And he is the European Adam player, I would say. So maybe let's try and jump into table 52. trying to make sure if I'm actually not jumping into a table I shouldn't be jumping into again. Make sure, no, but I think we're fine. Whoa, what just happened here? Ooh, I just lost a tab. No, okay. Loading. For everybody on the stream, yeah, we jumped into a rematch, but the hands were open, so we didn't want to mess that one up. I did click watch on this table. It might take a while to load up because spectators and whatnot. Table 52, we are in the game. Adam and Saraswati Mnemonics. I think Cluster Fox is back, so I'm gonna.
Yep. Sorry about that.
So we've got Saraswati versus Adam, which is a really fun matchup. Would be interesting to have seen the early stages of when you're just doing ridiculous Saraswati bluffs.
Yeah.
So you've got a absolutely disgusting server with a Biovolt on it already rezzed. Although Adam's looking pretty well set up with Logic Bombs, Corporate Defector, and Golo.
So, hunting grounds as well.
Yeah. Having said that, he's scored an Obicada the hard way, but he's got no stack and no grip. So that makes your Anansi quite. You couldn't possibly Logic Bomb through it. Mind Game, there's a fun card. It's
hey, it costs 0 to res. Why not?
it costs 0, and updating your glasses prescription.
So yeah, it's one of the interesting things is if Hyperbolic Mess draws cards here, then we're going to be able to see them with the Corporate Defector.
Yep.
Which gives Adam the ample opportunity to go and grab those from HQ. So he has to be very careful of how he draws. Also, don't forget that Adam gets 2 accesses in HQ whenever he runs.
Indeed. Corporate Defector is just such a nice open card in Adam because you've got safety first, they've got Corporate Defector. There's just no secrets here.
Yep. It's funny because while it looks like quite an innocent little card, it's quite polarizing. A lot of people really hate it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the things that just like that level of information and just you have it at the wrong time when you really just want to be able to draw up and there's Corporate Defector laughing at you.
Yep.
It's like
especially annoying back in Clan Vengeance days,
Oh yeah, when your vague hope of just being able to sneak something past.
Yep. Like, oh, I saw you draw an agenda. Boom, there goes your hand.
So R&D is looking pretty open for Adam. Like he's got a fair amount of money, and it's you can Ngolo paint the Anansi, and then you've got 2 code gates behind it. However, neither of them are cheap. And obviously, anything that threatens net damage at this moment is extremely not good.
Indeed. I don't know if we've seen any. Let's see. Well, things like Gene Splicer, I suppose, but there's 2 of them been in 1 scored.
Yeah,
that's fine. Don't know if there's really any other sort of punishment for net damage. Well, any net damage subroutine with a baddie would be pretty bad. But then I suppose there's always Citadel Sanctuary. I don't know if that works with 0 cards in your grip. Yeah, it should.
It does work with
it's only meat damage. My bad.
Ah, yeah, correct. Yeah, right. So the Biovolt and just being able to Saraswati fast track. That wasn't a fast track, but still, like it just makes that tempo a little hard to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, any access here could just mean despair for Adam.
Yeah, the thing that Bebe has is that money isn't really that much of an issue. It's just getting the right accesses, I suppose. Oh boy.
Or if in doubt, just rip the agenda. That also works.
Nice. Oh, congratulations to Bebe, hailing from the wonderful country of Hungary. So I guess we're gonna pull Vesper back in.
Yep, I'm here. We're just hopping around a bit. We have still 25 games going strong. Let's find a table with, I don't know, just if you see something again, just shout and we'll just hop in there if you see any interesting names. I was kind of looking for table 10. Let's actually do a quick search using Magix. I think they may have been finished. Yeah, because they were. We had Rotaj and Pinzel. I think that was the matchup, which would be quite interesting to see. But I'm pretty sure both players pretty fast, pretty focused, pretty well aware of their decks. So that might have finished very fast. I don't know. Any picks?
We've got Nememiah, the feared Chris Dyer, who's playing on table 25.
Ooh, versus Drago. Let me just see. Or Drago? Yeah, okay, let's take a look at that. And Nememiah is playing against NVN. So that's table 25. We're hopping into table 25. In the meantime, if you just tuned in, Swiss round number 2 of 7 of Nisei's 2020 Africa and Europe Championship, Continental Championship. And here we have Chris Dyer versus Drago.
10 minutes left in the round or so.
So this game looks very close to being over, honestly. We've got 6 points and a remastered edition on the board for CTM. Accessing a psychographics.
The challenge of how quickly you can read the board state before it's over.
Yep, and there's also the CSR campaign ticking down.
Yep. And you've got the 11 turning wheel counters and a sneak door.
Business show filtering the draw there. Now, obviously, that tour guide is a bit of an issue.
Definitely is, because obviously your boomerangs or what have you aren't going to do much for that. Okay, so we've got a couple new servers. You've really got to, like, depending how long that DBS has gone on, R&D is probably pretty neatly buried. And we've got a remastered edition with a counter. This is quite a lot going on.
Quick thank you to Akira for keeping us on our toes. There's 10 minutes left in this round.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, I mean, how does Chris get through that tour guide?
Like, you got to assume, like 12 credits, you got to assume there's a Begolta waiting in the wings.
Mm.
And at that point, it's just money to go through.
Yep. Oh.
But you're trying to dig for that or what have you while you're still checking all these other threats. Because realistically, at this point, with the remastered counter, anything could just turn around.
Exactly. It's also the Chris being on Anacam, it's not unreasonable to think that there might be an inside job there somewhere. Although it doesn't seem like a very Chris card to play. But, I mean, Drago's just throwing down remotes, and I guess it's sort of a now or never. If any of those are an agenda and you don't check them, this game is completely over.
But having said that, like, how Gold Farmer, always a fun card. Still gonna get your bravado credits. I think it really depends how likely Drago is to try and bluff a 2-pointer out, because Chris himself is still on 4 agenda points, so it could easily be the agenda that loses you. I suppose you could give 1 2-pointer away and not worry too much.
All right, well, let's see what he installed in 17 and 18. All the start of turn triggers. I haven't seen CSR campaign in a while. It's an interesting include.
It definitely does a lot here to kind of accelerate your plan.
Especially with CTM always having that annoying little punishment for going in and removing board state.
Yeah, and just, wanting to spam things out, but then having to disgustingly draw cards afterwards to refill your hand.
Pretty certain that, or pretty certain. It's a good chance that that's another tour guide on top of R&D now.
Yeah.
Oh no, something went wrong there.
Chris seems to have buried the wrong one with Class Act. I think we've all been
It
there.
happened. Yeah, it happens all the time.
So yeah, like that's quite a lot of turning wheel counters. As long as you could get R&D access, you're in a pretty good spot. But
Yeah.
I don't know. This becomes depending how long that DBS has been sitting there. You've got to start doing math in terms of what part of R&D you're seeing and how safe the agendas were.
Yeah, exactly. I think the main issue is there's the buck altar. Okay, the main issue is
Yep.
just getting into R&D at this point. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Inside job.
There's the inside job.
Here we go.
This could be brutal.
Yep. So you're going to see 7 cards there.
Okay, it's an enigma.
Yep.
Oh dear. Okay. Can break the tour guide.
For how many?
We're about to see.
3, 4. Just throw some more on it. Yep. Could you even possibly tax out 15 here? 12,
Okay.
13, 14. You're very close to just being able to make that impossible, but it did not happen.
All right, 14 gains 2 back. All right, and now don't forget your turning wheel counters, because that's something that I do all the time.
Drag
All
over
right,
man
so let's
being able to
see.
draw an agenda.
Here we go. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, this does honestly look pretty good for Chris.
Mhm.
Okay, okay. Food. Putting him at 6. And the
And
deal.
the build of winner.
Congratulations. All right.
Yep, that's pretty close.
Yeah, it's like most of the games we've seen today. It's games that can go either way, and
Yep.
that does speak volumes to the meta. I do like that.
I just want to point out that, you know, causing the ice train, it's like, I mean, you cannot win with CDM. It's just illegal to win on JNet with CDM if you build like 20 plus servers. And kidding, of course. It's my pet peeve, and I'm sorry for being very silly about this. But we still have some time in the run, right? Like around 3 minutes, maybe. Should we just maybe take it easy, or should we try and jump into a game and stress people out? No, I'm kidding, of course. We have.
I think it'd be 3 minutes of me trying to read cards and then giving up.
Yeah. So instead of that, I mean, let's maybe have people figure things out. Let's just take a very quick jump on Cobra and take a look at what's happening there. I just wanted to mention this from the last round, and I forgot it. But basically, after the first round, I think almost a third of the field just swept, and that's I think it's kind of a big thing. I guess it will be interesting to see what the scores are going to be like after round 2. Speaking of which, actually, let's take a look at the pairings. Some stuff has already been reported, so let's take a quick look. Let's scroll down the memory lane and see what has been happening on the top tables here. A lot of splits. That's good to see. We have Odal splitting as well. So a lot of people. Mendax though sweeping Lost Geek. That's interesting. Although Titan and 419, well, I guess we can see what happens there, or what these decks might be doing. Pinsel sweeping Rotage. That is big. So Pinsel undefeated so far. Percomis sweeping. Yeah, as Mortar. So
my boy
going well. Hungary representing. For those not aware, Percomis, Peter Dinya, an amazing person, amazing player, lovely person to hang out with. You know, just one of the sweetest people in the community that I've met personally. Of course, everybody's pretty sweet, but you know, he's kind of like a slight notch above the sweetness. No, I'm kidding, of course. But anyway, let's keep going, because this is not about particular people, but the whole tournament. Rotom Appliance. So Patrick here, sweeping Mortivore. Mr. Buggles cares me still going on. Cable counter splitting with Emil. quite a few games still going on. But yeah, it's kind of the final minutes, so we're not going to be jumping in there. I just have to say that I love the username not Dabiz. I mean, no idea who this is, but yep. I see some familiar names from the Lockdown series here. Baramu versus Anarcho Mushroom. Definitely fun. Count Zero splitting with Steezman. The one also known as Neo splitting with Losty. And I said Losty, I'm looking for Swifty. Where is our people's champion? Snoopy sweeping on table 34. Tradon and Late splitting. Pumego and Shiro, we had a corpse split. Okay, so Apex didn't win. Oh, well, go Apex. What else do we have?
Victory.
Yeah, Polyg sweeping Berzelius. And yeah, just going and going, and there's so many tables here. This is just beautiful to see and lovely to scroll through.
Shout out to Potet, our Australian export in Oxford at the moment.
Oh,
I don't know how he's doing, but I hope it does. I hope he does amazingly.
Are you trying to like sneak players into Europe? What is this? Explain yourself.
Well, you know, we just we do what we can.
Shout out to Zero Cool.
For those playing at home, Whiteblade's now Australian. That's just how the rules work.
Oh yeah, like basically you give up. I think it could be an interesting meta game, you know, kind of moving people around from different areas. Just like, oh, your champion has to come over here now and represent because you know that's it. Like basically they just won the game.
We have a long history in Australia of especially with people from New Zealand. Just when they perform well, we just claim they're Australian all along. Like your Russell Crowes of the world, like yeah, no, they're Australian, and then they don't do well, and we say they're New Zealand all along.
Fair enough, makes sense.
I just picked this up in the chat that it is actually Rotom Appliance's birthday today. So hey, happy birthday from us, Patrick.
Happy birthday, Patrick. That was a terrible singing.
I'm glad someone sang because it wasn't going to be me.
So yeah, I just want to do a very local, very private shout out. Sorry, Zero Cool, that's Jonathan. He's playing GameNet and Lila Patel, so he's been playing GameNet and Lila Patel for a while now. Representing Barcelona as the person from the Barcelona meta. I'm not playing. A lot of other people are not playing, but we're involved in organizing, doing things and whatnot. And also, we have... where are we? Maybe they're not playing today. Sorry, never mind. I'm rolling back on what I was just saying. Okay, so Cobra still getting updated with results. We don't have all the scores just yet, so let's give people some extra time to figure out if they want to win or lose their last turns here, or their last game rounds. And just as a reminder, we do have several other streams happening. So we do have the beginner friendly stream by Shanoden, by Alice. You can find the link in the chat, popping up every now and then. We have Koga from Italy doing an Italian stream. We have New Andy's doing a Spanish language stream, and we also have Black Swan doing a stream. I think Mike can add this to the bot, maybe perhaps, although Mike's very busy in the background running stuff. Okay, so what are your impressions so far? Any big well, surprises? Anything making you go whoa? Or not really?
No, I think pretty much anything is a surprise. Like all the games I've seen have been very close games with back and forth. I think, as we were kind of discussing a little earlier, the fact that decks are built to go so fast, I mean, they come down to like a couple of clicks or a couple of credits either way. So interesting how it plays out. Like I'm loving to see Adam and Akiko and some of the audible identities getting represented. So I don't know how it's going to play out. It's only round 2.
The round just finished a minute ago, so we're going to be getting the score stripping down. And in the meantime, also trying to be organized here, of course, obviously. And we will be getting additional superpower commentary added to the stuff. Oh, wait a second, there's no delay on the stream. Maybe interesting to click on that. What's going on? We have no delay. Should there be a delay? Should we be adding delay to this? Well,
no.
I think we're gonna be fine. As long as we don't run into games with open hands, we're fine, I guess.
Yeah, I think a lot of us had that discussion leading into it. There's kind of no good way to do it.
Exactly. It's just a part of the honor system. Like if you're player that's playing for fun and enjoying whatever the level, whatever the setup, so to speak, you're gonna be, you know, legit, and 99.99% of the time it works. So I think we're in a good spot here. But thank you for pointing that out. I will be trying to summon the powers of Andre, and we'll see if that works out. But Andre is going to be joining us for round 3 when it happens. There's still going to be a bit of time, so I'm going to let you, lovely people here, well, basically chat your heads off, the 3 of you, while I hop around and do some things in the background, obviously. Andre, are you with us?
Good morning, everyone. How's it going?
Good morning,
Hey,
good evening, good
Andre.
afternoon. What time is it for you?
It's 8 in the morning. It's a bit of an earlier one.
Okay, well then, good morning. I hope you're using your beverage of choice for energy and you know, like clarity of mind. I definitely will need a coffee. So for anybody,
No, it's been.
oh, so go on.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's been fun so far. It's a bit of an early start here in the eastern side of Americas, but I've got to watch one round so far. Got that early coffee in me. I'm excited. We've seen some fun games so far.
Yeah, indeed. For anybody not aware of who Andre is, it's like, where have you been for the last X years? I mean, seriously. But Andre is the person behind the Metropole Grid, one of the primetime Netrunner streams happening very regularly, with loads of fun stuff happening and loads of interesting insights. Yankee plays, cool plays, high-level plays, like whatever. Like basically, if you want to watch Netrunner online, watch Andre. Definitely a great way to spend your time and learn a lot about the game. Thank you so much for joining us on your Saturday morning. I have to say, on a more private note, like yesterday, I was in a barbecue, then I was in another barbecue, and I was like, "Am I gonna get up? Yeah, I will get up. Of course, coffee." And then I was like, "Yeah, excitement, stuff happening!" Whoa! And here we are. It's 2:00. We will be heading into round 3. Soon, I believe. And what are the 3 people here with me in the room right now? What are your predictions for well, basically the top 16 for tomorrow? Like any you think there will be any spicy includes, like I don't know, like a surprising Adam popping in or anything like that?
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to tell. Obviously, I've only seen one round so far. We have a lot of players, and you just ran through the standings. There's a lot of like really well-known quantities in terms of competitive Netrunner players. We saw some absolutely like really mean tables already, where 2 like strong players that could be favored to get in the top 16 playing one another, which, you know, that makes it difficult for one of them at least. I don't have any favorites, I guess, so far. We're seeing a lot of Wayland. I think it's the most represented faction, I would guess, by like a large margin. Just looking at the Cobra listing, we see a lot of criminals too, 30 Leela players. So just on that basis, I guess it's a safer bet. But I want to see how different this is going to be from Asia Pacific. It's been just 1 week of people maybe looking over those VODs, trying to piece out some of the worst matchups, trying to figure out what kind of edges they can get. But maybe a bit too soon to say, but man, it's still really exciting, even to see just the results from round 2 to come in.
Yeah, there's also we're still waiting for the round 2 results to update the standings. The beautiful people behind the scenes at Newsers still collecting that data, but there are some really interesting decks out there. Like there's an Ag Infusion and a Smoke, and there's an Akiko deck and a Lat deck that have all done fairly well in the first round. So I mean, there could be some surprises here, but I do agree with Andre that it probably is. It's probably looking like we're going to get a lot of Wayland and criminal decks in the top 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the numbers are definitely on your side there. I'm just thinking, like, I definitely think ASA is going to be a lot more represented in the cut than Asia Pacific was. We'll definitely probably see some Titan in some form. To what degree Titan just has a annoying propensity just to fall down on you, 1 game in 6. I'd really like to see GameNet do well, because I'm sure anyone that probably watched me on stream last week just kind of went, hey, what happens if we put this deck in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing? But I would imagine, like, so there's Geist, Haley's probably really strongly positioned, so I'd like to see something like more of a Shaper representation tomorrow. But other than that, it's really going to depend on how these pairings play out.
Yeah, just compared
Really
strictly to Sorry, yeah, compared strictly to Asia Pacific as of last week, I think we maybe even saw one or two ASA groups. I'm not even sure about that. So now that's coming in as the most played, most represented identity. That's huge. I think also we're seeing a lot more Jinteki Glacier. Now RP is probably more on the asset side, but we're seeing Ag Infusion, we're seeing Paulina. That's not a playstyle that we saw too much of just a week ago. So I'm excited to see those games on stream if we can, see how they hold up against some of the more aggressive and disruptive criminals, and even the Anarchs, Freedom and Hoshiko. Yeah, they can do some work there.
Yeah, definitely. Just to quickly update everybody, we have the round 2 standings coming in, and as predicted, it's a lot of Criminal and Wayland. There's one Lat in 3rd place. There's an Asa in 4th place, which is our world champion Pinsel. There's some GameNet there, so it's largely going the way that we kind of predicted. But I mean, it's only after 2 rounds, so this is still anybody's tournament.
Interesting to see. Yeah, like paired with Lat, we've also got Jemison, so I think Clickle just wins like absolute style points.
Oh, whoa!
Yeah, like that's a great pairing to be taking. A lot of Argus up the top here. Obviously, it's a lot of strength of schedule at this point, but Argus didn't seem to perform that well last week. Outfit obviously did, so it's good to see. Like a lot of people probably jumped on Outfit as kind of the bigger, angrier Argus.
Yeah, it is one of those identities that Outfit is just very, very versatile. There's a lot of different things you can do with it, and it's one of those identities that once it gets flipped across the table from you, you don't really know what's gonna happen. It could be a rush deck, it could be a punishment deck with punitives. It could be like a very classic Glacier style. I've seen people running things like Ibrahim Salem and Salem's Hospitality and Neural EMPs in it. It's you never really know what you're going to get when it's an Outfit deck, which kind of plays, I guess, in its advantage, as people are usually a little less excited to start running against it early, because you can always get hard hitting used, and it's a very interesting idea, and I do like seeing it come up now.
Yeah, and I definitely think a lot of the reversed accounts plays kind of fix those kind of credit disparities that Argus doesn't always get. Because I think a lot of players can feel they're safe, and then something comes out of left field. It'd be interesting.
In terms of framing today, can y'all say how many rounds we're expected to play in Swiss? And then I believe it's a cut to the top 16 after. Is it 7 or 6 rounds today?
7 rounds.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a lot of work to do. Top 16 cut out of still, we're about 113. It's going to be quite competitive. Strength of schedule almost definitely will play into that based off of just the size of the player pool.
Yep. 117, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So yeah, it's going to be a pretty exciting day. We have a lot more people coming onto the stream in the course of today and tomorrow. So I want to thank you both, and Vesper and everybody on the stream, because that's going to be it for me. Don't want to crowd the comms too much. So yeah, this was really fun, and good luck to everybody, and have a lot of fun, you two, on the stream going forward.
Hey, thanks, Cluster. Hopefully get a commentate with you sometime soon.
Yeah, we'll definitely put that in the books. All right, guys. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for joining us. And indeed, we're going to be heading into round 3. I'm still waiting for the updates on Discord, because we do have some timers running there. We do have some things popping up there, here and there, basically. And it's a huge tournament, 117 players, even given the buys and everything. It's like a lot of people to just organize and make sure that they're all in the same place at the same time. So a huge shout out to Akira and Princess Space Kitten and Mike running this tournament. I'm still trying to get an information update here regarding the lunch breaks.
It's after this round. There'll be a 45-minute break.
Okay. I just saw this. Thank you so much for making this official. So much cool chatting happening in Discord as well. Like people trying to figure out if Nemamaya is Mortivore and whatnot. Like with so many usernames that we haven't seen before, you might get a bit confused. Anyway, back into the thick of it, so to speak. we'll have the next round starting in around 2 or 3 minutes. And there will be 2 timers running for those interested. On Discord, of course. We're not going to be running any timers on stream. We're too chill for that. Thank you so much also for your guesses regarding the meta. And I mean, Luke, you were playing in APAC, and that was kind of the Continentals in APAC were the opening of the series. Do you think Americas are going to be the same? Like, we do see green and blue all over the place here. That lad in the 3rd place with 6 points, that's kind of interesting. I think watching that lad will be also a cool thing to do. And the game net is also an interesting input. But do you think we're going to just see blue and green all the way in this current meta, which is not going to change between those tournaments?
I don't think so. I think it'll be a shift again. Because I definitely think going into APAC, it's probably the least amount of available information, especially with there being, fewer competitive events going around because of the current unpleasantness. So I think it'd be interesting to see, again, probably just because of cultural differences and what's in local metas, but by, again, the joy of Netrunner, everyone will see the results as of tomorrow, go home, spend a frantic couple of weeks putting together whatever they think can beat the deck du jour, and then go from there, which is going to make Intercontinentals even weirder.
Yeah, I don't know if you're able to tell already whether this is a reaction to what happened a week ago, but last week I think there was a lot. It was closer between the people playing Leela and the people playing 419. Right now that's skewed pretty heavily onto the Leela side. I wouldn't be surprised. I know Eric came on after his win last week to talk a bit about why he thought that was a very strong choice and perhaps a better choice in 419 in the meta. Again, we can't say that's entirely a clean reaction to that. But I also think in North America, at least, I guess I know that's seen maybe a bit more than the Euro Africa side. But I think there's a lot more play groups that keep some secrecy and are tuning things behind, in their closed scientific chambers somewhere. And you might see some surprise reactions to metas. Maybe there's things that are brewing. There's not too much sharing of deck lists on the competitive side right now in public spaces because people are trying to keep their cards close to their chest. We might see that, but again, there's still the stuff that's good right now, especially on the corp side, the stuff that, kind of can close games. I don't know how much that can change in just a week.
No, I definitely agree. And I think probably anyone brewing up a storm at the moment is looking at eager eyes to see how the next couple of weeks unfold before they make any strong calls. And I know definitely some of the people I was talking to offhand in some of the New York metas and other places, and just comparing notes and just not even really being able to reconcile what they thought was good and what we thought was good, because it's always a case of whatever else is out there. Maybe this, as we're already seeing this week with a lot more outfit representation. Maybe the Titan wave subsides. Maybe we're seeing a lot more Argus. So we're seeing a lot of things as reactions to probably the runner dominance or the corp dominance on a complete way. So I would imagine next week we're probably seeing a lot more things that would answer Rush Crim. And I think Leela's been very popular in terms of probably people looking at Titan from last week and on that 419 lead divide leaning that way. But I think that Leela has issues, we're talking by matters of degrees. But Leela, I think, has a little more trouble with Glacier than 419 does, while conversely Leela is a little better at Rush than 419 is.
Yeah, just to make sure that we don't miss out on the games. They actually started, so we're jumping into I think they have started. We have Clickhill and on table 3, I believe. So let's just jump into this. They just sneakily started without us, No, I'm kidding, of course, but yeah. We want to see that lad game. So this is going to be it. I'm leaving you to the commentary, by the way. I'm jumping out, and it's all over to you.
Thanks, Vesper. So this is one of the more interesting tables, and this is in the top 8, I believe. This is maybe even the second table, if I'm not mistaken. But Clickhill seems to have some spicy lists on Lat, and Jemison Astronautics, if I'm not mistaken, playing against Ohms, the outfit, just jamming into remote here. I think we're on turn 3 just to start. A double advanced card, face down. A lot of options here. STS drone deployment, not doing a lot. We could have an SSL. Could just even be a slow roll of a hostile. Doesn't make 2 cents or NGOs. But Clickhill somehow found an Angolo into their heap this early on. You think maybe an overdraw? I'm not sure if damage can come out this soon. Maybe there's a snare somewhere in archives.
It doesn't look like it. There's definitely a whole lot of money in archives, and we can kind of see that the fact that Ohm's on 25 credits already, so already have big threats on the outfit side. But yeah, I'd be interested to see where that came from. Might have been no, actually scrolling back, it looks like it was a Cryptus guard at the end of the turn.
Fascinating. So
yeah, so definitely got the answers in hand, one would assume.
The outfit can punish in a lot of ways. We're getting a maker's eyes to see some cards off the top of R&D. We'll see 3 cards here. And there's a lot of punishments you have to worry when you're playing against a Wayland that has a lot more money than you. It looks like no hits, no trashes, no agendas there off the top. But Lat has a very interesting counterplay to some instances of the outfit. If the outfit is looking for a double punitive counterstrike to do 6 meat damage, reversed account. It's going to put click kill down to 0. Hard-hitting news going to stick. I don't think there's no amount of misdirection that's going to pull you out of this.
No, that's a very rip-roaring. The wanton destructions, I suppose, one play.
Yeah,
kind of a last ditch because Engram flush. Although having said that, won't actually stop the wanton hitting.
No, that can be easily 4 cards out of hand if you want to spend your whole turn, or 3 cards. Excuse me. That's has a chance of being enough here. We're talking about consulting visits, archive memories. All those cards definitely show up in these Wayland Operation Punishment decks. So a bit of a hard hit here. Engram Flesh going to call Event, if I'm not mistaken.
Program and hit the other Ngolo.
Ooh, double Ngolo. That's an interesting choice. We also see Knifed in hand. Some interesting influence spends. Throwing out 2 cards from HQ.
Yeah. But I mean, all Ohm has to do here is just draw up and for the HPT or whatever the tag punishment out of this is. So it's definitely bought Clickle a turn.
Yeah.
But I'd be interested to see where it goes from here, because at the end of the day, you can't be floating 4 tags. But with
still a lot of digging to do, digging upwards, in fact.
Yeah. But with your 2 Angolos in the bin, nothing else on the board, it's like how long can you afford to spend digging yourself out of this hole?
So Clickle's starting to slowly get rid of those tags, maybe bought themselves just enough time to click for credits, remove tags. That being said, the corpse still can just aggressively rush. Card on server 2 unadvanced. Doesn't look like a Rashida pop off the top there. We're going to get some advancements down on that. We don't know anything really about this, about the agenda suite here. The 5-3 suite is pretty popular, but you generally see some face-up agendas. CityWorks Project generally sneaks in there. But it looks like we don't got a strong read on this. And Clickkill just taking their time they can to strip off those tags and ensure that they have at least a mid to late game to maybe get to.
Well, with 2 tags, they're definitely safe from the 1 HPT. With the number of draws, but that could get anywhere from this point. 2 would still do it.
SSL getting on the table.
Yep.
I think worst case there to some extent, but I think you were a click short Atlas with a counter, but that looks more like a 5-3 list. I don't think SSL on its own really ensures what you're playing against, but Clickkill definitely going to have the time to clear all those tags. Starting their turn on, or ending the turn probably on 1 credits, are going to get that lat draw. I was trying to say earlier about the lat draw. It's actually a very interesting counterplay when you're playing against a punitive counterstrike deck. When you want to get 6 meat damage, Lat does have a chance to draw to basically to survive that, as long as the corp ends with 5 cards in hand. Talk about 5-3s, dedication ceremony, going to get that CityWorks Project up to a 5 meat damage access. You still have to watch out for cards like punitive counterstrike, I imagine. Clickkill's still floating a single tag. Usually not too much 1 tag punishment in these decks.
Definitely, but still looking at not a lot of money, nothing much on the board, so it's going to be interesting to see. I think you kind of have to let this go, even as exciting as it looks, because you don't really have anything to contest whatever that ice might be.
We've seen a fair bit of influence on splashy Anarch events. I think those events go pretty well with the Anacom, but whether there's influence to stop that last hostile takeover from this throwing Ohm up to 7 points, it's going to be difficult to see, and it's really hard to keep that hostile down.
Definitely, like when you're already at 6 points and a million credits, like time's on Ohm's side at that point.
Clickkill probably opting not to clear that last tag. Dirty Laundry, seeing 2 into archives. I think those are the wanton cards. Exciting to see what those are if we see any sort of meat damage or even a consulting visit. Self-modifying code, technically that is all you need to contest, and you need only 4 credits to contest the clot. It looks like they did trash a consulting visit, so that wanton did keep them in the game, I have no doubt.
Definitely. So that it's plays like that get you there. But the extra hard hitting, bit of a slowdown here. I mean, you can sit there and dig out the misdirection if you've got it, but that's still just more time when they get sitting there on game point.
Yeah, that hard hitting news definitely not something you're excited to see, but I feel like the game wouldn't have lasted that long either way, tags or not. Click Hill now has two different offenses they need to figure out how to deal with. 5 tags is probably a bit too slow to deal with. Probably just going to float them, get some accesses. Need to lock the top of R&D. No real good way to say fast track a hostile takeover and score it from hand. I guess you could with some sort of wild audacity setup, but a lot of these 5-3 Wayland decks aren't even slotting a single audacity.
Yeah,
Port
definitely.
him on the top.
Is that and that's the Angola number 3.
Oh yeah, wow. Triple Angolo. 7 credits to get on the table.
That's a pretty good card.
Not too bad whatsoever. Accessing with 0 credits, not gonna be able to trash anything, but can't even trash a boom if you see it. I think that's one of your better accesses here. Unseen from R&D, nothing. Kill probably not going to have another turn. Just modding down in a simul chip. Gets some value when you're on 0, not much else you can do. And Ohm probably has an answer here. There's 2 easy ways out of the game. Tag punishment or just that hostile.
Gonna do it. And then there's another hard-hitting news.
Oh, wow. Okay, now you psychographics out, right? Just for style.
Yeah, like it's just the concept of digging out of this with misdirection is just further and further away.
Yeah.
Also,
that was
concession.
It's a concession, straight concession. It was interesting because the self-modifying code on the table did, in theory, threaten the misdirection play if you want to clear the tags away. Maybe there's an understanding if you lose that, you do lose the cloth threat, but Simulchip did hit the table just the click later on that turn. So interesting whether or not Clickle could have pulled out from them. I think out from that, regardless, they were in such a poor state considering how aggressively, that's what the outfit does. Jam onto the table and keep rolling as quickly as possible.
Exactly. It just moves that fast and forces the runner to make very tough decisions between, 2 bad choices. I think as Clickles mentioned in the chat that they want more time for game 2, which I think is perfectly fair when you're in a position like that where winning would cost you a whole lot of time even if it was going to work.
Yeah, I think we want to value time. Time management is super important. And when your outs are that low, I don't know if it's always worth fighting for.
Yeah, so just to update you,
interesting enough.
We're waiting for the second game to start. I'm looking for them, but yeah, go on. Do go on.
So that's something that you see, like the outfit basically iced up HQ, iced up the remote, and they were good to go. They have the punishment from hand, but it's a very different game than playing against Anarchs, playing against Criminals. Anarchs have that turn 1 pressure. I'm not sure throwing Stargate down against a deck that you're expecting a hard-hitting news is that strong, but Shaper really isn't putting off too much pressure in the early game if you don't ice up your centrals and spend that time, slow yourself down. On top of that, Criminal, diversion of funds, even you can get that embezzles that show up every once in a while, but against Shaper, they're not actually forcing you to do too much. If you can just kind of push for the remote, you can go very quickly.
Absolutely. Like you definitely have misdirection as an out. You might think that solves all your problems, but you just don't have the economy and the pressure to kind of keep on top of outfit. So you can, if you have a decent enough start, put that pressure back on the runner rather than worrying about it too much yourself. Having said that, late game outfit tends to stack so much bad publicity that Shapers do run the table if the game runs that long.
Okay, just to cut in very quickly, they both started, so they're up, Ohm and Clickhill. Now we have Armand Guys versus Jamison Astronautics, so Clickhill definitely here on interesting decks, and they both kept. Over to you.
This is going to be a wild matchup. Jamison Astronautics, not a well-represented ability. Motion Notion! Okay, here we go. 3 advancements on a card that Clickhill can't res this turn, or for Ohm's turn as well. And, 419 wants to set up, and talk about setup. We got spy cameras on top of tech writers, on top of tech traders. Ohm just going to let this Motion card here. And Motion Notion, I think, represents a lot within Jamison. Jamison can actually run on-axis traps like Junebug in a very scary way.
Yeah, definitely. Like you always have the fear of just like instantly putting counters on a Junebug out of Jamison.
Standoff being scored. So we hit that Wild West standoff in which you can start trashing your own cards, not one another's cards, as we once thought. And it looks like that's going to go through. Clickhill getting the 5 credit refund and the card draw. And Ohm drawing up. It's actually really interesting in this match. Not all Geist decks modernly are playing Sports Hopper, but Sports Hopper is one of the few ways that you can intelligently interact with a June bug. If you don't know, for those watching at home, if you don't know the combo, Jemison, if they can forfeit in an agenda, they can put advancement counters on a card on the table. So after a runner has committed to access an installed card in a remote server, you can find a way to forfeit an agenda to get counters on top of what could be a Project June bug and land the runner with a lot of net damage out of nowhere that they've already agreed to access. Now, Geist has some ways to deal with that. On the Lam might not do enough, but Sports Hopper is actually one of the better ways to peel out and draw more cards before you're going to hit something that potentially hurts you. Diversion of funds straight into HQ. We have Grappling Hook. We have Gabali. This will almost definitely go through.
Yeah, there's nothing in it for Clickle at this point, so why would you? The only other angle would have been if there was something resible on server 1, but you had too many credits to actually try and conceivably duck it. And Geist just recovers too quickly from those kind of tempo drops.
So there's some big ice that Clickhill in theory is threatening to res while having the standoff in their score area. It could be an Archer, even a Titanium for free can be pretty scary, trashing resources. But Geist, pretty good at face checking. All you need is that Grappling Hook and the Gabali. And not only are you going to face check harmlessly, but you're going to get card draw and you're going to get credits for your effort.
So what do you think your options are for this first turn Mushin card out of Jemison?
It's really wild. Some of the Jemison decks can actually build up some pretty no-win board states. I'm going to forget the name of the card. I think it's Forced Intimidation, in which you're forced to either take 2 tags or 5 meat damage. A lot of times you can get that scored at unopportune times. Actually, in retrospect, that might have needed some currents for that to work. It's been a while since I've seen it.
Yeah, you're thinking of Armed Intimidation because you can. You would have had the click spare provided that high-profile target was in hand.
Yeah.
But definitely, so we've got so many upgrades and assets like flicking out, which is just with Oberth Protocol out of Jemison, there's just so many options it could be, and that's one of the really wild things that are fun about Jemison. It just leans itself into so many different rogue decks.
And one credit is all that it's needed for this to be scary. Now, the diversions, 2 of them have come through in this few turns. But in theory, if Ohm is going to go check server 3 or server 4, if one of these is an upgrade or an asset that prevents, that allows you to forfeit an agenda, you can get that Junebug trap. There's a very big chance that server 1 is just a Junebug protecting an Oberth protocol. So Clickhill basically can score the Atlas from hand, and it's very hard for Ohm to interact with that server and destroy the Junebug. But if any of these cards are on-access traps, as long as one of them is like a net quarantine or any of the strange cards that let you forfeit things. Oh, actually very strong in this matchup could be the Neighborhood. Oh boy, what's that name of that card? The one that lets you trash resources unpreventably. Corporate Town. Yeah, that does a lot of work against Geist. When you have that money on the tech writer, you have that tech trader economy. Geist is going to have to definitely need to trash that as soon as possible.
Epic. It's tricky because Geist isn't in a position to start checking all these servers yet. Like Quickl's like not a lot of money. So whatever the game plan out from here is going to take some time. Those diversion of funds definitely taking a toll.
Yep.
So again, you go.
With one agenda scored, Clickill's at least in a good spot. Jemison, you need to score the agendas in the right order. You're generally trading them up, if not trading them for that lethal flatline. So Clickill could easily just like scoop an Atlas off of server 4, server 5 and get that in the score area. But it looks like 4 credits, 3 clicks are taking a while to think here. And that in itself is always worth considering as the corp or as the runner, as the opponent, when your opponent stalls a bit and tries to figure out what to do at the junction.
But money, always good.
Just triple click.
Yep, you've got the boomerang on HQ, like kind of like we were seeing in the 419 game earlier. Like the worst case scenario, you've already got the 2 diversion of funds in the bin, so there's only going to be 1 more.
Yeah, the back might show up in this matchup, but can only recur cards with that trash can on it. So maybe I really doubt you'll see some any recursion outside of that. Bravado just going there, keeping the pressure up on HQ. Again, if you're worried about Project Junebugs, if you're worried about traps, the easiest way to dismantle those is actually to get the accesses on central servers. We're seeing a mouseless 2 turns in a row off of HQ. Bravado returning 7 credits.
Mouse will also be an interesting play as it goes through because obviously, multiple subs always give guys pause, but he's not too worried here.
Poking R&D? I don't think we've seen anything of R&D. Spiderweb, that's good. Tech against criminals. That generally shows up in the meta because the 3 and the run subroutines favorably lines up with those pretty they're pretty everywhere, the boomerangs.
Yeah, exactly. It stops boomerang. It requires both the grappling hook and the Gabali to get through otherwise, so it's just going to cost Geist too many resources to get through that conceivably. So, yeah, the spy camera is going to do a lot to just kind of pick your battles there.
Geist is very interesting. Not running too much. I don't know. Maybe we say a turning wheel. Maybe we'll even see a Stargate, but not too much multi-axis built in. Kind of relying a lot on that spy camera to see the top of R&D to see whether that run is worth popping your resources for.
And also just like the pure econ once you got a few more tech traders down.
Click kill, 6 credits. Spending another turn just clicking up. Spent most of their money on that spiderweb. Want to keep 6 credits to their name. Coming back just for those axes. Prognostic Q loop also firing. Worth noting that Ohm is seeing the top 2 cards of their deck. Can pay a credit to attempt to install one of them as long as they're a program or hardware. And then we're seeing that Archer. Archer's such a strong card against most criminals, but with Grappling Hook and Gabali, I don't know if we're ever going to see a res unless it's needed to get counters on another card.
No, yeah, because even at this point with the boomerang and the tech trader triggers, it's basically just giving guys money to break it.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. We cycled 1 technical writer to get another one down. Technical writer is like 9 credits and a card draw for a click. Advances card in server 5. Single advance, a double advance. In theory, I don't know if you have to respect anything here. And there you go. There's the Atlas on the table.
Find Atlas, all right, if that'll get you there. But there's still a lot of unchecked servers and not much money on Cloquil here, so it would be interesting to see what the game plan is from here. I mean,
As
you
long
can't
as
conceivably hold out on centrals, you can't hold HQ very well. But on the other hand, like guys might not have the money to keep him down quite so much. Having said that, the bravado will do it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Credits definitely favoring one side of the table or the other. I think if Ohm keeps like that's kind of the always the surprise as well as you think you're doing. Oh, we just saw a boom. That kind of shows a lot about the deck. This deck might even have ghost branches, maybe ways to tag because I don't think we're anywhere near too hard-hitting news. There's a chance it is the armed intimidation to give the runner that choice between tags or meat damage, making sure both sides are lethal. In theory, that could have been lethal here if they scored. I guess they would have done it a while ago. Maybe it's just credits that they're short on. Maybe it is an armed intimidation in server 1.
Yeah, I think the credit it would have been just shy of the credits at a couple of points, but again, might not have been in the boom in hand until just recently.
The back hitting the table, that will get a free token as long as Ohm makes a run a turn. You can use those tokens later to get cards back into your stack. We're checking server 6. Clickkill wants to act.
Psychic Field. Oh, unlucky.
Ooh, both paying 0. So that's not going to go through. If you want to trash that, it's only 2 credits if I'm not mistaken. Psychic Field now hitting the archives. So Ohm kind of knows what's afoot. And Psychic Field is a really cool punishment in this deck. I was going to say one of the best ways Ohm can interact with the threat of the Junebug. Another boom trash from HQ. Oh my.
2 down. That's that threat. You're probably not going to expect 3.
Yeah, Archive Memories, preemptive action. We haven't seen any ways to get those back into the game just yet, but Clickhill definitely wants to get those into rotation back once again. I was going to say that if you can draw cards mid-run, it makes it harder for them to do that Junebug trap to you, the Junebug play. And Ohm has a lot of ways to draw clicklessly as long as they keep their spy cameras around, even their simul chips, stuff like that. But Psychic Field deals with that really well. Mushin no Shin, CityWorks project.
Honest CityWorks, that's going to be a pretty desperate play because Geist obviously has the ways to draw cards up from here. So it's a question if they really want it.
5 damage, 5 meat damage, and again, Ohm can clicklessly get up to cards. Another card into the remote. Now, this is a big agenda, of course, 3 points, but this will put Clickkill on game point, and I have no doubt they'll be able to Audacity or even just Oberth trade away that standoff to get that last 2 points they need to close the game. I feel like if Ohm doesn't steal this, they're going to be in a really bad spot.
Having said that, like as we talked before about the threat of the Junebug, at what point are there other forfeit options to put more counters on the City Works?
Oh, that's a very good point. Yeah, that's huge. Again, so I think at the best, if they can forfeit everything here, that's the surprise play. You forfeit Atlas, you put 3 more counters on it. You forfeit the standoff, you can put another counter. If server 3, 4, 1, or the new server, one of them is a net quarantine, I think that's the best one. That lets you forfeit multiple agendas in the same paid ability window. I think actually, no, you need ice to res, so they might not be able to get everything up.
It'd be a really tricky one, though, because obviously it's one of those things, like when your game plan relies on your opponent making a mistake.
Yeah.
You kind of got to hope for the best there, but yeah.
Yeah, but Ohm has to play this smart again. If you can drop 3 more counters mid, right before access onto that CityWorks project, it can be surprise flatline, and Ohm needs to not goof that up.
It's only 4 credits. It's a lot of dependence to be able to pull that play.
But I think there's an
I think
open
even
for
then-
server 1.
Could be. Having said that, even then, if that works, like it's even if Ohm can get through it and can draw up to it, it's still a pretty meaty tempo hit. Do we see it?
Street Peddler, 5 cards in hand again. If they do that the trick and drop the Alice counters on here, Ohm can react by drawing with Street Peddler. Ohm can react by drawing with Simulchip and withdrawing Spy Camera. So this might be a no-win situation where it's forcing Clickkill to spend their
Mali
Atlas
is
token.
huge here.
Whoa, what is Mali a blank? Street Peddler to stop the draw?
Yep.
Mali is a Loca blanking the non-virtual resource, jumping the Alice counters. I still think
There's
Ohm
the
has
over.
enough card draw here.
Hey, that's disturbing.
Well, I think Ohm could have got away with that. I think they could have saw with Spy Camera, and I think they could install with Simulchip. They might have been able
Not
to
necessarily
pull
because
out
I
there.
think it's going to be priority.
5, 8, but you can react before you access. Wait, no, they had 5 cards in hand. They could have probably drawn 2 more, 6, 7. Yeah, no, it's not necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily it. Yeah, I think Geist does have options here.
It's tricky because I'd have to sit there and work out how the priority window works because it's at what point does Geist have to pre-commit to drawing those cards?
So you can always react to the runner, to the corp's paid ability. So you say, I'm good, then the corp does a paid ability, then you can do a paid ability, then the corp can do another paid ability. So
Yeah, but you can't. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Right? And so you both keep going until you've both passed. So here I know the Spy Camera can draw, the Simulchip can draw. That's only up to 7. I think Ohm is going to need 8 to survive. There's a chance that you can install something off the top of the deck with Prognostic Q Loop, but I think you have to do that earlier in the run.
Had to have done it early in the run.
Oh no, actually that's Boomerang. I think Prognostic you can use at any point. So if they hit another Spy Camera or Simulchip, they're okay. It's going to be close.
You're right. Prognostic can be at any point.
Because I think obviously the Malia for Street Peddler was a very important play. Street Peddler easily can be 2 card draws, but Ohm right now on 6.
Yep. So they've got the Simulchip. They've got the So the Simulchip.
We're up on 7. Ohm's going to need 1 more card. This is again 6 meat damage plus 2 for the text of the agenda, flat out. Can they draw 1 more card? No, I don't think they can.
That's amazing.
Oh wow! Again, undefeated. This Jemison trap.
So I
think out of
it was
ahead.
that close because I think if there'd been something off Prognostic that was trashable, he could have done it. But yeah, that was a really fun play.
Yeah, they should have known exactly what's on top of the deck because of Prognostic. So they can tell. Knew. Yeah, wow, that was great. And again, if any matchup can deal with that, I don't think this list is on Sports Hoppers, but as long as you keep those abilities to trash mid-run, I think that it's so important to say that Malia play, that Malia was it. That was exactly what was necessary for this play to work out. Yeah,
and it's amazing that and in exactly this matchup to be able to knock off the Street Peddler and whatever the follow-on trashable could have been.
That's so cool. So it looks like those players are going to split. That generally will still keep them towards the top of the pack going forward. Again, those players were both undefeated, 12 points going into now, what is it, round 4 coming up in a bit. Yep. We still got a lot of time, I imagine, left in round 3.
Exactly. I'm just hopping in here. Let's choose a table. Let's pick a table. Any table. Chat, let us know if there are any favorites. But the 3 of us are going to look through the list right now as well and just choose something spicy. This was great. This Jemison. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
always the most fun to watch.
Yeah, if you have
I just realized I was watching on stream, so I was probably a bit behind in my commentary. I need to watch on the actual tables themselves. Excuse me.
Do join. We do have a Sunny on table 39. I don't know if people are interested in seeing Sunny in action. Do just mention an ID or a matchup that you see there if it's interesting. jump into anything whatsoever. And as a reminder, just in the meantime, while we're choosing a game, after this round, there will be a 45-minute break. So 45 minutes to refuel, rehydrate, visit all the bathrooms you need to visit and whatnot. Just taking it easy for everybody. Even if you're not playing, you probably need a break. I know I do. So definitely there will be a bit of an intermission. And in the meantime, there are raffles going on. And we had Mike complaining in the chat that people don't want free stuff. There's free stuff to be won. Just raffle in the chat if you want to receive. Cool. Okay, so any game decisions, any picks, any tables you would like to see?
We've got a call out in chat for Apex on 27.
Table 27, absolutely, yes. This is going to be Pumego. Like I already mentioned. Oh, and this is actually a meta game. A meta matchup. We have Pumego and Tradon. So both players from Germany. That's going to be fun. I'm just hopping over, clicking buttons, making things disappear. They both kept. Okay, I'm leaving the commentary over to you. You have to figure out now what the hell exactly happened in this game so far.
This is going to be a fun matchup. Always Apex really interesting to see. The only digital runner we have so far. Well, Hoshiko actually has something to say about that. But we're seeing a very early heartbeat. And that you can trash your install cards to prevent any kind of damage 1-for-1. And we're looking at Argus Security, which let me tell you, is definitely going to want to hit you with that damage.
It's definitely something that's going to make the Argus math a lot harder to deal with, just being an infinite number of trashable damage preventions.
Yeah, it's really hard in terms of other like damage prevention cards. There's a lot more ways to deal with them. They're usually resources, or I guess this is still hardware destruction, not too hot in the meta right now. I imagine that's pretty frustrating when they try and high profile target you for 8 damage and you still walk away from it pretty easily. It looks like pizza's coming in.
Apparently there's a pizza related delay.
It looks like on the Argus side, we got off an early Rashida behind a single ice. Headstone's coming in. Tradon still has 2 more clicks to enjoy that pizza with before we get to see Apex at the table. I don't know too much modernly about Apex. I know with the new cards coming out, DreamNet is a very strong support for Apex. First time you make a successful run, that is not only a card, but also a credit because of the digital subtype. And on top of that, I don't know what an Apex rig looks like. Sometimes you have a simulator and you can flip over some of those face downs, boomerangs. Pretty interesting when you get to put it on every ice at once.
Possibly, Apex is probably one of the only decks that might actually make use of Faust now that that's back, because you've got so much odd draw out of Consume and your other things. Not Consume, sorry, but having said that, like Ice being where it is, even then,
yeah,
like Ice is so much stronger now that Faust isn't really as domineering as it used to be.
There you go, the DreamNet. Pumigo again, still interacting every turn. You have to watch out. We've seen some pretty mean plays from Wayland today, talking about reversed accounts into hard-hitting news. And even economic warfare into hard-hitting news can be hard to crawl back from. But Tradon just double advancing on top of what looks to be hostile on top of maybe a Prisec. That's 18 credits and a bad publicity.
Yeah, I think Prisec would be a pretty safe bet there. But definitely, like, that's a good money lead.
So Harbingers, 2 of them on the table. You can trash those twice. A lot of times that is just for a chop bot. Is a nice really draw engine you can put into Apex, but they might just stick around for Heartbeat. Again, you can steal an agenda and take no real punishment for it. Sports Hopper, Reaver, Wasteland. This is all you need to keep up against that. Keep up against the Wayland list. They can't really hurt you anymore, can they?
No, definitely. Like, I mean, there's always the fact that it's going to cost you these resources, so you can't keep doing it. But you're definitely not in the Argus isn't in the game for value high profile targets.
Yeah. So Pumi, she's up on all the defense probably necessary, but still it doesn't have a way to contest 2 ice on a remote. Needs to find a breaker. I think maybe Angolo is a bit too economically taxing at this point in the game with only 2 credits to their name. Need to figure out a way here. Again, I would love to see the Faust. Faust lets you play dangerously into punitive into that Prisec without having to worry about real damage. Diesel for 3.
I mean, yeah, you need that draw, but it's be interesting because like on top of all the draw now, so we've got a paperclip, so we've got at least 1 breaker showing. But it's definitely it's an interesting setup, but without the econ without the econ firing and with all your centrals iced up for the cheap game net access, it's going to be interesting to see how Pumi like gets money back from this.
Rashida getting the job done once again. That's 4 more cards. Rashida into hedge fund, like we saw an echo of earlier this game. And Tradon with 25 credits, now 3S on the remote server. Again, we're dealing with border control. Surveyor sometimes makes it into these lists, not always. And another card in the remote. On Advanced Atlas wouldn't be too bad, but at least that's points somewhere. Pumi pulling out with the Sports Hopper. That's 9 cards in hand.
My God, it's like, so we're only seeing one break, and we've got a 3 ice remote, probably a price hack at the end of it. So interesting what Pumi's going to be able to pull out to like threaten here.
Are you expecting a Dore? I guess you can easily get 3 virtuals up in Apex.
That's actually a really good point. I think that would definitely be something worth seeing. I think your options in Apex are pretty constricted.
Yeah.
And Adore is at least quite affordable in this circumstance.
And talking about restrictions, there's a big reason why we're so many turns in, and Apex only has 9 credits to its name, I suppose. Again, maybe that's a good reason why Faust is the breaker of choice. We're going to get some advancement counters onto that server 1, though. Advance. Let that brew. Easily SSL. Atlas with 2 tokens. Even SDS drone deployment. We haven't seen that in a minute. Seems pretty good right now against all those Leela lists floating around.
Yeah, definitely. There's enough cheap shot and goalies you can get out. The SDS is pretty good. There's no bad answers to what could be in this server. Because I mean, even just an NGO for more money. But I definitely think if you have the agenda here, you're jamming it before Apex well and truly gets set up. Because I think a deck like this, once it's set up, it's not stopping.
Yeah, we got 2 Rashidas through. There has to be agendas not only in server 1, but I imagine at least 1 in HQ as well.
That's a very good point.
Just triple clicks for credits, probably not fast enough. Argus can capitalize on that momentum, especially if that's an Atlas token. Let's see what Tradon's going to spend their money scoring into. Atlas 2 counters, that is hard to deal with.
That's going to be a very rough threat. So we've got the MK Ultra in the bin, so we've definitely got 2 of the breakers out. But still not a lot of money.
Yeah, just installing the paperclip, like you do have the bad publicity, but installing the paperclip and going through just even a spider web is going to be a lot of the money that you have.
And you definitely tend to forget how inefficient MK Ultra and Black Orchestra, if it's here, are when you're not running StimHack and all your other econ tools.
Yeah, StimHack actually could be played here, but there's the Faust. So you know what? Money might just be an emergency, but Faust will get you those accesses, and I think they need the accesses now. But you have to respect, double Atlas means economic warfare into hard-hitting news from all directions, even double economic into hard-hitting if they're playing aggressively. Raven, I don't think you want to float that tag this late into the turn. But this is good, right?
Yeah, I think that's good. Like, it's definitely... It could have been a lot worse. I think bouncing is the right call there.
Yeah.
Because you're not really set up to make for a single access. It's not necessarily worth it. But the thing with Faust is, like, as domineering as it was for a certain portion of the game, like, Ice is just so much bigger and has so many more subroutines, especially in this meta, that, you know, it won't get you as far as it used to.
Yeah, no, totally. And also, like, Tradon was starting there on 17 credits, but no Ice is res. That's really important to remember. Most of this Ice is probably around 3-4 credits to res. I imagine we'll see Hortums, Mouseless, Ravens, Afshars. So their credits can dip pretty quickly. Atlas does give the access to a too big to fail. Those are usually floating around in this deck. So you can always like bounce back pretty aggressively from low credit totals. But Pumi still needs to do a lot of work. Just even like using Faust to get through a 3 ice remote with a border control on there, probably not tenable.
No, indeed. It's going to do a lot to fix up problems while you're waiting for your other breaks to come online, but it's still not a lot of money to be making these kind of plays. And without, I don't know, what's your long-term strategy with Apex? Are you hoping for an apocalypse somewhere? Like, you don't really have much available in terms of multi-access. I've seen a lot of it being event-based multi-access.
Yeah, Turning Wheel still is virtual. It might be a bit slow at this point, but the Data Raven definitely gives you a spot to bounce up and start spinning that wheel up. But again, that might be a bit too slow. Atlas counters also, you can use them after they committed to that the big dig on R&D if putting them in HQ makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like, Tradon's definitely in the point where, especially with the 2 Atlas counters, they can just keep chaining and just keep making Pumigo have to make the decision here. Because realistically, you're in Argus. Like, even if you lose an agenda here, it's still a tempo hit. on top of, presumably the price hack and whatever else is in that remote.
Yeah. I think the meat damage at this point, like the Arcus ability is largely off, right? Like I think you can take all the meat damage you want and just Harbinger hard beats, that sort of setup. But
Yeah.
like I think just 3 ice is going to be a problem.
I think so too.
Reboot. 5 influence, let you check out what's in archives. That's going to get you 5 face down cards from your heap. That can be fuel, not so much for Faust itself. Those are not cards in your hand, but Endless Hunger, probably not going to show up. I think it's mostly for Heartbeat. Eventually, we might see, I hope that we see at some point a chop bot that lets you not only deal with tags, but also to deal with card draw.
Yeah, and it's just another piece of that, inevitable Apex engine, which will just get you that little more draw. I think once presuming once this reboot fires, we're pretty much set for cards on the table for a while. So meat damage is pretty much off the board, which then kind of makes you consider to what degree do you fear tags. I mean, like you've got the Wasteland and your Dream Net vulnerable.
So
like Argus doesn't. Yep.
Just gonna fire. We see a Black Orchestra getting hit off the table with the heartbeat damage prevention. So we now have access, in theory, to all 3 breakers. Not the best breakers in terms of efficiency outside of Paperclip, but ones that you can definitely install from archives. The reboot's gonna fire. DreamNet also gonna give you a card and credit, and Pumigo still is floating a single tag. Like you said, single tag punishment probably not too relevant outside of maybe trashing the DreamNet. But Tradon only has 8 credits, and we're gonna go Prey. Yo, Prey's really cool against border control, right?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Although having said that, yeah, it is on pass, so you basically, you're pushing the decision onto them.
Yeah,
but
and they have to fire
it
sooner than later if it's earlier on in the server, so you don't have to deal with the border control and then 2 more pieces of ice. Tradon down only to 8 credits after the mouseless refund. That's probably only 2 ice reses at the worst case scenario. I think if it's an archer here, I think Pumigo's in an okay spot, can dump a lot of their hand with Faust if they really need to.
Exactly. It's definitely an interesting one. Like, I mean, at this point, yeah, like this is going to whittle away this server if Traden wants to defend it.
Yeah, I think the reboot as fuel for Prey is probably one of the best things right here. Oh, it's another mouseless. That's half their money. Now, if you want to get a second tag, it gets a bit scary. You're still safe to boom in high-profile target with all that fuel for the heartbeat. So mouseless probably a bit too much to deal with the Black Orchestra, but actually Black Orchestra hitting the table, that's going to be 3 for the install, 1 with Bad Pub, and 6 more. You still leave a single subroutine to fire. The net damage is inconsequential. I feel like the credit might actually matter. 5 credits not a biggest break point for Wayland Dice outside of Surveyor. Gain a credit,
So
take the net.
Yeah, okay, so they let the whole thing fire and just took the opportunity for the install with the Bad Pub.
Sounds good. 5 credits again. It could be Surveyor, Border Control, Hortum. A lot of those can be dealt with. Oh, wow. Just trashing 5 cards to get rid of that mouseless on the remote. Yeah, I don't think it's your choice because it's when you pass the ice. It's not even your first ice, so there was a choice there.
Yeah, like you could save that for anything. I guess like maybe you're expecting that there might not be another res.
So Tradon only 5 credits again. This could be an NGO front. But if this does, like, I feel like if Tradon spends all their money, they might have the Atlas token out for another hostile. Not the worst play, considering it puts them on game point with 5 3s. Tradon going to give this a bit of thought.
So they only got 8 credits, which, depending on what your ice type here is, like a lot of your conspiracy breakers are a bit ugly for this.
Yeah, I imagine they're going to rely on Faust to get through what they need to. I don't think they're going to have to deal with 2 ice. Probably 1 is enough. I think an archer here would be uncomfortable, but again, Faust kind of just takes it on the chin.
I think long term, an archer here is probably good for you as Apex because it can't really threaten you in the same way.
Oh, if they Prey an archer, I'd be so happy. There's the border control. So Tradon down on 1 credit. This has a subroutine you probably don't want to let fire. You can spend 6 credits to blow through that with a paperclip. Get your paperclip on the board as well.
Yeah. And I mean, if Tradon has to fire it just to make this work, it's so much better for them, so much better for Apex in the long run because they don't have much of a scoring server remaining.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, that's a cool reason to Prey the mouseless, because if the border control was res, they could have popped it immediately before the approach to prevent the Prey from doing any work.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
So we're going through the border control being popped. Tradon still only on 3 credits. Now, if Pumigo wants to run back on server 1, Tradon... did they not break the other subroutine? They didn't break the second subroutine. So Tradon actually has 3 credits if they want to fire the Prisec. The 2 necessary for that. We're stim hacking on back.
It's going to be a tricky one because at the end of the day, they're going to end up floating tags here if this is a Prisec. Which again, as we kind of discussed, isn't in the GFI. That's nice. As we kind of discussed, there isn't a lot you really fear from tags at the moment, especially with them being so credit low. I think probably breaking the border control would have been a smarter move. But yeah.
I don't know whether Tradon can afford the price tag. It looks like they're going to spend this 2 credits more on the tag than the damage, considering the damage was just shrugged off from Heartbeat. Again, that's not infinite damage prevention. It's going to spend time and credits to get that to go to basically get that prevention up on the table.
But the problem here is
trash.
They're going to leave. They're going to land on 2 tags. So the chop bot's going to help.
They didn't trash the price tag.
Start of their turn. Yeah,
they had stim hack money and they didn't trash it.
Yeah, I don't follow that one necessarily.
It lets you play around stuff like the home run, whatever that baseball bat card is. Chat will know, right?
What?
Yeah, the reprisals. I that in theory would be weak to Heartbeat right now. I guess you can always prevent the damage. Wake up call. Thank you.
But yeah.
But I mean, there you go.
That would be the tech to slot if you fear Apex in Argus.
We're bouncing back up. Too big to fail underneath those 10 credits. We're going to kick back up with 7 credits, giving a bad publicity over. The bad publicity now can be used. And there you go. Boom for value. Yep. 7 meat damage is usually lethal. Point. Yeah, so what are we trashing here? I think you can get rid of the Wasteland. That Harbinger is 2 damage. You can definitely trash your bin breakers, right? They're coming back cheaply.
Yep.
But it's going to be some hard decisions here. So 7 meat damage on 2 tags. Tradon also spent half their credit pool on that. Black Orchestra getting trashed. Ooh, the trash also draws a card with Wasteland if you do that in the right ordering. So you definitely don't want to trash a Wasteland first in there. Paperclip also hitting the heap.
Yeah, I think that's fair. The Reeve is an interesting one.
Oh, this is exciting.
I mean, it kind of depends what you've got in hand.
Yeah, it definitely does. I imagine another reboot would be what Pumi wants to get on the table, just so that they can start dealing with more damage going forward. But any game where there's a value boom, it's a wild game.
Yeah. But I mean, these are the plays you've got to make because, like, you can't.
Faust.
Again, it sets Apex back this far.
Do you have the recursion to pull Faust back? Only on what? 2 influence? Yo, Faust. That is definitely a part of the Breaker Suite. Now, the cards are going to be taxed in 2 directions. They have to watch out. Again, next turn could be a high-profile target or even another boom. It's hard for them to interact with a high-profile target. Boom, you need an Axis, you need a trash. But again, with 2 Alice counters, like that meat damage can come out from nowhere.
Loses the turning wheel off the meat damage. That's probably definitely not ideal here.
3 tags. I don't know if they're going to hit that's going to hit the table, but again, I totally agree. You that's probably all your multi-access.
Yeah, you still got the chop bot, so you're probably going to lose one tag here if they're going to go for the clear.
They could say, you know what, I'm going to float the tags and just use my card draw for prevention, like use the chop buff for card draw. But yeah, dropping the tag.
I think Faust is a pretty okay loss here because I don't think after that setback, you're not really going to have the cards available.
Yeah, definitely not. I just don't see how you're going to interact. I guess you have heat breakers, right? Like you're hopefully okay.
Yeah. And I think you definitely have to spend that turn clearing because there could be another boom. There could be any number of things that are just going to be that much worse for you.
So we don't know what the meat damage looks on this list, but in theory, high-profile target into high-profile target will cause Pumi to rip up a lot of their board state. Again, I don't know whether you want to use your Atlas tokens and your meat damage for something that simple. Obviously, Boom can't be fired right off now. It needs 7. You need 2 tags to do that 7 meat damage. But Tradon probably has a window here.
So they've just taken false lead with an Atlas counter, which is an interesting play. I think you can try and push that behind the prize tag before Pumigo sets back up, and that's going to make that hard-hitting use or like just a general click tax threat a lot more viable.
Ooh, second Atlas counter for too big to fail. Tradon, too big to fail into jam is probably the turn there if they're pulling both. But that means that there's no longer that threat of pulling meat damage from their deck using that Atlas counter.
Yeah.
Going ahead and trashing the Wasteland again, still floating a tag. DreamNet or Wasteland were the choices. Wasteland is just a credit per trash, which is going to happen off the top of the chop bot, no doubt.
Yeah. And I think that's fair because I think Apex is probably going to take a while to pull back from this. So anything that's going to slow that down is just going to make it more less and less palatable.
3 clicks.
All right, so we've got the false lead.
That's a really big card. Not only can you use this sometimes to trade up, basically take 2 clicks away for the runner so they can't contest a 5-3. It won't put you on game. It will put you on game point. It won't let you win because you are losing the 1-pointer. But largely used when you throw 4 tags on top of the runner so that they can't clear them. So that Boom comes in, and Boom was pretty good right now with only 3 cards installed. I think you're actually really scared if there was a second copy of Reboot.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's going to get Apex back in the game at this point. There's so few options to really start getting back because I mean, even on top of all the cards back on the table, you're just hurting for money. There's a second Faust that's just been chop-botted.
Yeah, Chopbot cycling through the Faust. And it's also worth noting that we only have 15 more cards for this digital entity to play with. So again, that meat damage is not infinite. Not only do you need those installs, you need those cards themselves. Again, Reboot, the easiest way to get those cards on the table. I feel like we're not going to get to the end of the deck before Argus can pressure enough out. MK Ultra just being installed for free on the Data Raven hit. Hunting Ground's going to deal with that Raven relatively easily. The Trace is still a bit of a problem. Otherwise, wait, you're spending 6 to break here. You can't do that.
Yeah, but you got 3 bad pub.
They just don't have the money. You do the Trace, I think Tradon boosts into
They flat out don't have it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Hunting Grounds definitely does work on encounter for the Nth Runner or the tag, but Trace 3 for floating power counter that converts into a tag is going to be a really big problem for Apex.
Especially because, even in a best case scenario, you can lose your Hunting Grounds off that.
Looks so we got a Trace here. Tradon. Again, Pumi has 4 credits, no link, so Tradon's going to have to boost this by what, 3? No. Wow. Why is this math hard? 2?
3.
Not boosting. Whoa, not boosting. Not valuing that tag counter. Single axis off of R&D. DreamNet getting a card and a credit. And an Atlas off the top. Ooh. So rewarded for that single axis. Huge hit.
That's just hubris right there.
Tradon starting with 6 cards in hand. There was a run there, and Pumi is at 0 credits again. They could just be okay with this because they want to throw a hard-hitting news. They have the false lead. Pumi only has 5 cards. Server 1 credit. There's a hard-hitting news.
It's hard-hitting news.
So Pumi able to clicklessly remove one of the tags. They can't. They just don't have enough money to do credit, remove the other tag because of false lead. So they might have to float 2 tags. Again, Chopbot's going to have to trash a card installed with Apex's ability or a card already on the table, which means that the second copy of Boom won't be lethal, but it'll definitely put Pumi go back to turn 1, click 1 board state.
Yeah. I think this is, you're getting into just going tag me at this point and just trying to win on the next turn. Because depending what's in that server 1, you don't have the Atlas counter, but you've got the false lead. You can really just pull whatever you need at this point.
Hilariously enough, I didn't see this coming, but this Apex has been consistently apocalypsing only their own side of the board.
It's an empathetic apocalypse.
Coming back in here on R&D again, Tradon still has 4 credits, could boost into this tag. We get 1 free run, but again, I feel like Pumi is going tag me, so they don't care too much about any of the subroutines or any of the text on the Data Raven. Tradon boosting this one, second time around. This is now unavoidable, so that counter is going to stick.
Yeah, well, it's useless at this point. You're assuming you're in tag town at this point.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. If in doubt, just do that.
Pumi is on game point. Now, you could just trade the false lead and hope that you can win off of some sort of boom. Tradon doesn't exactly have the credits. Maybe there's a Rashida in server 1, but Pumi technically has a chance to pull out here again, just on game point.
Yeah, HQ is an interesting one. You're going for a 1 in 4, depending on what's on R&D. Because I think even in a best case scenario, you trade the false lead here.
Yeah. I feel like because Tradon used an Atlas token to grab the false lead is obviously very important to them, but if they had an agenda, they might have just jammed it at that point, even if it's like a food.
Yeah, well, we also don't know what's in server 1. That could be a Rashida, that could be another Atlas, that could be all kinds of things.
All right, so false lead. Only 2 clicks left here. Could be pulled away immediately. Tradon only has 3 credits, and if they spend any money here, even just resing an Afshar, that means that they probably won't have the money they need to threaten out a boom board wipe / lethal. Probably not lethal. I think Rashida and server 1 will give them the most options. No, we got an Axis here. Hard hitting news, third copy.
News, not super relevant.
I think you check server 1, but false lead.
Forfeited false lead, yeah, that's fair.
Pumbi 5 tags. High profile target would be beautiful here. That'd be 10 damage, which is every card in hand, every card on table.
Do you think they run boom and high profile target?
Some do. Some run like 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I think false lead plays more into boom, if you'd ask me, I guess. We'll see what it is. It is a Rashid in server 1, so we have that money to work with. We could even, in theory, consulting visit for boom if you need to, but we only have 9 damage worth of soak here.
They can definitely survive 1 boom.
Yeah, double high profile target, I think, is unavoidable, but again, we haven't seen any of those in the deck so far.
So there's could be all kinds of tools flying into HQ at the moment.
We just got a 10-minute warning. Not that there's going to be too much left in this game, but again, there's not that much time left in the round. High profile target, that's 10 damage or 12 damage.
There it is.
And that is lethal. You can't avoid that. That Data Raven counter gave that last tag, which is 2 more meat damage. No amount of heartbeat is going to survive through that. What a game.
Yeah. Rough.
Oh man, so wild. And that's kind of Apex. Like Apex has access to some really cool tricks that are pretty distinct. Like Heartbeat is a very interesting card. Very few cards in the game give you that sort of flexibility with damage. Chop Bot, Hunting Grounds, that access to Dream, that's good. But at the end of the day, like money is just lacking in a lot of these builds. Being able to deal with, we haven't even seen an economic warfare, but just being able to deal with hard hitting newses as a whole is pretty tough.
Exactly. Like you're definitely early on, even then, Apex in a good position where they were relatively safe. But if you're safe and can't apply pressure, it only runs away from you.
Okay, I'm just jumping in here very quickly. We still have, you mentioned, we still have a few minutes left in the round. Should we just jump onto a table, any table, just to try it, wrap it up? Or would you rather actually look at the scores? No, let's jump into a table. Let's pick a table.
Fair. Call the shots. Call the shots.
Well, this is actually quite hard. Scrolling through the list, we have. I mean, no, I'm trying to figure out a table that would. Well, the ones on top started later, so chances are we actually will be able to see something. Let me very, very quickly see. There is, for example, table 18 with Adam on it and HB as a group. So maybe we can take a look at that, and we'll see how.
Sounds good.
Or they are in that game. Table 18 for MLP. Should be MJP actually. Algebraic versus MJP. Trying to click through into this. And again, with so many games, so many people, and my computer being a bit slow because a lot of stuff running in the background.
I just got in. This table has wrapped.
Oh no! Well, okay, then we're just jumping out of it. Well, let's keep looking. Or in the meantime, we can take a quick look as well at Cobra and see what's there. If the scores have been reported. Let's take a look at the top tables that have been up to table 9 already reported. We do have Patrick, Rotom Appliance, sweeping. That's big. That's going to put him on the top of the table, I think. Also, Percom is sweeping, table 5. Emil sweeping, table 6. And RTSA sweeping, table 9. So there's quite a few people gaining 6 points. That's probably going to influence the standings quite a bit as we will go into the lunch break. Well, lunch break. The technical break of 45 minutes quite soon. What else do we have here? Odol representing Poland. I just have to mention that because, you know, like nostalgia and whatnot. So yeah, versus Ola Bjornfoot. 6-0 there as well. And MCG sweeping on table 15. That's cool. Still quite a lot of games going though. So which one is this? Let me just see. Mr. Buggles versus Heinzel, table 10. I would assume they have wrapped up by now, but let's take a look. Let's take a very quick look if we can find them on JNet. Heinzel. Well, let's Oh yeah,
The table
that's
isn't labeled.
yeah.
You
It's
can
just
find it.
Mr. Buggles' game, 2 spectators. So you have to look for Mr. Buggles or Heinzel. We're just gonna jump in there and try and see. There are some spectators in it already. Let's see if there's some.
Yeah, so it's Titan with 2 Atlases scored. No Atlas counter though, and the new construction is over the other side of the table. So you've lost your half an Atlas.
And a quick shout out to Patrick to Tradon in the chat, who's saying, "I'm shaking so hard I just didn't want to mess up live on stream." Oh, that was a great game. I mean, come on, this was all fun. And apologies for giving you the heebie-jeebies on the stream, but we're friendly. We have like the loveliest people commentating here ever, and we're just super chill about this. But it was exciting. Let's not be.
It was
wrong
really
about
fun
that.
to watch.
Exactly. Let's get into this exciting game, which is almost done. I'm switching off again. Over to you.
Yo, the hottest tech. You see that card with 2 power counters across the table? Black File?
Black File.
Removed from the game, it just counted out. So Black File prevents a win without outside of flatline. So Heinzel now has that window to score out. But Buggles, again, we're on a very close Wayland game here. There's a third Atlas somewhere, the easiest agenda to score out. All the hostile takeovers are out, but we're 6-6. Stargate on the table, Paperclip to be able to deal with that Ocket on R&D. This is going to be a game.
No remote to speak of, and Titan without a counter means they've got to do it the long way.
Bravado hitting up R&D, kind of see what that ice is, but this means that it's not going to be a Stargate run, just a single axis run. Checking the heap, no real there is a Clot. There's a Clot in the bin. Simulchip for Clot in Geist. Mr. Buggles came tech for that Titan matchup. Some very interesting inclusions.
Yep.
I like this deck.
Yeah, he had its number. So what else we got? So the arcade on R&D is not great.
Second Cyberdex Virus Suite out. If that Cyberdex Virus Suite is kept into hand, if Heinzel drew that, I imagine if there's red level clearances, you can get that clicklessly down to stop the Clot lock. So that's actually a really huge single access. They might have known that the turn before. You generally see a couple cards down with Stargate, and Stargate returning 15 credits to Heinzel's name. That's double Aket, 2 in a row. One of them fully strengthened up to 5. Buggle's gonna blow through this with only 1 bad publicity, but 17 more credits.
Yeah, Buggle's definitely looking pretty good here.
Yo, Buggles' list is so cool. Stargate Sing Sandstone, Biotic Whoredom, so not a winning agenda. The Biotic Labor, probably something that needs to go. Not a lot of easy ways for you to interact with that as a criminal. But again, that Clot's still in the heap. We're not seeing arc lockdowns in a lot of these Titan lists, so that's something you're going to have to play around with. 2 CVSs in the archives, though, is going to make that a lot harder for Heinzel to have some smart plays with. What do you do here? Build a remote? I don't think you have anything else that's advanceable that you can like bait Clot out with.
No, that's it, because you've really got to be able to like bait out anything at this point, because you've kind of got to get it at the right click, and it's just not going to happen. Red level clearance is definitely going to help.
Yeah, red level clearance is all they needed if they get that CVS into hand to be able to pull that clicklessly. But Heinzel is now going to struggle a bit getting that credit and the click back on the 2 card draw.
Yeah, I think they're just basically they've just gone the draw. They're just going for whatever value they need. You got Amina in the runner bin, but they've still got Simulchip, but they're going to want to keep that for the Clot. So, I mean, pretty much anything ice-wise they can put down, Buggles has an answer to here.
We haven't seen the back yet, and the back could be just a small bit of recursion. If you want to reuse the Simulchip, you're going to have to use that very aggressively, because if ever that Simulchip is not on the table, that Clot window is wide open for Heinzel. I have no doubt Heinzel has the Audacity or whatever they need in hand. Only 1 Audacity so far in the bin. We're looking at 1 reconstruction contract, 1 dedication. So there's still a lot of fast events pieces, 1 biotic in the bin. I imagine there's something in hand.
You know, Titan always has something in hand. It's the hardest part is going to be having the Atlas at this point. But like with 5 in hand, 8 left in the deck, it's got to be somewhere.
Heinzel drew through that Stargate lock, if I'm not mistaken. I think they drew 1 unknown card, but the Stargate is just going to return here, 10 credits. The double Ockets get pretty taxing against the Paperclip. They're 4 each, and you can't break all the subroutines, so they gave you a credit. Looks like there's going to be some trick here. Masterwork Boomerang.
Yep.
Going to put it on the outermost dice.
Yep, that's fair.
Ockets 4 a pop. I honestly don't have a strong idea how Heinzel can get out of this without some cool tricks. It's just that Clot. And we also see, 2 preemptives already out of the game. Those CVSs might not be coming back.
Good. Yeah, it does not
look
good
initiative
for Heinzel here. And that's just going to be it.
All the hot tech. Black File, Clot in Geist. What a matchup. That is absolutely wild.
That's great. Definitely had all the tech it needed to slow Titan down to the point where, you're playing Geist game at that point. You've got 3 tech traders, you've got everything else. You can start making runs and Stargate runs that aren't costing you a whole lot of money.
So recently I've been playing a bit more with Blackfile and I'm kind of becoming a fan of it. I don't even know if it needs that much support specifically, but the idea in Geist decks, right? Like Geist with all the card draw is actually pretty hard to lock down with a flat line. Can remove tags sometimes clicklessly, but more often can just draw through a lot of damage. So that Blackfile might mean something. And I wonder if that was on the table at a point where the Clot lock wasn't threatened. I really doubt it considering the Clot is pretty deep into archives, but that can definitely do something against those fast advanced matchups.
Exactly, but it also stopped that exact like red level Cyberdex play that we were talking about. That was kind of the fear. Even that wouldn't have gotten you through. And it's also notable looking at it that this was a Titan game that took 45 minutes, which is exactly where you don't want to be as Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this a lot. We saw a lot of Titan representation last week at APAC, but it's a deck that can somehow be both very reliable and very consistent with the Atlas token, but on the same hand, sometimes just the least consistent. If you don't draw your Atlases, you don't draw your fast events, you're dealing with a pretty bad deck when it comes to scoring agendas in a remote server.
Exactly that. It's just you want to be in and done long before you get to this point, because at this point you're giving away bad publicity, you're giving away all these kinds of things that are just going to be worse for you in the long run.
Okay, I'm just jumping in here very quickly. Apologies for cutting, but yeah, we have basically mere minutes before the end of the run, so we're not going to be looking for another game. But yeah, let's keep going at the analysis before we get the scores and update everybody before the break.
Righty. So let's just having a quick look at the pairings. What else are we waiting on?
So
yeah, last couple of games coming in.
I'm not that good at this, but a lot of people who are better at doing the math that comes with tournament standings, when you cut to any sort of top cut, there's generally a number that people will basically formulate after round 3, round 4. Well, they'll say like, hey, you need at least this sort of score to be able to make it to the top cut. Now we're hitting round 3 and round 4 in terms of like tournament structure. For those who are not too familiar, intentional drawing is a thing that a lot of competitive players will consider at this point. The idea is that if they can say that it's very likely, if you're on, say, a score of, I'm going to make up a number 24 to make it a top 16, a lot of players won't risk that. And they'll get 2 matchups. Well, 2 players will decide to both take a win and basically split the round without actually playing it. It's called an intentional draw. There's a lot of rules about how you can do that. There has to be no coercion. The conversation has to be publicly seen by a tournament organizer. There's a lot of rules to make sure that it doesn't seem too fiddly. But I just don't know what that number is. Would you happen to understand what kind of breakpoint we're expecting to get to that top 16 cut?
I'm terrible at this. Like my plan in most tournaments is to just like ping Jess Horrig until they tell me whether or not I can ID.
We have the chat helping out here. I think the chat is saying 10 wins will get you into the top cut, so 9 wins is the bubble here. So thank you, chat, for being the smart people here. We're just the entertaining ones at this very moment, of course. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this will be, like you mentioned, Andre, this is going to be the time where people will start doing the math and just go like, okay, well, do I keep IDing? Do I do this? Do I do that? And there is, of course, this being an online tournament, IDs exist, absolutely. I think they're pretty well handled by the tournament organizers. We might be not seeing some top table games in the coming rounds, which is great because we're going to see a lot of exciting games duking it out for the other spots in the top 16. There's still quite a lot of players, I think, who can claim that honor to play tomorrow. But let's see. Let me just very quickly take a quick look at Discord. Oh, there's an extension, I think, on one of the tables. Indeed. So we have time called on the round, I believe. Oh no, table 58. I think they just finished as well. But there was an extension, and I think that already finished as well. Yeah. Okay, so we should be getting all the scores now. I'm just very quickly trying to see if Cobra is getting updated. And of course, there will be a day where everything will be just a click of a button. Trust me.
Vetsbury, it looks like it on our side, so you're doing a great job.
Yeah, but the thing is, for now, there's still a lot of manual updating happening in the background. All the people running this tournament, while we're just having fun here and commentating. So Akira and Princess Space Kitten and Michael, they're helping out a ton. They're just running the whole engine for 100 and... How many players now? We're at 117 right now. I think we had one drop So we have 58 tables playing. And let's just see if the scores are up to date. But definitely, like, that Jemison game was, I think that was the highlight for me so far.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah.
Very exciting game always. It's very interesting for that list. There's a lot of decks that have really unknown, but there's a lot of players that might not know what Jemison is capable of. I'm very interested to see whether that deck can make the top 16 cut, because it's worth noting that if you do make it to the top 16 cuts, at that point deck lists become public knowledge. So your list is published, so your opponents can review your list before the game, and that definitely changes a lot of those sort of like Mushin Notion decks where you have to figure out, okay, what are the worst case scenarios, what are the best case scenarios when you're running an unadvanced or an advanced card. So I'm interested to see how the consistency and the value of that deck changes. But like going into this, that deck is undefeated.
I'd love to see Jemison do well, and I definitely think it kind of, at least for me, swings both ways when you get to the point where deck lists are open knowledge, because one, it obviously removes any surprise factor, but also makes you acutely aware of what all the threats are at a given point. So maybe I a lot of the time like to play just with a blissful ignorance on some of those things. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how well Jemison and some of these like weirder decks do. I think it's really interesting to see what we have coming up at the moment.
Yeah, Blissful Ignorance could be a title of a Netrunner stream, you know, like you just that's how I'm gonna play. This is gonna be my playstyle, Blissful Ignorance. I like it.
It's gonna be a criminal run event.
Still waiting for the scores to update, which is fine. And I'm just gonna remind people that we still have Americas happening next weekend, and that's gonna be huge because we're gonna have all the people, or potentially a lot of the people who were not playing in APAC and in Africa and Europe, joining the fray, hopefully. We will also have a lot of meta information, you know, all the spicy, interesting decks, probably published and shared by the players of those two Continental Championships. And that's going to all feed into probably the biggest of the three. I'm not sure about the numbers just yet. People are still getting their tickets and schedules sorted out. And that's going to be quite interesting to see. You can still sign up. You can sign up until the Friday before the weekend, of course, the last day before the weekend, although for some people the weekend starts on Friday. But anyway, you will be able to sign up and compete, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of interesting stuff happening next weekend. For this weekend, we still have, 4 rounds of Netrunner ahead of us, and then tomorrow, the top 16, figuring out who's going to be not the crowned, because, let's say the honorifically titled champion of Africa and Europe when it comes to the Continental Series, the first one so far. Oh yeah, people in the chat, by the way, how is the chat doing? And yes, there is no raffle right now, but it will be coming back soon. There is a bot going to raffle things for you. Updates for the scores: 52 out of 58 pairings reported, so there's still some games wrapping up, or maybe there's just the usual delay between putting the data in and making sure that we have all the numbers correctly reported for a whopping 116 players at this stage. Oof, quite something. Okay, I mean, what do you think we can expect from the stamina levels of players? What were the longest tournaments you have both played in? I mean, Luke, what was it for you? Like the longest ever? How many rounds?
I'm trying to remember what Worlds 2018 panned out as, because that was that was the longest one for me, and I didn't do well in the first couple of rounds, so it felt like it went forever. And I think definitely that, especially when you go into a graduated cut into like the second day, you have days like that where it's just like it's all hydration pizza in the case of Tradon before, like that's just top tier tech. And similar, like again, there's a lot to be said for an online tournament because you're sitting at home in your most comfortable attire with your tea and whatever accoutrement like right next to you. So maybe that's a little easier. On the other hand, it's a whole lot of screen time. So you don't get to. Yeah, there's no standing up and stretching around like you might be used to. It is just at the end of the day, it's more staring at a computer.
There's also like it's very different playing Netrunner in online as of in person. Obviously, playing in person is not that possible, let alone with this large amount of people playing across. Again, you don't need to be in the Euro Africa regions to be playing in this Continentals, but again, people are spread out everywhere. I think it changes a lot of things. There might be less fatigue when it comes to triggers, like missing your when things fire. Like we're seeing people playing Geist, and Geist is technically very taxing when it comes to remembering when everything should fire. But JNet does a very good job at reminding reminding you and automating a lot of those interactions. We're also seeing trap decks, and like, you know, this is it's a game with a lot of bluffing in it, and reading a person's body, reading their tells, seeing which cards they're looking at when they shuffle their hands, how people interact with the cards they see off the top of R&D, or in some cases, I guess HQ accesses, does change what and how you can play. I think that affects mostly trap decks and things that have a bit of uncertainty in them. So there's also a lot of differences on playing online. You know, certain things land a bit differently, but again, yeah, sitting and staring at a screen for a while is still just as taxing, maybe. We do have a break now coming up, so at least this is a good time for people to get some food into them, get that energy up, maybe a walk, go for a little walk. There's a lot you can do in 45 minutes.
Indeed, I'm gonna be starting the moment we have the Cobra scores, and we can take a look at them and kind of, you know, guess what's gonna happen next with the different IDs floating up on top. There will be a timer on screen. There will be a break. You will be able, everybody will be able to chill and get some. I was going to make a terrible pun about, you know, get some food. So there will be a global food initiative happening on stream. I'm pretty sure. Share your photos of food if you want to make me hungry, for example. No, I'm gonna get lunch and coffee as well. Definitely needed. People in the chat mentioning that there was 8 rounds in 1 day, 1 year in Worlds. I believe the Euros tournament had more than 7 as well at some point. Like the epic one that was ending around midnight the first day. A lot of people with a lot of you know, stories to share, which is really, really cool. And yeah, hopefully we will be able to just wrap this up with 7 rounds, because let's be honest, like you already mentioned, Andre, different people, different time zones. We have all the pairings. The scores are in. I am going to switch to Cobra. Please hop over as well. The code is on the screen. It is VEFY for your shortcut needs, and here we are. Oh, actually, this hasn't really updated just yet, so maybe it hasn't been completed. But we have all the.
Bad yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's okay. We can keep the excitement and the anticipation going. Yakuza in the chat. Hey there. That was the Euros Midnight Edition. Yes, that might not have been the longest, but truly felt the longest. Indeed, I remember playing then, and I think dropping around 7 o'clock because I didn't have a good day. I mean, I had a great day fun-wise, but my decks and my game was just not good enough to keep up. And I remember dropping around 7 in the evening, and then people still playing for another 5 hours or so. And I was like, okay, well, yeah, good for you. And I was tired. I was just devastated. So water, definitely important, even if you're online. And calories, basically, that's it. You just need calories. Let's see if Cobra is going to give us some information now. Again, hopping around a bit, because we do have the 58 pairings reported. The TOs are checking things, obviously. They want to make sure that everything is where it should be. And we're still not seeing the points, but that's okay, that's okay. Hydration is good tech. Indeed, Quark, agreed. Oh, we have somebody asking, is there a way to still acquire one of the core sets? I was looking to get one of them to play at home during the pandemic. All of the Amazon and eBay listings I found were sold out. Simply the Onion. Well, you can just get a lot of proxies printed. That's a good idea, I guess. And a lot of the core sets, a lot of
Great idea.
Sorry? Oh, great idea. Yeah, of course. You can just try and figure it out somehow, I guess. But I wouldn't know. A lot of people are actually, well, if you're not into hunting a whole collection down, obviously, because maybe you just want to get a taste of the game, a lot of people are sitting on like 2 or 3 cores. Maybe they're going to be getting rid of one. I don't know. Like, I know that I'm not letting any of my 3 cores go anywhere. Come on, Cobra, give us the number.
Yeah, I think like Chad is saying, and we're saying here, the easiest almost definitely is to print proxies out. It's worth knowing to try the game out. That's a really great way to do. But also, if you want to get involved in organized play going forward, once people are meeting more in person, proxies are totally legal in organized play. So if you have your cards you printed yourself, maybe strap them on top of some like Magic the Gathering singles you can get for free, and you're good to go. It's really by far the easiest way, just because the game is no longer in print.
Also a great approach if you're anything like me, and the idea of keeping your actual physical cards organized is just anathema to you. So I like to just print decks before competitive tournaments now, rather than actually have to pour through my cards.
Yep. Still waiting for the updates. We should be getting results soon. Oh, somebody was lost and couldn't really find the link to report the results, but I guess their table partner actually did this. And again, Cobra is telling us that all the results are in, so I'm wondering if I should maybe refresh the cache or something. Well, let's see.
I think it just hasn't been marked against complete because they're double checking.
Indeed. I mean, that's a lot of scores to report, let's be honest. So chat, by the way, chat, do tell us if you're having some sort of a party. I think like Tradon, so we had Pumago and Tradon on stream playing, and I think they have some sort of a party where they actually sit together in the same space. I think it's pretty legal what they're doing game-wise, you know, there's no collusion or anything. We had, I think it was Mike in the chat just shouting, collusion, no, it's totally not happening. And that was one of the ideas for us here as well in Barcelona, just, you know, to get people together, to sit and do things as much as we can, of course, given the circumstances, given the limitations and restrictions we're all facing. But that didn't work out, and well, that would be a bit of a logistical challenge. But if people on chat are sitting together somewhere watching it, maybe you have a stream party, that would be cool. Do let us know, that's always fun. LAN party for Netrunner tournament. I have seen that. Yeah, maybe not a huge LAN party, like, you know, the ones you would be used to where you have like hundreds of computers connected. But like 6 people in one space definitely happened. Okay, Cobra. Do we have any snake whispers or snake charmers in the room? Like, you know, can we just get you to sing the sweet, or actually, you know, use some sort of a flute to magically get Cobra to give us the numbers, because I'm really curious. Like, Jemison winning, that's a big thing. Lat, unfortunately, so we're talking about Clickhill here, for example. That will be only 3 points up, but still, that's good. 15 points after 3 rounds. That's very legit for a score. Trying to figure out what is going to be happening with Cobra. Okay, we have forms getting messed up. We getting some messages in different places. There is a lot of background stuff happening, so patience is a virtue, and we're all working out all the time. You've been very, very, very patient with us. Grimheave Wine joking in the chat. Jamison won all games they were in round 3. Indeed. And yeah, Stratton mentioning 4 people in one space. That's perfectly allowed in Germany right now. Indeed. So that's really cool. Very happy to see people playing together. They're going to be sharing the pictures somewhere. We might be pulling them up on the screen, maybe if we get permission. Or later on, you can always check them on social media. Cobra still not giving us the results. You know what we're going to do? Let's call it the other way around. We're going to talk about the results later on, so that we can just meet later on. I'm going to do an executive thing right now. I'm going to call it a break. And I'm going to switch off. I need a break myself. Let me... because all this has been... going on for a while for me. I'm just gonna check with the timers on Discord where we have the official... Yeah, we're gonna be finishing the break in around half an hour, so I'll figure out a timer, I'll put it on the screen, but for now I'm gonna thank both of you. So Andre, Luke, thank you so much, and we'll be coming back in some sort of a configuration soon. We'll be talking about the scores in around 20 minutes or 25 minutes-ish, more or less. But for now, this is going to be a technical break, and we'll be talking to you quite soon. So, ciao for now, and yeah, talk to you soon.
Super exciting. See you there.
Thanks.
controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Okay, you're probably wondering, okay, where are my scoops, Vesper? What's going on? What is this? What is the stream about? What is exactly going on here? And I can tell you this, friends and revolutionaries, this is day 1 of the official first ever, but probably not last ever, because of course, why would we? Nisei Africa and Europe Continental Championships 2020. We are in day 1, Swiss rounds 1, 2, and 3 done. Swiss rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7 still ahead of us. We're gonna be slowly corralling the players in a few minutes. The timer on Discord showing to me that the break ends in literally in a handful of minutes. People clearing up some rules questions in there and interactions, card interactions. I will be walking you very quickly through what the day still holds for us today. But in general, we've had a very action-packed, exciting first 3 rounds. We couldn't, of course, cover all the games. There's 115 players, I think, at this point. There's a ton of good stuff happening, a ton of interesting IDs used. Everybody, basically, is represented today. So this is just great, good, awesome, and amazing. And I'm very happy to be a part of this. I will be introducing my co-streamers today. I will be mostly muted through the next rounds. I'm going to be very, very, very quiet. Oh, actually, yeah, I completely forgot to add another person in the list. Anyway, as you can imagine, this is all a production happening as we go. So there will be things popping up here and there that I will have to change. But enough about me. Let's talk about the people joining me in a second. I'm going to be introducing them in a second, and they're going to be introducing themselves as well, because we're going to have Andre from Metropole Grid, of course, with us, which is a great and honor, a great fun thing to have, and a big honor to have him streaming with us here. It's always cool. One of my inspirations when it comes to streaming. I'll be just personally terribly honest here. So thank you so much for being with us. And we will also have 2 members of Nisei joining us as well. So the room is going to be quite full, but it's going to be quite exciting and interesting. They will be the ones, the 3 of them, the triumvirate, are going to be... what was that ID again? The Shaper ID that never happened? But anyway, they're going to be the ones walking you through the games and talking you through the games. Of course, nothing's still happening just yet. There's still the countdown going on. Pairings will be going up shortly. Akira absolutely rocking the place, and I would like to invite my co-hosts into the room to introduce themselves, and then maybe very quickly go through the Cobra standing. So while they connect here, I think I'm already joined. Hello! I'm going to be tweaking things a bit just to get the audio values right. So let me just...
No worries.
Yeah, let me just make sure that people can hear you. People of the chat, if you can hear my lovely co-commentator right now, do tell me if there are any audio issues. I can fix it as we go. But okay, we had you joining first, so please introduce yourself, PSK.
I am PSK, Princess Peacekeaton, Mar, or whatever pet name you want to name me. I have no problems with that. I'm European OP for Nisei, and I am very happy to join stream. One of my favorite things to do. So I'm very excited.
Okay, then in the left corner, or in the blue corner, or in the... I don't know even, like, do we even have corners? We don't have corners. This is a round room. We have the one and only... Hey, Jared, it's your turn.
My turn. Okay, cool. Can you hear me okay?
I think we can hear you very well. I'm going to be lowering the volume, but please keep introducing yourself while I figure the volumes out. Yep.
Sounds good. I'm Ajar. I'm on the, what we're now calling, since it's no longer the most wanted list, the standard balance team.
Okay, thank you very much. That was pretty cryptic. Tell us more!
I'll move my microphone a little bit. People are saying I'm a little too loud. So,
yeah,
hopefully this is a little bit better.
We can hear you just fine. And by the way, if I'm too loud, just make me shut up. I'm going to make myself shut up as well. Okay, and then we have,
sounds good to me.
Yeah, perfect. We also have Andre with us. Andre, are you there?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm Andre from the Metropole Grid. I've been making Netrunner content for a while, but I am so stoked to be commentating today, but specifically be joined by the nice people from Nisei. How's it going, everyone?
I can't complain under the circumstances.
I think we're all
Yeah,
sitting...
I got on streams, so I'm not reporting results, so I'm absolutely stuck right now.
I think we're all sitting in 4 different locations, even though some of us might be geographically or physically nearer, but still we're in totally different spaces. So, it's quite fun to do this kind of a virtual get-together, and all the people around the world doing the same to play. Dear folks, I would just like to ask you to head over with me to Cobra and take a quick look at what's going on in the top, and just let me maybe help figure out and make sense of what we have right now in the top 16 and beyond.
Yes, we have 2 undefeated players. Both Rotom Appliance and Percomis are undefeated and on 18 points. But Rotom Appliance Sauce, it's absolutely gorgeous. A 3.7 versus a 3.2 for Percomis.
And then we have...
Yeah,
Oh, go on.
We're cutting today after 7 rounds. We're cutting to a top 16. You're going to start to see what people refer to as the bubble. There's going to be a certain point floor, which will basically ensure that you make it off to the top 16 tomorrow. Right now, we're seeing that big break around between Chris and Axwill down to the 14 and the 15. The 15 versus the 12 points. I have no doubt strength of schedule is going to play into this, but intentional draws, IDing as it's called, might start showing up here. I think Rotom and Percomis are the only 2 that perhaps could safely take that route, but we still have a lot of people fighting a pretty, 4 rounds, still a lot of work to do.
Yes. And, sorry.
No, by all means, do go on. I just usually what I do, and of course I'm not an expert when it comes to points, I'm very bad with maths as well. Basically, I'm trying to see where there's a certain ceiling of points, and I'm trying to scroll down to see who's the lowest on 12 points. 43 people on 12 or more points. So basically, everything's still on the table for a ton of people.
Yes, someone was doing maths before, and I think that the rough, it's a 10-4 to be safely on top 16.
Okay, so
10 wins versus 4 losses.
That sounds challenging, but also exciting. I'm just gonna say the tables are going up. I'm gonna be switching to the table view in a second. By all means, should we go top tables? Should we go spicy tables? What's your picks? We have 3 people voting, so the 3 of you vote. You say either top or spicy, and then we decide.
I do think that 1 versus 2, it's a given, because they're the only undefeated people, and I would like to see that, to be honest.
If they play.
I'm also a top tables person.
Okay, so we have 2 votes for top. Andre, if you say spicy,
Yeah.
we can still go spicy. You can also say.
No, sign me up. Let's see some top tables.
Okay, of course, it all depends whether the top players are going to be playing. So the pairings we have, and maybe let's take a quick look at the pairings.
True.
Because they might be IDing, they're sly foxes, some of those people. So I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, the top table just said, yeah, we're just going to chill, because there's 3 more rounds of Netrunner anyway today, if we will have to play it. We have Percomis versus Rotom Appliance. We have Om versus Chris Ferg. Johnny versus Odo. Represent Odo. That's that's the Polish meta. I haven't been in Poland for quite a while, but still nostalgia. Clickhill versus Cable Carnage. Some very good names here. And that Jamison on table 4. I think we're gonna go there. What? Would that be a good idea? Maybe.
I think that's what chat wants.
Yeah, I think chat wants. Jamison. Give us Jamison. The Jamison is undefeated indeed. Pinsel and Kikai, that's table 5. MCG and RTSA. I'm so happy to see MCG here on the top tables. One of my favorite players that I have met in person. Mendax and Emil, Motion Blur and Edobram. A lot of different colors here. The whole pie basically represented. I'm trying to find a mini faction runner on the top. There's an Adam on table 9. That'll be quite interesting to see as well. What else? I mean, the pairings are just, it's like a rainbow out here, so it's going to be quite interesting. So let's go table 4 maybe. Let's see if they're going to play. Of course, so this is all, there's a huge disclaimer on this. Table 4 or table 3 has to play. We'll try to go with table 4 first. I'm trying to see if they are absolutely online. And, oh yeah, I think they're checking in, yeah. The table 4 is happening. You can find it there.
Yep. You for a second. Table 1 confirmed ID.
Ooh, sly foxes.
Yeah, because they're guaranteed to just ID the rest of the day, I think, right?
If the numbers are correct, I think so.
It also might be too soon.
Unless they face someone that doesn't want to ID with them.
Right, but I think those two players are both so good that neither of them wants to take the risk of getting swept by the other.
So I don't know if it's too soon for this, but the other wrinkle that starts to show up, I think we might be a couple rounds too soon, but some players might start the 2-for-1. The idea that they'll play one side of the matchup and whoever wins that gets both wins, just because a split in some circumstances might not launch you into that top cut bracket. I don't know. Is that too soon, you think?
I think
So-
it's too soon.
A little bit, yeah. In another round or two, like 2 rounds from now, if there's 4 rounds left.
Perfect.
I think we can see that from round 6.
Awesome. Yeah, those
Yes.
get those really high stake games where figuring out even who plays on what side first matters so much.
Whenever I hear intentional drawing, I kind of have this image of a bunch of adults or kids getting together and saying, "We're gonna draw right now," and then they take crayons, paper, and they just create art. But I don't know. Okay, so I think table 4 is actually spoken for because New Andes is gonna do it in Spanish, so it's gonna be saved. We're gonna go table 3 then. And I
Okay,
think it's
sure.
only fair. We don't want to make the system collapse. It's actually, we're spoiled for choice here as streamers. It's just wild. Like, we have so many cool people streaming. We're gonna go table 3 with Johnny and Odell. They're already mulliganing into their hands, so I can totally stop the music and leave the commentary over to you, lovely people. I'm signing off, and I'm gonna be your hands and panels in all the different places. Go for it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vesper. So table 3, we're looking at smoke. You get 1 recurring credit per turn, only to use for icebreakers. The icebreaker suite right now on stealth is pretty good, especially when dealing with sentries. And we're looking at Asa Group. I think one of my favorites to win the tournament. We're seeing fully operationals. We're seeing just strong asset spam, strong card draw, and off the top, violet level clearance for 1 credit. We got a turning wheel. Let's get some central server runs and
Oh, wow. That's nice.
SFP off the top. Very nice.
We're just going to be capitalizing on R&D and HQ Open to just build turning wheel counters, it seems.
Why not
Rashida.
if they're leaving them open?
Yeah.
Rashida firing off. We have an ice or card iced up in server 1. This is Asa Group, so the first time you install a card each turn. But hard-hitting news, not the turn that Odo thought they would see on turn 2. That's going to be 4 tags. I don't know. They can boost this up, right, to tray 7 to get that through. We'll see how quickly the tags can be capitalized on. Johnny's still holding on to 4 credits, and Odo can clear 3 of these pretty easily. It's just a loss of tempo.
What is going on?
Oh, it's Johnny. I've streamed this game from Johnny's Asa before, and he's in a very spicy Asa, to be honest.
Are we looking at that one operation that takes clicks away?
We're looking at that operation that takes a lot of cards away.
All right.
Yeah.
So Shaper has that tag text, self-modifying code pop for the misdirection. Odo going to cleanly clear all those tags, but second Rashida hiding out in server 1. Johnny definitely has the credit lead. If there's another hard-hitting news, it's going to be hard for Odo to interact for the next couple turns without building up money. And how do you build up money when you're at 0? Again, also smoke makes a lot of money based off of running. We sometimes see paragons. You sometimes just move those net recur counters off. This is hard.
Yeah, basically the only way to get off the ground quickly would be if they are running Peace in Our Time, which some smokes do. Nope, going for the dirty laundry.
That's interaction. Hard-hitting news is technically online, but Odell might be okay on 5 credits, 3 cards on the table. That's generally what the Rashida draw does. There's almost definitely agendas in HQ, but Odell needs to set up a lot of parts in a stealth rig to get going.
Yeah, and with the spice in this Asa deck, I sort of feel like they're going to try not to give them the time to set up, like tempo them with HHN. And buy themselves more time. Oh, Jeeves. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, and
triple credit
install, so probably it's a triple install with some. Oh, triple credit and an install. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So as a Shaper, how do you find yourself dealing with acid decks? Anything that requires you to spend a lot of credits to keep the board down? I feel like criminals and anarchs have a lot more tools in faction to deal with that. What do you think Shaper's best plan going forward?
Multi-access. I think it's their only out, and trying to be faster than them, because they need to draw a lot of cards to actually find some breakers or some money cards to be able to deal with the asset spam.
Yeah, exactly that. multi-access to R&D lock. At some point, they're going to need to get into HQ and clear that out before anything more gets scored.
Checking server 5, Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, a card that the power level of this card increased incredibly with the ban of Film Critic. We're going to start getting rid of that Jeeves with some stim hack credits, trashing a Daredevil, a spicy console include in the smoke list.
These decks are both a little spicy. That 5, yeah, I don't know that Daredevil was coming down this game. That Ace deck is so fast that paying 5 to install your console seems like you're not going to have that kind of time.
Speaking of not having the time, fully operational, it's going to trigger 2 extra times. Again, this fires additional times based off of servers that have something in them and something in front of them. And Cybernetics Core, it's going to ensure that you don't have to throw out those extra cards. 5 to trash. 1 stim hack already down.
Vroom, vroom.
Yes, and you see that with a successful field test and that Cybernetics scored, 1 score would be amazing for them.
Right.
All the guys that they can put out.
So, knowing a bit about this list, PSK, how much do you reckon that Johnny wants to swing in towards that lethal meat damage as opposed to actually scoring agendas to 7? Do you think they have good access to both routes, or is one stronger than the other?
I think that right now with the misdirection on table, the hard-hitting news route is out.
Yeah, even False Lead won't be able to pull it off as long as they keep their credits up. Second Jeeves rezzed. Triple installs likely what's going to happen here. Oh, it's again triple credit into double asset install.
That Jeeves value.
That use of the core basic action card. Yes. But yeah, anyway, misdirection right now. Odal doesn't need 2 credits to be able to click for 2 credits more and take the other tags out. So I don't think Boom it's out. So I think they depend now on Lakshmi and Jeeves to score out 7 points.
Again, we have 3 cards and 3 servers all iced up, all unrezzed. We did see Lakshmi, and sometimes you want to keep those cards unrezzed until you need the Lakshmi counters. But Dirty Laundry going to capitalize on some turning wheel tokens. That's a global food initiative. Odal up on 4 points, while Johnny has a board state, still no points to their name.
And Odal has some time now because of exactly what you just said. John is on no points. There are some face downs, but even if there's a score of a 3-2 or something like that.
Yeah, Penrose down. They can now break that vanilla very easily.
Can use that stealth credit. First time we're actually seeing value from Smoke's ability besides the smaller deck size. Single access here in server 8. It's a Mumba Temple, no longer restricted.
Nothing is restricted anymore.
Yeah. Not opting to trash that, going down to 1 credits is a pretty tall ask on just an economy card. I feel like that Jeeves needs to go way sooner. We're starting to advance a card. 4 advance with Jeeves? Vitruvius with a counter. Johnny jump forward.
Get that fully operational back.
Or that hard-hitting news if they want to be taxing Odal again and again.
I totally agree with the misdirection, right? Like the tags, it's a tall ask for those to stick as much as it's still like a loss of tempo when you have to clear them. But in theory, if a boom is trashed, even the Vitruvius counter does represent that coming back over and over again.
Yes.
We'll see how they use it. That's obviously a huge, powerful card. I feel like fully operational is probably the play most of the time.
With that Cybernetics card on the table, you can even click for 3 with Jeeves or something like that and then play it and draw 6.
Yeah. Looks like we're going triple install. Our Butler Byroyd going to throw last click into a fully operational. This will trigger 3 extra times. Cards or credits again. Hand size is 9, giving Johnny so many tools here.
Didn't even need the Vitruvius counter for it. Only drawing 2 cards, though. That suggests that they have what they want, either on the board or in HQ already.
I think one of the good things going forward for Odal, we're dealing with a Lakshmi Smart Fabrics deck, and that has some very specific wording on it. You need to basically show the same agenda that you are protecting. So the fact that Odal has 1 of each, and there's a Vitruvius scored, means the power of that card gets a bit lower. You want to actually steal like a diverse amount of agendas.
Yep.
Very true.
Without an Imper Film Critic, still a very strong card. You're going to have to deal with that Lakshmi before anything else. SMC into Stimhack, charging server 1, one of the new installed cards that turn.
And we haven't seen Netmerkur yet. And that
No.
might be very taxing the long run if this game gets long.
Yeah, the economy is still a big question mark, right? Like we saw Daredevil, which isn't a Paragon, it isn't a run-based econ card, it is value with the card draw. Single axis here. StimHack credit's probably going to be used into trash.
I do like this no res on the ice.
Yeah,
To not show them what it is while you have money.
because in theory you could just pop self-modifying code to go get a breaker to save those
Anyway,
credits.
Yes. Would you do that? I would totally do that. I mean, yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
So now
It
you
depends,
make
like-
them think about what to get.
Like how much do you think you need to trash here? But a paperclip's going to come down, leaving 3 credits. That's probably good enough, but it's another successful field test. Odal
Ooh.
on game point.
Okay.
That's huge.
Okay.
So in theory, I think best case scenario, if a Jeeves scores out a false lead into hard-hitting news, Odal is going to struggle to clear all those tags. Actually, no, daily cast, never mind. But that's still a really tall ask. Now that open R&D seems like a huge liability with a turning wheel.
Very much so. And depending on what the HQ ice is, that cast strip might just be enough to. Oh, but we've got an install on server 1. Now the question is, how much stuff do you check? Or do you just focus on R&D, or do you start?
I think
Yeah.
we have
Looking
enough
around.
time.
There must be something in HQ. We've seen no filtering, but like with the Penrose and paperclip, what's the only sentry probably in this list? Probably Drafter.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And it becomes a problem because they can install Lakshmi and immediately fire it up.
Mantle,
Mantle.
on the table. Some stealth credits with only 4 credits, 2 off with the recurring credits, 2 more extra credits for stealth. Although approaching
still
this
no
ice in R&D.
Netmerkur.
Lakshmi. Unless Lakshmi's going to show agendas from HQ, of course they're safe, but it gives information to Odal to know where things are.
Mhm.
There's
I like this.
Oh,
Getting
it
all
is
the
the
counters.
Drafter.
Yep.
Perfect ice. This also adds a card from archives to HQ. You can just return that fully operational if you want to get more card draw. Even the hard-hitting news, to some extent, you could recur if you really want to.
Mhm.
But this doesn't
Jakuz
end the
is
run.
saying in the chat that he thinks this list runs tour guides.
It does.
So we can only hope that Smoke does have the after image, which deals with tour guides at least once a turn very elegantly.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Drafter returning a Rashida and a fully operational. Rashida in server 11, just off to the side.
Actually, the only problem I see here is that if they actually need to take out their center breaker, they need to either install the Daredevil or trash one of the programs because they will be over mute.
Right. And if they trash misdirection, that opens up the Vitruvius HHN again.
Yes.
I think you wreck the paperclip probably.
It's the easiest one to get back.
Or maybe the mantle probably doesn't matter at this point. You're on game point. I don't know how much value you're getting off of that. It's no Urzeki.
True.
Going and making sure that Rashida stays down. Again, only 16 cards left in R&D. We have 20 agendas in this deck. I imagine there's a fair few in HQ. Was something showed with Lakshmi? I don't even think they showed a card. They just
No.
rested so they could get the drafter token?
Yeah, they resed a whole chain of some Lakshmi, 2 Mamba Temples, and Drafter.
Yeah.
But without Turning Wheel, I think they just took the risk on the single access.
And
There you
value
go.
hard use.
So Odal's going to have to spend those 2 clicks, 4 credits. That's the majority of their money. They will have enough with the daily casts. And AAL, Advanced Assembly Lines, going to trash for more value, not waiting until the runner's turn. Could have got that asset install if that was better for them, but just double icing up R&D.
Oh, yeah.
You have to clear those tags, right? Like, you don't think you can win before a boom finds you, can you?
Not with how much of the deck Johnny has seen, I think.
Yeah.
Ooh, spending Mantle on the misdirection. That's a way to get that credit worth the value this turn without running. Johnny, 7 cards in hand. 8 credits. 2 unknowns on the table. Server 10, server 6 have both been there for a while now. And with Lakshmi, it's more about building that 2 ofs. The SFT successful field test won't be safe, but there's definitely 2 more Vitruviuses, probably even 2 more foods in this list. Maybe they're
what do
playing
you
21.
What do you think is in server 6?
It could be an agenda that they think is safe with Lakshmi.
Maybe a second cybernetics or
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
This,
even second Lakshmi.
yeah. They're also playing Maryland campaigns. And we haven't seen any, I think.
Yeah, we haven't seen any. There's one other Lakshmi in the trash.
Archive memories for fully operational. What fully operationing twice? You have to watch out for that card draw, though. Is there a
Yeah.
possibility that Johnny can set up a way to score the last 5 points in a single turn if they have enough cards and money? Seems hard.
Are they? I don't know if they're playing Game Changer, but that would still be
Difficult.
yes.
Yeah, that would be 6 clicks. That's still
Yeah, with Jeeves, it's pretty hard. You need a sponsorship.
7 clicks, right? Yeah, I don't think that does it. I don't think there's a 5-point combo in this. I'm not seeing it.
Now, after all that card draw, Odell finally putting pressure on HQ. Johnny probably going to be able to res this for free. Gatekeeper, good strength. Penrose does boost somewhat efficiently. 1 for 3 means a double boost and double break. You're going to get that Smoke Valley, that Mantle Valley. Single access here easily could be game. We'll
3
see if
real
they use the
credits.
Lakshmi counters. I imagine you do on this.
They can wait until turning wheel counters are used or not used, right?
Yeah, totally.
Project Vitruvius, successful.
Oh,
Just
All
in
of them.
time.
All
So
of
you know
them.
there's 2 in there, and that Gatekeeper going forward is going to be a lot worse at 0 strength.
mm-hmm.
It's also worth noting that those 2 revealed Project Vitruvius and successful field tests are safe for the rest of this turn.
Mhm.
So the only thing Odell can probably steal in R&D is a Global Food Initiative. Hagen on the res. Technically 2 subroutines that matter if you want to keep your misdirection and or mantle around. With 3 credits, you can get through it, but the drafter, I don't think he had intentions to break anyways.
I don't think so. Allowing Johnny to get back hard hitting news or another fully operational. It's risky, but Johnny is in 6 cards left on R&D.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it'll
it
just
was that there can't be a Vitruvius in R&D.
Yeah, and the last SFT also is an HQ, so it has to be a food here. You do have 2 tokens or 2 cards you can access off of the turning wheel, so you can see a lot of R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Hard hitting news being added with drafter. Johnny knows what next turn is going to look like, and Odell is going to end their turn on just maybe 2 credits if they click up.
If they click up, and they have to click up.
Advanced assembly lines out there in server 14 next to the new server that was installed last turn regardless. Now, showing a Vitruvius in hand, server 13 could easily just be a Vitruvius that they thought would be safe with the Lakshmi Smart Fabrics.
Yeah.
And it almost definitely is. These accesses are huge. It's all about the food. Turning wheel being used.
2 out of 6 cards.
And it's a miss.
Oh, okay.
Click for
Click
2.
up.
Turning wheel still up on 2 counters. There can be some aggressive pop-ups here. Johnny could even advance assembly lines to install, I don't know, through all Rashidas. I'm not sure how good drawing is at this point in the game.
I don't think he can afford to draw that much anymore.
So Johnny technically on the clock. They could still score out of Vitruvius in server 13 if that's what it is, and follow up with the Jeeves hard-hitting news.
There you go.
Exactly.
Unless that's a successful field. Nope.
Yeah, I think the last SFT we saw in HQ. So now we know HQ still has an SFT, still has a Vitruvius. The Vitruviuses are no longer safe when installed with Lakshmi on the basis that there's only 1 left, but are perfectly safe in HQ if those counters stay around. 1 click left with Jeeves. You throw the book, right? Yeah. The news hits here, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not knowing what's in HQ, maybe there's some other line, but that seems like the obvious one to me. To force them to spend half their turn clearing tags and deny them the chance at an HQ access for 2 cards with turning wheel.
So that food is so important because that is, if Johnny can't find that, I reckon they're gonna have to score 2 more agendas out, which is asking for a lot. You could always use a Project Vitruvius counter to get back fully operational and just use it for the credit rush. We also haven't seen a biotic or any fast advance assembly lines being rezzed in server 14. That's a 2 credit gain, plus you can trash for the install, double install so far on the ASA group.
Yeah, but what both AAL and the ID require. Okay, it's an ice. I was just gonna say you can't install agendas.
Ooh, double ice.
Oh, he knows where the agendas are.
And it's about that food, right? Like, you have to protect the food. That's the last one Johnny can score out. And if they're not on triple food, again, Lakshmi's only going to get so much value. The early snipe, one of each, does help a lot. And no hard-hitting news.
That's interesting. But right now, Odal could just...
Vits and foods are actually Vit and SFT are both live. Like it can't be defended. So
Yeah.
it depends on where he thinks they are.
It's likely for server 13 to be one of those. Maybe server 13 is just tour guide into the last Vitruvius, which again isn't Lakshmi protected. Maybe Johnny's going to go for the long route and assume they can score at 2 agendas in hand before finding the food. Again, only 5 cards left in R&D. No recursion so far. Preemptive would increase the time count, the turn count on this game. But Odal can maybe just click up and pressure R&D. We know the top card. I think they double access, right, with turning wheels. So this top card of R&D is not an agenda. We know what it is.
Yeah, this is definitely a turn to go in the tank, which is exactly what we see happening.
Yeah.
So if you do think this is server 13 SFT, which could give you some board state, you might be encouraged to trash Jeeves in server 4. I don't think we've seen all 3 Jeeves, so server 10 also could be just another Jeeves in the wings. We see 1 in archives.
We also still haven't seen server 6 after all this time.
Yeah, I reckon it's a double Jeeves or a double cybernetics, right? Like just something you install to increase fully operational.
Right.
Yeah, and to protect your chances if the actual cybernetics or Jeeps are trashed. But if server 13 is a successful field test, and Johnny can install enough cards from hand, including the last Vitruvius, then we're playing a shell game where either Odal has enough clicks and luck to check all the servers, or it's Johnny's game then.
Right.
We have 2 stim hacks out, which is the strongest econ card I think Odal could hope for at this point. I think that's all the influence we've seen so far outside of the paperclip. There could always be a third one hiding around, but I think Odal's going to need a lot if they have to deal with a tour guide on R&D or in server 13 if those guides are around. Just clicking for credits, though. Johnny has a full turn uncontested. Rashida.
I didn't. Oh, wow. That's...
Wow.
Well, Johnny's going to be a 1 card left in R&D after mandatory.
Whoa, you better score
that is
this
really
turn.
bold.
You don't have money for biotic food or biotic Jeeves food? No, that's 9. You could biotic Jeeves food, couldn't you?
No, you can't.
Oh, yeah, you can't. Yeah, you need to. You could biotic out of 4-2. Yeah, but that's not good enough, is it? Johnny needs to win in 2 turns outside of preemptive.
And that's the thing I don't understand is this is a clock that they've placed on themselves by firing that Rashida.
So it is worth knowing when you're playing in person on a physical table, seeing the size of R&D is a lot more noticeable. Sometimes that sneaks up on you. I think Johnny probably understands how close they are to the end of their stack, but they have a lot to do in very few turns. Yo, this HB deck draws so much. It is such efficiency.
What are... I'm trying, I'm squeezing my brain to find some out that Johnny may have, and
Johnny needs to get lucky or unlucky, right? Like there's 2 foods and the food is entirely safe with Lakshmi on the table. Now the problem is if the last card in R&D is the 3rd copy of food, that means if they jam the food, install advance and hope for the win, it will or will not be safe depending on whether the second food is an HQ or not.
Right.
Okay, server 15.
Server
And 16. Vitruvius for an assembly lines, that's just some money. It
Jeeves
doesn't have to
click.
be in 13. It could be something else. And server 6 advanced?
What?
What?
So that is a food.
Yeah.
It's been a food all along.
So now there's like probably 2 Jeeveses on the table for food. I'm pretty sure if Odell gets access to an after image, I don't know what they couldn't break on server 6. The question is whether the 3rd food is an HQ and the Lakshmi protects it.
Probably that's why they've been drawing so much.
Just using the Lakshmi counter, showing a food from hand, a Vitruvius from hand, an SFT from hand, I don't think Odell can do anything besides finding an imp. I think Johnny sealed it off there.
That's enough. That's enough reses to
Absolutely.
get the counters on Lakshmi to defend everything.
I think you need to trash all Jeeveses, and even then you buy yourself only 1 turn depending on how many Lakshmi counters can be regained, but you need to trash everything. Running R&D, there's no point to this, is there?
Yeah, I don't like this line.
We have.
Oh, if the top card is trashable. If you can get in with enough credits and the top card is trashable, they dig.
That is huge. But Odell needs to get in, break ice, and still have money to trash cards.
Out.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Stim
If you
would have done it.
If you know like what the agenda suite is in this deck, or what the obviously the list, you could figure out exactly. Oh no, I guess there's face downs in HQ, but what's the cheapest things to trash here? Assembly lines for 1, Rashida for 1. Everything else is like 4, 5, 3.
There's one unknown Lakshmi for unseen Lakshmi for 3 credits.
Yeah. Who is?
And again, this is not technically economy pressure because all this stuff so far has been rezzed for free with the Mumba temples.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you can trash all the Jeeves and hold on for another turn? I don't think that's a winning line. Oh, maybe.
Well, you only have to hold on for that 1 turn.
Yeah.
Because they'll deck.
Unless they have a biotic in hand.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Double Hagen?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I don't think you have a chance in.
No, you
Probably
don't.
want to just bounce off of this, lose your misdirection or your mantle.
Then what?
I don't think you have an out. There's no way to interact with Lakshmi. You need Imp. You need some way to trash agendas. Because I can is the shaper option, but you know what also works? That's a concession.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they had a notoriety in their grip.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Oh, God.
Oh, for those who don't know, notoriety. If you make a successful run on all 3 central servers, you can spend a click to pay 1 for an event that gives you that 7th winning point. Just not enough money.
Yep. That's smoke problems.
Yeah. Not finding that net marker over 20 cards on your deck, it's really hard.
And we saw one of the stim hacks hit a Proco, which also would have been money.
Yeah, I think all Odell needed is at one point in this game so far, just a piece in our time, just to get them up to that credit levels where they don't have to duck hard-hitting newses so consistently and, can start trashing things. But the economy just didn't come there. Too dirty laundry, a sure gamble when casts. I think that's all they found. Obviously, besides the very valuable stim hacks.
Smoke runs so lean on real credits that you can sometimes tempo them with HHN, even through misdirection, which is exactly what we saw in this game.
Have skips from Aginfusion and for 19.
Yeah, just to guide
that's
you,
the
folks.
other side, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
We're doing the other side. We're on stream already. It's Aginfusion versus 419, table 3, and they both kept. Indeed, over to you.
All
Thanks,
right.
Vesper.
First, auto install on archive. Just
Yeah, triple ice on everything. They paid the credit for the defense.
No Amakua counters. No easy Amakua counters.
So those might be a bit less familiar with Ag Infusion. Here we have a face check with the Bravado. Just 1 second. 4 credits could be a Cortex lock. I think worst case scenario to do damage. Not much else, and it's going to be a successful run on HQ. Seeing the Rashida, almost definitely going to be trashed, getting more money back from the Bravado. But Ag Infusion, for those falling on home once per turn, instead of resing an approach dice, you may trash it to choose another server. The runner is now running on that server and encountering the outer piece of ice. If any 17 influence, it's worth noting there are some technicalities with this. The runner is now encountering the ice that they bounced to, which means that the corp doesn't have a chance to res it. So it's in Odal's best interest to res a really big piece of ice on archives maybe, and then just have everything be a threat that you can throw them onto that big ice.
And they just went on installing a tapworm and a bad tap that eventually the corp will have to deal with.
That is a pretty obnoxious opening hand. Bravado, Tapworm, Pad Tap.
Yes. I would have to keep that too.
We're seeing so much more of this where people install Tapworm at a point where it doesn't actually give them credits, but they understand down the line that's 1 click for maybe 6 credits. It's definitely worth it. And talk about drip economy. Rizeki coming down as well. Odal definitely has a lot of work to do here on only 3 credits and still paying to prevent exposes.
Yeah, the 419 tax combined with all of this, the pad tap pressure, the tapworm pressure, just adds up over time.
Single access on R&D, no trash, no steal. Well, we're talking about Jinteki. What I'm assuming is a Glacier. So you do want to make sure you can access with 4 cards to deal with the Obakata. Class Act coming down to help you with that card draw and filtered card draw from now on. Odal still only on 6 credits. Once they're at 8, that is the point where you have to be worried about face checking into a DNA tracker or an Anansi. And with 16 after the IPO, Odal's probably good to go.
So now the question will be, are they just going to not care about the runner's money, leave the pad tap and the tapworm, or are they going to take some time now to start? Oh my goodness.
Oh
Wow.
This is disgusting.
that means you give up, right? Purging the tapworm, 3 credits a turn off the top, but we're looking at 5 if the pad taps fire the same turn.
Oh. But you need
9
to do
credits.
it then, because you don't want to reach 419. And discarding a Citadel Sanctuary. Okay.
Yeah, Citadel sometimes means it's a rogue trading list, one of those pseudo tag me lists, but it also is just like a pretty good card against controlling the message or meat damage. Amakui coming down, that card wants to get free counters off of just central runs, but very difficult. An offer you can't refuse.
Yes!
This is going to hurt someone.
This is going to be fun.
So we're looking, basically a run's going to happen on a central server. The runner cannot jack out. So I guess worst case scenario on HQ could potentially be lethal with 12 credits. That's an Anansi, and Amakua can't interact with that. And Johnny's just going to say, you know what, I will refuse.
Well, that's actually 4 credits for a point. It's not even that bad.
It's really not bad at all. I also think that this can tell Johnny something about the deck. Probably we're looking on only 5 3s and then offers as the way to get to that 7th point, kind of similar to that sort of echo chamber builds you've been seeing classically out of NBN decks.
Yes, and honestly, this is the best thing that could happen to Odal, because probably resing both eyes on HQ to actually make it miserable for the runner would mean that he goes down to 0 credits again.
Yeah.
Right.
That Bagulter's a huge hit to the table. That means that the Nancy is now dealable, or is able to be broken. But the Amakua is going to expose a DNA tracker on R&D, and Johnny has to run now. Archives could be pretty scary. Just an Engram Flush can do 2 pseudo damage and get some information.
Yes.
All for 2 credits.
That I am so in love with this ice.
Yeah, it's great. It really is.
Odal
naming program, not that often to hit, but if it does hit against criminals, it's a problem. Hitting a tapworm, revealing a class act, a doof, and a dirty laundry. So event probably would have hit more, but again, hitting an Angolo would be absolutely disgusting. So
now that they've seen your hand, you don't really want to. You can't really run. You can't just run through it for value and turtle counters and stuff.
It's also worth noting that diversion of funds is definitely a strong card when you want to put the economy pressure on. But we're talking about Ag Infusion, who can trade an unresed ice to basically not end the run entirely, but basically move the diversion of funds off of HQ, causing it to fizzle.
Yeah, I think that if you can threaten to break the Engram flush, you maybe still do it just to force them to start trashing their ice. If you just let them build up face down ice on every server they want, then they can send you wherever they might want to send you at any time.
So 5 Amakua counters is the magic number for both Engram Flush and Anansi, but it's 6 for DNA if I'm not mistaken. So DNA is on R&D again. The Ag Infusion reroute does not let you res the ice you reroute into, so Odal needs to find a reason to force Johnny to interact with R&D to get that DNA up.
Well, we have a remote.
So Ag Infusion is paying that credit. Oh, perfect. Yeah. It's important for Ag Infusion to keep that credit tax up on the 419s exposed, just to prevent that Amakua from getting bigger and bigger. I imagine at some point Odal will actually go for a purge. Falsified credentials, finding an SSL in server 1 is 3 Amakua counters enough to get in there. With only 8 credits, Odal is threatening. Deuces Wild, game 3, probably expose and run?
Yes. DNA tracker.
Asset is a surprising call there. Having seen an offer you can't refuse, what asset are you expecting that to be out of Ag Infusion?
I think it's only Rashida, right?
Right.
Running HQ, we don't know anything about this ice. We know on R&D and on server 1 we have DNA trackers. If Odal wants to spend all their money resing here, they can't protect server 1, but it looks like it's just a redirect into the Engram Flush. Amaku can interact with that. Odal now naming event.
And what do you do next? Like, do you purge? Or do you get scoring your agenda? Because you're on 8 credits. If you are forced to res that DNA tracker, you go broke.
Yeah, I think you need a purge here, right?
But yes, because a single more access or a single more Deuces Wild allows you to interact.
There it is.
Oh, running this. Now, Odal, wait, don't we know that this is a DNA tracker? Isn't this lethal?
No.
Oh, no, Amakua now on 6 with the Deuces Wild. Yeah, right.
Exactly.
And the second ice in is the Anansi. So outside of punitive Counter-Strike, unlikely to be lethal, you'd still need to get that credit differential up on your side. I don't know whether you want to res here. We've already used the Ag Infusion ability by redirecting off HQ. Trashing a Cortex lock doesn't do anything against a runner with no unused MU. So SSL endorsement is going to be 9 credits that Odal definitely wants. But with pad tap, that's just as good money for Johnny.
Yeah, I think you want to trash. Yeah, do you think that you click for credits and trash the taps before taking
9
SSL?
credits.
Guess not.
That's so hard, right?
Yeah, it's 9 credits, and then you get them back from the SSL. But boy,
I think if anything, you might choose not to take the SSL money unless you're also going to play like an IPO or a hedge fund that turn. Like SSL is not mandatory, right?
No, it's not mandatory. You can choose. But they've gone for a purge here, and that will buy them a little bit more of time because 3 deuces have hit the bin.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be about finding an Ngolo or an Amina, any sort of actual breaker, because relying on Amaku in this matchup is very difficult with such scary face checks. That being said, Odal doesn't have the money to res everything, right? If an ice is res on server 1, R&D is open. Daily cast, Earthrise Hotel, ticking with that extra class act value is going to let Johnny to draw into what they need to, but install advance in server 1. Again, sometimes just Obakata you can jam out. I imagine Odal wants this to either be another SSL or an NGO front even.
Yeah, I don't know if you run this if you're Johnny, with even knowing the Anansi.
There's the Ngolo.
There's Ngolo.
Still 4 credits to deal with Engram Flush, but what do you pay for DNA Tracker? You pay 5. That's pretty good. We haven't seen enough influence. We haven't seen any influence. So in theory, if this is like Obakata into punitive, Johnny will regret throwing away that Citadel Sanctuary. And 17 influence, we haven't seen any. That stretches pretty far. I imagine there's border
Angolo
controls
and
somewhere.
Roseki. Angolo and Roseki?
Oh, sorry, I meant for the corp.
Oh, for the corp. Sorry.
No, I think I said Johnny.
Yeah, we haven't seen any on the corpse side, so who knows? Who knows what the tricks are? I mean, I imagine border controls.
Yeah, right? Works well with Ag Infusion. We also might, I think that Angola is going to be very good against potential sandstorms that do show up in this ID.
Some people in chat suggesting punitives, given the offer you can't refuse.
And and the 5/3s, it would make some sense. And then you would want some the 2-click operation that you can fetch it.
Consulting visit?
Yes, thank you. I'm really bad at names.
So we're trading 8 credits for 5 credits. Not the best trade here, but if you want to trash the Nancy deeper down in server 1, you're going to have to force Johnny to either not steal this agenda or run back, which they don't have the clicks for, right? So they're going to spend more money on this. You can bounce here at Confusion.
Yeah. Yep, you can bounce them to the flush and they don't have the credits for it.
Yes.
Also now having that DNA tracker res on server 1 means
Yes.
central runs can be bounced into it, but we're hitting the Engram flush here. It looks like no punitive, but Odil will probably be able to score out onto game point if that is a 5-3.
Mm-hmm.
What's your call here?
Good question.
It has to be a 5/3 because if it was an how do you say an NGO front, you could have res the Anansi, and they didn't have credits to deal with the Anansi either.
So they called
Resource.
only hitting a class act. There's a paperclip and Amaku in there. Not hits you're too excited for. The paperclip is actually in theory a bad hit. Taking the SSL money, both players starting with 3 extra credits on the top of the turn. So unfortunate when you see that triple pad. Odil could score here, going down to only 3 credits. Probably central servers. If you want to trade a card into a DNA tracker, your centrals are open at that point. Probably not a trade you want at this exact moment.
You do know they don't have a doof, right?
Yeah, I think we trashed one so far. We just saw their hand. But, you know, when it comes to Earthrise plus Class Act, it's just an Opakata. So it looks like Punitive either isn't in this deck or in hand, unless Odil was a bit scared of some sort of, I don't know, I've had worse or something wild. It's also like totally worth talking about server 1. Again, Ag Infusion's ability is more relevant if the unresed ice is behind the taxing ice. So now if you put something in front of the DNA tracker, if you want to basically do the Ag Infusion reroute, Johnny isn't going to have to deal with the DNA twice, but just 2 clicks to basically to rerun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's totally worth saying, as PSK said in the chat, if you are watching this, please watch it on Twitch, not in the lobby. It can strain the JNet lobbies.
Yeah, sorry. I hope I wasn't. I think I wasn't very rude.
No.
That's needs to be reminded constantly. We need to keep these servers running well.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest tournament that Jinteki has been enduring, and we need to be very, very careful because in case Johnny or Odol needs a judge call, I couldn't intervene because I'm obviously on stream, and TOs need to be able to access every game at any moment, and yeah, but I don't think they understood.
So resing Rashida to get around falsified on it, maybe.
Yes,
but then installing
definitely.
an upgrade, but not resing that.
Yeah, that doesn't make.
That's a bit strange. Unless what could it be, like a Marcus Batty, and you want to keep that unres so you can put one on central. Single access SSL off the top of R&D. That is 9 more credits each way. Johnny is in theory on game point. 2 credits doesn't threaten a res. This could be it. Obakata cards in hand. Turning wheel building up counters.
This is so bad for the corp.
There might be something in hand. Rashida just fired. We know it's an upgrade in server 1. Hunting Grounds also making the Engram flush a lot less spiky. Single access. IPO, turning wheel building up. Wow, credit differential so wild. And Rashida's going to draw 3. If you can't protect HQ with a turning wheel rolling, that might just be a bigger issue for the Corp. Punitive, mind you, is now off the table now that Johnny is on game point. If that is the game plan, again, it's turn, 11? We've seen no influence spends on the Corp side with 17.
Yeah, they're gonna need they're gonna need to do the old replicating perfection thing to try and win at this point. Border control on the remote, Ag Infusion ability, and just hope to tax them out of clicks, not credits.
They can totally do it, right? Like just install advance. You'll make sure that you have 3 more credits with the SSL, but you need border control. You need the Ag Infusion ability. Johnny still has going to start the turn with 25 credits. It's hard to tax him out. It's clicks more than money.
And you have to not lose on centrals.
We have a 20-minute warning left in the round. Should be definitely enough time to see a proper end to this game. IPO up to 13 for Odal. No jam this remote. That means Johnny has another turn. At least 2. Pressuring HQ. Turning wheel building up.
You have to res this if you can, I think. Oh, wow.
Okay, I have to apologize. It seems that the person I was trying to... it's a streamer there on this Italian stream.
Hey, no reason to apologize.
Apologies.
Batty getting sniped from HQ for just 1 credit, lowering the cards in hand for HQ. You could go back here. That's the Ag Infusion problem. As soon as you put an unresed ice in front of the DNA tracker, right now the redirect on Ag Infusion has no face check teeth as much as it does have click tax teeth. Running R&D can see 3 cards here. Johnny more than enough to steal that Obokata.
Mm-hmm.
What's the agenda suite here, right? Like if you're on 18 to 3-pointers, do you have another 3-pointer? Do you have a that's cheeky Philotic?
Future Perfect?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Either a Future Perfect or 1 Philotic.
Okay, so rerouted into the Hunting Grounds, trading an ice for that ability. Hunting Grounds is prevent a win encountered. You still should have the window there on Engram Flush. If you don't want to break it, you just reveal the hand. Paperclip also in the bin. Johnny can deal with everything. Odal drawing up, looking for an answer. Installing a server. If that's not advanced, that can only... I don't know what that threatens out here.
30 credits for the runner.
In theory, in advance here?
If they do 1 advance? No? Okay.
Yeah, single advance is Lacosta mind game. That's fun.
Yes. Maybe 2nd Rashida? 3rd Rashida? 3rd Rashida?
Johnny's 32 credits not being taxed out here. We could have a triple axis with the turning wheel. It looks like we're going to use the wheel. Paragon triggers. We're looking at 3 cards. Johnny, first, second card. Third card, nothing. Turning wheel being returned. No trashes, no steals. This deck a lot of times runs a bit more ice than normal just because unresed ice has value, but still there's agenda somewhere. Johnny now putting pressure on HQ. 4 cards in there. Snare.
Oh!
Ooh.
You can afford to fire that. 3 damage. It's going to hit a boomerang, going to hit a tapworm, and the Earthrise Hotel. That tag kind of matters with a turning wheel. Paul up coming down matters not so much against Marcus Batty. You have a window to res and fire all at once, but we'll deal with other things.
With Lacosta, for example.
Yeah.
Those 2 SSLs are fully drained now. The runner has 33 credits and the Corp has 11.
Double
so I guess
advance.
we know how that math worked out.
So here, if there's a border control on that remote, we're talking about Marcus Batty, a run remote, border control, Ag Infusion. Johnny has to run this like, 3 clicks, 4 clicks a turn? And also Johnny now only on 1 card. If that's the Obokata, Johnny has too much to do this turn.
That's true.
Yes.
That snare might have been the tempo that the Ag Infusion deck needed.
You can draw up 3 cards and just run and
then
wish
Ag
for your life
Infusion.
that it's not border control.
But even
yeah.
Ag Infusion,
Yes.
right? Like, you need to
Yeah.
run it at least twice, let alone what
Oh,
you're assuming is a
wow.
baddie.
They're gonna try and find it elsewhere.
HQ could be snare lethal, accessing an engram, building up the turning wheel counters. Maybe R&D is where you go. You have to respect still Ag Infusion, another access. It's a celebrity gift.
You can get one fresh card. Saw
Yeah, and you
3
still can't
before, Corp drew
steal.
1.
There's probably 2 more agendas in R&D. One of them is likely an Obakata. So your odds here are only a single. No, it could be the SSL or whatever the TFP is or whatever the last floating point is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But that's
Odal
it. That's
needs-
2 hits in 22 cards.
And I think you can use your Ag Infusion ability here, right? Because you know they can't draw up.
They still. Oh yeah.
Because, yeah, it's just the cards, right?
Oof. Oof.
John
But
Odal needs
what
to
if-
keep 3
what if-
credits.
But what if they're bluffing on server 1 and that's the third SSL?
Right.
That's a good play.
Might have to hold the ability. Trusted R&D. Trust the heart of the cards.
Maybe you bounce here and hope baddie is enough if it isn't the oboe.
Or it might be an NGO, to be honest.
That's true. Sing some
Ooh,
extra cards.
Okay.
Turning wheel.
Third card? No.
Nothing.
Oh wow.
If this is
Got
it,
it.
all we have to do is hit that Ag Infusion ability.
What?
But
no
oh,
action.
No.
looks like it's an Obakata.
And
Could be
they want
NGO.
them to see it?
Yeah, yeah.
This is just like
You always let them see it.
Styling on him.
evil. It's like, I'm not going to bounce you because you can't steal it.
It is an oboe.
Oh,
There
wow.
it is. And a baddie.
That's a scoring window 101. You hit that snare. I'm gonna jam.
Oh,
That's as
wow.
simple as it is. And it looks like Johnny accessed HQ, hit the snare when the oboe was in there. What a game. Triple pad tap, double Rizeki, and you know what? At the end of the day, the money didn't matter.
It didn't. That snare.
That was a...
That was quite a game, huh? I mean, woof. Okay, but we're still in the round pretty much. I'm checking the timer right now.
15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So we can definitely jump into another table if you still have the stamina for another game, because this was exciting. This was hella exciting.
That one was really fun.
Yep, definitely. I love the phrase scoring in the 101. Definitely. Okay. So let's take a look. We have I don't know. There's just so many tables still going strong. Should we take a look at? I don't know. You pick. Come on, people. You're awesome, and you know what to pick. I will not make the choice.
We've got Chris Dyer at table 20.
Let's go for that.
Table 20. 2 spectators.
Former world champion.
Indeed. Jumping
Yes.
in over to the 3 of you.
All right, we're seeing something that's a bit close to our first game of this match. We got Neiman again. This is Chris Dyer, an almost 2-time world champion winner. Definitely a very competitive, very consistent player. Playing Ganasa Group, Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, probably very close to card for card to what we saw in first round.
With tour guides.
We're seeing Django 84 up on Leela. Miss Bones, cool counterattack to be able to trash some installed cards. Helps with that asset spam. Not any credits off of it just yet. And Leela's ability does some disruption here. We are getting a single access with the Bravado. Mind you, this is only turn... What are we on? Turn 9? So still a bit of a game left to play. And MCA Austerity, actually, this is probably a bit of a different list. We did not see that. We were seeing more Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, but Chris now has the capability of scoring more from hand.
Oh, oops. We're in the same game as the other stream. Oh, well. That's okay.
Whoops.
That's my fault.
It's all good.
It's fine.
So Austerity with
All
3
three
counters
tour
on that.
guides.
Oh, woof. Criminal really has no good way of dealing with that infaction, if I'm not mistaken, besides Bachlin Botchkin?
Or the new stealth.
Oh, yeah.
Breaker. That one is just amazing. But I don't think this is stealth. Lilo?
Now that tour guide is going to be a 2-credit tax. Res for free, even with the Mamba Temple. It looks like that austerity policy is going to get something cool rolling here. In theory, austerity policy works kind of well with hard-hitting news. I'm not sure we're going to see that exactly here. We also do see Lakshmi Smart Fabrics in archives, so maybe these lists are similar and we just did not see that that austerity get up to speed. Chris, going to pop that austerity. What can you do with 6 clicks? A heck of a lot, especially with Jeeves. Let's score out of vanity.
The most you can get is it would be a vanity. But Vit with a counter.
So on game point, foods.
With 2 clicks, you can literally get back the MC austerity.
And click it again.
Leela interrupting a bit with her balance, returning the ice. I believe that was on server 5.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have 3 streams on this game. It's
Chris
the
draws that attention.
The perks of being Chris Dyer.
So sometimes Leela's not even the worst for you as a corp if it gives you the ability to say, you know what, I'm in an okay spot. I want to ice up centrals. Thanks for the return to hand.
Mm-hmm. But if you're Leela here, you want to be bringing back those assets.
Yeah, it helps.
It's Lakshmi, knowing that Lakshmi is there. Just like, no, you're not going to res any assets from now on.
It slows down fully operational. I think right now, Leela, the best thing that could hit the table is probably a sneak door beta. We're seeing those creep into lists modernly. I love that include.
Yeah, that would be amazing. But my question right now is, we're seeing a misbones. Why are those Mumba temples still on the table?
I don't know if you can do it. That's a lot of clicks, right? A whole turn just to clear the temples, and with 22 credits and fully op. I don't know if it's exactly what you need. I think you need to trash Chiefs and like austerities and.
Yeah, but those 2 guides.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Yeah, that's the
I think that's the
reason why you have to trash those Mamba.
Yeah, get the tour guide subs down. But it is a lot of time and tempo to do that.
Single access on R&D. Interestingly enough, the Haken doesn't have a subroutine that will trash any installed programs. You could bounce off of that for turning wheels if you think that's fast enough. But Biotic Labor could, in theory, close a double Biotic into Jeeves. Yeah, Biotic, Vitruvius, Biotic. Looks like we're going to get a food scored. That's it, Chris. Going to be able to score out any 5-3. Could even be a Vacheron. Shouldn't matter at this point.
There you go. Wow.
It is a food.
There you go.
Incredible.
That's fast. That's efficiency. Again, that was like how many cards are on the table? How many credits does Chris has? When we're on turn 11, that's
turn
quite
11.
The board state compared to the criminal. Obviously, he needs to put pressure on, but we're looking at a lot more installs on one side of the table.
When you can see too, in those 11 turns, the corp only actually gained 44 credits, less than 1.
Yeah, but you
credit
can
per
see
click.
2 violet levels, the 3 fully operationals, and a successful field test. So if that was early on the game and their hand was filled already, that's a lot of installs with thanks to the agenda.
Yeah,
super fast.
It's explosive. I wonder if the credits you take from Mumba Temple are included in those post-game stats, because I imagine at some point that Chris spent nothing to res ice or res anything for a majority of the game.
I don't think they're included, and so they would have provided a ton of value.
We got maybe 8 more minutes in the round, give or take. You want to jump into a table? What looks good?
But
yeah, sure.
Yeah, do tell me. I mean, pick and choose.
You want to try table 9? We got Algebraic versus Axwell. We saw Axwell earlier.
Sure.
It might take a while. It does take me a few seconds to get in, but we're getting in that direction.
Yeah, that's already 4 spectators, so I think we're just choosing the same tables.
We could drop down to Rotage at table 41.
Oh, he's boring.
I would like that.
Let's ban Rotage. No, come on. We're not going to... Maybe another day. Nothing against David. He's an absolutely awesome person. We're in. So yeah, we are in the algebra.
We already know how diaper works.
Yeah, exactly. Over to you.
So Blue Sun versus 419. Blue Sun looks to got off 2 overstated eyes by the early game, but down a severe amount of agendas with 2 hostiles scored. That's probably all the 1-pointers. So Axe is going to be looking for the last 3-pointers somewhere in this list. Algebraic has a lot of work to do just to get up to even a tie, which I don't think is possible considering their agenda suite. Axe Will is definitely favored here on time.
Agreed.
At this point, so time is really important when it comes to Netrunner. I don't think a lot of players play to time because it's not fun or exciting. I don't think stalling is exactly a thing. It's in fact very much not allowed. But if you can now just play control, you don't need to go get central accesses. I think that's what's important here. If Axwell just has the credits and the breakers and the ability to contest the remote server, they can ensure that they stay up on agenda points.
Right, just keep control of that remote.
Building blocks, hitting table.
Yeah, Orion is technically a barrier as well as everything else. You can bounce that for basically 10 credits if you'd like. You do save the install cost as well. But with only an Amaku with one counter and the Bugalter, I don't think Axwell needs or has what they need to contest this remote server.
No.
It's also worth noting you see Chiashi in this matchup. Sometimes Boomerangs doesn't get you as far as you think it should. Admittedly, there's only one end run subroutine, but a lot of the sites like Orion does have multiple subroutines.
Oh, that
Dirty
is petty.
laundry.
That is really petty.
Blue Sun lets you do that, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's also only bad pub. Yeah, that is entirely petty. Unless they actually wanted to res that so they can get it back on HQ, which kind of makes sense with the Surveyor.
Well, but but on 2 credits, probably you want to get back that Orion and get it back.
Yeah. I think you might be right about that.
No, I'm just no.
Chat is asking if there's a Clippy in the bin. Yeah, it's definitely worth knowing that Axwell does have access to a Fractor. And a legwork is coming through. It's just a Surveyor into border control. Border control could definitely eat this legwork. But that will make the Surveyor only at 2 double trace 2 against a criminal that does have a link.
And a Bugalter.
Yeah. So we're going to get some accesses here. Turning wheel going to build up a counter. Going to be used as well. Flushing out all of HQ. Border control being used as a counter to that spend. But again, things are still wide open right now.
You have 1 click left, and now you know there's interesting stuff.
Yeah. And 2 bad pub. Definitely
a lot of times,
run back.
The Blue Sun lists want to capitalize on those credits with punitive, but again, we're on game point. That is not going to matter. You can throw those out into archives all you want. Actually, we do see 2 punitives in archives. It looks like that's been for a while now.
No pickup on the Orion.
Yeah, it's the Afshar, right? Just to get the Surveyor up? Oh, wow. We do see 2 CVSs in the bin, so I don't know if this list is on 3, but if you want to deal with that Amakua, that's going to start getting through a lot of that central ice, you need to spend a whole turn purging. And when we have probably only less than 5 minutes in the round, I really don't know if Algebraic can get those additional 6 points they need.
We've got 3 minutes in the round.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Time is definitely working against him here.
Taking a little think here. Again, if you do have a chance, you need to play very quickly to be able to dig out. I wonder if that Orion remote is safe enough for install advanced events, but it looks like probably Afshar back on HQ. We are pretty sure there's an agenda in there if that legwork was stopped.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't go in the remote, then Afshar HQ credit up. But boy, having to click for it as Blue Sun is pretty rough.
So CityWorks project, definitely very cool. As long as Axe has enough cards in hand, you win the game. So it's not like there's going to be repercussions to it. But that is something that can have that same sort of scoring window we saw in the Ag Infusion matchup. I don't think there's snares in here, but if Axe goes too low on cards, we haven't seen a class act played so far. So maybe that burst draw is pretty good. But I feel like Axe with 16 credits can just camp the remote, click for credits, maybe draw a bit. Yo, there's an Angolo in the bin. That must have been trash, right? Maybe they hit the sapper?
No. Oh yeah, there is a sapper on archives.
Wow.
Not something you see that often.
Yeah, if Algebraic had more time in the round, maybe that's why the Afshar was so valued to get the bounce and reroute. Without a code gate, Criminal can still do a lot with Boomerangs and Amakua, but there's some big ice in this matchup.
Now Axwell going in the tank.
R&D doesn't end the run.
But you don't need to push it through an Ingram flush and a Muscleless when you're up 6-2.
Yeah. Poking here in HQ. Again, if the Afshar is rezzed, it's only going to be one real credit without the bad pub. Oh, it's
It's a
actually
border
border
control.
control. Amaku gets in for 2.
Mhm.
Bagalter, 3 more credits after the refund. Mail-in rebate. You can see 2 from
cards.
HQ. Yeah.
Yep. Wake up call.
There you go. Home run king there. So interesting. Not a bad card whatsoever, but a lot of times you put that in your deck if there's something you want to deal with specifically. You can't smash a turning wheel. It's virtual.
Mhm. He was very good against Film Critic, but Film Critic is no more.
Yeah. That's a return. Border control could be popped at any minute, but like I don't think that does enough for Algebraic Sports State. That border control on the remote, but again, it's just an amount of time we have left in the round. It
Mhm.
could be a double axis again with turning wheel. It was only a single last time SSL. There you
it
go.
is.
Will figuring it out. Getting up to proper time. For what it's worth, a timed win, as long as you have a lead, it now counts the same as a full win. It has for maybe a year now. It didn't always be that case. So that extra agenda is just kind of it just feels good, doesn't it?
This game actually took 52 minutes, and I think this was their first game.
Oh no.
Oh,
Really?
that's rough.
Could be wrong, but I think they're getting to the time. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. If
Yeah,
there's a
time's
remake.
finished. Time's finished. So
We're at time. Okay, fair enough. You
Oh
should know.
wow. So what's the best case scenario if you had like 2 minutes for your matchup, play whale and score hostile? That's rough. They get the full draw, right? That's 1 point each. What happens when
Yes.
you don't start a game?
It's considered a tie.
Excellent.
Okay, so I guess this was actually round. I'm just checking how many pairings have been reported so far. We're at 53 out of 58 pairings, but yeah, we're not going to be jumping into any other games for now. So yeah, I mean, big plays, big whips on several turning wheel runs and whatnot across the different games. And we've had, on the top table, we had an intentional draw. I don't know about any other tables taking, I don't know, 2-4-1s or anything else like that. So
No, I don't think there was any.
Okay, cool. So there's quite a lot. I'm actually switching to Cobra, so I should be taking you with me because that's where I'm looking right now, just to walk people through what happened on the different tables so that you have a better view of the general situation. We're going to be looking at the scores, the scoring table, once all the scores are updated. But yeah, table 1 per Cummins and Norton Appliance, that was the only intentional draw in the round, so they just decided to get together, take some crayons out and draw some nice, which they totally did. Then we had Ohm getting swept by Chris Ferg, a corpse split that we watched actually, Odell and Johnny, those were quite the games. Cable Carnage and Clickle, that was on the stream by New Andes, by the way, so if you're okay with Spanish, you can hop over there later on when they finish streaming live, and that game with a sweep from Cable Carnage. That's a big thing on table 4 here. Pinsel sweeping Kikai, so the reigning world champion, still going strong. MCG getting swept by RTSA, and Metak sweeping ML. A lot of sweeps, a lot of one-sided matches here, which is fairly interesting to see because that's going to shape the top of the table in a very significant way for the upcoming, well, 3 more rounds, of course. Motion Blur getting swept by Irobram. Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
No, also that makes it very interesting for the people on top that thought that they were fine hiding until the end.
Put some pressure.
That's gonna do maths very interesting from now on.
Indeed. Axwell and Algebraic, we just saw the first game finish. I don't think we're going to be following the second one, but they still have to report it at some point. Tradon that we had on stream earlier on and was nervous about not messing it up against Pumego's Apex, getting a runner split with Mr. Buggles. Who actually, Mr. Buggles, is Nisei's Matt, the translation localization lead. So hey, hats off to Matt there. Or he's one of the quiet Netrunner players who just always keeps scoring on in the top. And I'm like, okay, like he keeps placing in the top. It's like, well, there must be something about people who localize or translate things, you know, like him or me, and somehow it's just he has the talent for Netrunner and I don't. So hey, fair enough. Anyway,
no joke. Out of all the lists we've seen so far, I think Mr. Buggles' runner list is the list I'm most excited to see. It looks so cool.
chances are we're going to be watching him next round. Swabblin Warlock. I hope I'm well. Krusty splitting performing with a corpse split here against Diomedes. Not the Bees sweeping Faye. Akashia getting swept by Iref on table 14. Zero.
You know, not the Bees is Greg Tongue, right?
Oh, sorry, not the Beast. Greg. Oh, yeah. I got the scoop. Yeah. For those of you at home who might be wondering who this is Greg, the former lead designer in Nisei, who, well, designed quite a few cards we've seen today being played. So this is a person, like Greg is one of those people who knows this game quite well, you know, having designed for it and whatnot. So that is
World's finalist as well.
Absolutely, and that doesn't really maybe give you any special powers, but it shows. Like, it definitely shows that your love and passion and interest in the game shows in this course. Zero Cool on table 15, splitting core split GameNet. I think this is the highest scoring GameNet, if not the only GameNet in the game actually today, versus Mortivore. Snoopy sweeping Polyg, and then we have another Polish player, Śmieszny versus Václav, getting swept. Heinzel splitting a core split with Just Rob. And then so on and so on and so on. We just saw a corpse split here with Chris Dyer on the table with Django 84. Lost Geek sweeping, that's cool. A lot of scores on all the 50 plus tables. I could go on and on and on, but I'm basically holding on to this just to make sure that we do get the updates in Cobra anytime soon, and we will be able to talk about the standings. Like Mar just mentioned, like Princess Space Kitten mentioned earlier on, both Rotom Appliance and Percomis, who decided to go for an ID, they will be put under some pressure because they're gonna both go up to 21 points, and then we have people who swept on 15, so they're gonna be also at 20. Really curious to see the top 10 names after the scores reach Cobra fully. Mar, can you actually give us some behind the scenes, I don't know, stories or something interesting, being one of the TOs of the tournament?
What kind of stories are you looking for? Because actually this tournament has been running very smoothly.
That's a story in itself, no?
I'm sorry. We had one deck list submit that was with Gagarin.
Oh.
It was a mistake. It was meant to be Argus. It was solved pretty easily, and that's very much it. I'm so sorry.
Yo, Mar, are you commentating at the same time that you're doing tournament organization stuff?
No. I do. I keep checking if anything is going immeasurably wrong from time to time, but I've been left alone to actually stream. I'm on the bench.
Okay. That's so wild, though, that
it.
you're still keeping tabs while doing everything at the same time. Absolutely huge shout-outs.
Yep.
Oh no, it's fine. I love it, and if we were like only two people on the stream, I would be much more concentrated. But having both you guys there, it allows me to actually be everywhere. Not much of a
The all-seeing eye.
Indeed. In the meantime, all the results have been updated, so we do have the freshest, ripest scores on Cobra, so let's just dive into this. As mentioned before, Rotom Appliance, after the ID, after the intentional draw, still first based on that super high strength of schedule. Percomis, who was second, now on fourth, still a good strength of schedule, but there are some players who improved theirs. Mendax and Pinsel pushing onward into the top 4 here. Chrisberg, RTSA also on 21 points, Cable Carnage also on 21 points, and then we have the, I don't want to say the long tail, but there's quite a lot of people on 18 until the 18th spot, basically. So again, all those people, I don't know if we're going to see a lot of IDing here. There is a lot of pressure on them, because then there's the 15-point people who form a big chunk of the current scoring table. I mean, look at this. I'm just scrolling. Generally, up to the 44th position, it's still open, more or less. Things can still happen, so I think we're entering the very exciting part, kind of the middle game, if you will, or middle tournament game, if you will, where people will really have to do the maths. They will have to calculate and maybe make some bets. Maybe go for 2-for-1s. Maybe go for intentional draws, hoping that other players are gonna split or something, or that the players below their score are not gonna catch up in any way. I don't know. What do we see here, identity-wise? We have GameNet on the first spot, and still a lot of color, right? What do you think about this?
Runner side looks very blue.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think, well, it's unrefutable. But when it comes to the top 16, I think we're seeing every faction be represented, as opposed to the mini factions. We have an Atom there sneaking in at 18, just at the bottom of that 18-point bubble. I think that's cool. Obviously, we're going to see a lot of criminal now for a while, but at least the corp side of things is it's a bit more diverse. You're seeing more NBN sneaking in. We're seeing Pollen of Foods. I don't think we've seen a Pollen on stream so far. Odal's Ag Infusion is really fun to watch as well.
I'd be interested to see what those Pollen decks look like, because they took a really. We knew that banning Kakugo would be a pretty big deal for Obokata based Glacier decks, and unfortunately it was just necessary to deal with potatoes. But I'll be curious to see what the makeup is of those decks that are lurking around the top 16 here. It is also worth noting that two of those top criminals are Geists, who is not really a criminal in the traditional sense.
Yeah, I love the Geist representation that we're seeing, as opposed to APAC, where it was nowhere near as close as the 419s or the Leelas even. But Geist just having some cool tools, whether they can deal with the asset spam. I think that's one of the weaker sides of Geist. But in terms of being aggressively on the board, dealing with ice, even dealing with fast events, we've seen some interesting lists that let them contest that sort of thing.
I have always felt it's a little bit of a risk playing Geist online, because anytime you have to undo anything and then redo, like there's so much going on that it's very, very easy to get into a really wonky board state if you don't play perfectly. But of course, it's Pencil, so I imagine he doesn't have very much to worry about on that score.
Yeah, Pencil's huge. Like, this is a reigning world champion. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe the list that they were running for the world championship was Asa, probably something similar to what they're on now. And I think for Euros, that was the Geist that won Euros as well the same year. Probably a similar list.
Yeah, Asa, Pencil's been repping the Spombo, the Sports Metal, Arella, Cali testing style out of Asa.
Yes. For a while.
This season. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see there's some 2-for-1s and I trying to ID, so I will go check on that and try and keep you posted.
Thank you
Sounds
so
good.
much. Yeah, we do have quite a lot of traffic right now happening. Like we were mentioning earlier on Discord, there are people trying to figure out what exactly they want to do with their points, with their approach, with their strategies. In the meantime, here are the pairings on the top tables. Which one of these, if anything happens, of course, like if the game actually takes place, which one of these should...
Let's see.
Yeah.
Actually, just real quick,
Yeah,
I need
no.
to excuse myself for a minute. I'll be right back. Thank
No
you.
worries.
Sorry.
Thank you so
Sure.
much, Andre. No worries.
Absolutely, thank you.
So, I don't know, like there's a lot of colorfulness here. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I would say Table 1 could be interesting. I don't think we've seen GameNet or CTM on stream today, have we?
Maybe a bit of
If they play.
CTM in kind of a passing game, yeah. But like, there's two Leelas, so for sure that's gonna be quite interesting because both of these players seem to be teching against their own decks in a way.
Otherwise, Table 2 has a Freedom.
Mm-hmm. We haven't seen any Freedom just yet.
And Freedom versus Asa, which would be quite an interesting matchup.
Yep.
Oh yes.
Going further down, we have a couple of Palnas. We could check those out. Yeah, so depending on who's playing, I think we have a lot of good options.
Yeah, so basically any of the top 10 tables, I would say we're fine with checking, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to be hopping around tables, but of course, first of all, we have to make sure that those games are actually happening. So still figure it out on Discord. Shoutouts to Austin, Ice Cold Jazz, who appeared out of nowhere and started taking names and writing things down as a TO as well, helping out, of course. Basically, the team lead for the organized play and an absolutely awesome person. no quarter given, so to speak. We are slowly entering. Yep.
Sorry, table 30, Poli G versus Melik. It's a 2-for-1.
Okay. Do we have any IDs on the top tables? Because then, if not, we can just hop onto a top table.
And not that I know of. I'm just telling you as soon as I get it.
Exactly. Thank you so much for this. And we're getting behind-the-scenes scoops here. I'm just scrolling down the list just to see if...
Okay, table 1 and table 3, I did.
Boring! I mean, I understand them completely. This is what, round 5 of 7?
That is Chris Ferg and Mendex, and Cable Carnage and Rotom Appliance on table 1.
We're gonna look for table 2 then. Maybe they are having a game, right? Would be quite nice.
Sounds good.
Oh, actually just skipped. RTSA versus Pencil table 2. I'm trying to get in and knocking gently on their door. It seems to be on, and they're already on, so we're just hopping into this straight away. What we have on here is Geist versus GameNet, and I'm leaving the booth, and it's on you. Go for it.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find the game. I'm sorry.
I just got into it, so we haven't seen too much yet. We've seen Hedge Fund, and there's a Drudge Work in the trash here out of GameNet. Let me just see.
We have another 2-for-1 on table 31, and that will be Ola versus Acacia.
Okay, cool.
That's amazing. So many 2-for-1s.
I think they know that they're kind of on the edge, and they need to hit a 6-point round to kind of get back into the running.
Yeah. Like
Jinja
this
out of this.
Make it or break it round.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Jinja just on its own, nothing in front of it in this remote out of GameNet.
Yeah. And a little bit of gossip. Table 4, Percomis offered an ID, but their opponent refused.
Ooh.
I
think there will be some of that. Of choosing to offer an ID or not based on who your opponent is and whether you think you can beat them, sweep them. Just
not getting an ID versus Percomis.
Yeah, if Percomis offered me an ID, I would take it.
Yeah, me too. Oh, so did that dove hit the table or not?
It didn't.
It didn't.
Geist ran out of tricks.
Hi. That's a re-education.
Yep.
That works with Jinja, doesn't it?
Oh my.
Yes.
It does.
This is spicy.
This is what I like about these big tournaments. Because there are always people, like as soon as a new ban list comes out, right, people start brewing with their testing groups or whatever. And it's not until the big events like these that some of those decks that have been kind of lurking in the background or not been revealed yet start to come out of the woodwork, and you can kind of see what people have been coming up with.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but Pinsel is on 17 credit on Geist without any tech trader on table. He's seen a dude and 3 Sugar Campbells. I mean...
he had 2 Bravados in his opening hand. That'll do it.
That was the difference in like the Geist write-up that Pincel published back at Euros, is that it was the triple gamble, triple bravado. A lot of those Geist lists ran very few events, but Pincel swore on it. The idea that you can make money while checking is definitely huge. We're going to go trash a Jinja. That slot machine is not going to stop that from being a successful run.
And Stargate is coming, so...
Yeah.
That will do it.
Grappling Hook's so strong against a slot machine that's not fully charged up. 5 credits to get rid of that Jinja. Yes, thank you. We have some people in chat talking about how re-education could have represented a kill deck. There's some really interesting combos with this. I feel like Geist specifically is actually really well teched for that. As long as you keep some burst draw on the table, anything that the trash can on it really should be safe. But it's a really interesting list. I've never seen anything like this.
Me either. Oh, there's the first tech trader. I was just about to say those credits. He may have had a lot of money to start with, but
They're going to be going
they'll
down.
run out quick without tech traders. But here comes the first one.
Relocation. If this gamenet is playing only 5-3s, do you think degree mill is also a thing you want to see?
Yeah, like it's really hard. I don't know what Degree Mill does in this matchup. I imagine Bologna is still really good and will tax up Pincel
Yeah.
credits. We're seeing Psychographics too off the top. Slot Machine getting trashed, but Psychographics definitely means there's some tagging package going on in here. Pincel definitely still safe in the credit lead, but I don't know. I don't have a strong lead on re-education. It looks like that's either because there's something nifty going on, or it just the way that it works with Jinja and tempo gain is so strong.
That clot in the bin
Yeah.
to threaten against psychographic scores.
This is how you bring Geist to a Titan meta, right?
That is
Yes.
chef kiss.
That's
right there.
that's exactly why they did it. On the last Continentals from the Asia Pacific one, there was a lot of Titan, and that's their answer to the Titan meta.
We got
Are
a
they
daily
also
quest.
running Blackfile?
Yes,
Oh.
they're also playing Blackfile.
Ooh.
It just a really beautiful build up for Geist.
Blackfile and Street Peddler, there's nothing nicer than that, is there? Street Peddler
Surprise!
tricking off. We sing 3 more influence. The paperclip hitting the bin just where you want it. We have access to some breakers now. I guess Stargate will be good enough. We have a daily quest in server 1. If Pincel wants to contest that, they can stop RTSA from getting some credits. Server 2 also unknown. I don't know what that could be. A naked Rashida. Maybe this is a trap. A news team even. That doesn't make too much sense, but it's a weird install out there, isn't it?
That first Stargate trash was, as we expected, in Ice. It was the slot machine.
And also
So-
now with Pronostic Culop online, you can kind of safely try and face check some mice, because you also have the possibility to run into a boomerang or any kind of thing that can save your ass. Sorry.
Yeah, very true.
Pincel was a big proponent of the triple what's it called, master class. I think it's masterwork, right? And then the
The
prognostic,
console, yes.
and be able to just like fire that every turn if possible, because you do have the technical writer economy. It looks like Pincel is rearing up to contest this remote server. Slot machine gonna pull that lever. Let's see what we got on the top. Double hardware. This is Amina. There's real breakers up in here.
But masterwork, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, getting the
you're
engine up.
And you're gonna pop that grappling hook. You can install it with Pronostic Culop.
Mm-hmm. And draw the Amina for your trouble.
Oh,
And-
that's. How
So-
can you not love Geist?
Geist is fun.
I do love Geist, so I don't know.
Ooh, tech
Tech
started.
startup.
What is that? That's probably another daily quest. I don't know if there's anything cool
Absolutely.
here. Is there like a CS, what's it called, a CU? But it's just an NGO front, which is going to give RTSA a credit lead if they want to spend their whole turn advancing it. Pre-resing it too. Plays around some falsifieds. They are going to have to discard a card this turn. Oh, actually, not entirely. They also could pop this here. We know they did draw into a hedge fund on the Mando, I think, last turn. Just drawing into Psycho right now, Psychographics. Wow, we still have like we have no idea what the scoring plan is for RTSA. It seems like it hinges on Jinja City Grid. Looks like that's what's showing up on R&D here, but they're scoring 5-3 agendas in a remote, which, let me tell you, in a remote is a good natural environment for Geist.
Yeah, and like showing up R&D with the Jinja to try and break the Stargate lock just prolongs the game, which also plays into Geist's game plan.
Theory could be a Chrysium. That works.
Mm-hmm.
That not popping NGO front to hit with a hard hitting, it's kind of telling that this turn Pincel can still run safely.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you keep that Stargate pressure up, I think they just drew the 2 known cards. Pincel is probably going to struggle to get some accesses, but Galter, it's an Embolus? Yeah, you can install that on central servers when your turn begins. Pay a credit to get power counters on here. You can use these power counters to end the run. That's a really cool counter to Stargate. you definitely want to run that before you Stargate, because otherwise they can end the Stargate run. And some strange includes here: Drudge Work, Spicy shuffling away some 3-point agendas, showing an SSL endorsement for 3 credits and a deck shuffle.
That's the second Drudge Work we've seen in this game, so we're starting to get a handle on the influence. Since presumably there are 3 Jinjas, that's 6. Maybe 2 Drudges, 10. Embolus is 1. So that's 4 left.
I'm gonna guess the Engram Flush.
Oh, that could be. Oh boy.
Or some border, maybe?
This is so wild. Embolus is a unique card. Obviously, it's hard to keep Geist off of all servers. They, unless they have all their breakers down, they're not going to make runs for fun because they expend their resources a lot of times. But can you score in a remote if you have an Embolus on R&D?
Wait, sorry. What is Pinsel looking for? Because
Yeah, that's a good question.
he just trashed a Cavalli.
I think
From
money,
that's
right?
That's not
But,
something
like-
you ever want to throw away.
Probably they're just looking for the tech traders. But you don't trash a Cavalli.
Maybe the back because they only have 9 cards left. But like they need to get an Amina down likely, and I don't know how they're going to afford that.
Yeah, I mean, how much more trader value are they going to get with the cards that are left in the stack? There's I was thinking earlier that a longer game would favor Geist, but Pinsel's really burned through his deck here.
Ooh, Data Ward. This needs some support to have some teeth. Right now, it's just going to be 3 credits or a tag to get through. Actually, no, the tag is a terrible idea. 3 credit tax to get through, which if they pay 3 credits, that's in theory a game net trigger, not automated yet on Shinteku.net. So you're going to see RTSA manually give themselves some credits. Boomerang still being used. Gets that stack shuffling, gets the Geist draw, gets that tech trader $1. Embolus losing a counter.
A change. But RTSA paid 6 for to make them lose 3 and allow them to use their boomerang.
Yeah, it's obviously like not a great trade. I feel like RTSA is just in pressure to ensure every central is iced up, just to make sure Embolus isn't easy to counter.
And just no open servers to run for Q-Loop.
That as well. We have an upgrade in server 1. I'm imagining that looks more like a Jinja than it is the second Embolus.
And
but
that
no res before Mando.
And they mean hit the hip.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. With the black file as well.
I mean, there is symbol chip, so if in a pinch the amine is really, really, really needed, it could come back.
Pincel not seeing a back just yet. I believe their list runs 1, if not 2, which is a large amount of recursion and economy, putting back all the spy cameras, all the street peddlers. I don't know if you can play that late in the game. The grappling hooks, the Gabalis, Kangamatos.
I think 1 is standard, and you can still charge it up with boomerangs even when most of your deck is gone.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, they play 2 Gabalis, 3 grappling, 3 boomerang, but there's no Kongamato.
Mm-hmm.
Now we did see the psychographics, which does mean hard-hitting news. And with Pincel down on 0 credits, obviously going to make money, is going to make credits if they run. But RTSA definitely favored on the credit lead. Also, GameNet will make credits if Pincel interacts. Pincel, I've never seen a Geist dry out this hard this late in the game.
Well, 4 cards left in the stack and 1 tech trader on the table sometimes.
Yeah, that's what breaks Geist.
Double advance. We know what that is, right? That has to be a Biovault. On top of an Embolus, that's some strong Glacier. RTSA definitely favored the later the game goes.
How much influence is Biovault? 2?
It's only 2.
Yeah, the Embolus only works on the same server.
Right.
That it is.
So if there are 2 Biovaults, that would be all of the... Oh no, it wouldn't be all the influence. There would still be 2 more because it's 17.
Embolus spending money on it. RTSA only on 4 credits and still valuing that credit trade into an Embolus power counter. Embolus, for what it's worth, works really well when it comes to daily quests. Revealing the drudge work, revealing an SSL endorsement, just shuffling that back in. We have this kind of like prison lock where all the agendas are in R&D, but install advance, just a single advance.
Yeah, because why not?
So what's the agenda suite here then? So we've seen SSLs get shuffled. We've seen a re-education.
It might be just that plus Bologna. Oh, last card,
Yeah.
Tech Trader. Street Peddler with one card installed to get Tech Trader.
Finally.
Pincel has the back down. Now, every time they run, they will get a counter just with the Prognostic Q loop. Technically, you are using it if you look at the top of your deck. But Pincel, that's so unlucky. Some of these lists will run hostage to ensure that this does not happen as often.
Right.
But the slots on this deck they're playing, it's so tacked against everything that the slots are so tight.
Yeah.
If you're playing Black File, you probably don't have room for hostage.
Yes.
We also only have one simul chip where I don't think the clot matters. You're largely going to need that simul chip for Amina.
Yes.
I actually don't know if you have the economy to support that, but you're definitely going to run out of tools to break. Right now, they're not showing anything, not even a single
I
Gabali.
was just gonna say, but what's the code gate in this list that ends the run?
Maybe sometimes the toll booth shows up because it works with GameNet, but that's the upper upper side.
Yeah, also there's
Yeah, and you can break that with Boomerang, Gabali, whatever.
Sometimes Archangel is an issue. That's also like a trace, but positionality matters a lot with that one.
Sorry, PSK, you were saying something a second ago?
Like toll booth, it's probably not gonna be of importance anymore because Corp is on 6 credits.
Are TSA deciding whether they need to fund the Embolus even further?
Yep. Gonna fetch a glass of water. Be right back.
Sounds good.
RTSA clicking for 2 credits. Just clicking
3.
for credits with advanced cards. Wild. What's happening?
So what like if that was an NGO, you wouldn't click for credits there, right? So
no.
What is that single advanced card?
If it's a Bologna, you wouldn't. If it's a re-education, I don't know whether you want to pop it off now. Is it a reverse that counts? What a wild list if that's the case. Even then, like getting that up to 2 advance encounters technically threatens a score, and Pincel is kind of encouraged to interact.
Right.
I don't have a good read here. Are there spicy 4-2s that we might be not considering?
I'm
Fly
sure
on the wall as a 3-1?
Yeah, but what do you do with that tag? I guess exchange of information.
All-seeing eye?
Oh, all-seeing eye would be devastating here.
Losing the back if they don't have a second in hand. Yeah, that's probably a win. Stargate coming out again. The Embolus token just stuffs that.
Yeah. But I think he wants to force it because he's shown with Spycam that he knows what the top card is.
Oh, totally true. Yeah.
Kind of playing the 419 game here of trying to, in a way, drain the corp by making them keep paying money into Embolus. But the thing is that interacting with the ice gives them credits, so I just don't know how you come out ahead in that.
Turnpike, Begulter deals with it relatively cheaply, but yeah, as you said, the on encounter works in GameNet's favor. Now this, you can't choose to access with the Stargate. You're locked in, right? It's not a it's a replacement, but not a May.
That's right.
Embolus counter, going to end that run. Now, interestingly, you can use that Embolus after the Boomerang is used to prevent the Boomerang from being shuffled back into the stack. That's huge. When you have a Boomerang as your last card in your stack, it's very valuable with Masterwork and Geist's triple Tech Trader. If that gets trashed, that's a pretty big setback.
Mm-hmm.
The back not automated, so Pincel just has to remember to hit that once per run.
Yeah, I imagine it's quite difficult to cover when trying to code this card all of the instances of what constitutes using a hardware during a run.
Yeah, probably a very similar issue to automating GameNet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he was forced to use his last spy camera during the run, because Qloop can't reveal the like
Oh,
you
is that
cannot.
true?
Yeah, you cannot look at the top 2 cards of the stack because your stack's empty.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's pretty important.
Hmm.
Bravado, one of the last 3 cards hanging out in hand. Again, this can be Embolist, but Bravado, unlike Dirty Laundry, does not specifically care about a successful run. Pincel firing all, not even breaking.
So not denying the run here with Embolus. That's a little interesting to me. Pencil knows the top card and is going to get bravado money. Yeah, why would you? If you were going to end the run, why not run it? Why not end the run immediately when it begins?
I think the only better thing is now they have a tag and they got the turnpike credit.
I guess that's so it's a trade-off between that and denying them a couple of credits, extra credits from bravado.
Yeah. Yeah, the tag is probably worth more than 2 credits because it's a click as well. I don't know if Pincel's clicks are that valuable anymore, at least at this board state.
Yeah, that's fair.
RTSA still 9 credits, getting the game net, just fueling up the Embolus. We still have such a wild remote server.
Yeah. Do you think?
Sorry, what was that, Mar?
Yeah, sorry. I started speaking before I finished thinking. So sorry.
That's fine. That's everyone.
Yeah, all the time.
Is it actually worth it to? Yeah, that's what I meant. Like keep running R&D when you know your runs are gonna be blocked.
Yeah, here we're probably going to have to see the paperclip hit the table, but you're totally right. Like any successful run removes the Embolus tokens and gets you an access. There might be agendas in hand.
And I am still absolutely baffled. What is it on server 1? Can they actually be playing like, I don't know, a jump book or something like that?
We haven't been able to figure it out either.
It has to be one bio vault, unless it's like defense construct, which is nonsense.
Yeah, but
Below it from
why is it
HQ.
one advance?
Yeah,
Oof.
we have no idea. They haven't been advancing it.
Grim Sleeper says
Bologna.
it's going to be fly on the wall into high profile target for 2 damage.
Can you imagine?
Oh, whoa.
Can you imagine that?
Pincel also on game
Draw.
point.
Yeah.
Draw, insult.
Pincel weak to hard-hitting news with only 1 credit. They could, in theory, pop a simulchip, but that's all the money that they can get from Tech Trader on this board state. Unless it looks like they're popping the back already. Yeah, the back only going to be fired to shuffle in 4 cards, double, single boomerang, triple spy camera. That's a lot of money if they need the money stat.
Pencil with the Galaxy Brain level read.
I'm going to die to single high-profile target. Double draw, only 1 credit. Hard-hitting news will still land, and Pincel might struggle to clear the tags. But again, we're on game point. Embolus only protects R&D. There could be another in HQ. And Geofront also offshored there. RTSA does have 8 more credits than it might look.
What is it on server 1?
Oh, we're going to find out.
Okay.
Advance?
Oh, single advance.
Come on. You still have 2 clicks. Go on.
Triple. RTSA taking their time, understanding that this
One
is
click
just
left.
I'm gonna
most
give them a
exciting
warning.
advance.
This is a warning.
It has to be fly on the wall now, doesn't it?
Attention. Are they doing that on purpose? They're actually making great TV.
What is that?
What?
Is the Bologna safe now? I don't know what this is. There's another upgrade. Another Embolus? An Ash? Ash works with GameNet, I guess.
Does it?
Yeah, if they spend credits, you make the credits back. You have 17
Okay.
influence.
Yeah.
Single access, not a Stargate. We're going to get that value now from Geist. I don't know whether we have another back, but Spy Camera coming down for a credit. You can pop that to see this
there's
top.
not another back.
Okay, only 1 back. These are the last 5 cards. Again, Boomerang is really important because you can use that forever as long as the run hasn't been ended. Or successful, more accurately. Surveyor. Begalter doesn't deal with that too terribly hard. I don't think they have enough credits unless they use the simulchip. It's what, 3 to boost, 2 to break. You get that tax rebate after 2 credits.
only one simul chip in the deck means that clot threat is only. I mean, I guess the game is so fast that if you only need the clot threat for the final score, but it's tough in this case because if you pop it now, then HHN into psychographics is live.
Yeah, it's really hard though to prevent psychographics, right? Like you need to pop it after they install a card, as long as you have like 5 tags. I guess 4, right? Install advanced clot.
Well, you also only need to do it when they're on game point.
Oh, that's totally true. Yeah, and by then I think you clear the tags. But RTSA is on 0 agenda points. Like this is wild.
Well, and how is Geist going to keep making money, right? The only part of the engine that's still alive is Boomerang,
One more.
Q-Loop.
And one more spy camera in their grip, if I'm not mistaken. Grappling hook coming down.
It's free.
Turnpike on encounter ability so relevant. I can't see this not being an embolist run. And it's worth knowing Pincel definitely knows the top card of R&D, whether this is a bluff or not. They don't have Bologna money. There might be 2 more Bolognas in the deck. But any agenda largely is going to be it. Even a 15 minutes will do it.
Yeah, the one time when 15 minutes is actually fine for the runner.
Pincel jacks out before the Turnpike. Not even eating an embolist token, basically spending all their resources just to deal with the Surveyor. But again, RTSA only on 1 credit. You might be able to run server 1.
So now we're running out of influence possibilities a bit for GameNet here, because Surveyor's 2 influence as well, and we've seen 2 Drudge Works and the Embolus. We suspect that there's at least 1 Biovault in server 1.
Yeah, that's 2 more.
Yes.
They do have 17, so they can get a bit farther.
Some number of Jinja City Grids.
Enough Jinja City Grids to play Re-Education, right?
Yeah, so 3, right? Which is already 6 influence. 2 Drudges is 10. That's only 7 left. Embolus 11. And then some combination of Surveyors and Biovaults. 2 of each.
RTSA? Scoring out! It's just
It
an
was-
SSL!
It was an SSL the whole time.
Oh wait,
Why do
Are
they
they-
toy with our
are they
emotions?
punitive? Somehow.
They could be. It's too late, though. That was scored 2 turns ago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that agenda could have been scored like 6 turns ago.
Install advanced, they left it there. It's been in there for like 5 turns, maybe.
Yeah.
But again, we're talking about 2 upgrades, one of them a Biovault. We have a new card into server 1. Pincel probably is just in click for credit mode. I don't know what else they can do. It's so hard to get value runs. Again, Embolus protects R&D pretty hard. HQ is probably the easiest route here. We have no more Drudge Work, so the Gentas are going to crop out, but it looks like server 1 might be more secure.
I guess Boomerang is okay against Gold Farmer. I mean, you're still paying GameNet, but at least it's not costing you as much between Boomerang and Tech Trader compared
Grappling-
to Paperclip.
Totally, yeah. Grappling Hook is a nice way to get through IP block. We're going to get an access here. Single access. It's a blacklist. I don't know what this deck is anymore. Mind you, that
Wow.
blacklist does work against the Paperclip if they need
Yes!
to rely on it.
No, and the paperclip and the boomerang that cannot be reshuffled.
Right.
Oh, you're totally right. That's wild.
Why is not that blacklist on the table?
I assume something more important is in the remote. I mean, I guess that SSL was in the remote for like 8 turns, or 6 turns, or whatever it was.
This game is wild.
So does
it
that
work?
mean?
Go ahead.
Does that mean that SSL being on the table for so long? Does that mean that RTSA is actually kind of flooded here?
They could be. We did see some Drudge working, so it can't be too bad. I imagine there's more agendas in R&D, but again, we're talking about Embolus. This isn't a Stargate run, and it's pretty expensive to deal with this stuff. Embolus. 1 credit for an end the run doesn't sound too bad, does it?
No, because you got that credit from the Turnpike interaction anyway. So just put it right back on the Embolus.
SSL taking away that 6 more credits coming from RTSA. We had a card advanced into or installed into server 1. We still have a Biovault as well, right? Like if you're really scared of a single access on HQ that's going to cost you the game, that is definitely an option.
Mm-hmm.
It's an echo chamber. RTSA's on game point.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow.
Tech trader firing last spy camera. Pincel knows what's on top, is going straight into it. Could be a bluff. Could actually be the winning agenda. Boomerang coming off the top of the deck with the prognostic masterwork firing sort of thing. Boomeranging through the surveyor. The turnpike doesn't end the run, but we have 3 Embolus tokens and maybe a Biovault. RTSA could spend everything to ensure Pincel doesn't get in. One Embolus.
Yep.
Pincel using the boomerang, and because that was an end the run, the boomerang isn't shuffled back. That's so important right now. Pincel only has 1 more card left, and it is a boomerang.
Oh man, burning up the boomerangs on R&D. Yikes.
Pincel just getting through the data war, technically like clicking for a credit, I suppose. You're getting 3 back, going to shuffle into your stack. It's easier to play from your stack because you can do it clicklessly. This Axis here just gets rid of an Embolus token. Not too bad if Pincel just wants to focus on archives. Embolus only has 1 token, the weakest we've seen it in a long time.
Yeah, so he'll just farm those tokens away by sort of clicking for credits. Unless this Biovault gets popped here. Nope.
Again, RTSA install advance. It's really hard to steal. Excuse me, hard to steal a Bologna. I feel like any agenda in server 1 on top of a Biovault is going to be hard. It comes down to centrals, and again, Pincel knows what RTSA just drew there with the last spy camera.
Yes.
So then he doesn't have it, which means the game is in R&D.
We haven't seen a border control. We haven't seen, I imagine a digital rights management doesn't sound terrible to this deck. It lets you scoop it in from R&D straight into server 1. And again, 10 credits spent on ice, plus maybe an Ash. We don't know what's in that remote server. It has to be 2 upgrades. One of them a Biovault, more likely than a defense contract. Pincel clicking 4.
What's
Install.
this? Advance.
RTSA, what a game again versus a world champion. There's a lot of stress on you to perform and perform. They have Pincel checking the remote.
2 NGOs down. So there's 1 NGO, 1 Biovault, and a bunch of agendas.
We have a gold farmer here. No answer besides pulling out the paperclip for 6 credits to get through it, plus another 2 credit lost. If that is just a single Bologna, I don't think Pincel has it. Actually, just going to pay the 6 to get through, cheaper. Hopefully they won't need another barrier breaker here, and it is a big old surveyor. I don't know whether Pincel can do this. They do have a boomerang on top of their deck, but the window is still prognostic Q loopable, not master workable.
That's going to be...
I don't think they have it here.
I thought he'd have 1 more credit after this. He does not.
Slot machine's going to take away 3. They have 1 credit again. Biovault, Ash, both very protected, let alone if it's just a Bologna.
Yeah. Or an NGO.
RTSA keeping us all in suspense.
Got to click the right buttons at this point. It's very stressful if you know there's like an SSL in there or something. You want to make sure you don't goof your upgrades up. Biovault, end the run. That end the run also dealt with the boomerang. Pincel in such a bad spot. 1 breaker installed. Clicking for credit. Does RTSA have it? It's a Jinja? What's that advanced card?
What?
No! What?
So it's another Biovault?
Looks like it. Wait, did RTSA have the 3 credits? Were they short? No, well, they can't be anymore. Oh my god, what is this game? This is game 1, round 1, right?
Yes.
They started their turn with 4 credits.
RTSA looking for an agenda. 14 left in R&D. That Embolus is out of control right now. We have an install advance. Pincel, 10 credits. Biovault res. No real need to hear. No more threats. Like everything on the table. That's all Pincel has access to. Pincel concedes.
Yep.
Yeah.
GG.
Oh my, what a hot list. NBN Glacier is something we were just beginning to see with Asmari. We have something very similar here with the low agenda suite and the echo chambers, but that Embolus, the Biovault's definitely pushing that a bit over the edge. So cool to see. Well played to both players.
Yes, that was an intense game. Let's watch the rematch.
Yeah.
Run it back.
Yeah, they both led the
Oh,
table.
wow.
I'm going to try and find them right now as well. But this was... What was this? It was quite something, I have to say. Wow. Nobody was
That was a
expecting
game
this, right?
and a half.
Yeah, nobody was expecting this.
So how different is the game if Pincel draws an early tech trader, right? Like
Yes.
significantly different.
Yes, because then everything that he gets, he can put in the table. The bag would also have been amazingly better
Yeah.
on the earlier game.
Pencil mulliganed into no ice start versus freedom, which is not great.
Oh my god, we're seeing such hot tech. We have Freedom who deals with assets really well, and we're actually seeing a Gravedigger. I don't know whether you can spend the clicks to throw
value
cards
fuel.
into archives.
Value fully operational just to fetch for some eyes, I guess.
We have about half an hour left, so I
Yes.
imagine we're going to see a full game. The players don't have to rush to an inevitability. That AAL giving triggers to Gravedigger. There's a lot of things in this deck that will fire it. Rashida's will give Gravedigger counters. AAL will give Gravedigger counters. Maryland campaign.
That is a really smart include.
It also might just be like Knob Curie, right? Just to get the free Gravedigger counters. Feel like you're noise for a
Well,
minute.
and you can, even if you don't want to use them to trash cards from R&D, you can feed them to consume.
So Pincel seems to be more on that sort of combo ASA group, which I'm not too familiar with, but throwing away an early Hyperloop and Mega Pre kind of shows that there's probably some Game Changer, Arella Salvatore calibration testing going on.
Exactly.
And honestly, if Freedom's actually pretty favored in that matchup, as long as they can get down an Imp and a Knob Curie, we don't know if RTSA has that tech, but if you never steal their agendas, you can disrupt that Game Changer. I think they're still able to combo out in perfect circumstances, but trashing agendas is a lot better than stealing in this matchup.
Only getting to 2 points before things are iced up, though, is not ideal. I do like this 0.
Yeah, turn 1-0.
I think that's gonna generate some value and tempo.
We're on turn 4, and obviously the Street Peddlers play a big part of that, but RTSA is almost halfway through their deck. Pincel, Asa value, triple install advance.
There's the exact remote you want.
So what's the best case here? Vitruvius with a counter?
With a counter.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't seen the team sponsorship, you will need it to recover all your combo pieces.
Now RTSA could just, pressure Central is even using those Gravedigger counters just as virus counters for Freedom's ability. We'll see if a Street Peddler fires off here. Yusuf gaining a virus counter, accessing a card. Again, they can trash a lot of things for free. I probably don't think there's a card in this deck with, I guess 6 is probably the Game Changer, the highest. AAL getting trashed. You can go back, see another card, get some Freedom value.
And Symbol Chip on the board with Palangi in the bin means that 2 ice remote is not safe if there are enough virus counters available.
Gravedigger, fully operational, trashed. 2 down so far. Again, HB has a fair bit of recursion. Archive memories are definitely showing up in this list, but you can't feel bad about that.
No, definitely not.
What does RTSA need to stay in this game? Do you need Stargate? Do you need that much disruption?
An APO wouldn't be a bad option.
Yeah, APOC would be pretty strong. Caddy Jones, though, coming in off the Street Peddler, probably a bit too slow for this matchup, but seems to be the only economy they have at hand. We're seeing a lot of ice destruction with Hippo and Devil Charm, but that's
has a score.
Mega Pre for 2. Team sponsorship, Res in server 3, icing up R&D, getting Rashida in server 5. Ooh, that's really good for Pincel.
That's very, very good. That remote looks pretty good.
All those upgrades. What are we talking about? Breaker Break grid calibration testing, I think Arella Salvatore
Yes.
probably would have been res.
Maybe he just installed it.
And RTSA not interacting, not getting those freedom trashes. Again, Caddy Jones, a pretty slow card when it comes to getting value. But Gravedigger getting more counters off Rashida. You ever just mill 3 run archives, hope for the best? I don't know if that's going to do it.
Probably you want to use that Gravedigger the second you see Pinsel reaching for the combo.
Yeah.
So how, okay, for those who don't know, myself included, how resilient is the combo? Is there anything that you can trash? Like, what are you looking for as the runner to be able to pull this combo apart? Because I reckon team sponsorship holds all that back. Actually, we are a bit too late. Calibration testing, double res for free off Breaker Break Grid.
Yeah.
We might be in combo town already
Yes.
with double team sponsorship.
Yeah, you bring back both of the cal testing. In this case, if Real Salvatore is not on board, you have to wait until next turn. But you just keep pushing back your calibrating testings and going back again.
He didn't take them back here,
Yeah.
That's wild.
which is
That's
interesting.
Okay.
It was 2 cards from archives. I'm not sure. Those are face down. I don't know when those got in there. They discarded them at the end of turn, but yeah, I imagine the Cali testing recursion was what we were going to see. Arella, again, very important in this to ensure that you get that clickless install, let alone with advancement counter. Also, Gravedigger at 5, right? I just think it's too slow to capitalize unless you're really, really lucky.
Yeah, you only have so many clicks per turn.
Or Pokin HQ. That's a drafter. Now you can get through that. Oh, we can get through parts of that with Yusuf and Palangi, but it looks like an MK Ultra
yeah.
for 6.
Mhm.
Came off the Street Peddler. Stranding, a gamble, and a paperclip. We're going to go hippo that. No more ice on HQ. We can get some good runs here. Hyperloop extension. That's 3 credits. This is not sports metal, so nothing on top of that. But we're on 3 agenda points with an open HQ and Freedom's ability. Also, ice destruction. Gate that Gravedigger. Another counter. Probably a bit too slow, but you can do something. Fully operational. That's not going to stay, is it?
Be trashed. Yep. That can be a huge hit for Pinsel because the 3 of them are on the bin now.
Pincel just needs to be able to fast events out of Global Food Initiative. Maybe that's what's in Server 5. I imagine the Cali testings would help a lot here, but Game Changer into... They have enough for Game Changer into food and remote, don't they? That's 11 credits.
I think so. 6 plus 5. Yep.
Yeah, exactly enough.
Oh, they did use the Gravedigger. Always good to see. 20-minute warning in the round. I think we're going to get to a full end of this narrative.
Yeah. One way or another, I think it'll be fine.
Ooh, you love when your opponent just thinks they're at the top of mandatory.
Especially when they're on enough credits to win the game if they have the right cards.
It's probably this fork, Pincel, either push for that remote and try and score out, or ice HQ. Again, I don't know how problematic keeping that HQ open possibly can be.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom does have some pressure, but I feel like you're just 1 food away from winning while the runner still is only on 3 agenda points.
Yeah, Freedom still being broke has been a pretty big issue. Their entire economy is the 0 and the Cuddy Jones this game.
Yeah.
Not even a hedge fund. They are sure gamble.
Right, we're talking it's Caddy at 6 credits, right? Like that's not much better than clicking for credits.
No.
Pincel, deep within that tank, has played this sort of combo deck for a really, really long time at the highest competitive level. So I've no doubt is very, very capably calculating all the possibilities. Advance, and Server 5 could just be a food. Slow rolling that out.
I mean, there is no way RTSA can get into that room. Oh.
Ooh,
Okay.
Vitruvius. Double team sponsorship can return the drafter, can return the calibration testing, but it looks like it's just 2 cards from
Rashida and Drafter.
perfect. But it says installs 2 cards on server 5. Where's the drafter going? What's happening?
Oh. Yeah. That is a little weird.
Chat is talking about is the best out here, Mill 3 run archives. Oh, it's very unlikely to be good enough, but
Oh,
it's
you
technically some
never-
accesses.
You never want that to be your only line.
Oh, there we go. There's the drafter. Cyberdeck's Fire Suite! Oh no!
Oh yes.
Brutal.
So
Okay.
I think you actually could have kept that around, maybe, right? Like to threaten the Pelungi run, but yeah, you just don't want to let that Gravedigger get going if RTSA wants to fire that right now.
Brutal.
So strong. We've been seeing so many decks running 2 CVSs, some of them fast advance, but not even necessarily. So relying on virus counters getting a bit more dodgy in the modern meta than there was just months ago.
Yeah, and also now you're making Gravedigger very unappealing because if you trash anything, you have to run archives, and you are dismantling all your beers. So
Right.
yeah.
Now 3 credits, you could poke HQ. You're pretty sure that's the drafter, right?
Do we know what the second card installed on server 5 is?
We
I think
haven't.
Is that the Rashida?
The
They did
new-
install one
the
off.
fresh, the fresh card is a Rashida. I think there's one card in there that we haven't seen.
Gatekeeper on server 5 on the face check. I don't think RTSA was threatening much, but just forcing the credits out. But this Gatekeeper, a lot of value. If Pincel
Yes.
didn't find the combo cards they need to end the game, they probably do here. Firing all subroutines. So Pincel easily ending the run, staying with 5 credits left. That's enough. Again, only 3 credits is all they need to score out. Poking now straight into R&D.
Let's go fetch those project backgrounds.
Yeah, right. Oh, another
Double
gate.
Gatekeeper.
Let's do that again.
Now, I was going to say that keeps the money down, but we do have a Rashida. 5 credits isn't enough to biotic out. I don't know whether these lists play Audacity. I really doubt it. So maybe Kali testing into install advance can do it here.
They're locked on influence between the Aurelas and the Callies.
Right on. Game changer. You can trash that for 2 if you want to. Might be a bit little too late, but
I
Not
would definitely
trashing.
have trashed that.
Yeah, I think so too.
so it looks like server 5 is either the last Kali testing. I'm not sure if they're on 3 or it is the Rella. But Pincel with 5 credits. If there's a Kali testing, you can score out there. Install, advance. Kali testing res for free with the Baker Break grid. 11 cards in hand. You do have the double install if you really want with Asa, but it looks like Pincel has a lot of options, and some of these cards are going to hit archives. The other thing now is you don't have to deal with team sponsorship, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. And with that Gravedigger getting purged, even the last ditch line of just trying to mill them out is off the table too.
Yes.
Wow, Pincel drawing into the 12th card.
Oof.
Full dozen, not finding what they want. If they double credit, they're at Biotic Labor out, but it looks like Asa double install.
Okay.
AL for free. That's 3 credits and another install if you want. And there's the game changer. Pincel could easily have it here. Not trashing the game changer, mind you. There probably is a second one. Oh, there's a Kali testing. This has to be it.
Yep.
There you
GG.
go. Wow. That brain.
Yeah.
30 minutes. 8 turns.
Well done. And
That was some very tight, very technical play from the world champion.
GG.
You see like how explosive and how flexible Asa is in a meta that a lot of runners are saying the corps need to be fast to be competitive, which is wild. Again, we did see some interesting Embolus slow glacier play, but like I don't know. I think Asa Group is definitely favored a lot of that compression and some strong operations and recursion. Not too bad whatsoever.
And there are several ways to build it. You can still play it with Rococo dedication, like Pincel was doing at last year's Worlds. It's just without FCOM, you have a different build where you're running Cyberdex, the Cyberdex agenda in Virus Suites in place of FCOM. You don't have a 5-point combo anymore, but it's an interesting and still viable version. And so you don't know if you're seeing one of those two when an Ace deck hits the table, or if it's some other variation, like the Lakshmi decks that we've been seeing.
Hell, we've even seen hard-hitting news.
Yep. It's a very flexible ID.
Do you want to go find the table?
Yeah, I'm actually.
Yeah, we got
looking at
15
this
minutes
right now.
left.
Yeah, there's table 4 and
Yeah,
table 9.
um,
We could take a look at. Table 4 is MJP versus Percomis. Table 9.
I
Sure.
would like to say that.
If they're actually playing table 9, but I don't think table 9. Oh, it's still on as well. So we have table 4, table 9. Let's go to table 4 then. Let's take a look at those lovely people playing. I'm just trying again to connect. It might take a while. Oops. Go.
Same here.
Everybody get onto that table right now.
Oh, table 4. It just ended. It looks like the corp was actually milled out with the
Oh
Geist.
wow!
Sorry to
Wow.
spoil it for the stream, but we might want to swing away to table 9. Per comments in chat saying, "Hey, stream, bit too late."
Whoops. Well, I'm still trying to connect, so I don't know what happens if I click table 9 now. I'm just gonna jump in very quickly.
Yeah, I
Take a
haven't
look at
been
this.
able to get in either.
Yeah, was that the first game or the second one? Wait a sec.
Let's see. It's only
Cobra?
turned 14, so it must have been second game.
Okay.
Yeah, because Percomis was on the left, so him playing runner was second game.
We're trying to get into table 9, and the chat is demanding Swifty. So if table 9 is done, we're gonna go and look for Swifty's game, if that's what you desire.
Swift is at table 47.
Champion of the people.
Good number.
Well, champion of some of the people at least.
Yeah.
All right.
Here we are. We are at the table.
I don't know whether we want to spoil it. Perfect.
Yeah, we're there. I just have to go
the-
over to you.
So we only have 10 minutes left in the round, but talk about the clock is ticking. There's 2 Vacherons, both with 3 advancement counters on it. It looks like Nadabees found all these agendas in the same run or the same turn. But Watzlaw on combo Asa, just like we probably saw before, there's a lot of outs here. Whether the Shaper has access to Clot, we don't see it in the heap so far.
Gauss.
Technically a breaker. Ace pawn shop, selling it. Vacheron again. Now not to be all they have to do is hold on for 2 more turns until these Vacherons click down. Again, this agenda is worth 0 agenda points in the runner score area until it has no more agenda counters on it, shedding 1 at the beginning of every turn.
But Ace is on 6 points and 11 credits.
That's a vanilla. You're gonna miss that Gauss, but Angolo still can do what you needed to. Simul chip for Gauss. And there's an imp. That's film critic-esque tech. Lets you deal with a lot of the sort of agendas you don't want to steal. And that's a game changer. I imagine you just pay 2 for that. Save your imp token.
Agreed. Trash it
Now
with
it's
credits. Run back. Oh, imps it.
It's worth noting that Not the Bees is not threatening Clot, but there you go. Last click Simulchip. So we're back in it. 4 credits is enough. Simulchip SMC into Clot if possible, or even Simulchip into anything. Install Clot from hand with Haley. No, I have no doubt that this HB deck can install Cyberdex Fire Suite mid-turn if they're fast advancing. I imagine Game Changer helps a lot in that.
Yeah, especially when there's 4 agendas in the runner score area, despite the fact that they only have 2 points.
Oh, there's actually Hyperloop extension also in Archives.
Oh.
That might have been imped at some point. Actually, no, you can't imp that one, right? Because it doesn't have an additional... I don't know how imp works.
Imp can trash anything.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Besides,
Okay,
like,
for Game
snares
Changer.
and stuff. Oh, yeah, this is huge. Watzlaw might have it here. 11 credits. Game Changer popping off.
And archive
Awesome.
memory. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gonna have
that's going to be it.
Some clicks here. Well, they still have to respect Clot, right?
Oh, there is a cloud in the bin. Okay.
Well, I don't think we have it in the bin. It just might still be in the deck, and they do have Simulchip into self-modifying.
Yes, and 5 credits.
Watzlaw has to pause between every action. In theory, the second advancement is the scary point.
Yes.
We got a 10-minute warning in the round. Action, no. Not to be is going to hold their tongue, pun intended.
And there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Simulchip. Trashing a nanotech again. You have to trash a program if you haven't already on the turn to use Simulchip, a much more interesting design to the old clone chips of yore.
You can
Actually-
reinstall that nanotech and install your god from hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this deck is not running
Okay.
NGO front, right? Like, this has to be an agenda. There you go.
Let's bring some money into the table. That's absolutely fine.
Harbinger into Clot. Watzlaw needs to find a way to install CVS advance this. They're short 1 credit, it looks, on the table outside of some red level clearance hijinks. Or like, I don't know. What's that one where the guy's falling out of a car? Top tier commentary here.
Sorry?
There's like an operation in HP that gives you credits when you install.
Oh, I know which one you say.
Lateral growth.
Lateral.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you.
yes. Mental block.
So Clot's on the table. Watsov is thinking again, if this is an agenda, it's not very protected in that remote. And Not the Beast just has to hold on for a couple more turns with those for the Vacheron.
Yeah, you do have to go get it, and he'll start on 6 credits after pawning that Harbinger.
Yes.
With no defensive upgrades, you can get through that pretty easily. You might have to Angolo just through that Hagen, but those are some cheap gatekeepers. 2 credits
No,
a
you
pop, even
also-
1 credit a pop.
You
I
have
don't care about that
Gauss.
sub. Oh, you do have Gauss, you're right.
Yeah,
And
it's
Not a
It's strength
yeah, that's
Ah.
fine.
so it's 6 credits to get in there, which I guess you'll have.
Now, in theory, Watzlaw could over-install that card into archives and then play some sort of like archive memories to pull it to hand. But drawing up here, this is pretty clumsy. I don't know whether Watzlaw was just hoping that Not the
Oh.
Beast did not have access to Clot. Oh, it's safe. Now, very interesting with the Vacheron. Like, this does not give enough time for Watzlaw to score out another agenda because they're going to probably have to purge next turn. So even if Not the Beast get this, it won't cause them to win.
Yeah, I think that's GG.
That's probably it. Yeah. Harbinger getting trashed for 3. Not the Harbinger on the table, but the face down one. Not the
My
Beast is
turn
taking
for
some
Max.
time.
Not Davis is gonna have a think.
I don't see a way out of here for the Corp.
No. 6 credits gets in the remote.
Hmm.
Corp has to purge before they can score. I mean, I guess it would be. Yeah, no, from only 3 credits, I don't see how you do it. They already blew their game changer without having a CVS to deal with Clot.
Stimac, not even goofing around.
Who cares about maths? I've got a Steam
Yeah.
hack.
I have the no maths button. Yeah, what's on the chat? Lol, math.
Math.
I think that's going to be it. This would have to be the biggest of ruses. Even if it's a Vacheron, that doesn't matter. Not to Bees will count it down a bit sooner. It looks like they top deck that math card. Gatekeeper for 2. Gatekeeper again for 2. That Hagen. In theory, you want to break one of the subroutines to prevent the Clot from getting trashed. So that's only going to be another stim hack credit down. And you could even trash the Arella, I guess. The Breaker Bait Grid's probably more meaningful, actually, to prevent some shenanigans.
Yeah. You definitely want that breaker bait in the trash just so they don't get a free CVS.
Yeah, AAL into CVS is probably like best case for their money situation, but that's still probably a bit too few clicks. Maybe there is something here with Biotic AAL CVS. I'm not fully seeing it.
Chat says red level clearance Audacity CVS still wins, but there's no way there's Audacity in this deck. Arella and Kelly testing locks all 15 influence.
Václav just realized that they're on stream.
Say hi to everyone.
Hi, Václav.
So we're hitting up against this Hagen again. The subroutines you probably want to break. You have some options here, Gausser and Golo. But that would involve some math, so just hit whatever you want at this point. It looks like we're going to do the Gauss. 6 credits. My lord, Gauss. It's a mega pre. Ooh, just imping it, not even
Nice.
bothering with getting more value. That'll show him. Breaker Bait down for 2. Arella, you're safe. You're good.
Oh, Harbinger, that's too bad. I guess, well, there won't be enough turns. There's already one Harbinger still on the board that hasn't even been popped yet. So, and there's an empty imp.
Double Proco down to 3 hand size. Václav has basically 1 turn to figure out the last point with only 3 credits to their name.
This is it.
And that, yeah, you don't really have anything there with the Clot. Clot coming in. Like, we didn't see enough Clot in the Asia Pacific tournament, I don't think. Now we're seeing Clot in blue. We're seeing it in Geist. Obviously, Shaper loves to pack that Clot. But it's doing a lot of work, this tournament.
Once Titan wins a tournament, people start slotting their tech.
Václav spending a click to draw a card. Maybe just figuring out if they do have any options here, but I can't figure them out.
Yeah, I don't see it. Not from 3 credits.
Not from 3 credits.
How many game changers are out?
1.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think
There's
we're a bit
one
too
vote
late
from
for
the
some like assembly lines game changer
Oh,
play.
wait. There's There's 2 agendas face up
Yeah,
on archives.
Yeah,
yeah,
they
they've been
got
imped
imped.
away.
Oh, okay.
And hey, there's a concession. Václav gonna concede. Only 2 clicks left. Still have to deal with the clock, and we're not gonna see those Vacherons tick up. But I'm pretty sure that clock always works. Gonna take not the bees up to a nice 8 points.
We have only, I think, less than 5 minutes in the round. I don't know if it's worth to jump in another game or just comment on the round.
I think what we could do is just take a quick look at the tables again and check the scores on the top tables just to see what we missed. And in the 5 minutes, it would probably take like 20% of the time trying to connect. So basically, let's try and dig into the scores and let's see what's happening there. Let me just pull things up here. Oh, this is noisy. That wasn't supposed to happen. So yeah, here we are. This was, by the way, for everybody just joining in, because I think there's quite a lot of people in the Americas joining us as well. So hello, everybody joining us on the stream. You are watching the European and African Continental Championships for 2020, the first ones. This was Swiss round number 5 of 7. We're going to be getting into number 6 soon, but now we're gonna be going into Cobra for some much needed insight. Out of the 55 pairings still in the game, out of the 55 tables, which is quite a lot, we have 43 reported, so there's still a bit of information missing. But let's take a let's take a satellite view and get some insight on the situation on the different tables. We had Cable Carnage splitting with Rotom Appliance. That was an ID, so an unintentional draw. Same for table 3, if I remember correctly. And then we had RTSA in an absolutely bonkers, unusual game versus Pinsel. We've seen it on stream here. This was just wow. Quality primetime
That was
Netrunner.
really cool.
Exactly, like it will be probably one of those games that people will be going back to and going like, okay, let's watch this again because totally worth it. And then we had Percomis getting a runner split with MJP. We unfortunately missed those games, but apparently it was interesting. And then a bunch of other splits. Axwell sweeping Snoopy on table 7. That's big because Axwell, he received in the first round, he received the bye. So basically has been running on quite a lot of points, and we'll see if that sweep, which is quite unique in the top part of the table right now, is gonna bring him much higher in the scores. Johnny is splitting with Warlock. Václav and Not the Bees, we just saw the game, and they're going to update their scores soon. And then a bunch of people here who are still in the territory that we need to think of a bit more when we get to see the standings up to date. For now, we have a big chunk of the table, 8 people on 21 points, but after this round it's probably going to change a bitsy bit at least, because Axwell is going to get 6 points, so it's going to go up all the way to 24, and a lot of the people split in those 7 people with 21 points right now. So depending on Axwell's strength of schedule, which is right now at a whopping 4.0, wow, yeah, we may have a new leader, so to speak, in going into round 6, but we'll see how that works. What are your feelings about the current situation, dear folks?
I think, I mean, the top 6 tables were all either intentional or unintentional draws, which means, and below that, there were a lot of sweeps. So there are going to be a lot of people on 24 points, and the math is going to start to get pretty dicey, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna see Chris Dyer now into that safe bubble, which I think is somebody definitely a lot of people are watching as a nearly 2-time world champion. That's already really exciting. But you know what? There's definitely a bit of a homogeny when it comes to seeing that blue all over the runner side of the table. But the games that we've been seeing, we're seeing interesting tech. We're seeing some pretty wild matchups. It's been exciting. And let me tell you, for a caster, let alone a viewer, I can't ask for better.
There have definitely been some amazing games today that we've seen. Some high-level plays, some unexpected stuff, all kinds of shenanigans going on. That's what you love to see in this game.
Yeah, that top 8 right now, that top 8 tables actually have a kind of nice spread. I didn't see a lot of blue or a lot of green.
Oh, cool. Maybe I spoke too soon. Yeah.
No, I mean, apologies.
Let's see how that shakes out.
If you're watching the stream, there is a lot of green because I'm using a dark theme for Cobra. there is quite a lot of blue. We can do a finger count. I'm gonna do a finger count because I'm so trained in mathematics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On the top 8 tables, 9,
Yeah,
10 blues, so to speak. So 10 criminals. And then quite a few Waylands and some Jin techies. But I mean, I think the surprises here are the Adam on table 6 in this round. The game nets on the top tables. That's quite interesting. I think Asmari going away definitely made people reevaluate both CTM and GameNet and try to, tweak the Asmari monstrosity, as I like to call it, into something else. And it seems to be working, I guess. Then we have the Spumbos.
Oh.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks to Galfasil. Please congratulations, Nissan, on the outcome of the online tournament. Thank you, Galfasil. It has been an amazing turnout of people, 116, 118. Yeah. So yeah, that is absolutely amazing. We're super happy at Nisei.
Absolutely, we're totally stoked, and it's great to have everybody watching as well. There was a moment, I think, where we were like at 180 people on the stream, plus
180.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a number, but it's a nice number. Plus, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few people saving themselves, so to speak, for the Americas. And that's going to be a huge push for a lot of people, basically from this time zone that we're playing today, and so Africa and Europe, because it is quite possible for a lot of people from this time zone, or from the stretch of these time zones, to compete in the US time zones, or in the Americas time zones, excuse me. And I'm pretty sure all the people from Canada, the US, South America, Central America who are playing online, there will be there, or there will be streaming, there will be a lot of presence. And that's going to be a big field. I don't know if JNet's going to hold it up, to be honest, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not trying to boast here, or I'm just trying to be very hopeful. And I'm pretty sure the last tournament in this series will be quite popular, and it will be quite something to experience, especially given the American meta being slightly different than the European meta. So we'll see where that takes us. Checking on Discord, and Mar, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think time in the round finished, and 2 tables are still running. Okay, table 27, which is a bit overdue. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, there was a weird bug, and I think they're awarding them 15 more minutes.
Okay, well, so that's going to extend the games a bit. So we might be taking a short break, which is going to be pretty welcome by me, probably by you as well. By the way, anecdotes from Discord. We have Captain Nice saying, "Me to my partner this morning, we should be done between 7 and 8. Me right now." And then there's this emoji with, like a smiling face with a drop of sweat on its forehead. So Captain Nice, one of the nicest people I've had the pleasure to organize things with or for online. And yeah, they're really a great player, a great community member. So I can only imagine that this is probably bringing some trouble to their household, but well, I mean, fair enough, it's all fun, right? And hopefully we're gonna be able to kickstart the next round quite soon. We will be getting another guest, and I think there's a new role on Discord for that as well, on the Nisei Discord for tournaments. There is this person, so far only the single person with that role, which is the role of the Continental Champion, and that's Whiteblade111, also known as Whiteblade, also known as Eric, joining us hopefully soon. I have to coordinate that in the background. We'll try to figure out how this is gonna work, but in the meantime, I'm gonna leave the 3 of you again to chat a bit, and we're gonna be taking a short break after that. So by all means, if you have any shout outs, if you want to, I don't know, promote your Kickstarter campaign, if you want to send us to your SoundCloud or something, please do it right now, and then we're gonna be taking a short break to refresh, especially my browsers, which are getting a bit slow right now.
I will say goodbye since I'm gonna be dropping on the stream to make space for Wildblade. Thank you so much for inviting me. I had a blast, and I'll be watching. See you soon.
See you, Mar.
See ya.
So glad you can make commentary. A lot of fun.
Agreed.
Same.
Congrats on all the organizing stuff. Keep kicking ass, eh?
Yeah, it's going awesome.
We'll try. Cheers. Bye.
Thank
hang
you
on a
very
minute.
much. Oh yeah, sorry. What happened?
If it's going to be Whiteblade,
Yep.
if it's going to be the three of us, this will be 3 Canadians doing commentary next round.
Heck yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, you're the champions of Australia and Pacific and Asia and whatnot, which is quite a big chunk of geography on this planet. So I guess you get the right. I mean, you know, you can do whatever you want, like no problem.
Yeah, that's true. Whiteblade is the reigning U.S. national champion and the reigning Asia Pacific Continental champion.
There you go. And personally, I'm a big fan of Canada. So hey, like, you know, just sign me up. Okay, so any other shout outs before we take a short 5 to 10 maybe minute break?
The only thing I'll say is I just want to remind everybody that I'm on the ban list team, so I'm reading the chat. If you have thoughts on the meta, share them. I'll see them. I see a couple other names from the team lurking in the chat too. We're very interested in what people think, as well as in watching the games, obviously, and drawing our own conclusions. So, you know, we're listening.
Ban Rezeki. I'm kidding, of course. There's a campaign going on, but let's not be serious about this. Andre?
Yeah, I just want to shout out a huge shout out to Nisei, everyone involved in getting all this stuff together. It's so much work. I know for a lot of people this is just an enjoying thing to do on your weekends, but for so many it's just so much effort to get this together. Also Vesper, doing all the mixing and the streaming. It's 3 weekends. It's a lot of work. So yeah, y'all are doing such a great job, and everyone appreciates it.
Thank you for your super kind words, and thank you for being an inspiration as well, and thank you for being with us for so long. I mean, you've been, you know, troopering through this, and you're gonna be on tomorrow, I think, as well. I hope. So yeah,
I need to review the schedule. I hope so. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay, great. So with all this, we're going to be taking a very short break, so do not leave your media devices too far away from your hands and eyes, but we'll be coming back in the next 5 to 10 minutes, just taking a short break. I'll be just kind of hot wiring or hot jumping into the next round when it happens, but all players and all the people running this tournament and all the people commentating, we definitely deserve a 5-minute break. So see you in 5. Take good care, and we'll be back soon. clickety click click click, and here I am back at it again. Hello everybody, Vesper here, checking in. I just took a break, very quick break, to reset a lot of stuff here. Basically just close browsers, open browsers and whatnot. You still had the stream running in the background from OBS. I wasn't paying attention to the chat. If you have anything to share, drop it my way. There's a whopping 160 of you there. Sorry, that's just my voice failing a bit because I got also a bit of hydration going here. It's been 8 hours 20 minutes almost of this stream, and we're still 2 rounds away from the finishing of from the final of day 1. We're gonna be going up for round 6 pretty soon. I believe the last games are slowly rolling in with the results, and the pairings are going to be appearing on Cobra quite soon. You can see Cobra, of course. You can check it yourself. Indeed, all the pairings are in there. So I'm just going to pull up the standings, and in the meantime, while I pull up the standings and I scroll the screen randomly here, I would like to make sure that we have well, we have the crew, so to speak. We had Ajar, we had we had Andre, and we had Princess Space Kitten. Princess Space Kitten, of course, running this tournament as well with the whole OP team there, getting involved online. So Marge has left us, she left the building for a while, but we have Whiteblade joining us. So I would like to welcome my co-hosts, my lovely co-commentators, actually the commentators, because I'm just running the dials here, so to speak. So whenever you're ready to jump in, please do jump in and just say hi, in which case, if you haven't been on the stream today, you will have to introduce yourself. And I'm gonna, in the meantime as well, go back to Cobra, where we have the standings. I think the pairings already reported, the points just not yet. Well, that might take a while. But yeah, calling all stations are the folks who are going to join me on stream around. Oh wait, oh yeah, sorry, you're saying things, and of course I didn't push the final button. Sorry, apologies, huge apologies for making everybody talk to themselves. I am connecting right now, and you're gonna hear all the people going, we're confused. I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, we're back in. How's it going, everyone?
Yeah, you're back in. This is the final button I should have pressed. So, in order of, in the reverse order of appearance, Whiteblade, identify yourself, please.
Oh, hi. I'm Eric Kilback, also known as Whiteblade 111 online, and I'm going to be commentating with Raja and Andre.
Perfect, and you're very humble, which is absolutely awesome, but you are the person who took the Continental Champion title for APAC last weekend, so you will have some things, so probably some very interesting things to say about what we're going to be seeing on the top tables here in the next 2 rounds. Not putting any pressure on you.
Yeah, I'm also the current US National Champion and the current APAC Champion right now, which is pretty sick. But, yeah, I've been watching this tournament. It's like, you know, it's a very European tournament. Everyone brought the polite corp decks. No, like, Titan is so underplayed. Everyone, like, this is so Europe. They were all like, oh, we don't want to play the mean corp decks. We're only going to bring GameNet. So I'm not, it's a lot different than what I expect to see at NA Continentals next week.
Yeah, as the only European on the stream here, I'm just gonna laugh and nod and say you're probably absolutely right, and I'm pretty curious to see what's gonna happen next weekend. It's gonna be all blood and credits and clicks and sweat and whatnot, and people just flipping their virtual tables. But yeah, in Europe, people are just, you know, I think maybe because we're kind of afraid of the other metas. It's like, I know the people around me, and then I play with the people from a totally different meta that I don't even meet that often in different European tournaments, maybe once a year if I'm lucky, and that's about it. We're kind of like, oh, this is all exciting and exotic all the time. So yeah, we're meek.
Yeah, there are, like, one of the things that I noticed was that, like, it didn't surprise me that there was like that there was more ASA here than there was in Australia, because ASA is kind of like started as a Germany thing and then spread to the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the big difference is going to be in NA, at least. I think there'll be a lot more Titan and a lot less ASA, because like North America is full of like Titan degenerates, basically.
I do trust your words, absolutely. In the meantime, we had an updated data pool on Cobra, and we do have the scores. There are 9 players on 24 points right now. Rotom Appliance, Axwell, Mandax, Pinsel, Cable Carnage, RTSA, Chris Ferk, Percomis, and Not the Bees. And then, quite a long list. And I'm just going to be scrolling. I'm not going to read everybody up to the 25th position, with Zero Cool closing it off on 21 points. So there's still quite a lot of contenders for the top 16 spot. Like, you know, there's quite a lot of names in there. There's quite a lot of variety. There are 2 Adams in the top 25 right now, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe even 3. Sorry, I'm just probably scrolling. No, it's 2 Adams. There's a lot of purple, a lot of green. There's even the single Val. This is one of the things I was really surprised about. There's a single Valencia Esteves in here, and that player is on the 10th spot. So it looks interesting. Any wishes or any requests regarding the round 6 pairings? Who should we see? Take a look at Cobra and do tell me, where are we going to land with this?
Well, a lot of this is going to depend on the IDing. As much as a lot of people don't like that part of organized play, it's something that's like really hard to get around. So some of these 24 players will do an intentional draw. They'll basically shake hands in a public spot and basically take 1 win on each. I feel like anybody at the 21 area probably has to do a 2-for-1 at this point, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if anyone else can voice in on that.
I think the tournament math right now is like this is sort of like napkin paper, but pretty much all of the 10 and 4 should make it.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm gathering information on the 2-for-1s, and if you don't mind, I will jump for a second when I gather them all, and
Okay, cool.
I can
Yeah,
tell
sure.
you. Okay?
Perfect.
Oh,
Thank you
super
so
cool.
much. Yeah, this is what it means to be plugged into the source. Basically, it is a Nisei tournament, so we should actually know what's going on, right? It's like, hey, you're the organizers. What's going on? I have no idea.
All of the 24s can safely ID, I think. I'd be very surprised if they couldn't. The only problem is that one of the 24s is going to get a pair down to a 21.
Yep.
And those people are going to have to play it out because essentially the 21s need to win 3 of their next 4 games.
Yeah, so
And
the 21 will never accept an ID.
Yeah, and I think if, like, I mean, it depends right now, but, like, essentially, I think if you're a 21, you probably play it out because you might get a sweep, in which case you can ID, but then if you split this round, you're still like available for the 2-for-1 next round, and you have like more information about how the cut plays out. Yeah. I would be surprised if there were 2-for-1s this early, actually.
Yeah, it looks like in chat we have a couple that are coming through. Maybe it's just discussions, but I do agree with you. There's also the option here to play this round, even ID this round for some players. I don't think that's reasonable. And then sweep your second round. Your next pairing, like, I don't know. There's always this judgment whether you think your next pairing is going to be easier for you or not. You could maybe look at the matchups you have, right? If you feel them to be heavily favored one way.
All the 19s, okay, so all the 18s need the 2-for-1 twice. So that's basically everyone from position 41 and up needs to double 2-for-1. So those people, like, if you're like game theory perfect about the tournament, you should be 2-for-1ing, and then the 21 should play, and the 24 should all ID in theory.
Yeah, on top of the 18s, we have Click Hill that we saw earlier on the stream on Jemison and Lat. I'm definitely cheering for y'all to make it to the top cut, but yeah, there's definitely a lot of tournament math here to happen for a pretty aggressive cut with top 16.
Andre, who's going to win this whole tournament? Give me the
Oh,
hot
no way.
take.
The hot take. Oh man, it's a bit rough, right? Like, people are always excited to see new names showing up. There's a lot of these names that I don't recognize in tournament play, but again, I'm not as plugged into European tournaments as some other players, probably from Europe. But like, it's pretty easy to say a Chris Dyer, a Rotom Appliance. There's a lot of names that we've seen here. Percomet's has been playing very competitive Netrunner for a long time. Lost Geek has been winning a lot of tournaments this year, last year. There's Not the Bees is a well-known player.
That's Greg Tung, right?
Yeah, that's what we've been told. So that's, we're talking about a lot of world's finalists here in a very aggressive cut. You got a choice there, Eric?
Oh yeah, I'm betting the whole house on Rotom Appliance. You can't stop me. This man, I trust him, heart of hearts. The reason I think he's gonna win. Okay, the runner deck, he's playing the most busted runner deck in the format, so we're already there. Now, the core pick is what we got to look at when we're like sizing up these people. I think this game net is so good against the criminal field. It's like just a hard meta call against criminal. And it's better versus Leela than 419, and there's more Leelas in the cut. So, in like a top cut situation, generally I think the corp is going to be much weaker in this top cut. But the game that has like better matchups broadly, because you're playing against like Criminal, and I think that's what's going to kind of carry him over the finish line here.
Yo, talking about this is a big difference we're seeing in this potential cut than we did in APAC, is we're seeing a lot more specifically Geist, and we're looking at Geists that are running wild stuff like Blackfile that are running the Clot. How do you think that impacts the meta, and maybe what you thought would be a Titan Transnational meta? What does that look like to you, Eric?
I think it's like the Germans are in like a variable that you can't control. And like their testing group, it's like the hyperbolic time chamber. Like you go in there, you're in like a parallel universe. So they like cooked up this stuff. I think like you talk to Pinsel and he thinks Geist has been the best runner for like 2 years now. I think it's not that good. That being said, I think that the sort of like Leela, like these Geists aren't on Clot, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's like a good pick. The Clot Geist, the Clot Geist Titan matchup is like really bad for Titan, like terrible for Titan. So I think in some sense, like the Leela especially, like Leela is like almost played twice as much as 4-9, right?
Yeah, it's the most represented. I think it's like 30 to 19.
It seems like everybody tried really hard against Titan after you won APAC with it.
I think it's like me winning, and then also the fact that like Titan is kind of busted. So, but I think like the Leela and the Geist specifically are like kind of like responses. But most of the Geist players are German, aren't they?
I think so.
Yeah, like it's
Seems
like
to be the case, yeah. Well, there's also Percomus from
Hungarian.
Yeah.
Well, it's all New World Order, right? That's
That's the group. Yeah,
it's the testing group.
Yeah. So it's probably like the New World Order pick was like I knew they were gonna play Asa because like it's New World Order. I didn't know what they were gonna do on Renaissance, but the Geist with Clot I think is a good call because like I think they're probably like pound for pound the best Geist players in the world right now.
Yeah, they're definitely very good at it. It's gone all the way back to like Euro Championships. I don't know how Geist's representation was at Worlds last year, but they've been brewing and been tuning for a long time.
Okay, I'm really sorry to interrupt the musings, but we're actually into the round. We should do it. They started like the ninjas they are. I would say.
1 second.
Oh yeah, sorry. Go on.
Yeah, table 1, 2, and 3. IDs.
Yep.
All of them. Then table 15.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ola and Poli G, also 2 for 1.
Okay.
Table 18.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. No, table 18. Yes, sorry. Motion Blur and Mao. Table 23, Rotash and Loveman.
Yep.
Table 27, Mr. Bubbles and Yodat Melia, 2 for 1, 2. And then table 32, that it's just Rob and Diomedes, 2 for 1, 2.
Cool. Thank you so much, Mar, for these updates. That's good.
No problem.
To know.
This is my report, and I'm gonna.
And now the weather.
Go away. Bye.
So now for the weather and economic news, I would invite everybody on the stream to go to table 5. I mean, not everybody on the stream. Sorry, all the commentators. Oof, that was close. On the stream to table 5, where we have Doomrad versus Chris Ferg. So we have Adam versus Asa. Let's take a quick look at that game.
So this is a couple turns off. Asa always an explosive start. We have Jeeves model, Byroid, Cybernex, Cord again. Adam doesn't favorably interact with a lot of high cost assets, but we're seeing some weird stuff so far. We saw an easy mark get played out. 1 influence for 3 credits. That's a wild decision to get there.
Sometimes you have 0 credits and you just need more than 0.
Yeah, maybe that's you trash the Jeeves. You're down to 0. You got to do something.
This is the pair down. Chris Ferg is on 24 points and Doomrat's on 21. Chris offered an ID, but Doomrat declined, which makes sense.
Right.
Whoa!
Okay, that's Netrunner.
God, you can't stop him. You can't stop him.
Sometimes you just get those sick rips.
What happened here?
It's
there a mulligan?
It's Adam's HQI.
All right,
Yeah.
wildly different game here. We know that there's a find the truth on the table. So if Doomrat just kind of saunters over to archives, they can see the winning agenda on top of Hagen, and I don't think Chris has any shuffle tricks to prevent the ordering of R&D. This is very wildly unfavored to a 1 credit Chris Ferg down 6-0.
They both mulliganed.
Oh boy.
The Ngolo early is so clutch. It makes all of the like face checks on the remote ice way more like palatable.
That
No,
easy
this-
mark doing work.
Just
Spicy
bouncing up
pack.
that turning wheel, not caring about the board state, understanding that one sick rip off the top can be it. Basically taking that turning wheel to bounce off either HQ or
I don't
R&D.
know.
Doesn't really matter. Tour guide.
Oh,
Gonna
this is
see
a
for
mistake. He can spend he can block him out if he reses an asset in the remote.
5 credits to 1 credit short. Let alone if you do
Yeah.
hit something in the HQ that you need to trash, right? Like you're down on very few credits. I think you're right. Just building up the turning wheel counters, but here you just build up a turning wheel counter anyways, right?
I mean, the problem, like, I think that was kind of risky because if it's Rashida in the remote, that's a big blowout. Like it's a recovery moment. That being said, I mean, it's hard. I don't understand how the ace is gonna win from here. It's really tough.
I feel like every turn you really want to find the truth. Like just run archives so you don't have to trash something. If you see it on top of R&D, like that's all you need is an Ngolo. Maybe even logic bombs are showing up, but like we're not even seeing Adam drawing into to brain chip or anything more. Just 3 hand size, no draws, Ngolo turning wheel. We're good.
Yeah, the other you get a safety first run, see if it's on there, and then your other clicks make money.
Yeah, Doomrat not going for it, just going for the bounce, not getting that information. Also, double ice on HQ again. We do have multi-axis built in with neutralize all threats, and Chris might have just drawn something in there with the massive hand size and an early Rashida.
If it's a second tour guide, yeah. If it's the second tour guide, like that's kind of your out, and you just hope R&D like blanks them all game.
Yeah, I think you're drawing for logic bomb, probably your easiest way through here. But Adam is actually pretty good at running a Dore with 3 virtuals.
And
Mamba Temple.
This is only the 9 agenda Asa build since it's the Lakshmi 3 Vit, 3 GFI, 3 SFT.
It's pretty good.
Hagen, trash a program that's not a decoder. You're safe, Ngolo. Keep kicking. Going to get a bounce and a turning wheel token, but Doomrat's still not even seeing the top of the deck with safety first. I feel like you could cheese one out here pretty easily.
Like the question is like, do you need to though? Because there's an argument that like I understand what you're saying. I just think that like it's not that important right now because your other lines are like so high probability to win. When like spending a click running archives might be so low value.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. Are you okay with 3 turning wheel tokens a turn as opposed to 4? Server
I think
6.
you need to check for Rashida real fast.
We might see an Asa Ice on top of this. Economy, still a lot of it stuck in the Mamba Temples, but Maryland is clicking away. We have a thrown out card into archives. Server 6, Naked and Saul.
Oh, that Dirty Laundry is going to be great.
Dirty Laundry. Here, if we hit something big like a Cybernetics Court, Doomrat's going to lose most of their credits, get 5 back from Laundry. We'll see the top of the deck with safety first, or find the truth. Excuse me. It's a Maryland campaign. You have to trash that. That's going to force a shuffle, which is awkward because the top card seen with Find the Truth will no longer be be exactly there.
What an interaction!
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's cool.
Now, actually drawing up again, hand size is only 3. We see every card that Doomrat draws because of the Find the Truth. We have a Rizeki, we have a Gamble, throwing out a Q Coherence chip.
Q Coherence chip. What year is it?
I thought that was pronounced a Q loop. Yeah, you're right. That is buck wild. Wow.
I guess like okay. Sure.
Are they on a multi-threader build? Is that still a legal card? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Two multi-threaders in the bin.
Oh, sorry. I meant to say, what's the one where it gets power counters equal to MU?
Overmind.
Yeah, Overmind. Yeah. All right, we got that asset build up at the remote again. Rashida's, Lakshmi's. There's a lot that Chris needs to do. They also have perfect information. Unless one of these 3 cards in grip were there from the mulligan, Logic Bomb, you know when you have to deal with it.
There's the MCA.
Like, I don't think the MCA matters that much.
Doomrat poking archives. Seeing the Cybernetics Court thrown out.
Yeah.
Setting up other threats. Drawing a Logic Bomb.
let's talk. How does the Asa player win this game? You're the Asa player, Andre. What's your game plan?
What's your game plan? You gotta get lucky off centrals because you're not gonna stop a logic bomb, let alone Ngolo. You need to get aggressively up a double ice remote server that Ngolo logic bomb can't deal with. Good luck with that. So I think it kind of like largely depends on MC austerity, which draws HQ pressure, obviously. And or if you're on, I don't think Adam has a good way to deal with the Lakshmi smart fabrics.
Because you can use the MC austerity policy, install your whole hand. So scoring a successful field test, and then you install like all your cards plus Lakshmi, and you just Lakshmi them for the rest of the game. But that might not matter.
Yeah, Stimhack here on HQ, you can flush out a lot of cards. Double access would neutralize all threats. 3 more if you want to eat the turning wheel. And Stimhack means
5 cards.
Wait. Oh yeah, you
Five
have Logic
cards.
Bomb. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. 5
Yes,
cards.
no.
He's seen 5 cards.
But with neutralize, you get 1 more. No.
Yeah. So 3 from the turning wheel, 1 base, and 1 from
Yes.
neutralizes 5. Yeah.
Very good. That can easily be it.
What's the rest of the influence in this deck? Because we saw a hard-hitting news played out of Asa earlier today,
Yeah,
which
I
would
don't.
be another out.
Yeah. You spend all the counters here, I think.
Let's get some good accesses. Again, you do have the multi-access. You're going to have to trash something you hit, but you still have those Stimhack credits. MCA is going to be neutralized. Lakshmi Smart Fabrics, you want to trash on site, I'm pretty sure. We see a
Nope.
Maryland Server 1, double Jeeves, and a GF5. There you go.
The 5th card.
Staxes. Oh, man, the rips.
Keeping
The
us
early
in-
game pressure.
I think like that's tough. I think especially as Asa, because you have so much like draw without filter, you can just
Yeah.
like sometimes hit those like fistfuls of agendas, and then like the sickest Adam rip I've seen in a long while.
Yeah.
Adam is
You know,
really
if-
great at exploiting early signs of weakness from the corp like that. If you have a rough
multiple
start.
agendas in there. Like again, Chris was there through more than half of their deck, so there's probably another agenda in there, and then they still have so much work before they can start to score out.
I think if you score like a single successful field test with the MCA, you can actually like get somewhere. Because then you have the Lakshmi online, and like you can start playing the game that way. But it's a uphill battle.
Yeah, it's just like that, find the truth, see the top of R&D, your Logic Bomb run. Like, what can you do about that? There's no
Yeah.
shuffles.
Logic Bomb Tour Guide is not the interaction you want to see as the corp.
Yeah.
So we're up for
do
the rematch, right? I mean, for the second side of this, like
Yeah,
yeah.
table 5.
Yeah.
Let's run it back.
they're setting up. Yeah, they're in. We're in. Okay, over to you again.
It's a pretty big upset for Doomrat if he can pull the sweep here, because then he can safely ID into the cut.
So Doomrat was the lower, they were the 18 or whatever the lower
they were the
was? Okay.
20. They were the 21. So now it's pretty. It's like it's tough because then if Chris loses this game, then he's put in the 2-for-1 into the 2-for-1 position, I believe.
So we're on Miramorph. That is a new Nisei HB Identities of Division. It's the first time we've seen Miramorph on stream today, if I'm not mistaken. It's a very interesting ability. If you do 3 different things on your turn, you can gain an extra click to do something else. So just a free credit. Somewhat similar to ETF. A lot of times this means we're going to see MC austerity policies. I think that's the most common interaction with Miramorph.
Explain. Okay, so for those of us at home who don't know how that interaction works, explain to me how it works, Andrew.
Yeah, so the idea is that MC austerity policy, you can spend a click to put a power counter on it. It also has a click action to trash it. And if it has 3 power counters on it, you gain 4 clicks. So if I'm not mistaken, and I do get this wrong pretty consistently, if it has 2 counters on it, on your 3rd turn, you can put a counter on it, you can pop it, and then install an agenda. You'll get an Miramorph ability back, which lets you advance it, and then you can advance it out, I think, 4 more times, which will let you score 5-3 from hand. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's how far you can get.
I believe that's right.
I don't know. Do you think? Do you res the NGO here?
It's mostly against falsified, but I don't think they'd falsified this. They'd rather just check it. I think
Yeah,
you'd rather
like-
them run it. I don't know if you need the money. Yeah, you probably do.
No, because like you want them to falsify. Like them falsifying it is a misplay.
Yes.
And so,
because
like-
it's not-
Oh yeah, but they wouldn't falsify it. They just run it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you res it, you don't give yourself. If you eliminate the opportunity for your opponent to misplay, if you res it.
I think it's more they think. I don't think they expect a misplay. I think it's them wanting to either make Leela spend a click or them get an extra 2 credits, right? So I guess you could still run it anyways, though.
Yeah,
Sneak or beta.
Oh, here we go.
You were just talking about that a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, we saw the sneak in actually in the list that you had to play against in the finals last weekend. I'm pretty sure that Leela did have the sneak door beta in it. Such a cool include, putting pressure on in very interesting ways.
And we
Hitting
see
a
a
restore,
which means I think this is, I don't know who originated this list, but the most recent person I saw playing it was Asker Tugtetgut at I want to say German Nationals. So it is the MCA. If it is that deck, it's the MCA Austerity Mirrormorph, and I believe it was also running Jinja City Grid.
Ooh, cool.
This seems like a bad matchup for Leela.
It can go aggressive. Jinja is like a bit interesting against Leela. Obviously, the cheap installs help, but if you pull the ice off of the Jinja server, if we are on Jinja, that's a problem to fix. It gets pretty expensive.
Red level clearance is very good out of Mirrormorph since it lets you kind of cheat that that different action click out to get your ID trigger, even if you want to actually do the same thing.
Doomrat missing the install, Mirrormorph firing. We're getting a single advance on a card in a remote. Again, we're talking about criminal here. This is so easy for this to be a boomerang or an inside job. Now, could be an NGO front, and there we go, straight inside job off the top. Leela putting on pressure, giving Doomrat the ability to res the Enigma just so it's not bounced. And there you go, NGO front. Chris's economy, not amazing. The Rozeki, the only econ they have. They're at a point where they put down a class act. They can't really recover from it. They really need to find a sure gamble. They've already played one. Dirty Laundry, also hard to get value from with all three servers iced up. That was a really good way to bait out the inside job.
I just think that like the problem for Leela is that Doomrat is very happy to play like a slow, grindy game, and Criminal doesn't. I don't think Criminal really wants that. They discard Begalter.
Yeah, that's strange. Paperclip hitting the bin, obviously very good. But Galter might mean they have doubles. Maybe they're dealing against some damage. But that is a card you, I guess, on the face check, what are you scared of? Maybe a drafter? Install double events on Doomrat's side. Now, again, we're talking about Leela. Chris doesn't necessarily need to get into that server, but just to find an agenda anywhere to get the bounce.
Hagen's a bit of a blowout. It trashes your sneak door.
Yeah, or even the Rozeki.
We're just running HQ. And, draft is pretty nice.
There's a drafter.
Very good.
So
Fairchild 3 even there could have been so bad. With only 2 clicks, like that could have been brutal. Drafter firing.
If you don't have any other money though in your hand, you have to. I mean, you just have to start making money.
Drafter going to fire through. Lets them install a card from HK or archives. It lets them also recur a card.
Pull back IPO, right?
That outer ice
it's red level.
Won't give a bravado credit because Chris didn't pass it.
I wonder if it's coded right. Yeah, it is. Perfect.
That was kind of like, I think if you're the Leela player, you're really fishing for an agenda there.
Yeah, for sure.
Like it's
really
pretty.
Start that snowball.
It's pretty rough now because he's. Oh, and the ice on HQ means you can't bounce the face down HQ ice. Like, ooh.
Yeah, we're gonna get a double discard here though. SSL being scored.
If this is Asker's list straight up, that's a 1x in the deck.
God, better lucky than good.
The other
so we're seeing both players with huge hands are going to have to manage. Doomrat, unfortunately, going to throw out 2. In theory, they can actually throw out ice and then restore the ice, which is a really nifty way to get ice rezzed against Leela if you're worried about certain pressure in response to
this is a Galter doof. Oh, okay. I think there's got to be a doof in here somewhere.
Especially with the class act draw, right?
Yeah, well, like I think the discard the Begalter means you're holding another Begalter in hand.
Right.
Yeah.
So with the class act, I just feel like it's Doof City.
Oh, embezzle.
Okay.
Might be calling ice here considering the bounces that they just saw drafter, but they did also see a restore. So sometimes that's not the easiest thing to trash. They're going for Operation Gain 8 trash. Preemptive and restore.
Embezzle is a gentleman's doof.
Whoa. That is 2 recursion cards out with destruction. Absolutely some of the best hits they could have had there.
Do you see 2
Chris?
cards in HQ?
I see 3. Oh, what, sorry. Oh, like go back?
Do you run back and see 2 and like try and snipe an agenda?
Yeah, I think
It's
you
so
could.
cheap.
I
3
get
credits.
well, it's gonna be
No, it's 4.
it's 4, and also like there's a question of like I don't think Doomrat has another agenda right now.
No, it seems unlikely. They saw a lot of accesses with like the previous runs with they also know there's a drafter in there, right? Oh, double embezzle. This is probably on ice, right? Because we've seen drafter. How many embezzles does this list have? It's also putting slots for extra breakers. Where are these slots?
That's a good question.
Embezzle replacement effect. Calling draft. They're seeing an SSL endorsement.
That's going right in the remote. That's remote city.
No.
So
They
this is
had
definitely
another
about
SSL.
then.
You gotta jam that sucker.
So we don't know exactly what's in this.
Wow. I think knowing one card is drafter and calling operation is a bit of a tall ask. It's worth noting for embezzle that you can't call agenda. It's just not an option. Red level clearance after install advance in the remote.
What is that doing? How does this deck work?
It lets them clicklessly install and then get mirror morph. It's actually kind of neat.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you have to work for your ETF credit, but you can get there if you try.
I forgot this was a card. I'm quite honest. This is pretty cool, actually.
Chris, on 9 credits, we've seen 1 inside job so far. No boomerangs. They need to get through an Enigma for sure, let alone the outer piece of ice. And again, if you just want to pressure centrals, we know the ice and probably in front of HQ is a drafter. Dirty laundry.
This is Hagen. Oh, okay.
IP block. The trace battle. In theory, Doomrat can force to keep Leela out with no link.
I don't think that's
Do you
worth
boost
it.
here?
No.
I don't know. I don't know about this whole like I'm gonna make them res the centrals ice the turn before they score the agenda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like this seems like a bit of a yikes. I think you want to leave like the IP block unres so that when they push the SSL, you can get open R&D.
Exactly.
For what it's
What's
worth,
right
they can still sneak door HQ, and there'll probably only be 2 cards in there. But yeah, I totally agree. Having that IP block res is such a big difference. Doomrat thinking a bit about that trace here.
You're not gonna pay.
Trace
Okay.
6. Again, like that stops the dirty laundry in theory. I know it doesn't stop. Chris has to boost, but that tag matters. The turning wheel will be trashed.
I guess maybe Doomrat's worried about like a R&D lock situation. Like you,
Pay
yeah.
this.
Even the bounce though is like awful. If the SSL gets bounced to hand and then you maybe sneak door, just run through double drafter, break.
You pay in because you think the game's gonna be about money, but like I don't know how much the game is about money. It seems the game's about gear checks right now.
Turning wheel, triple axis could easily be a bounce. First, second, nothing, third.
Whiff.
That's
got a
a
whiff.
breaker.
1 credit didn't allow a lot of trashes. We know that there's NGO. Rashida might have gone, but they can't
Ginger
trash
City-
austerities.
Ginger City Grid.
Oh, that's so bad. That's such a big swing. Losing all your turning wheel counters, not getting the bounce.
Doomrat's on sticks.
Yeah. And even if you force the res of ice, if you res a Fairchild on the remote, Doomrat still is going to have the SSL credits to be able to finish out the score. Also, we know, right? Like, they know the top 3 cards of the deck, so, like, HQ pressure isn't very strong for the next couple turns. Just finding...
We've all been there. That one is so hard. Pour one out for my boy.
That's rough. Chris drawing into. I don't know if they're having Golo in this list. We've been seeing a lot of it, but like the MU being taken up by Sneak Door Beta and Rozeki, it's pretty hard to fill that in there. Spec or to legwork hitting the heap. So you bounce archives, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters much.
HQ. Got a doof.
Oh, this does for Doof. Yeah, Doof is okay, but they're getting 6 at the top of their next turns. I don't know what it's going to accomplish.
It doesn't matter much. I mean, it matters a ton. I don't know how much the doofs matter here. They slow them down, but the issue is the next two cards on R&D are dead draws.
Yeah.
The Doof does get turning wheel, so you get a bit more value from it. Anacom, 3 influence, and there was the doof going to get that clickless card draw at the same time once it's trashed. That's an alright doof. So the game down a wee bit.
It's a bit late to be playing that when the corpse on 6.
They might just need they might just need the MU for like paperclip or whatever they want to put on the board after.
I think you're clearing out the sneak door at some point. But yeah, I agree with that sentiment, Andre.
Re-icing HQ again, that could be the drafter bouncing back and forth, but we have a second thing on R&D. Again, if Doomrat chooses not or can't res one of these things, it's a problem when it comes to turning wheel tokens. Card and server 2.
This Enigma is a big problem. I'm guessing with Inside Job, the Leela's not on Boomerang?
I've seen lists on all of them.
Okay. Where are the slots?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what? It's got daily casts too? It's like a 55 card runner deck?
Just setting up. Doomrat not resing the remote. Doesn't look like a Jinja, but there's an empty austerity policy. And Doomrat
That's rough.
Pretty okay with just taking away some clicks from the runner. I think we just broke R&D lock. Maybe I'm one turn too soon on that.
No. R&D's hot now.
All right, so Chris only has 3 clicks to figure this thing out. One of them is going to be spent on that filtered class act draw. Doomrat has 3 more coming in from the SSL. What do you need here? I think you need boomerangs, right? And what's the upgrade? Ash?
Could be
CVS?
Yeah.
They would have res Jinja last turn, right?
Could have forgotten.
True. Bravado on HQ, we're looking at probably double drafter. There you go.
This is getting expensive now.
Yeah, stacking sentries against the accountant. You do not get your refund entirely. The single axis is also pretty low quality. Like, I think you might want to jack out here. They know all these cards. Fairchild 3, that's a bit of information. Probably saw that on top of R&D. Paula.
Oh.
Ooh, that's worth it, that run.
Mm-hmm.
Criminals wait to deal with the MC austerity. You can wait. You can let them click up it all you want. You still always have that window as long as you have the 3 credits in pocket to take down the policy. Again, slots, am I right? How is all this happening?
It's a Highlander deck.
NGO front again in a remote server. Not much else place to put this, I suppose. If Chris wants to run that and waste a click, of there are only 3 to deny Doomrat the second advance.
You can Paul up it.
Oh wow!
You gotta look for all the outs here, Andre.
Yeah, value.
Value Paul up, dude. I mean, it is kind of value, but you're still losing the game.
Yeah, you have to kill that MCA, otherwise it wins when an agenda comes up.
So we have, I think, 2 cards in hand that are probably unknown. A sneaker beta technically is still live. And that's kind of the problem with austerity policy. It doesn't do too much for letting you score in the remote. So either something hangs out in HQ or you get like sick top deck R&D rips right at the exact moment.
I think actually this game is very winnable for the Leela. It looks bad, but the reality is there's enough draw now that like the Leela probably has most of their breakers. And we now understand that the HB Ice Suite is not good. So we're just waiting on basically a code gate breaker. And
but like, what happens?
Sorry.
No, sorry, Eric, I cut you off.
I was going to say that like we have the breakers now. We still have one more doof after this one to go through. We have turning wheel. I just feel like a couple of turns with R&D pressure where like he tries to push for the last 5-3 and the Leela bounce happens. And the game is like pretty much back in Leela's court.
So the credit loss is obviously going to be a big deal. That NGO hanging out is going to help recover. But like, what happens if you face check into a gatekeeper right now? I think you lose the game. I guess credits are a bit different, but
I think you actually might pull up the pad tap here. Okay.
Just pull upping the austerity, saying, "Hey, don't take my clicks away." Doomrat drawing up one.
Am I crazy? Was Paul up the NGO like actually a pretty good line?
Well, okay. So if you pull up the NGO, they're on 3 credits. They can hit the austerity once more and click 2, and then they're threatening to score out of hand next turn. They might be short 1 credit actually.
Yeah, the short credit, and you probably have like a way to get through the Enigma.
Well, if they're installing, I mean, depending on what their suite is, right? If it's a VIT, for example, the Mirror Morph credit lets them stall it. Lets them score.
Yeah.
I think
the
this like
austerity has a lot of ways to score from hand. 5/3s are just a bit expensive in terms of advancement counters, but like anything smaller than that, they could have won. Archive Memories.
This is for MCA, right?
Yeah, they're just
I
going to
reckon
fight over.
so.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, maybe not.
We're gonna get a
Do you
rewind there.
Take your bets now, gentlemen. What do we think the agenda sweetness is in this list?
So I would guess because of austerity, we're on a lot of 5/3s. So 3 SSL seems like a safe bet. The other 3, it's either a toss up between Vacheron or Ikoa. So far, we haven't seen border control or any way to sap click, so Ikoa seems a bit less favorable. And then maybe the single rogue Vitruvius. That's kind of mostly colored by the fact that we've seen austerities and nothing else. Because that 5/3 suite is quite powerful.
I think it's like we're in a triple Vash, triple SSL Vit situation, which is pretty bad for Leela because we've scored the SSLs as the corp, which is like the best scenario.
Yeah.
We're hunkering down over in Criminal World.
Cast and bad tap again. Like the worst case scenario here for Leela is if this is more of a Vitruvius heavy deck and there's biotic labors hanging out in the wings. Because right now, in theory, Doomrat has what they need to fast defense out if it's biotic into triple advance. That's actually only a 6 credit play, right? With Mirror Morph, biotic install advance, free credit, keep going.
Oh wow. Okay. I think if you're the Leela, like you're holding the Amina in hand, right?
You can only hope. It's obviously very hard to come down. Boomerangs we also haven't seen yet, and like Gatekeeper's such a bad face check at this point where Doomrat's just trying to draw into a way to close the game. And solid advance though, I think we've seen a couple NGOs.
All 3 NGOs.
Yeah.
Slam that Amina on the table. Run that remote.
Yo, some parts of chat are talking about the possibility, and I have seen this in live. Punitive Mirror Morph with 5/3s with big agendas. That is not that improbable. Whether that's good in this state, I doubt it. There's still a remote to deal with. Then Mina is going to come down for 7, if at all. But in theory, punitive is a real threat.
The dream, if you want to land a punitive, is you have like Amina and then Hagen on the outside, so they pay 7 for the code gate breaker, and they still have to install the paperclip.
Yeah, and maybe they have to interact with an Ash on top of that.
Here we go.
Server 2 also could be a Helheim, but inside job straight into it. Gonna force the outermost res. Maybe this is on RD. No. So this needs this just needs to be resed for this. Oh, Amina's actually down.
Yep. The third inside. This is a third inside job, right?
Right.
Okay.
So Helheim servers doesn't help too much here. Ash will. You can put the credits in your advantage. But the runner also is only on 2 cards so far. So if it is punitive, they need to draw up to be safe. And it's just a Mason Bellamy. That kind of suggests
Mason Bellamy.
What?
Ikoa?
I guess.
Raja, am I taking crazy pills, or is this like an absolute wild game? Like,
No,
what is going on?
It's
It
pretty
is
wild.
an Ikoa. They have 1 click left. If they steal that, it's 2 credits. A single punitive will end the game.
Punitive?
Bouncing R&D ice. If Doomrat has it, you can send out the squad to take back your property.
Give him the business.
Mason Bellamy, we're considering it. Mason Bellamy also does suggest border control. That combo is
no influence.
Pretty good.
You've seen no influence. Oh man,
Yeah,
dude,
just IPs.
blow this runner away.
Oh,
0
Anacom the
credits?
Savior. That's true. The inside job, does it draw up there? Yeah. Yeah, yeah! Oh, the Anacom! And actually, if the punitive Counter-Strike hits an event with the Anacom, there will draw up. It looks like Doomrat doesn't have it. Just building austerity policy back up again. Chris down to 0 credits. 3 going to come in with Daily Cast and Rozeki. Austerity policy. Hey, only 3 clicks to recover. Yeah, we have a game here.
If he clicks
This is so tough. This is really tough for the corp, though. I think. I don't know how it's going to be really hard because your remote is a fake remote. It doesn't exist. It's 2. It's 2 gear checks. 2 gear checks in a dream.
You're going to need punishment here. Like there needs to be another win condition. It has to be a punitive or like biotic into Vitruvius, something that the criminal will struggle to interact with. But you're totally right. Like you can spend a turn just like setting up and then contest the remote.
On the Fairchild, like the issue is you don't have a lot of taxing ice because the Fairchild is like 4 to break for Amina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like, if you go through that IP block and break the Enigma for 2 credits, like, the Corp is losing one. We haven't seen a lot of economy. In fact, it's just been NGOs and IPOs, no hedge funds just yet. Chris, just setting up, clicking for credits.
You know, it's funny at the like early in the game, Andrew, when you were like, "This is basically like ETF." I was like, "Oh my god, it is like ETF. This ID is insane." And then I think Doomrat's gotten like 5 credits,
But
like
it's
5
not
or
only
6
that.
credits.
Like,
You know.
that's one thing in terms of ETF value, but just the fact that this austerity policy had 2 counters, threatens a 5-3 score from hand, changes how Chris plays.
I think Mirror Morph is very much an ETF at home situation.
Yeah, it's not as good because you have to go through some, like, ETF rewards you for just playing Netrunner. But whereas Mirror Morph, you have to
Yeah.
take your turns a certain
Ooh.
way, which is not always viable. This doof is a pretty big deal.
This is doof into Sneak Door Beta, right?
I feel like this is like pretty much over now.
Oh, they don't have clicks to capitalize. Only 2 clicks, 2/3 of their turn used against that austerity policy with the doof. So they don't have the ability to just like slam HQ with Sneak Door Beta.
How are
5
you
turning
winning this
motions.
game? Yeah, like how are you going to win this game? As Doomrat, right? Like you've just run out of complete gas. You couldn't make it over the finish line.
Click 3, hope. You need a gamble. I think you need to do a click 3 gamble or hedge fund, excuse me, in the following turn. But Archive Memories will get you into an NGO front. Red level clearance clicklessly installs that.
Mm-hmm. Mirror Morph trigger.
Yeah, no, this is like they're definitely working hard for their Mirror Morph credits, but let me tell you, they'll get them. You get a free advance here.
This is a combination of cards that are being played that like I don't understand why it's working this way, but I'm really hoping Doomrat isn't cheating. Like this is just like my opponent's like moving their hands around very fast, and I'm like, yeah, sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, chat is calling off that they actually won't get Mirror Morph click this turn because they play 2 operations. Again, they need to do 3 different things. It's kind of hard to keep track of this at home, let alone
first,
casting.
second, and third.
Oh, archived into red level 2 operations. Yep.
Yeah, no good.
It's a heartbreaker. Ooh.
Undo click. Yeah, Doomrat figured it out a bit later than everyone else.
I don't know if you give this take back, if I'm quite honest. Okay.
No problem at all. It's a really nice way to offer that take back.
The Europeans are too nice. If this was in North America, you would have been kicked out of the tournament for asking for that take back.
Oh, boy. You're meant to be a Canadian. You're meant to be very polite.
I've been hanging out with the New Yorkers too much. I got that spice now.
NGO, it's online. That's also going to be 2 more credits for the Pat Taps. I think Chris actually wants to challenge this. The extra advance to get the 2 credits might be meaningful at this point in the game. Also, Austerity did not get hit, so Chris has the full 4.
Yeah, that was the choice. Either get the NGO advance or get the MCA click this turn.
I just want to shout out the chat. It is true that North America is bound by a sacred covenant, which is everyone gets the 1 free hack flip. That's just true. But after the free hack flip, you get nothing in the States. That's all I got to say on that topic.
Chris charging that NGO front. Doomrat's going to take those 5 credits. Pat Tap's going to fire. Chris has a pretty good window here, I think, to interact with the MCA austerity policy and pull it down. If you run last click, it doesn't change the math on the Enigma. And Mina working to remove the credits from Doomrat's side of the table is probably pretty good right now. I think we played all 3 bravados. That would probably be the best thing to charge the remote right now, as long as they had the credits up front.
Hack flips are just eternal now.
Yeah, it's true.
P
Has
block.
Utopia rotated yet?
Yeah, for sure. It's Luna, right? Luna's rotated.
Yeah. Paperclip hitting the table, not going for the trace. That's actually quite expensive for the paperclip, but MU is now strained out. What do you trash here? Probably the Sneak Door.
I think the Rozeki.
Really?
You have so much money and like.
Yeah, you're right. The Sneak Door is good, but their money
the
is
the way
drying up.
Okay.
It is a Sneak Door, it seems.
Sneak Door.
I like the Sneak Door though. You're right. Like they can't spend money to res Archive's Ice.
Yeah, because you're clicking up. To me, if you keep the Sneak Door, well, I guess if they click that MCA, they're going for a score anyway, so you have to trash it now no matter what.
I guess like the argument I guess like the argument is that like the way the Miamorph's gonna win now is just by granting you out on econ. And the Rizeki is like, well, we all know it's the most busted Nisei card ever printed. It's free money, it's free real estate, so you just keep that one around, you keep dripping money, can't lose.
I feel like that paperclip install might not have been necessary. It's obviously very expensive. They spent 7 for just that single cheap ice when they could have traced through it and saved their MU. Now, it's worth noting, Mirror Morph, that credit you get off of it, not clicking for a credit is considered a credit off of a card ability. So giving 2 to Chris through pad tap. Re-iced server 2.
Someone in Twitch chat just asked what's a hack flip, and I've never felt like more of an old, grizzled Netrunner veteran now than I ever have in my life.
Yeah, they're not a thing anymore.
Yeah, I guess so. Man, that's gonna be an adjustment.
And Hacktivist hasn't been. I mean, even before all the cards got banned.
Yeah, it wasn't main deckable most of the time.
It wasn't seeing a ton of play.
Okay, so Doomrat's
Doomrat's recovered.
These five turning wheel counters
Yeah,
are gonna be a
that's the thing, is the turning wheel counters and also the fact that the remote is hot garbage.
Well, I'm hoping he didn't put the Fairchild out there. If it's like what's a good ice?
Exactly.
It's going to be difficult. Like all the attacks engage the ice.
But Galter, I'm in a paperclip. What ice is good against that?
Yeah,
the best breakers in the game.
Mid to high range code gates are going to get pulled apart by Amina. I think we're right now looking for austerity policies just to grind the game out a bit further. We've only seen one so far in the heap. A lot of face down cards unchecked, but it's restores that matter too. We're just checking.
There's a restore that's gone and a preemptive.
There's gotta be an agenda in here. No agendas in archives. Wow. That's
Dirty laundry.
There's some more influence, slot machine, and another IP block.
I think this deck is on punitive.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, we're not.
Haven't seen. Yeah, it's either all the border controls in the deck or this is the kill deck. And I think you want slot machine is played in border control in punitive decks because the credit differential matters so much.
Install red level clearance. Let's see what they pull out of this modal card. They're going to get the click back and advance. Double advance with an upgrade in server 2. Again, that easily could be, if Chris doesn't respect their clicks in a turn, that could be another Mason Bellamy on top of a Iqua project.
You have to first click run.
Yeah, you do.
So, and gonna start with 19 credits, 17 credits. That seems.
Mason Bellamy into border control. Wait, is this totally safe?
We got him.
That's it.
You gotta run R&D and pray.
We talked about this interaction. So if you break the subroutines, if you break the ice, Mason Bellamy makes you lose a click. There's no way to get through here without losing all your clicks. If it is a Kawa, which it might not be, you can't steal it.
You have to bounce. You have to bounce off the ice. You can't run the server. You have to bounce off the ice.
Well, the bet is it's not the Iqua.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Is that a good bet with 2 SSLs in the corp score area?
No, I feel like
probably not.
You can see like a million cards off of R&D right now, and it's 13 cards left in the deck.
Yep.
Ooh.
Thinking, yeah.
Yeah, you really had to bounce here, I think, because then you can get another. You can check R&D, get another turning wheel counter, and see the top 4 to 5ish of R&D here.
Well, you want to get R&D accesses with enough clicks remaining to steal Iqawas too.
Yeah.
If it's another,
yeah. You need to have one click left at least, so that you can bounce what you think is the Iqawa in there.
So Mason Bellamy fires if at least one subroutine is broken. So breaking the credit one kind of matters, right? Because if they can force reses on R&D, as long as Doomrat doesn't end with 3 credits, that's it. Amino loses a credit as well. So Doomrat can only spend 1 credit resing R&D ice, but they have no clicks left.
Lost too many clicks, GG.
Oh my god.
Undo, no problem. Oh, they drew with Class Act. That was a misclick. So they have 1 click left.
Oh, okay.
Running this remote is the bet on whether or not it's the Iqua project, but you could go R&D, hope there's no border control. If the border control is res, though, Doomrat won't have the money to be able to score out the last agenda, but you can get some pretty deep digs here. 3 cards with turning wheel.
Mm-hmm.
Makers.
Oh.
This is huge. IP block, break or trace 3 no matter what. Again, we're talking Leela. If an agenda is stolen
Okay.
here, that server 2 is going to be returned.
Chris, you had your turn. Doomrat, pick your god of choice. Here we go.
Shouldn't have broken the Enigma. Chris is realizing. Yeah, it robbed them a click.
Can't steal the Enigmas.
Oh, yeah, can't even steal. Yeah, Vashron.
Sorry, can't
Not
steal
Vashron, excuse me.
Can't steal the
Ikawa.
Ikawas.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, it's
Oh, you're seeing so many cards. You're seeing so many cards.
Oh, they might hit the Ikawa. It's going to be heartbreaking. Turning wheel. Maker's Eye. Austerity policy being trashed. Unseen, unseen, unseen. Oh, no.
what?
Nothing.
Holy!
Wow.
Almost swore on stream again. Did not swear.
Doomrat, no doubt, just
Wow.
gonna close that game scoring up.
The bond between a corp and their deck is a sacred bond, and that bond was not violated today. It was
So
the
that's
Ikawa!
Ikawa.
So
Great
that's the
call
sweep,
there.
right, for Doomrat?
Have we seen both sides? Wait.
Yeah, no, Doomrat got the sweep. He can
Yeah.
ID into the cut. This
Oh,
was
yeah, we
bad.
Doomrat was the Adam.
Man, I gotta say, if this meta is wrong, I don't want to be right. Like, this is so good.
Chris says
That was hype.
Chris says I knew I shouldn't have broken that bloody Enigma. It looks like they did access an Ikawa and R&D and didn't have the clicks to steal it. Yeah, Chris saying they accessed the Ikawa.
That's
Oh, that Enigma break.
that misplay. Oh yikes. That's gonna hurt.
That definitely hurts.
We still
Well,
have
That was
Oh, sorry, go on. No. I don't want to cut into
No, go ahead.
too brutal. Yeah, I mean, this game was quite something. I have to totally agree. We still have around 18 minutes left in the round. Want to jump to another table, or do we need a bit of time to decompress? Because what was going on here? Seriously. Oof. Some serious business. We have a table with Swifty. I think the stream, the chat wanted to have a Swifty game. Should we just indulge people on the chat? Let's see the People's Champion. That's table 37, by the way, because there's still a lot of games happening in general. Let's just jump into table 37 versus Red Bull on NBN. This is probably going to be very run-of-the-mill, although who knows? Maybe there's going to be some spicy technology here. Table 37 trying to connect. We still have around 18, 17 or so, more than 15 minutes left in the round. And scores are dripping in. Trying to get into Cobra as well.
Yeah, so
we are.
We are in a bit ahead of the stream. The stream will catch up, but we're looking here at an Acme Consulting NBN deck on red side. Swifty battling that with 419. We're seeing some interesting agendas scored. That's a fly on the wall, not scored by the Corp. Definitely a relief to see from Swifty. Red Pill's archive shows some interesting cards. 2 copies of biased reporting. You don't see that every day. And of course, hard-hitting news to get that credit lead, but that credit lead seems so far behind.
So, okay. Explain to me why you play Anacam in Criminal.
So it's not only clickless card draw if you're playing one event a turn, but it's also defense. This was more impactful when you're playing against more net damage decks, but the idea is that even if an event is trashed through damage off of your turn, you get a card draw. I don't know. For usually it's 2 of a 6 influence. I feel like it definitely keeps the deck drawing, and I'm actually kind of a big fan of it. I don't think Paragon has mattered as much.
I've played it a little bit too, and it's not bad. It does kind of, it just sort of like greases the wheels a little bit, like you were saying, keeps things running.
It's 3 influence.
But yeah, exactly. It's 3 influence.
Can we just play Stargate?
Yeah.
Well, if you're on
Why would
Sneak
you
Door, if you're on Sneak Door, then you're not on Stargate, right? So
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I just think it's kind of weird. It seems like
Crims have quite a bit of influence right now. Like if you're not, because nobody's playing. Like Mining Accident has fallen out of favor, and that was 6 influence.
I just think it's like very much. It's like, your factions just got all the busted cards when you can afford to spend 3 influence on Anakin.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's definitely true. Crims have a lot going for them right now.
It's like, oh, I guess yeah. Like, might as well just like import some random draw card. Like, doesn't matter much. We got all the good cards in faction.
Yeah, talking a bit about just put Stargate in. Swifty has so far the only turning wheel we see is in archives. I don't know if you throw that out in the early game. Maybe you have a second copy, but maybe hard hitting news did hit it. Swifty is going to only need one more agenda to win the game, but currently only looking at single accesses.
Yeah, this is a tough spot, mostly because like data ward on the outs, like it's really a lot of this ice doesn't look great, but you realize it's actually super taxing. The Tapworm is pretty solid here. It might buy you another turn.
So we've seen one boomerang so far in Heap. I think the best case scenario to deal with data ward is an inside job. Not a lot of 419 lists are running two of each as opposed to Leela lists. But yeah, that data ward is 3 credits for a tag and 7 with paperclip. Also, like this is a big matchup for Hunting Grounds. We haven't seen it just yet. It deals with Slot Machine, Data Raven, even the data ward on encounter will matter. But we'll see if they have the slots and the influence for that.
Acme is such a cool ID.
Yeah, it really is. Now we're imagining red is probably on all the 3-pointers, and then maybe 2 1-pointers fly on the walls, maybe 15 minutes. I think attitude adjustment generally shows you that there's more heavier agendas that are harder to deal with in the early game.
And
maybe it's like another Bologna. Maybe Bologna SSL is like the patron saint of like random yellow card decks.
Yeah, I think that's a safe call.
It's just like, put those 6 agendas in and then like figure out what the other like 2 agendas are.
I reckon like fly on the wall means that there's some sort of single tag punishment, whether that's exchange of information. Seems good with the 1-3 suite, or just close to count sometimes can do it.
There's a hard hitting in the bin.
And 2 biased reportings.
That's 10 credits versus all those programs, right?
Yeah, I suppose it is.
You can always trash your paperclip. Reverse account's also very interesting. You don't often see that without dedication, but install advanced events. Still a pretty good play. You win regardless how that goes a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Also 419, no Amakua. Not surprising considering IP blocks are definitely alive and well within Acme, but we haven't even seen any in the heap, let alone on the table. Falsified.
There's
Exposing a fly on the wall.
Oh,
probably important to get to.
Unadvanced. It's only threatening in terms of points, which I mean you still want to go get it, but
Swifty says I think I would like that. Anakam getting that clickless card draw. Swifty can probably charge it. It's going to cost a lot.
It's like you have 28 credits. All you break is a Tapworm and a Rizeki.
You're probably good, right?
Money is for mortals. We're past. We're in a post-scarcity economy right now. Money doesn't matter.
Resources are no longer scarce.
Yeah, talk about resources. Like if you can just throw down that turning wheel and just smash into the pachinko over and over again, I reckon you can close the game out relatively quickly. We're hitting 7 credits. One of the best ways to deal with data ward is paperclip. You're going to take that 3 credit card loss or credit loss, IP block, another 3 credits, maybe 2 if you want to trace. Looks like we are.
Yeah, it's two link. I mean, it's $2 with a link, so it's like a kind of like a bad pub.
Yeah. Initiating the trace. You could vamp your opponent if you really want to. Doesn't seem good. Just 3.
Almost twice as many credits as you.
Can't do for me if I don't got credits.
Yeah, that's true. Like the good old days of SEA sourcing yourself. Well, SEA sourcing out of CTM and spending all your credits so that the runner wouldn't get tapper money.
Yeah.
So through IP block, that's a fly on the wall. This is not Leela. We're not getting a bounce here, but Swifty still needs another 3-pointer. There's probably not many more 1-pointers left in the deck. Labor rights.
You put the doofs. Oh, false. Yeah, falsified makes sense. You got to put the turning wheel, right? Yeah. So falsified turning wheel makes a lot of sense. You want to not checking the remote is really painful economically. So being able to sort of check it with falsified is pretty good value.
Exactly.
This deck is only on 1 turning wheel. Maybe it is also on Stargate, but those double turning wheel slots are pretty common for 1-9 lists. Maybe that's where the Anacom influence went off to, or even just upgrading to a paperclip.
Were you surprised that Freedom didn't do very well here in this tournament?
There was one freedom near the top. We saw them lose to Asa. I'm not sure where else. I was expecting to see some freedom, especially with 0, because freedom's issue has always been like
Yeah.
early game tempo, setup time kind of thing.
Yeah, the
but-
freedom we saw. Sorry, go ahead.
The other pieces of the build are still clunky. Like there are still a lot of moving parts. And so maybe 0 alone isn't enough, which seems like an insane thing to say, but it just tells you where we are in the game in terms of the power level of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the freedom list we saw was actually pretty fascinating. It was playing against a very aggressive Asa, and it didn't have time to set up. But we were starting to see wild stuff. Like that deck was like click 1 Gravedigger.
Wait, sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, it was
You heard
running
it.
Gravedigger, and it actually got to like a lot of counters through their own destruction, ice destruction, and just like advanced assembly lines, Rashida, stuff like that. It was purged through a CVS, and at the end of the day, I don't even think they had the clicks to start digging. But it was definitely a spicy build.
What is going on in Europe?
It's a battery for virus counters that you know that like the corp is going to give you virus counters.
Yeah, it's also
Sure.
soft multi-axis if you can run R&D because you're trashing ice and it's open. Like it's cool, but against Asa, right? Like every click matters way too much.
Do we think this is their first game?
We're on turn 19. I don't think so.
Okay. I'm just
I think they
surprised
would-
Swifties wait about time then, because
Oh, actually, it tells you this started
Well,
at 13:43, so
yeah,
it hasn't been
10
too
minute-
long.
10-minute warning. So, I mean, if the corp is going to score 7, they do need to get moving.
yeah, I mean it's a time situation where Swifties up on points, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, that's true. Swifty doesn't
ton.
necessarily care, but
Yeah,
Swifty's a kind, considerate person. So
Sure. Again, in NA, we don't tell you when time happens. We just ring the bell. Sometimes people get DQ'd. It's how it happens. It's the Wild West over there.
Red seems to be doing some sort of math here, probably on trace heavy. I don't see there's any traces that are going to favor the corp. Maybe it's just to figure out whether they can jam, but we're going to pay 3 credits to get another ice on HQ?
4 with the 419 tax. What is this?
Ooh. Yeah. Bunkering up.
How is the corp winning this game?
Can I get a clip? Can I get a sound clip of what Age just produced? I want that as a JNet sound.
Was that like a what?
Yeah. That's so good.
All right. That's click 1 preemptive. Obviously not
Wait.
not optimal, so they're going to just throw their turn away. If you want to take it back, you can always click for 2.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize this is the first click. We're
That's-
going into extra innings.
That's that's Swifty for you.
Yeah, totally. So yeah, I just feel like in terms of time, Red has a lot of
Yep.
work to do. Yeah, just pulling that back. That's some nice table talk.
Yeah.
So if you would like to take a moment to thank these for naming a card. Yeah, that's interesting actually. Like we saw some criminals in APAC, I think running Swift over Anakam or even Paragon. I don't know if it planned out. No, actually, no, that wasn't in APAC. That was a different tournament. I'm sorry.
It is true that Rodich does not have a card named after him.
Diaper is in his name. Honorary post, like
Yeah.
it's dedicated to him.
Rodich has the deck,
Yeah, Rodich
not
is
just
the deck.
one card.
That's true. He's officially hired by Nisei as the diaper consultant,
That's
if I
true.
remember correctly.
But we
It's
missed
like
we missed the Nat combo deck.
Oh, that deck wasn't good, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, fortunately, it's not exactly tearing things up.
There was a 2-day period where I was like, man, not only did we let a combo deck through, but Abram gets to be right about Nisei and the MWL, which is like the double whammy. But luckily, it turned out we were good on both fronts.
Yeah, that deck is very fragile.
Which deck exactly is that? Is that the mill one or something more?
Yeah,
tedious?
it's Fear the Mass. It's like the whole thing is use Bookmark and Zero
Right.
to like draw most of your deck and host on Bookmark. And then you pop Hyperdrive, you have a big turn, you do like a big Fear the Masses thing, you like check R&D a few times, and then you run archives, and ideally you score what's it called? Like I think you can labor rights for more Fear the Masses or something.
Ooh.
And you mill out the corp deck and then you like run archives. And like it's too slow basically, and it's inconsistent.
Yeah, I buy it.
And it's very fragile because everything is on that one bookmark.
Yeah. So any like Amani Sanai,
Mhm.
like you can like there's like a lot of it's just not
Best defense.
good.
It's like it just folds to hate really hard.
Yeah.
And they need to get an HQ runoff too, so you can border control HQ.
Yeah, Christian border like cards that are like played in regular
Right.
decks.
Yo, Swifty's going in
Counter deck.
here. Probably gonna access 3 with Turning Wheel, going through Raven, double Pachinko. Could have just sat back and built the Turning Wheel tokens, or even just sat back and camped the remote. Should have been fine, but gotta get some accesses here. You need that 5 credits if you want to steal the last Bologna. Let's see how these accesses go. The wheel will turn.
21 cards.
And Geo down. Reverse down. And
Those are
Rashida
pretty
down.
good. Those are pretty good trashes.
Now the credit differential is less in Swifty's favor.
Yes, that is also a risk.
So are we looking at an Econ Warfare situation?
I don't know. We haven't seen we've seen a lot of cards and
if there
not
was
that much influence actually.
If there is Econ War, now is the time.
Yeah, this is like peak Econ Warfare hiding news, like lull them into the false sense of security.
I feel like Swifty definitely did not need to go in there. I think they're just trying to close the game in time. It doesn't really give them an advantage.
Yeah.
But with all the expose on the remote, I think you can just like click 4 and probably be okay.
Yeah.
Even building up turning wheel counters is quite okay.
There's definitely a boring way to win this game, but that's not fun. And Swifty's here to have fun.
Yeah.
And so we're doing the high risk, medium amount of reward line.
I admire that. I'm the kind of chicken who clicks for 4 credits at time.
Yep,
because
that wins.
Me too.
I remember like the 55-minute Titan game in Minneapolis, Russia. We all remember.
Hey, I won that one fair and square. There was no waiting or anything. That
There
was a
was a lot-
grinder.
There's a lot of clicking for credits.
Hey, Swifty has kind of pivoted toward our strat. That's click for 4, Rozeki and Tapworm. Ooh, click for 6, even better.
Yep.
It's multi-track clicking.
We got a card in server 1 again. Oh no, it's undone. We do have 2 falsifieds back in the deck. I don't know whether Swifty's drawn into them just yet.
You're probably sitting on 1. Like if you're not sitting on 1, you're probably drawing.
Rotom in the chat saying Corp should probably ice HQ some more.
Yeah, dude.
Others agreeing. I think we can all agree. 4 ice on HQ is definitely not enough.
It's the 5th ice that really gets you there. That's what they say.
Tapworm Rozeki coming through. Swifty doesn't really need to check this remote too much. Like worst case scenario, a CU would have to happen, and that's not favored in terms of credit. Swifty, that brilliant click 6, just staying on top of credits. We don't have too much time in the round, just like 2 minutes, a bit less.
I do like the play of calling time is coming, and then also just clicking for credits.
It's Rashida. 4 cards, 3 credits. Red is going to have something to work with, no doubt. Now that's the awkward thing about Acme. If you want to put an ice in front of the data ward, it better be Data Raven, or you're making that server so much worse.
Let's start turning wheel bouncing here.
Oh yeah, I agree. At 18, I think this is kind of like just symptomatic of like what most corp decks that aren't the busted corps do in the late game, which is like you realize, oh, actually the runner has like infinite economic inevitability and the best breakers in the game, and you can never keep them out. And this is kind of like what happens. It's just like you can't score out of the remote, but the ice on centrals is too taxing to like close the games out quickly, so the game kind of just like slows down a bit.
Yeah, and that's sort of that's why we're seeing a couple of these game net decks near the top, because they have that economic sustain to remain economically competitive in the late game if the game goes long like this.
Yo, Eric, if you ever see that game net Embolus deck, you're gonna lose your mind. I'm excited,
dude. Is Rotom on game net Embolus, or is it RTSA?
It's RTSA.
It was RTSA.
It's kind of like I have a view of like what people should be playing because of the meta, and then I think people just play like whatever they want because it's like whatever, and I just like slowly lose my sanity.
Rotom, who's playing GameNet, saying GameNet is a meme deck.
Like that's what I said. I said it was a meme deck, and they were like, everyone's like, it's a meme deck, and also the like Patrick brought it. So what is that? What do I know?
Well,
Time has just been called in the round. We got a purge. It's up to the judges to figure out whether Red's last turn is that purge or whether they get one more. But it's time called, so they each got to finish their turn again. It's hard to tell where the time was called.
They just purged that
Doesn't matter.
worm.
Yeah, it should matter.
Doesn't matter. Like you can just click the
Swifty
crit if
just
you win on
wins.
time, which is a
Yeah.
full win. Which is a full win.
Yep.
Okay.
Game changer.
Audrey, are you- a double game changer.
We've seen some pretty ridiculous stuff today, but I don't know that this deck is packing that level of hot tech.
Is stock buyback terminal?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
God, I mean, to be fair, if stock buyback wasn't terminal, that's actually a crazy combo.
No, it would be broken in every sports or whatever combo deck.
Oh, there's a losing line. 4 turning wheel up to 4 counters, run R&D, hit 2 snares.
Oh yeah, you got to play those out.
All right,
Andre, are you playing in NA Continentals?
No, I'm commentating for all the Continentals, especially North America.
Nice.
Greg in the chat saying he spent a while testing Pollen up for this event. NBN Ice is too good. Well, whose fault is that, Mr. Former Lead Designer?
Yeah. You wanna talk about Gold Farmer? Where my Gold Farmer gang rise
Gold
up?
Farmer is banana pants.
Yeah. Where's Jess? And we have a short discussion about I designed only the shaper in the HP.
All right, that's it for round. What are we on? 6 of 7? Yeah, 6 of 7. So we only got one round more. The standings here are going to be so important. You're going to see a lot of players phone their consultants to look at that sweet numbers crunching to figure out what IDs, what 2-for-1s, what needs to happen here. Again, top 16. It's going to be pretty aggressive. Strength of schedule. A lot's going to matter.
I'm not even joking. It is absolutely true that every top tier Netrunner player has a numbers guy.
Yeah.
like absolutely. I have been in my life, and every time in my life I've been in a situation, I'm like, I don't never do the cut math. I always have a guy for that.
Yeah, I'm always asking other people as well. Because I never want to think through that. It's too much of a pivot from thinking about Netrunner.
God bless Chris Dyer's heart. He always does pro bono work, which I really appreciate. In North America, you have to pay people to do your cut math for you. It's terrible.
I always ask my opponent and hope for the best that they're not good for me. It's been okay. Yeah.
Okay, everybody. So this has been round 6 of 7, and we're gonna be getting into round 7 of 7 quite soon. This was quite a weird game to wrap the round up with, but it was kind of cool to get out of the top tables where the pressure is high and the stakes are even higher. I'm pulling up Cobra right now to just take a look as all scores are trickling into the HQ, and we had the top 3 tables intentionally drawing. Then we had Penzel and Mandax splitting. Christopher getting swept by Doomrad. We've seen that on stream. That was quite something. That triple agenda snatch. Wow.
Oh, those games were excellent.
Yep. Then we had another split. And Lost Geek sweeping Warlock in table 7. Then Nemamaya. So I'm probably mispronouncing it, sorry. But Chris Dyer basically sweeping Terrificy on table 8. Table 9. Another sweep. And another sweep on table 10. So this is going to be quite interesting for the scores. And then a lot of different things happening. I think there's still 3 games missing. Indeed, that seems to be the case. And we will be refreshing this soon. But before the final round happens, let's take a very, very quick look at what you think is going to happen in the last round on the top tables. Let's bring up the standings from the previous round, if Cobra actually lets me. Refresh, please, you snake. It is, you might see the blue bar crawling up there. No, it's only crawling up here, but I can actually see the page loading. There we go. So these are the scores from the last round. Like you said, the top 3 tables, so players 1 to 6 intentionally drew, and they're probably safe in for tomorrow. But then looking down here, we have quite a big chunk of people on 21 points. Well, I mean, we know for a fact that, for example, Chris Dyer on 16th got 6 points, so that's 27 as well. That's probably an easy qualification. round this time. Then again, the 7th round can still shake things up, do you think? Or are we, like, we're not the maths people here, or at least I'm not, but do you think we're going to see some sort of a last minute rush by a player? Maybe there will be a lot of 2-for-1s. What's your experience from tournaments with such high scores, so to speak, after so many rounds?
Yeah, there's a lot of unknown stuff. A lot of this is in the hands of the players 2-for-1ing just underneath the cut. It will depend a lot on their strength of schedule, but if you 2-for-1 and you throw yourself right into whatever the score gap is, the points gap is, you have a pretty good chance of getting in. The other big question mark is whether players at certain areas will refuse to ID, either because they don't like the idea or because they think they're favored in the matchup. It's worth noting that getting into the top cut, having a higher position, in theory matters in terms of the people you play against. In the top 16, the first player plays against the 16th player. But on top of that, if you do tie in double elimination, your standings in Swiss actually will give you that win, which can matter. Again, I don't think a lot of people care too much about that as opposed to getting into the top 16, but there's still a fair bit of uncertainty that's exciting to see get ironed out.
I think this top 16 looks like it's going to be, I think, like a pretty reasonable mix of like sort of old guard Netrunner players and like sort of new blood, or at least people I don't know, which I think is going to be good. I think. Okay, we have the standings after 6 rounds now, so it's Rotom, Mendax, Amal, Axwell, Pinsel, Cable, Carnage, RTSA, Pacomas, Lost Geek, IREF, Not the Bees, Chris Dyer, and Doomrat, which is the top 14, all at 27 points, which is X and 3. So X number of wins and 3 losses. Which means that I think like and then we have like there's a lot of people at 20. There's 8 people at 24. I think the consequence of this is that you can't ID into the cut at 10 and 4 100%.
No,
and it's good. It's good depend on strength of schedule.
Because yeah, exactly. If you look at this, if you look at the SOS, there are 3 people on 24 points right now who have higher SOS than players 8 through 14.
Yeah, so like Rotom Appliance, for example, has a SOS of 4.1.
Yes, so he's fine.
Yeah, so he, and like, I think realistically looking at this, if you're in like the 3.6, 3.7 range, you're probably good to go.
Right.
But there are a couple of like 3.3s, it's like 3.1s, 3.2s.
Doomrat at 2.9 is in danger.
Yeah, Doomrat is going to have to play out for sure. He can't do an ID. So it looks like there will be not everyone will be able to ID in the last round, which is usually Chris Dyer was doing some sort of math on this earlier, and I think he was saying that like normally that a consequence of running this many rounds plus top 16 is that the last round it doesn't matter because the top 16 players should just ID, but because I guess of like the number of splits, it matters.
Well, there have been pretty consistently a lot of sweeps in that like table 8 to 20 range.
Yeah.
Over the last few rounds,
which messes things up.
And so there've consistently been players who are like one game off being in the top 16, who can threaten to get in there with a sweep, or now a 2-for-1.
Is Greg Tug from Europe or from North America?
North America. From Ohio, I believe.
So the only 2 North Americans right now are in cut contention are Greg Tung and Doomrat. Correct?
I believe that's right. Who else from North America was playing?
Wasn't everybody saving their energy and good luck for the next weekend?
No, I think
Barum is playing, but he's out of it.
Are you trying to
most of them? Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering. Are you trying to tell us that there's a secret Canadian hiding somewhere here who's just gonna totally get into top 16 and then just sweep everybody on their way to just eliminate everybody, and suddenly Canada becomes the world
well, I don't know. Like I was going to say capital, but like the world leader, the world superpower in Netrunner. Very possible, of course. Why not? I do bow to our new Maple Leaf Overlords. I mean, hockey Netrunner is basically the same, right? You get a stick and you keep hitting things until you win.
That's hockey. You're right. That's hockey.
You should see lacrosse.
Oh yeah.
Lacrosse is great.
Okay. Just a quick technical update. We will have the next round starting in around 3 minutes. I'm gonna look at the pairings. Of course, there will probably be a lot of
already.
Yeah. They are. Oh yeah, we have a buy reported for the last table here, the lowest table, but we have some pairings up here, and it would be good to take a look and figure out if any of those games, of course, happen, because right now all the players are discussing things with the TOs in case they want to, for example, do an intentional draw. So it happens.
If Dyer and Tongue play, that would be a match.
Yeah, I want to see Dyer. I want to see Dyer and Tongue slug it out.
So we're saying table
actually.
2, yeah, table 2 if it happens.
Because
Otherwise-
Dyer only has 3.1, so like the odds of him willing to ID is very low, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Greg is only a bit above that, 3.2. I think they do have to play out.
They might even-
that's Clash of the Titans. That's pretty sick.
And they won't 2-for-1 either, I don't think, in that circumstance.
No, I don't think you do 2-for-1. There's an argument to 2-for-1
I
actually.
think you think about it, but you probably don't do it, depending on the IDs.
Yeah.
I'll keep refreshing Cobra just to see if pairings are getting updated with any IDs. For now, not really. I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot of chatting happening. And by the way, as per OP policy, as per organized play policy, players, even though it might be hard to enforce, but we're going with a honor system here, players are kindly requested not to communicate about intentional draws, of course, before talking to the refs, to the judges, to the organizers as well. So of course it's very hard to enforce, and kind of, I mean, it's an agreement of people just not to do it maybe. But of course we all know that math in the end wins. Netrunner is a game of math, which is probably explaining why I'm not that very good at it, but hey, I'm enjoying it every single time I play it. Oh wait, we have... Oh, whoa. Akira is totally shouting at me in the chat. So now, from the official tournament organizers, we're gonna have the truth. And Akira is gonna tell me completely what I said just wrong. So this is why you shouldn't listen to me, by the way. Akira, please explain in the chat on Twitch what I said that doesn't make sense, if you have the energy to do that. And I'll be very happy to read it out on chat as well, while refreshing Cobra and trying to see if we're getting any IDs reported or just not yet. And also checking on JNet if table 2, if it happens, if we can get in, because that'll be quite something indeed. For now, nothing just yet. This is actually a good time to, for anybody watching, for anybody participating anyway, take a break if you need to get water, get some fresh air. Stretching is fairly important in Netrunner. Flexing, I hear, is very important as well.
There are some tables going up.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm just wondering if we were able to see whether those were those top pairings, because we're definitely interested in the top pairing tables. So let's just see if that's going to
Andre,
happen.
Hey, what up, Berg?
are you doing commentary tomorrow?
I hope so. I need to look at the scheduling to be sure. It starts a bit early, and it's kind of hard for me to commentate too early in the morning because I live in an apartment and my neighbors will hate me. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay. I was thinking I might ask to do it. You know, I didn't know there's a schedule. I just show up and they let me in.
Wild
They
card.
left the door open basically, and so if they'll have me, you know, I think I might ask around, see what the deal is.
Oh, I mean, this
Cool.
is
Actually, if I
go on, please.
Sorry, I'm just gonna pop out for a minute. I'll be right back while we have the time. 1 second. Thank
Okay, sure. Yeah, I was just going to mention that in case anybody's interested in participating in the commentary for tomorrow, although I think we have a pretty full roster, but by all means, Eric, you're more than welcome to talk to the person behind the scheduling, who is Mike Papadopoulos from the Nisei team. So definitely the right person to ask, and we will have probably an open schedule as well for North America and South America Championships. So the Americas happening next weekend. Definitely a lot of games happening. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have at least 6 rounds of Swiss next weekend, and then the top 16 cut. Still waiting for tables to pop up. I don't know if they're starting already. Checking. Yeah, the round is actually on, I believe. Yeah, so we should be jumping into any other table now. Because I don't think
Table
they're actually...
4 is available.
Let's go table 4 then. Well spotted. Thank you so much. Okay, table 4. Between table 4,
That's
41.
Mendex versus Ohm.
Yep, getting there.
We don't have that.
Greg not playing?
Well, or at least they don't have a table at the
Yeah,
moment.
I think table 2 is kind of off the table. Well, I don't see them, so let's just jump into a game that's already starting. Mendex versus Ohm. And I think they're going to be starting soon. Let's just see. Because, I mean, of course, if that epic table 2 happens, I totally agree. This would be amazing to have. Very quickly into this transition. And I'm going to keep refreshing Cobra in the background.
Sounds good.
Maybe we're going to learn something.
I think these guys are good at ID.
Oh no! I mean, great. I mean, I'm happy for them. That's, more time for them to... Well, okay, that happens. Confirmations. Okay, well, we might end up watching some sort of a double-digit table because... Oh, table 9 is on. Let's take a look. Maybe there's Odal with rather spicy decks. I'm gonna keep searching for table 2. Maybe it happens. Maybe they're just gonna play like a fun game. It should still be fun to watch.
I'm here to shatter your dreams. Tables 1 to 5, I did.
Okay, great.
wow,
That's good information. Then we're looking for table 6, Lost Geek and Doomrat. How about that?
And also table 16 for some reason.
Thank you so much, Mar. This is great information.
And as soon as I get the 2-for-1s, I will tell you too.
Thank you, you're the sweetest. We're going to go to table 6 then. Lost Geek versus Doomrat. We've seen Doomrat already on stream. Quite exciting times.
Ho.
There we go. Hoshiko Shiro versus Mirror Morph. And we're already
You see
in the
that
game.
EMP device?
What does this card even do?
This is an Apocalypse deck.
The corp cannot res more than one piece of it for the remainder of this run.
It's your DDoS replacement.
Oh my god. Okay, sure. This is like DDoS at home.
It is like DDoS at home.
Yo, that actually, the austerity policy with the 5 tokens, that's pretty good defense against Apocalypse. Unless you have some way to get some extra clicks back. Good luck.
Extremely good defense against Apocalypse.
32 credits. Do you maybe make another remote? Okay, we're eater now.
Oh,
I mean, the MCA austerity policy isn't that good because...
Yeah, we're just in it.
Oh,
cool. Here we go.
Okay.
We'll be there in a second, I have no doubt.
Yep.
So
Nice.
we're on turn 7. Hoshiko with we got an Eater on the table, Liberated, Earthrise installed. We have access to some breakers, not a code gate breaker just yet, but
stream can't see the game.
Yeah, it was there for a moment and then it flashed away.
I'm
this is
working on it.
actually
There are some
an exciting matchup.
technical difficulties. Sorry for that. I'll be back in a sec. I promise.
No
It's all
problem.
good. Both of these players are sort of near the lower end of that 27 break. We saw Doomrat just basically break their way into the potential top cut by sweeping the last round. We're seeing an Enigma defending the MC austerity policy. That's the only thing that the Geek is unable to break right here.
Mm-hmm. Paperclip MK in the bin, Eater on the table, but no Black Orchestra to be seen.
Okay, so how do you the way you prevent the APOC? You have border control in this deck too, so you want to get a border control as. Oh, you don't need to do innermost. Okay, how does EMP device work?
It just has to
it's
be
just any ice.
the only ice.
Okay,
It has to be the only ice that you res.
It's
So the
also
border
cannot res more than 1 for the remainder of this run. So if you want to pop it before the run, it's only 1. But if there's multiple ice, you could actually pop it after they res a single ice. Generally not the best case, but it's a bit fiddly for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So border control is good out here.
Yes.
This seems like a rough. This seems like a rough matchup for the APOC deck.
The thing is, like, Doomrat still has to figure out how to score out. There are some turns where they can austerity policy score in an agenda and maybe restore back in that austerity. I think it's pretty difficult with only 5/3s. But also, we weren't ever sure if this was actually a punitive list or not. We do know that there's also Mason Bellamy. Like, Doomrat's in a really good spot.
That's
Yeah.
actually true. Mason Bellamy is brutal against APOC decks.
I'm so excited to play my APOC deck versus like CTM and ASA. When I actually play Swiss, Mason Bellamy, Border Control, and Mirror Morph.
Yep.
This
Firing
is the
out
nightmare.
that austerity policy, we can actually undoing the click a bit too soon. I imagine Doomrat just wants to get some sort of border controls on centrals, if not a Mason Bellamy, before trading that austerity policy into an agenda.
Yeah. Because you have to get all the breakers out, because you can't just eat it through the ice to trash the Bellamy.
Yeah, correct. So only 16 cards left in Hoshiko Shiro's stack. The two big questions are firstly APOC, and then after that, how to capitalize on it. We haven't seen a Stargate hit the heap just yet. We're assuming that there's some in the grip.
And there should be an amped up, at least one amped up in this deck.
Also, we do see a Black Orchestra hit the heap last turn. Career Fair putting down a daily cast. Another
Double
EMP device, not unique.
Not unique. Okay, well, it's a learning experience. We're all learning things.
I think Mason Bellamy is so hard to deal with. I guess with like EMP device, it's only one ice, but like that's difficult. And I have no doubt Bellamy gonna just hang out there in the root of HQ.
I don't know about that necessarily. I feel like even though Lost Geek hasn't played Rebirth yet, you want your defensive upgrade on Archives against an APOC deck.
Oh, that's totally true. Lost Geek checking HQ, only 2 clicks left. EMP
Wants to
devices
know what the
only one
upgrade is.
ice.
That's fine.
Again.
Don't you just work like a Fairchild 3 or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
rough. This run is rough.
There's not en passant here, right? Like in theory, that works with EMP device, but that seems like way too many slots. Fairchild 3
Yeah.
and Bellamy.
Oof, that's a big oof.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that run.
You can't trash the Bellamy.
No, they
It's
can.
off.
They could orchestra. They could get through this.
But if you
Oh,
orchestra
yeah.
Bellamy, you lose your click with Bellamy.
That's fine though, right? They just can't steal Ikoa, but
Oh, yeah,
they have to clear out
sure.
the Bellamy before they can fire off.
Yeah, and I feel like your line for doing that is Rebirth.
Oh, they've
Omar.
accessed the restore. That Bellamy's going right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And restore honestly is a very interesting counterplay to EMP device. You can always restore border controls. You can keep the restore until after the apocalypse to repair some of the ice damage. Restoring austerity. There's so much flexibility Doom has to have here. Taking the turn to pop off.
Oh,
We're gonna score something.
Not
Whoa,
getting
what?
a Vitruvius
No,
counter.
Yes.
look at this.
Yes, we're
Spinning
bringing
that
it
click
back.
to restore the MCA and click it.
I
So
heard you
Lost
like
Geek
2
only
clicks.
has 2-click turn. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Although actually, couldn't he, instead of spending a click to play restore, over advance the Vitruvius, gotten the MCA with the Vitruvius and installed it?
Oh, he wouldn't have had the
Or-
clicks. He wouldn't have had the
Okay.
clicks because
Okay, he
restore's
needed the
gaining you
Mirrormorph.
2 clicks. Yeah.
Got it.
Dirty
Border
Laundry-
control on the remote
Border
is
control.
really interesting.
This is cool. This one forces the paperclip onto the table. Obviously, the Eater's not going to do it. Those breakers will be trapped on the table. Not the biggest issue with 2 paperclips into the bin, but this is just causing money. And Lost Geek is still going to need a fair, pretty credit to get through the Fairchild 3 on the Apocalypse turn.
Yeah, and this is where, like, I always liked Valencia for Apoc decks. I know that with the speed of the game right now, you really need that Hoshiko draw, but that Valencia credit matters so much.
I don't know.
Austerity policy, putting on the pressure again. Triple ice on HQ. Triple click is all Lost Geek is going to get. And then we have a last click restore. Believe me, or more,
Yeah,
going to fire
yeah.
that. Mason Bellamy is back.
Yeah,
Damon Stone from Beyond the Grave.
rip.
Oh, wild.
This
I don't
does
know what
not
Lost
look
Geek can
good.
do here. Do you just slam Stargate and say, okay, I'll try and win a different way? You still have a lot of work to do.
Right. I mean, you have stim hacks, you have regular breakers, you still have an EMP device.
There you
and
go.
have
Stargate. They're just
Yeah.
pushing it.
You gotta
Apocalypse.
abandon the regular plan.
Seems way too difficult. IP block.
Oh,
We can
that's a
trade
tag.
Through that.
That's a tag.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Eater. Isn't AI.
It's the curse.
Well,
matchup.
hold on, because he could install Paperclip and Trash Eater.
Yeah.
He decided not to.
Because Eater is going to work with Sync Stargate, probably the cheapest way to get through all of this. That's a drafter. That's res now.
Oh, and that's
You can,
all
you can float tags.
all of
Ikawa?
his credits.
This top of R&D.
Oh my god.
Ikawa slot Ikawa.
I heard you liked clicks.
Rip.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a second. There has been 8 2-for-1s in total on this round.
8 2
Yep.
for one.
Tables 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 21, 22, and 28.
Mhm.
This
Yeah.
is the weather report for today, and I'm officially leaving you alone.
Thank you
Have
so
fun.
much.
Thanks,
Cheers.
Mark.
That preemptive is dirty.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Ikawa, restore. For what it's worth, it's actually an interesting play. You can restore agendas.
Oh, you can make it so the runner can't win the game. That's value.
You can, as long as you get them all in archives.
I'm-
It is technically value.
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
Oh.
Geek, still 3 clicks. Austerity policy doing its work.
Oh,
11
wow.
credits. That Stargate run isn't too expensive, right? It's like what, 5-6 credits maybe? That's kind of expensive.
I'm loving this Mason Bellamy flavor text. He's chromed the gills and seems to know all of the runner's tricks.
NGO front being popped for 5. Doomrat has the ability to score out here with the austerity policy. I reckon with the Bellamy and probably border controls on Centrals, feeling okay about this. Austerity policy. We're trading NGOs for table time and space.
The 3 clicks, he's just dancing circles. Like he's getting 4 clicks turns when the runner's getting 3 clicks turn. That's not illegal. That's the reverse.
Drawing up. I don't know what's left in the stack to get to. Maybe just economy. How many liberates are we down? We've only liberated 1 account so far.
Landing the APOC, so like basically you're out to land the APOC is to rebirth into Omar into HQ.
And hope is not a border on archives.
Yeah. I think it's a border on archives personally. You also have to have enough money to break R&D. Like it's really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need
I
a
think
lot of
you're right,
money and
though.
you need to rebirth.
That is your out. It's not a terrible out. I think you expose. Okay. I think I would have exposed the archives ice just to see if it's a border control.
Mm-hmm.
Double icing archives does look nice. Again, maybe some players aren't too savvy with that rebirth that's always in there. But yes, it's a huge tech austerity policy popping off here. I don't think we have any more 2-pointers, just 3-pointers left in the deck. SSLs and Ikawas.
SSL here is pretty nice.
5 advance. Ikawa.
Okay,
No, it's Ikawa.
It's Ikawa.
That was probably the one drawn off the top of R&D. So what's left in HQ? Who knows? Liberated.
Yeah, so now we're setting up for like a rebirth. You really need the rebirth here.
Oh no! It never ends.
Oh,
Stop!
wow.
He's already dead. Stop! He's already dead.
So this is Mirror Morph. As long as they have the 8 credits or 5 credits, which they do offshore on the NGO's 8, they're going to be able to score a 5-3 from hand the second turn from now. Austerity policy, you can put a counter on it, you can pop it, you can install a card, get a free advance, and you're off to the races. So Last Geek is on a very short fuse here.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys getting in on this raffle game in the stream chat?
I did earlier. I put my name in. I don't know the legality of that situation, but
I don't know what any of the prizes are. I don't know what any of the prizes are. I just want to win stuff, you know?
Oh no, Nisei's been saying what the prizes are. They've been pretty good.
Yeah. I'm just saying that doesn't matter. It's just I'm just chasing the thrill of the kill here.
Doomrat, 4 credits. Lost 1, installing a 3rd ice on R&D. Again, the border control is so important, but the Mason Bellamy is just the icing on top of that. We're going to hit that austerity, right? Oh, we did. Don't worry.
Yeah. 8 credits sitting on that NGO.
Again, next turn, that's it, right? Like next turn, pop, score 5 from hand. Lost Geek, 1 click left.
It's rebirth time if you've got it.
That feels so rough. Preemptive wanted destruction so rough against Mason Bellamy.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Red Devil clearance probably for clickless draw just to be able to find that 5-3 to austerity
In the
out.
hopes of,
It
here
looks
we
like
go.
we got it.
Yeah, finding the agenda, yeah.
All right, Doomrat taking those 8, going to convert that into 5 advancement counters. And
GG.
SSL will close the game.
Oh, that is just the roughest. That was rough. That's like yeah.
Nightmare matchup for that APOC deck.
It's really it's like the peak nightmare, which is like you already don't want to be playing against like Glacier Corpse. And then on top of that, it's triple border control, and then on top of that, it's Mason Bellamy and MCA austerity. It's like the quadruple bad matchup.
Yo, they don't have it at the end of the game screen, but clicks lost, probably double digits. They're showing an amped up in hand. I don't know if that does it unless you have Rebirth as well, but it's going to be very difficult. Depends on what ice is on archives as well for that apocalypse.
Yeah, I think if Rebirth shows up earlier, it's a pretty different game.
So Doomrat came from lower tables. They have 3 wins in a row already. I don't know what happened the round before that. Probably even harder. Probably even more. But absolutely just soaring through the standings.
What? I think that's good. You know, like Doomrat, I think is not like a very sort of like famous person in the Netrunner community, but I think he's like super solid. He's been like a Nisei tester for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I've been like busting out games with him, and I think he has like a really good approach to the game, and he's like a super solid player. So it's good to see him like get some clout.
We're gonna have a fun matchup here. This is our only mini faction represented currently in the top cut. Dirty Laundry hitting archives again. We are on Find the Truth, neutralize all threats, and safety first. Pretty standard across all atoms. Maybe that changes up in the Titan matchup, but just face checking here.
That snare on top of R&D and then decline to run it.
Border control, giving the credits back. This looks like a Rashida, right?
Yeah.
Angram flush.
Ooh.
You know what? This is just gonna let Adam draw free cards, right?
I don't. Yeah, this doesn't matter. I don't think this matters.
So let's see what the call is. Calling event, hitting the. Oh yeah, this is the easy mark deck. Losing those. The only card they lost, Obakata from hand. Don't have the cards.
Oh, the easy mark. How are we gonna win now?
Jesus.
It is a Rashida Losky, definitely bouncing back. That's safety first credit. When do you draw? It's at the end of your turn, right? So it's not going to give Paulana too much extra money as long as you're drawing once a turn. I guess it's still money. Rashida for 3.
Man, 2020 Netrunner. No, not the easy mark.
Yeah.
How far
they would
we've
love to
come.
play that. So what else? We saw their whole hand, right? So what are they sitting on? They have a Rozeki they played, an easy mark they lost, a multi-threader, and Earthrise. Okay.
Yeah, Earthrise is the big one here. I think you'll probably just click for credits. Okay.
Checking archives. Drawing into a brain chip. That Obakata would be nice to power the hand size up. We know that's still in hand. And Celebrity Gift is going to probably show everything here. Tiny little giraffe. Hedge fund, a CVS, La Costa, IPO, and that Obakata we saw a bit early. It looks like Geek's money is solved for a while.
Just
this is a crazy good draw.
Paulna Glacier without Kakugo seems scary.
Yikes is the word I would use, Russia. I think.
Well, we'll see. I mean, they're table 6 in round 7.
No. This is a really good draw from Doomrat, though. Having the double Rozeki out by the third turn is just gonna put like a crushing amount of pressure on the Paulana to like basically score or die.
Yeah, absolutely have to. Yeah, rush or die, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking here at La Costa Obakata probably into the remote. I think the good thing for Doomrat is that the La Costa is scored. Sorry, the Obakata scored. It doesn't do much for Geek's board state. It's no SSL. So Doom might be able to set up.
Now the question is this? Yeah.
Sandbox, not the Nisei. Still value.
Go to an archives and like he's Losky can now angle shoot to discard the CVS.
Yep.
Which means that the archives will be devalued for the Find the Truth runs because it
gives the corp 4 credits.
Yeah, corp gain 4 credits. Double pad tap's pretty good. Yeah. I think if you're Losky, you're not trashing these pad taps.
You want to go fast?
Asks, is this an annoying Paulna that has macrophage with this agenda? And I think yes, you probably run a macrophage in here, maybe more than one.
You see that value from the La Costa. We're going to jam in, I imagine, next to Obakata. Corroder on the table, Logic Bomb. We can challenge this remote pretty easily. Hopefully no punitive, no other punishment. Just slot machine to border control. You could end the run to prevent that Obakata steal. Might be okay at this point to get on game point.
I think this is kind of good for Doomrat because it means that the remote becomes softer and you can get value out of the pad taps.
Yeah, this remote kind of sucks.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Okay, so score the Obakata, and now the game got a little bit spicy. Well, you can still cheese out a win here.
Yeah. I mean, the La Costa is still up, and it's still threatening.
Yeah.
Yo, border control though, like sick against Logic Bomb. Logic Bomb doesn't deal well with the Nazi. Oh, archives, not poison
just
just
giving
yet,
the corp
but
4 credits. Oh no, he didn't discard the CVS. Didn't have time.
yeah, that HQ pressure though, the double
Ooh.
access can hit that CVS.
The emergent's going to be good because now you can first 2 clicks emergent, get the Angolo, and then run the remote, and still have a click left over to deal with border control or something.
For Roseki Stim Hack, all discarded. We're only on 3 hand sides despite the brain chip.
Angolo's pretty good for.
that.
Angolo's pretty good at breaking the Engram flush too. I mean, it breaks it for
Yes.
4, which is like still insane. Thanks, Nisei, by the way, for that one. But it's like the best we can do.
Yo, this threatens game point. Lacosta double ice.
It's gonna
Lacosta
be-
means a 4-2 could be scored out if it's another sandbox.
Emergent for Angolo. Run the remote.
Trashing Roseki MU is a bit tight right now.
Yeah, that's too bad. You want the Rozekis. I can see the pat taps now.
Double slot.
Okay,
Oh.
sure. You know, Angolo's not terrible at breaking this.
No, you
Yeah.
pay 4. You got another one that's likely just to be 3 credits.
You pay an extra $1 essentially to make sure they don't gain 3.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's not what I thought it'd be. That's a full I don't know if you care about the advancements too much. You probably don't, do you?
No, I don't think you break the advancement sub. It's a bit of a trap.
Yeah, unless it's an NGO front, you'll be okay. Oh, actually, Biovault? No, that's fine. It's an NGO! Oh, what a trap! That one credit
Wow.
lost you 8 for the corp. Oh, wow. That's sick. Now, if they access, they have to trash the Lacosta. I imagine they're not upset anyways.
Someone needs to clip that. I feel like I've turned just into a Twitch hype streamer with all these games we've been watching. Like, god damn.
Oh, wow. That's so wild.
Oh, that wasn't 3D chess. That was 4D chess.
Yeah, it was multi-track drifted out here. Gee.
Geeks remote. Yeah, well, let's talk about server 1. Not a strong remote outside of maybe punitive pressure, but double ice is going to fix it up quickly. I don't know whether we have slots for surveyor. That seems like a good 8 strength sentry here. You could logic bomb it. Border control will.
A Nazi
Take that
border
back.
control gets you there, right?
I think so. Now, this is a CVS in hand, so there's a chance this double access. This is a 1 credit loss for Doomrat, 4 gain for Geek. I'm not sure if they need the money. Engram, you can wait for the call before you decide to break.
I just name resource. You see what they're drawing. Like, it's hard.
Are you
Yeah.
keeping notes at home if you're playing this matchup?
I mean, I think
We
you absolutely should be, but I would be surprised if he was.
Yeah,
I don't think
note-taking
note-taking-
is legal.
I don't think note taking has sort of become like popularized enough. I was taking notes in my top cut games when I was playing my freedom deck.
Oh, it's super cool.
Well, and being on Titan, like you would have time to do it in your running matchup.
You can write your memoirs.
Shade or not, chat decides.
Let's not shade, just truth.
It's why not both?
Install advance on an upgrade. If
yeah,
that's
that's-
the Costa, that's threatening a 5-3. Even if it's just like a Marcus Batty into any 4-2, that's a problem for Doomrat. 9 credits, a single logic bomb, but stim hack. Let's go. Lost
I mean, I
can
think
really do anything
you've
here.
if you've got a border control, you just let them get to it and then instant dunk it, right?
Engram flush. That's 4 credits. You can let this fire. I guess the worst case here is Obakata with a Lacosta, where you're already in a really bad spot. Let alone the stim hack damage is going to put you further away.
I think you pay it.
No, you can't. You don't let them pay it because you can't steal the Obakata anyway.
Okay, you
Oh,
need
yeah.
to
No, that's
you
true.
need to Ngolo this. If you logic bomb it, you're going to tank 3. Well, and then
No,
you
I
die
think-
to that stim hack.
I would have let the Ingram flush fire there. It doesn't matter. You can't break. You can't steal the Obakata anyway. Your out is just hoping it's not
Yeah.
Obakata and it's the SSL.
Slot machine, break for 3 or lose 3, your choice. Doomrat down to 5 credits, still has a slot machine to get through. Going to put that creativity on the bottom. Okay, a bit better for the corp. Resource program resource. So 2 subs that matter. I don't know whether the 3 credits for Geek matters as much as your single credit. We're just firing. Again, Lacosta into Obakata is the worst case scenario here.
This is Obakata. The game is effectively over.
I think so, yeah. It's a Nisei.
Oh. We got a game.
Yes, we have a game. 4 credit to return. Doomrat down to 0. Stimac hitting the Citadel, but now, hey, that brain chip is online. Doomrat's going to have that 4 hand size. Get that clickless card draw. Wow, do we have a game?
We
This
do
is
have a
the-
game now,
this
especially
is like-
because
Yeah.
Lost Geek let those pad taps live.
Install a 4. Okay, so this is either. I think this is Rashida, but it could. I think it could be the Philotic.
Oh no, running archives. That's 4 credits for Lost Geek.
But
I
it's
don't know
2
if
for the
Doomrat noticed
runner.
that or cares. Yeah, it's
2
true.
for the
Oh, no,
runner?
Pat Tap already fired because of the
The
draw.
ID. Yeah.
I don't think money matters anymore.
Yeah, more for Doomrat. Double Logic Bomb. That remote you can get through relatively cheaply. Again, the non-C will be damage. Favorite one. Let's see if that's a Rashida.
So you really need that outermost ice to be a border control.
As Lost Geek, absolutely.
Drawing up. Looks like an upgrade or a slow roll of the big agenda. Advance events. There you go. Best case
Mhm.
Obokata for the Corp.
Click, run.
Wow, this is hard. Liberated for 8. Nanotech. Not bad. 6 strength. Take that, Anansi. And we're running here. We only have one click left. Border control. That's
Gee.
probably it.
That's it.
When the border control hits you just right.
Brush or
That's
die,
the-
right?
That's a tough one. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's tough.
See, we're still going to go through here. Again, Lost Geek might as well make them spend all the money they can. There's a small chance this is an NGO front. Small.
Or could
Yeah.
he buy a vault?
Yeah.
True.
So
2020, 2020 Netrunner, 5 ice on the remote, 1 ice on the centrals.
Yep.
I gotta
Ankle
say,
flat.
these games are both exciting.
Hmm.
They've been fun. We're firing all here. Yo, no events. Just kidding. 1 event. You're still good for Obokata.
It's better than seeing Titan getting played. That's all I gotta say. More exciting than Titan games.
Anansi 3 credits through with Nanotech. Now the slot machines, you don't really care about the subroutines whatsoever. They're just
the
going
money
to take your
doesn't
money
matter.
away. Slot machine.
I don't think
One
it's.
of-
I don't think it's an agenda, because if it was an agenda, he could just border control it right away and save this all this time.
But doesn't
I think
this
it's-
feel good as the corp?
There have been some players who would like put on a show for the stream.
I hope it's not an agenda.
It's a
Yeah, it's
bio
Bio
vault.
we got a game. Just when you think you're out, they pull you right back in.
It's all advanced.
Yeah, like how does the runner win now?
Well,
R&D?
4 agendas on R&D.
Yeah.
Raja, you gotta believe. You gotta find the outs, even when the outs aren't there.
Border control.
Oh, Jesus.
That's okay, right?
Is
There's
it
a
okay?
government takeover in here. Single axis. Not even border controlling. There's no real need to. You only have 2 more clicks. One of them.
It has to be 2 agendas on top, exactly.
I would have given them the credit sub here, I think, for the pad tap trigger.
Okay,
They
well,
might have.
Ladies and
totally.
gentlemen, I wanted the hype. Is this is a an NGO, and like we think the game's over a 3rd time.
Reversed accounts. Let's go. All right, that's probably it. Yeah, we're gonna advance this up to 4. Let's get just another sandbox. Purge for 8. That's
Lost
value.
Geek. Wow.
Oh man.
Oh,
Celebrity gift revealing double macrophage in the hand, calling that ice sweep correctly.
nice job, Andre. Gold star.
So that's a split
Good
for these
stuff.
2, right?
Yeah, which is not good for either of them, I think.
No, it's not. It's the worst.
Exactly.
It's the worst outcome.
Yep, it was
I'm
table 6, right? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, they
Did
were
we check
table
you for
6.
1 there? I think you have to if you want to make it to
Yeah.
the cut, right?
Well, what if you want to like drag your opponent down the hell with you? That's what this was. This was the ship sinking, and I'm popping all the lifeboats.
I'm trying to find
Yeah.
another top table with like double digits, but low double digits. There's table 13.
Okay.
But
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I mean, I'm just scrolling up and down.
11 is up. It looks like they just started. If that's okay.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that a possibility?
absolutely. Yeah. Tridon versus Arco Mushroom. That's table 11.
That's
Thank you
Adam.
so much. Yep. Thank you so much for spotting this. I'm trying to get in. Table 36
Ranji Dodge,
shots per Comis, sorry.
Ranji Dodge, I'm not giving NA a bad name. It implies NA had a good name in the first place to ruin.
Oh, I think they just finished turn 13.
Oh, we just lost it.
Oh, bummer.
No.
Just ended.
Okay, table 36. We had a huge shout out. What's happening in table 36? I'm just gonna take a quick look. Who's in table 36? Heinzel versus Puchin. Okay, well, might as well. But for Comis, why do you want table 36? We're gonna keep scrolling around here.
There's table 17, 18, 19.
Oops. 17. Hawaii versus Greek Geek. Let's just go in there and take a look. Table 17, indeed. Maybe they're still at it. Table 12 is on as well. Yeah, table 17 looks good.
Just started.
Yeah, looking good. Okay, here we go then. Over to you.
Argus Lila.
Turn 6 looks like someone probably purged through 2 Tapworms. Not the fastest play you would love to see out of your Argus deck, but Greek Geek does have that credit lead pretty handily. I guess Caddy's going to correct that relatively soon.
This is a tough matchup for Argus.
Yeah, Lila's pretty rough.
Install double, leave in server 3. Doesn't look like it's a hostile. Reverse to counts or NGO. I don't know if you want to just beta run for the NGO front. It's better if they have to spend money going through ice. It looks like Hawaii is going to take the bait. NGO front, 24 credits for Greek.
Is the run still successful?
No, it's neither successful or unsuccessful.
What does that mean?
It just means that. Yeah.
You don't get
what does
dirty
that
laundry,
mean?
etc.
It's just like we don't know. We'll never know.
You never ran Jackson Howard before? It's just
server-
maybe a run happened.
The server ceased to exist.
It's just like the scientists or whatever. I didn't know the technical term was it's neither successful nor unsuccessful.
There never was a run.
There never was a run. Okay.
We're icing up server 4 here. The threat is an unadvanced Atlas. Not too big of a threat. I guess Pricex and Rashida's might mean a bit more to this board state. Hawaii just going to say inside job. Let's go. You want an inside job into a Pricex? Now, Greek has the ability to res here if they would want that ice to be bounced. It's just an Atlas?
Oh,
Wild! Diversion of funds, legwork, all that stuff is open. Hawaii's going to have to take the damage or a tag. The damage is a bit harder for criminals without a lot of recursion if they have programs in hand that you need. Losing a turning wheel.
oh, that's not great.
Straight to doof. Again, they could have even lost the doof off of that, even if maybe they have 2, but 25 to 19, still a bit of a credit lead, but not too far ahead. Double ice up. Are we going to see Sneak Door beta in this? Oh my god, Sneak Door has been so fun to watch. Server 4, we got another unadvanced threat. Again, the Atlas without a counter doesn't mean too much, especially with one Atlas already out. And we're just going to get some card draw and paperclip into the bin and lets you deal with those border controls, the spider webs we're seeing as that boomerang reply. Upgrade on R&D. Either Crisium, could just be Prisec. Prisec doesn't work against Stargate if that's the threat you're expecting. Crisium seems a lot better in that circumstance. Could be CVS. We're even seeing a lot of... I've seen Maker's Eyes come out all over through Leela's over the last couple weekends.
I think that this is like... I don't want to say unwinnable, because I've been wrong. Okay, never mind. We just installed the 5-cost breaker. But I think the money problem is like the biggest problem in this matchup.
Yeah.
And
for who? For the Corp?
For Corp, yeah, because like you need like your basic out is to like hard hitting econ warfare them, especially in this matchup, because you can't really gear check them. And I feel like the game's gone on long enough now that like they have all the breakers, they have like basically what I would consider an insurmountable money lead.
Mm-hmm.
And like even if we get an Atlas with a token here, like it's not clear to me how you convert that into like any sort of win condition.
Yeah, I mean, look at this: nine credits and breakers on the table, and the runner still has 20 credits.
Yeah. Bad pub double Atlas. That's a bounce. You're going to have to take 2 meat damage or a tag here. You can just strip away that tag if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greek, definitely an uphill fight. Now, there are probably no real 3-pointers in this deck. We see Global Food Initiative more than anything else than SSLs or SDSs, but Hawaii needs to find that pressure for Centrals. We've lost one turning wheel so far. Probably another in the deck. Econ Warfare for value into IPO. So credits now at equal. Something still jammed in server 4.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to appear threatening, right, is all they can do.
I think there is a place somewhere if Greek has like dedication into reversed accounts.
Andre.
That's
That's
don't,
usually-
come on.
Don't give the man false hope. Don't give the man false
In
hope.
outfit
see,
decks,
yeah.
that happens.
That's
But
what you see
like-
out of Outfit, but not out of Argus.
Give him the last rites. Put the coin in his mouth, send him down the river. I don't know about this one. It seems to me like the KD is a problem too.
Chat saying false lead, and yeah, I agree. If they have false lead, that's kind of their.
Yeah, false lead's a good out. False lead's a good out.
Upgrade in server 4, it's hard to tell which one they exposed, the new or the old. Probably the old. It's a prize sec. That's going to be 5 credits, I guess, altogether with the falsified credentials. Yeah, it could be false lead, but we're going straight into Doof here. We can break any single piece of ice.
Yeah.
Man, guess
Doof plus Ngolo is kind of insane.
Yeah, I think like Raven might have been the best there, but it's pretty weak against a potential turning wheel. We're going to go through here for just 4 credits. Take 5 away. Leave Greek only on 4 credits. Hawei up on 15.
Yikes.
Now, last click will keep the tag if you want to interact with that power shutdown.
That's
emergency
just
shutdown.
That's just rude. That's insult to injury right there.
Server 5, that's a hostile, which let me tell you, that's going to be a bounce off of HQ ice. And third diversion would be absolutely a beauty for Hawei. Even you could bounce what they just added to server 4 that you know is not the price sec, and then just go back in. If they res the Hordem, like whatever, you're breaking it for 2 credits with bad pub.
Mm-hmm. De-res the Hordem, bounce the Hordem. Doof.
Third Doof. Yeah, even you could have just bounced the price sec and ran server 4, I reckon. Class act drawing up. Last click, spend on card draw. Greek, 4 credits.
That's why Nisa needs to ban criminal.
You really need it too big to fail, and I do agree with y'all. Like I think this is very, very hard for the Corp.
Andre the Eternal Optimist. if they just try harder, they just need to try. They can do it.
Yo, as long as you got snares in your deck, you can win any game, right?
We did see that earlier today.
We saw some good snare play.
Snare tempo for the win.
Data Raven, gonna hit the bravado. You could go through this if you'd like. The trace is pretty easy with 2 bad pub. It's just the click you're gonna have to remove. But Greek on 2 credits, swinging R&D, even swinging like go server 4, right? Like they can't fire double price sec. If they spend their click on the price sec, like your credits, you're fine.
I was thinking about this. Snare's been around for like 8 years now.
It has.
Every number on that card is perfect.
Yes.
Like it's 4 to trigger it, 3 net, 0 to trash, 1 tag. Like every number, it's just like it's harmony. It's beautiful.
I agree with you. I feel like there's some worth if all the numbers on there were the same, like 3 for 3. That's kind of easy to learn, but I think we've all ran around that 4 number for so long, we got it just kind of etched into our brains.
It's just like the perfect number where like it's enough that like it's cheap enough that you want to fire it most of the time, but like man, it hurts. It's good.
Cycling class acts, Hawei's going to burst up another 4 cards at the end of the turn. Greek down to 2 credits. I think we did get a bounce off of R&D, right? Yeah, single access off R&D, clear tag. Greek just clicking for 3. I think the best case they got going here is that 3 diversions are in the bin.
Mm-hmm. So the next too big to fail is hot, but still, like...
Was Bad Pub an original Netrunner?
Yeah,
yes, but it was
yes.
different, though. It functioned differently. It didn't give the runner a credit. It did nothing until the Corp had 7, and if they got 7, they lost the game.
Yeah, that seems on brand for original Netrunner. That fits with the schema.
Yeah. So, I mean, there were runner combo decks that were, uninteractive and and gave the Corp 7 bad pub.
Of course there were runner cards that gave the Corp bad pub. How naive of me to think that it was a Corp-only effect.
Citadel Sanctuary. Leela doesn't have a link, but if you want to prevent meat damage or the
Oh,
tag
no.
for only 1 credit. Embezzle, even. We saw hard-hitting news.
This is just like it's
He's
not even
already
death by
dead.
1,000. It's like death by 1,000 stabs.
Taking chunks out of him.
Yeah, brutal.
So no doubt Operation Call here. I feel like Too Big to Fail might be like a giant jump in money. You could just always hit the caddy once per turn. Embezzle, hitting a border control and a hedge fund. Trapping a hedge fund.
Oh,
All right.
that's just so sad.
That's
For
an 8 credit
Argus.
swing.
Andrew, he can still do it though, right, Andrew?
Yeah. Whatever, Snare. We'll go.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Nah, this is like this game's just a reenactment of Old Yeller.
I feel like Huawei should be checking server 4, right? Like if it's double price sec, that's
Does it
worse
matter?
for Greek than it is for Huawei. I think it does because you can get a Leela bounce, you can give yourself points. It just
No,
like,
I agree.
Yeah, I think you might as
Next-
well, especially when they're on poor, low on credits.
Next turn, I think you probably go.
Double ace on HQ after eating 3 doofs and an embezzle.
We got Blueberry Diesel in this deck. What? Hello?
Yo, people play that card. Find your stuff with Class Act.
Why? No.
You've seen actually a lot more people play this in space of special order.
Because they
'cause
didn't
it's
want to
like
spend. They
Anagram.
wanted to spend 6 inf on Anacam instead of on regular diesel.
Yeah, they gotta they gotta rationalize their bad influence spending by playing bad cards. Makes sense.
Mouseless.
Anacam's a good card, but yeah, I feel like Blueberry Diesel is a little shaky when you need all of these pieces to support it.
Yeah, I've seen Diesel played pretty well in like I know Asker was playing the sort of like D-res decks that are a bit more like it matters what you draw in what order, and I feel like in those decks it does a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Greek just clicking 3 back up to 5 again. The mouseless res putting them far back. Huawei not using the caddy every turn, so their money eventually is going to run out if they don't rely on that. We're not seeing any Rezekis. We're not seeing any Pat Tap Stick. We did see 2 Tapworms getting purged away, but struggling just to get single access with value. I don't think you can pay 5 to get a single access off R&D and expect to stay in things.
Yeah, this is where that turning wheel hit to the meat damage starts to matter a little bit. But
Ooh,
surely there's
value
another
inside
one.
job.
I don't know about this. I mean, if there was a turning wheel on the board, I could see it.
Yeah, it's a bit better with Anacom, but obviously Inside Job, a heck of a card. Trashing a TBTF. Ooh, not the bad of a hit.
No, but now the runner's on 8 credits.
Yeah,
and there's no
Econ Warfare.
Rezeki stripping. There's no pad taps down.
Caddy for 3.
Rough.
Definitely rough. We want to play something here that gives economy. Even just a dirty laundry into archives is probably good enough. Looks like a Tapworm.
We found the corp. The line. The line for the corp is hope that Renner just spends all their money on nothing. And I don't know. Life finds a way, I guess.
That happens. Like people sometimes overvalue singles a bit too much, but yeah, I think you're definitely hoping that the runner overextends in this situation. Tapworm gaining 1.
If they keep singling you on R&D, that's like definitely a way you could win the game. I mean, what Huawei really needs is to find this turning wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spec order for Bagalter. Putting that down. I don't know about what advantage that gives you.
Yeah, this is all like you don't need it.
It's a global food in server 4.
Oh, the misfire on the guess. That's actually not getting those 5 credits is a pretty big deal right now.
Yeah, and Greek resing the prize deck, which I think they should have done a bit ago. I guess it's okay if that eats a falsified, but the money matters a fair bit.
I think there's a bad narrative that like as soon as something's falsified, you need to res it. I think that like in game, you have to figure out if the game is about information or the game is about money. When the game is about money, you want to res, but sometimes like if you're like a game net deck where like your whole game plan is them just running the remote, having them like burn falsifieds on like dead information is better because that game's about information, not about money.
Totally. I feel like the money is more valuable here than information. They knew what the price tag was, though.
I agree.
Caddy comes back in.
Yeah. Click up.
The GFI is just a problem though because now it means any single access on R&D basically wins the game because you just just take the tag or whatever, then you pivot to the remote.
Yeah, you need to put some advancements on that GFI now that they know what it is.
But that
but I think they'll just go for it. Wait, like,
Well,
what's
I
the
mean,
best
that's-
case ice on server 4? Data Raven?
You basically have to threaten that you have a follow up if they come and steal it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is rough. And
And
now not
basically
pressuring the board.
The only follow up that's viable now is Eco War HHN.
But Galter hitting the table, I'm not sure that's necessary. I think you're just like
Yeah.
any single sentry you can deal with. So like even the sapper threat is not real. But Greek gonna go up to 15, which is just 3 credits at the top of the turn on top of 4 from daily cast. That's what Tapworm is doing right here. Might be a CVS
not
and
purging that
R&D.
Tapworm. I don't know about not purging that Tapworm.
Turning wheel down. You can ignore that food until they start putting advancements on it. Just start hammering centrals. HQ, you have to res that ice, or you can just bounce off of that. Well, you could just jack out, but you can also bounce off that Data Raven.
Someone's asking if there's Rizekis in this runner deck. It doesn't look like there's influence for it. If they have 2 Anacam and Ngolo, that's 10. Paperclip is 13, and 2 Turning Wheels is 15.
Yeah, the MU is also tight. I think there's probably pad taps we haven't seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
Hawei drawing up again. Only 10 cards left altogether, and there we get the purge. So now now the daily cast is going to fix that credit parity, but Hawei just needs to get one good access on the central, and then they can just run through that spider web after they bounce an ice. One MU left. No time for sneak door beta. Hey, Blueberry.
What are you looking for at this point?
Boomerang? I don't know. I think you just need to go in. Maybe a bravado, but I don't think it's necessary. Falsified to hit the GFI. That's just
for extra
4
money?
credits. Yeah, just like a 5th gamble or what have you. And there you go. There's a bravado. Just running for the remote. Again, with 2 clicks left means that they can't clear. Oh no, they do have Citadel Sanctuary. They're okay. And that's a Data Raven. Actually, this can either be 2 mate damage or 3 tags. 3 tags is a bit of a problem. You can clear 2 of them with CVS, but the third one, oh, I don't know if single tag punishment's going to be legitimate besides the turning wheel.
You take 2 meat, you drop a tag, you go to 1, and you Citadel. You're fine.
Yeah, you just have to lose cards in hand.
Yeah.
Which means, hey, we're at maybe 5 cards left. Do you guys want to talk about Snare a bit? I'm kidding.
You take 3. Actually, you take 3 meat. Sorry.
Oh yeah, price deck. Yeah, 3 meat.
Those price decks are gonna get a little annoying.
I like the bold undo click without asking for permission, but you know.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's because I think they hit the wrong thing on.
Well, they could be talking over voice.
Raven. Yeah, they probably are. Bravado just to gain 6. Again, you don't have to contest this remote. There's no advancements on the card.
Mm-hmm.
Single advancement in theory with Threat and Audacity, but that's not a very good play with HQ. Running Archive, seeing a Hordem bend a minute ago. One hard-hitting news is out as well.
And an Eco War. And 2 too big to fails.
Ice. Server 4, double credit. Hawei needs to protect that food.
There was a moment when the runner was like spending their money down, and there was like a chance for the corp to start pressuring, but now like 32 credits. It's yeah.
What's the worst case scenario here? Even Archer is not that big of a deal, and it puts Greek so far away. Border control, okay, that's nice. That's good.
Nothing matters.
Border Raven, Prisec, that's annoying. Again, I don't think you have to run this remote until they start advancing it, and even then,
that's kind of the
Central's gonna
thing.
bounce.
This run is unnecessary. I mean,
also like Greek's in a weird position because you want to have the agenda stolen out of the remote before you put another agenda in there,
right?
Because then you're giving the GFI up for 3. So like you kind of want them to steal this at some point.
Let's see if they pop border through. So we took the tag, but Galter to break instead of the trace. It's technically cheaper, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because it pays you back 2 credits.
And border control once we're through. So Hawei is only going to have 1 tag so far against. Again, Citadel Sanctuary is going to clear one of those tags for probably only 1 credit.
You're fine. You still take 3 meat damage.
So you don't have to go back here. You could swing R&D.
No, but going back here is like you clear the price deck for essentially no cost. Because you can drop, you drop 2 tags, you end on 1 tag, you Citadel it off, and you take 2 meat from the GFI. It's game. I mean, not game, but you're on 6, right?
Yeah.
And you also get a Leela bounce.
Yeah, no time to capitalize on it. All right, we're through Raven. We're breaking that. Oh no, we traced that. It's another 3 credits to get through a spiderweb behind you. There is 2 bad publicity, so this 6 is actually only 4. Greek wants to act. Global Food Initiative. That's going to be scored. Leela is going to get a bounce here. You could actually res on R&D if you want to keep that upgrade safe. Bouncing off of HQ. Prisec. Going to probably trigger. I imagine Greek doesn't mind the 2 credits too much. Hallway choosing to take the tag. Wait.
Clear Citadel is
Oh
okay
yeah, they
here
have it.
still,
They
right?
have it. Yeah, as long as they take the meat damage, which they did. They lost Sure Gamble, which draws a card with the Anakam, drawing an additional card.
It's a value.
6
Wait,
cards
4?
left. No, they have
Wait.
4 tags?
Wait, how did they get for 4 tags?
What happened?
Oh, you can't die here anyway.
No.
Trash the Citadel double HPT doesn't get you anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah, trashing the turning wheel is probably okay, but they only have 5 credits. Again, Citadel Sanctuary does prevent all meat damage. You are going to have to trash your whole hand, though. Wait, we trash
Caddy Jones.
Trash Caddy, install, advance. All right.
So here's a fun fact. If the meat damage from Prisec hadn't hit an event, the Corp could have killed the runner.
Yes.
Yo, how good is Anacom now? Am I right? I like that. We're hitting a Data Raven. Now, this tag is going to be clicklessly removed from Citadel, but it looks like Huawei might find some more, or just bounce off the Data Raven to get those turning wheel counters. An advanced card in server 4. We're out 1 NGO front so far, so with only 2 credits, they're not even threatening too big of a score here, so it looks more like NGO than anything.
Charge up turning wheel, clear the tag.
I don't even think you need to clear the tag. You could just get rid of it, right? With Citadel?
Oh yeah, right. You're fine.
So just get some tokens. Actually, we're going through. We're taking a tag. You can
Okay.
access 2 cards,
Okay.
a turning wheel. Okay, now hear me out. They will access 2 cards. This will be popped for... No, they're short 1 credit for double snare. Could have had it. NGO front getting popped. You don't want to get bounced?
Oh no, you can hit
Is that
double
the-
snare. You can hit double snare.
They're just
No,
resing
they
it.
need 8.
Oh.
I think they only had 7 if they popped it. No,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
7.
no. Oh yeah, 7. You're right. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out.
Still
Fully
41.
control Raven.
Oh, there's the Citadel. Yeah, okay.
Citadel clearing it. So Greek definitely wants to go for that advance. They're on 9 credits. IPO back in the money. How the tables have turned. Huawei just needs to find a single agenda, but only 6 cards left. I don't think this list is on snare, but if it is, I'm gonna lose my mind.
I really want to be proven wrong.
Turning wheel bounces. That's a shortcut you can do on JNet if that's confusing to players at home. Just bouncing into the Data Raven, taking end the run. It's the same idea. Greek resing a double mouseless here on R&D. Ingolo, not the worst to deal with it, but again, mouseless is just taxing regardless, and it's probably a price sec. We can see 3 cards off of R&D. Greek God has the money for triple snare. No, double. Nah, whatever. That's good enough. All right, let's see some turning wheel counters. That is a price. You don't have to res the price sec. It'll work regardless, but let's not get that bounce.
No,
Actually, that's
no,
good. Yeah, because
no,
you don't get a
no, it
bounce.
won't. Well, I guess it won't get bounced because you win if the quote.
Yeah. Stand off. Edge gains. Huawei R&D. Finally, the
Got
food.
it. Got it.
Got it.
If that dig is a whiff,
Oh, it's so bad.
Corpse on 10, the runner's on 4.
Yeah. And they could actually boost into the Citadel Sanctuary to keep the tag if that matters.
Right.
Yeah, they'd be on 2 tags. Yeah, that could have been actually pretty rough. But wow, that game went way longer, I think, than we thought it would.
Yes.
It had twists and turns, baby. It was good.
There must be something in HQ, right? There
Oh,
has
yeah,
to be.
for sure.
Surely.
Like an Oaktown or something.
10-minute warning left in the round.
So Nisei has set the Cobra tournament to private right now.
Yeah, we cannot really access them. We cannot see which tables are still on. We just have to kind of, move around and maybe see people playing. We have a ton of spectators on table 12. We're just gonna skip it. We're just not gonna jump in there. It would be good to... Oh, sorry, go on, please.
We have Heinzel at table 36.
Okay, table 36. My tired eyes are trying... Okay, yeah, so let's jump in there. That was also requested by Percomas. Let's take a look here. Hopefully the game is still on.
So Chuchin had a deck list of the week a while ago, which was this Brainstorm sort of wild deck.
Yes.
That was... Oh, wow, okay.
But it looks like we just see the end of the game here.
That was too bad.
Well, did Heinzel get flatlined? What happened? Oh, Heinzel conceded.
I'm still trying to get into the table, so...
I do not know what happened here.
Heinzel left so his opponent could get the prizes.
Oh, super cool. Yeah, it looks like this was Chuchin's the ganked Helheim servers deck, so this is probably a really fun one to watch.
Oh, that's too bad. A res tier
Good stuff.
with a Tranquility home grid in the server.
So, seeing as the tournament's basically like wrapping up.
Yep.
What surprised you about? So, Andrew, you commentated both of these.
I saw just the top cut of APAC.
What's the surprise? Anything surprised you about the difference between APAC and this tournament?
So I only saw the finals. I didn't get to watch too much of the actual Swiss cut, and the finals were like legitimately pretty homogenous, right? Like we saw a lot of Titan, a lot of Wayland. That was mostly what's represented on the corp side. This we've seen a lot more stuff. The fact that I think you called in your post win talk that you thought that Lilo is also more equipped for the meta than 419, and we saw that swing over here. I'm not saying that's exactly because of your words. Seeing again, and you said that before, but like there's some pretty strong European testing groups. I know a lot of German players have always been grinding out those ASIC groups, always been grinding out the Armand Ice Walker, and you do see that here in full force. I'm really excited to see more stuff here. Like we saw Paulina, we saw every faction represented in a way that I think we could easily say is competitive.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you think NA is going to be pretty similar to this, or it's going to be different?
It's wild. Like I don't entirely know. I know there's a lot of like testing groups within NA that like will show up to Worlds together and they'll be all playing the same deck that they brewed behind closed doors. Like we saw that show up with like the sort of potential Unleashed decks that tried to sweep Worlds a couple of years ago. Stuff like that might happen. Yeah. Again, like people aren't too good at sharing deck lists right now just because people are brewing behind closed doors. So we might see some surprises. We might see this like, oh, this is the one deck we thought was to beat. And we'll see 6 or 7 competitive players all running that same list. That is interesting if the deck is fun. Unfortunately for viewers, you see a lot of the same stuff over and over again, but it's hard to tell. I still think Wayland is very good, but the fact that we're seeing more stuff here at the top cut gives me hope. But again, a lot of that is Europe loves their Asa. Europe loves their Geist, and it shows. And let me tell you, it's still good stuff. You just need to be able to play it very well.
Yeah, I think the big difference is going to be. I think that Leela made sense to me as a meta response to Titan. I think Titan was like really underplayed in this tournament, and I don't know necessarily why that is. I think in some sense it's because you maybe think you're being teched for. I think another part of it is that the Europeans don't like Titan. I think that actually is like kind of true. It's much more popular in North America. And the other thing is I think CTM has become like sort of like a bulwark of the New York meta. And like the greater Boswash meta. So I think that there'll be more representation of like CTM at least by like the Boswash meta, I think. And I think there's going to be more Reg Anarch.
You think so?
I think so because like I think that like broadly the UK has always sort of been like a bastion of criminal strength, and that like they often play criminal.
Red Crim, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so and like I think the UK like historically has had some of like the best criminal players in the world. So like your Patricks, your like Rotom Appliances, your Dave Hoylands, people like that.
Yeah.
And so I think also historically, the North America and like when I'm talking about North America, I think more specifically the United States is home to like some of the best Reg Anarch players, especially in like the Boswash corridor, and in like in and around like Texas and like SoCal.
Mhm.
I think we'll see sort of like just more percentage Reg Anarch play from that region, and I think like for me, the question right now is like where does Canada factor into this? Because like I think Canada doesn't really have sort of like an identity per se in terms of like what people are likely to play, but I do think like I know Will like Soccer 234 whatever, he's the current Canadian national champion. He's going to be playing so that's it. Like he's gonna be playing, which is like a strong Canadian player, and like I know that some of the Toronto guys are playing and they're strong. So I don't. It's the question is sort of like what does Canada bring to the table, if anything?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, admittedly, I'm not too connected with a lot of like external metas than just Montreal on its own. I don't know what Montreal's representation looks like the upcoming weekend. I honestly don't know if anyone's playing from my meta, which is a bit of a bummer. But yeah, I can't talk too much about that again. Like, Canada's huge. I don't know.
It's tough. Canada has like the same problem. Canada has the same problem Australia has, which is that like they're both very large countries and the population centers are very spread apart.
Yeah.
In the United States, it has the similar problem where like the population centers are spread apart, but there's just like, I think literally like 10 times as many people. Like I think there's like 300 million in the United States and there's 35 million in Canada. So there's 10 times as many people in the United States. So like it's the metas in cities can like form, like coalesce.
Yeah, but classically when we were traveling to events here in the Montreal area, like obviously we check out Toronto and Ottawa, and there's some very strong players in both those regions, Montreal obviously included, but on top of that, like we're more likely to visit northeastern America than we are to like go all the way to Winnipeg.
Yeah, like I usually travel for the Minneapolis events, and then I did like San Francisco this year, for example.
Right on. One thing that I think is wild, and I would not have called it, I'm glad that right now at the standings I see they're at third place. The fact that there's only one Val in this whole tournament is absolutely wild.
Oh yeah, because Val's trash, dude. That's the secret. You didn't get the memo?
We'll see a bit more next week, right? When the American Reg Val shows up.
Oh no, they're gonna be on Hashiko.
Yeah.
They're gonna be on Hashiko.
Yeah,
Val's
I think you're right. They're going to be on Hashiko. I think Val is unfortunately too slow for this meta.
So like this is also another thing, and I don't know how much this comes into the conversation. It comes a bit more when we get to like regional testing and play groups, but it's worth noting that like not everyone comes to this tournament bringing with what they think is the best stuff, as much as they do make meta calls, but also play what they think is fun. And that conversation doesn't show up too much. Like whether Hoshiko is more fun than Val, I would argue in a lot of cases, yeah, just because card draw is good. But I bet you there's a lot of players in the top 16 that weren't min-maxing as much as they were like, I like this deck and I'm in. Maybe that's a minority opinion. I could see it, but like I still think there's players representing what they like as opposed to what they've ground out to be the best in testing.
Implying people play Netrunner for fun.
Yeah, right? Is that wild?
No, I mean I do think that is true. I think that like what is true, I think for like basically like okay, sorry, let me set a scene. I think broadly, when you're in a meta where like there is undeniably a best deck that has like the most busted matchups across the board, everyone plays that. So like these are like you know, like when people were playing CI in 2017 or people playing like CV Anarch or like so like metas like that. Yeah. I don't think we're in that meta. No. I think in a meta like this, what's more important is having a deck that meets what I would call like a threshold of goodness, which is to say that like there might be like let's say like 6 corp decks that are above like the threshold of goodness, which is to say that like they're good enough. Like they might have certain bad matchups, but like broadly their matchup spread is strong enough that like then within like let's say like you know like within 5 percentage points or 6 percentage points of like the quote unquote best deck. And I think being comfortable and player skill can like definitely make up the missing percentage points over the threshold of goodness.
That's the classic Spags quote, right?
Yeah.
A good player with mediocre decks will odds on beat a mediocre player with good decks.
Exactly. And
with
so
meta decks, like top tier decks.
That's why like I think you can see like for example, I think the GameNet deck is like absolute trash. Like it's a total meme. It doesn't win against, I think, anything that I would consider top tier or good. That being said, it's like good enough. Like it's good enough, and so that's why like Rotompliance, for example, was able to do really well on it today because like he's an excellent player, piloting a deck that's like above the minimum threshold of goodness, even if like it might not be as good, quote unquote, as like Titan or Asa.
Yeah, well, and you see Greg talking about it in the chat. He says he feels like Haley's good. He went 5-0 with Haley today, but nobody else did.
Oh, okay.
Right, and he's obviously one of the best Shaper players on the planet.
Local Shaper savant says there's nothing wrong with Shaper.
Right.
See more at 11. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, I might not phrase it quite like that, but I do think it plays into your point, right?
Yeah,
that the best players can bring the stuff that they like and that they're good with, and they can do fine, kind of regardless of what the relative standing of their faction or that deck might be. And we can debate how good Shaper is or isn't. I mean, I do think they have some problems right now, particularly around a very noticeable lack of any kind of early game pressure.
I think Shaper has problems in the same way that like someone who has leprosy has problems. It's bad, dude. It's real bad.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I think I agree. I mean, like, this is the kind of thing about Freedom where it's like, I don't think the Freedom deck is like undeniably the best deck in the meta, even though like I won APAC on it, right?
Freedom seems like it should be amazing right now, but it like the pieces kind of have to come together, right? You have to consistently get set up in time to not lose, and if that happens, then you have kind of an indomitable board state. But if it doesn't, you can get rushed out. You're very susceptible to getting rushed out.
Yeah, I guess like I just think the Leela is better than the Freedom.
Yeah, because the Leela gives you more, or gives the corp more negative tempo.
Yeah,
on the ID.
Even though I won APAC, on Freedom, that doesn't mean it's the best deck. It just means like it was over the threshold of goodness.
Yep.
Yo, Raj, in terms of like ban list stuff, I don't know exactly what you can talk about, but I've always had this like sometimes negative feeling when it came to I could show up to a tournament with a deck that's like largely unplayable against something like scarcity resources, and that would feel really bad. I think that made me anxious in a lot of situations to be like, okay, did I make such a bad meta call that I'm not even going to be able to interact in a meaningful way? I feel like with the changes to the ban list, at least of what I've seen so far, that's not the case. The idea is that you can bring just about anything, and again, as long as you pilot it well, you'll have a chance. There's still some things you need to answer, right? Like I think Titan is one of the ones where if you can't answer things in like the first 4 or 5 turns, you might have a problem. But I don't know, at least maybe this is not a question as much as just my feedback, but it feels a lot better like that. I feel like it's definitely a lot more wide open. I
mean, that's a big part of what we were trying to accomplish, so I'm glad you feel that way. Titan is definitely something that we keep our eye on for sure. Like, I mean, we knew that we weren't doing anything about it, and we discussed whether we should do something about it. Ultimately, obviously, the ban list being what it is, we didn't. But we did want to enable a wider variety of deck archetypes to be able to float to the top. And like, getting back to what Whiteblade was saying, give players who are pretty good more freedom to play the styles that they like. I mean, obviously there are still some decks that look like they're a cut above the others. When you see that whole criminal package of importing Rizekis and Pad Taps and Tapworm and having Amakua and Falsified and the 419 ID or whatever, or your Leela and you get that tempo from it. And they can afford to spend 6 influence on Anacam and get away with it. It may not be perfect, but we've definitely seen, I think, an increase in diversity, and in particular, the decks that are at the top are, if let's say you consider Titan to be a negative play experience, in that it kind of has this slot machine aspect to it, and if you have no tech, it might just run you over. It's not a scenario where the best deck is potatoes, and it takes 45 minutes to run you over.
Yeah. Totally.
While you like slowly kill yourself. So it's a very different kind of experience where we sort of figured that if Titan turns out to be a problem, we can deal with it. If it's good for if it's too good. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But let's say it's too good right now. If it's too good for a few tournaments, not that many players are going to have a bad time, and it's very easy to tech against.
Yeah. We saw that today. Like we did see
Exactly.
people adjust.
Like
to the
people
fast
are-
event matchup.
People are literally playing the black file,
Yeah.
which is kind of amazing.
Gluttongeist is a big one.
It's Clot and black file in Geist. They're playing
Yeah.
both.
What a
Can
what a
you-
world.
Can you talk about? I don't know because I'm not sure if Nisei actually has a word on this, but has Nisei agreed to adjusting, or at least even just saying that nothing has to be adjusted to the most wanted list at regular intervals? Is that a thing right now?
I'm not sure if
I don't mean to put you on the
we-
spot.
Yeah,
if
I'm not
there's no
sure if we
communication.
have a defined announcement cadence. I think on the committee we would like to have one where we just say no update at whatever frequency, but we are definitely not set up to do that yet. Having said that, we'll definitely be looking once the Continentals are over. I mean, we did look at the BLM tournament and the other smaller tournaments that happened before Continentals to see if like an emergency ban would be needed, like we did with Liza and 3.4B.
Right.
And if we saw something that we felt needed action, we absolutely would have released a 2007 that would have been legal for all three of these tournaments.
Super cool.
Obviously, we
Yeah.
chose not to do that. After these results come in, I mean, there will guaranteed be another ban list update before Worlds. That's not a controversial statement.
Yeah.
When exactly it will come, whether it will be in August or September, is to be determined. But yeah, guaranteed there will be some change before Worlds.
Is it worth throwing some transparency down on like how getting involved in any of this stuff happens or works for those who are watching who might be interested in either getting involved or knowing?
Yeah, sure. I actually don't know what the current recruitment
I-
drive status is. Whiteblade, if you
Yeah. I can give a shout to that.
sure.
So right now the sort of like I think interim playtest coordinator or maybe the like current playtest coordinator is Man Verupid on Slack. MANVERUPPD. He's sort of been the liaison for all playtesting efforts. So if you basically how playtesting works for Nisei, you have to make sort of like a formal application, which is filled out through a Google form. It's sort of like it's very basic information, like what's your experience with the game, why do you want to playtest, and you can opt in to either playtesting new sets, so like playtesting things like System Gateway and the set that is currently in development after System Gateway, or to playtest MWL, or you can do both. And basically, I would argue we're accepting almost anyone. For the MWL committee, for the MWL testing, it's a bit more stringent in the sense that, like, I think it's preferred. To my understanding, it's preferred you have some sort of like meta knowledge or like can bring something to the table. And yeah, that's basically how like getting involved works. It's not a lot of work. It's basically as much work as you want it to be. I know playtesters who like submit results sort of like once a week or once every 2 weeks. I also know playtesters who are like talking and playtesting like every single day.
Are people
And-
playing mostly online, or is it a print and play experience, which I guess is a bit more difficult modernly?
So we have a JNet mirror, and the like. So if like we have a set like for Gateway, for example, the card images are up on the playtest images are up on the JNet. That's like JNet
Cool.
mirror, and we can play games online. And so we have like a looking for games channel, so you can find games online whenever you want. But then like we also encourage people to like do print and play too, because like there's some things you can only understand about a card game when you're playing the actual
Yeah.
cards in person.
There definitely are some playtesters who have like offline playtest pods, and so they'll get, whatever updates, and they'll proxy stuff up if it's for a new set, or they'll just make legal decks if it's for MWL, and playtest offline with their pods, and then report the results after that. But yeah,
Yo.
there is definitely a lot of testing that goes on online, which is a great way to get test games done across pods, which is very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
Manver just threw up into the Twitch chat that they're not actually the playtest coordinator, but they're still recruiting a new one. They'll share the playtest application forms on social media. I need to say social media later this week, or next week, excuse me.
Unfortunately, I see people talking about scoops, although I see that those are Nisei people, so maybe they're rusing me. I am not presently authorized to scoop anything.
I mean, I'm not authorized either, but that hasn't stopped me in the past. I will say I'm not going to scoop anything because I knew you thought I was about to just drop like a big scoop. But, I'm not going to scoop anything right now. All I can say is that I'm very optimistic about Gateway. I think it looks super cool. I've had a lot of fun playing the cards. Like all of the new IDs are super dope.
I just want to interrupt and say, Eric, you saying something positive about cards means they're probably phenomenal.
Phenomenal or phenomenally degenerate?
Like, okay, I will not. They aren't all like tier 1 meta competitive, but you know, they're good. I think they're going to be good for the teaching experience. And there's also some sick combo cards, so look forward to that.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I haven't played games with it, but I have gone through the set list, and it looks pretty good. It looks very fun and like interactive and sort of classic Netrunner.
I spent a day like just playtesting for 14 hours straight, where all I played was this one combo deck, and it was maybe the most fun I've had in Netrunner in the past 3 months.
Wow!
So good. It was like it was insane. I just woke up and played like I just.
Speaking of having fun in Netrunner, you want to know what my 6-month playtest experience was for the 2006 ban list? It was playing nothing but Gagarin in standard and ban list testing lists for literally 6 months. Just Gagarin, Gagarin.
Same, but
consequently, I'm completely unprepared for next week's North American Championships. But on the flip side, we did get Gagarin banned as a result of that. So I guess there's a shout out.
Roger, you're playing next week.
I am.
Oh, heck yeah. Good luck, yo.
I don't really have any time to practice, but I'm going to find some fun stuff and show up and see how it goes.
Just play my Titan and my Freedom list, man. I'll send it to you.
All right.
I'm probably going to do commentary for NA Continentals, I think I'm tapped to do that.
Nice.
Commentate with Patrick and you, Andre.
Cool. I'm excited.
It's good.
Love it. Love it.
It's good. It's good cop, bad cop. You're the wholesome, optimistic streamer. I'm the grizzled veteran, cursing all the time, breaking NDAs.
Canadian commentary team. I like it.
What's that Canadian buddy cop drama that was like bad cop, good cop, but it was like in French?
Bon cop, bad cop.
Bon cop, bad cop. We're bon cop, bad cop.
It was Ontario, Quebec. Yeah, I think they made a sequel too. I don't know.
That's a deep Canadian cut, by the way.
Yeah, that is a pretty obscure reference.
Yeah.
Have we got standings yet, or is still not quite ready?
Is there anything we want to talk about Canada? This is like I feel like this is the only time like we ever get like the Canadian hour on Nisei Slack.
It is the Canadian hour on Nisei Slack right now.
Oh, come on, you keep winning all the tournaments, you keep placing, you keep taking all the raffle prizes, and you still want to talk about Canada? Where's your shame? No, I'm just cutting in here because I'm like, okay, this is the Africa and Europe Continentals, of course, with all people playing from all over the globe. We actually had a player from New Zealand today, can you imagine? We had a person sit through all their night and finish around 7 in their morning. It's like, wow, like respect to that person. Yeah, so that's pretty special, I would say. It's just like I cannot imagine playing Netrunner the whole night and just have any positive results. But I was going to say, like, as the sole European around here, I should. No, I'm kidding, of course. I mean, what I really love about these tournaments and about the way we're handling the game right now, on a kind of a social / more human level, rather than just numbers and cards and putting out, you know, like the best possible combos, is that it doesn't really matter where you are right now. You can just play against everybody on any level. What you mentioned, so Whiteblade, what you said about Gateway is super exciting because I think we hope as a community to get a ton of new people to just try the game out wherever they are, and there's probably going to be quite a lot of online events for Gateway as well. I'm quite excited about this, but I cannot spoil anything from the what's their name? Organized Play folks, because I'm no longer a part of that team. But yeah, oh wait a second. Somebody.
We're getting
yeah,
we get the top cut. It's being read out right now in Discord. Can we read that out?
What is it? Is it being? Oh yeah. Sure.
As soon as they get to 16, should we start from the bottom?
But
Yeah, no, let's. Oh, do we want to?
oh yeah, let's wait.
call?
Let's wait and let's read it out. I believe, right? Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Okay. Oh, I'm
So
quite
for those who are
surprised
trying
about
to get into the Cobra AI, it is closed right now. It is locked, but we will be able to
That's-
read the top 16. It'll be open, I have no doubt, in a bit. If you want to go
That's
through all
the-
those stats.
When you said Gateway, I thought you were gonna say, Eric, like you announced something about Gateway that like you weren't supposed to say. I tried so
Oh.
hard not to like say something wrong.
No,
Well,
you did good, man.
Basically, all the scoops I have is just ice cream. Seriously, I know nothing. My ignorance is blissful, and I live with it every week. Although I do talk to all the people working on Gateway really hard, so if it kind of rubs off on me, like, and I suddenly come up with something genius and spoil something that I shouldn't have, I'll probably face the consequences. No, but I really I have no idea what's going on. Although I should. I'm just making sure that people talk to each other. We're there, yeah. Okay, seed 16, excuse me, on Discord, and then we're gonna read it in the reverse order, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
So here we go. You should all do it. I don't know how you want to split it. Do you want to split it like by numbers now? Go for it.
Give me the bottom 4, and then one
Okay.
of you can pick up after me.
Okay.
So, 16th place on Apocalypse Hoshiko is Lost Geek. 15th, our resident favorite, much beloved Shaper player, not to bees. 14th, a fellow Sunny player, Captain Nice. 13th, Ohm, who we saw once or twice today. 12th, Chris Ferg, who we also saw once or twice today. 11th is Percomus, who we didn't see because he was too busy IDing Hotshot. 10th is Kikai, who I don't think we saw. 9th is IREF. Oh, I'm supposed to stop. I'll stop after 8. 8th is Cable Carnage.
That's great. No, I was just going to say your definition of the bottom 4 is quite special.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
No, don't worry. Absolutely not at all. Okay, I'm just gonna take the next 2 names. So Cable Carnage with NBN CTM, and this is the highest placing NBN CTM today, and Leela, and then absolutely Wild Decks by RTSA, a player from Finland, I hear, on GameNet. Not the highest placing GameNet, but still, and the highest placing Freedom Kumalo in the tournament, if not the only one, actually.
In seed number 5.
Oh, we're
The
6.
man
We're 6.
himself.
We're 6.
Oh,
We're
we're
still
6.
6.
We're 6.
No
Oh.
worries. No worries.
Fuck.
Did you just... You did.
He just did.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I'm
gonna bleep it.
Stuff anyway. Doesn't matter.
You did great until now.
Yeah, it had to happen. This is the 11th hour of the stream. So take it away. Take it away. Whiteblade, go for it.
Seed 6 is Axpo, from Finland.
Yep.
Seed 5, the man himself, the German legend, the Asa combo god, your current world champion, and in Seed 5, Pencil.
Woo!
Nice.
Seed 4, we have Amel from Russia. Seed 3, we have Mendax. Andre?
C2, we got Rotom Appliance, top placing NBN, GameNet, and Leela. And if I'm not mistaken, it's Rotom's birthday today.
That is true.
Get a happy birthday in chat. Well done on your
Hey.
birthday. And Seed 1 up on 31 points, the highest standing. Strength of schedule not even mattering. It's Mordivore. We never saw Mordivore once on stream, I don't think, with an Asa group.
Single game. That is true.
And a Cabinets of Woo.
It's a Shaper meta, told you. It's a it's the only shape. Oh, it's the only
2.
other Shaper. 2 Shapers in the top 16. Can you imagine? But that's like 12 points. That's pretty solid. So Mordivore, apologies to anybody rooting for Mordivore on chat or watching the stream. We had no idea Mordivore was performing so well. So this is going to be quite something to observe tomorrow in the top 16 cut. But this is
There's
looking
one other
good. Oh yeah, go on.
Piece of information, which is that Lost Geek has to drop. And so seed 17, who sneaks in, is Tradon.
Okay, so that's another German player, Patrick. One of the biggest collectors in Europe, at least from what I know. I have no idea what's the collectors meta in the Netrunner community globally, but I know for a fact that Patrick, whenever he reaches an event, He just has those huge binders full of everything ever made, printed, proxied. I don't even know. Like if somebody did a little sculpture of, let's say, I don't know, like noise, or he probably has it. So basically collects everything and anything related to the game. If you want to do a trade, I think Tradon has a name for a reason. Like the nickname is there for a reason. I think he's very big on trading. So there you go. Definitely reach out to him if you want to trade and increase your belongings when it comes to Netrunner stuff. So, okay, so we're gonna have one German player substituting another. That's sad because Lost Geek, sad. It's cool. Like, both players are really cool people to hang out with, and they're gonna be representing the same meta, which is good news. I hope we won't have any other drops before tomorrow. There's kind of very little time to drop anyway, like 12 hours and a bit before we get into the top cut. So, hopefully nothing's gonna be happening in that department. When you look at the IDs here, any predictions for tomorrow?
No, it's nice and it's diverse. We're seeing basically everything. We even have a Sunny sneaking in, which I thought would be less competitive than Adam, and unfortunately Doomrat and Chris Dyer just out by 0.1 strength of schedule, give or take. But we're seeing like it's a lot more diverse, and I think we're gonna have to see runners that have to deal with everything. We have again Asa that's showing up a heck of a lot as it does generally in Europe. You're seeing the good Wayland stuff. We didn't even see an outfit today on stream, but definitely something that's gonna perform well. We see some NBN Glacier, like 2 game nets. We're seeing Anarch. I don't have a favorite here, but let me tell you, if you want to watch a top cut, you're gonna see a little bit of everything, and that always makes a really nice viewing experience.
There's just looking at sort of like where IDs, what percentage of IDs in the cut versus percentage of the field they made up. It's kind of interesting actually. Argus, in terms of like corp IDs that are overrepresented, Argus is overrepresented as in the cut. Asa and Leela are like slightly underrepresented in the cut, but because they made up such a large chunk of the field, it's tough anyway. And Freedom was about just under 10% of the field, but 2 of them made top 16. So I think that's like just barely representative if it's top 16 cut. Slightly overrepresented Freedom.
Yeah, outfits under. They had 17 in the tournament, and 2 of them made the top. Titan is actually also just barely. It's about. Wait, are there any Titans? There's one, right?
Titan.
That's it.
And Dax.
1 Titan out of 14.
12 Arguses and 3. Like a quarter of the Arguses made it, but Argus was under 10% of the field.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big overrepresentation. Every faction made it.
Yo, HP only has 1 ID, right? Like Miramorph just missing the cut, but it looks like the only thing that's got going is Asta Group. I think HP has the least amount of legal identities at this point, though. For what it's worth, they did just rotate a while ago Creation and Control, but I think no surprise that Asta performed well in Europe.
Yeah, I would be interested to see. I noticed that Greg was on it. I'd be interested to see if he's playing the German Arella style or if he's playing something else.
It's also really cool. Like, there's a bunch of people here that we never got to see their decks on tables. Some of that is IDing, but we're going to even see some new fresh stuff tomorrow. That's obviously really exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this looks definitely... I totally agree with everything you've said. This looks definitely colorful and diverse. I'm quite curious to see the different metas clashing as well. I mean, especially with, some players of international renown, some players coming out in a way of nowhere. I mean, well, let's be honest. I'm not a meta specialist. I don't play many events outside of where I live, more or less, in person. So it's really good to see people representing different metas here around Europe, and not only. I'm really curious about Captain Nice's Sunny deck, because I know for a fact that they're quite the Sunny player, probably with the most badges on always be running when it comes to representing Sunny as well. So that's going to be a spicy include here in that top 16. And I think anything goes tomorrow, seriously, because of the differences in player styles and the differences in the decks presented. We're really in for a wild, interesting ride. Hopefully, the gods of JNet are going to be on our side. We won't have any technical issues, knock on wood, and hopefully we're all going to meet tomorrow to have the stream give us a European and African champion for 2020.
Vesper, when's the stream tomorrow start?
That's a very good question. I was actually going to take a look at that myself. I should probably know because I'm the one pushing the buttons, right? Well, let me just tell you this. I think we're gonna be starting more or less at the same time as we were starting today. So the 2 days are kind of mirrored, at least when it comes to the time structure. Of course, as long as we have players playing. But yeah, the top 16 is gonna start exactly on the same time, or it should at least start exactly on the same time. So for those of you in Europe, it's gonna be Central European Standard Time, 11 o'clock. You can calculate that anywhere you want. There are plenty of good websites for this. But generally, the way you woke up today can work for you the same way tomorrow when you wake up and want to observe the top 16 or maybe even participate in it if you're listening in as one of the participants. And in that case, congratulations, you did an awesome job getting to the top.
If I had to make a sort of like a hot take prediction, I think a lot of the Leelas, I think a lot of the criminals and the aces are going to float to the top, if I had to guess.
Okay. So then we'll have a lot of time tomorrow to potentially prove you wrong, but maybe absolutely confirm your guesses here.
I've been wrong a lot in the past, so we'll see.
That's the story of my life. Roger, what about you? Do you have any hot takes or any predictions?
It depends on how the bracket shakes out, but I have to admit I like the look of Cable Carnage's ID pairs here. He's in 8th, coming in 8th with CTM and Leela, and the 8-9 will put him against Hoshiko and Palna. And I think that there are limited other decks in the cut that are really strong against CTM. There's 2 4-1-9s and a Freedom.
Sunny, sort of, I suppose.
Yeah,
depending. That's good enough.
So I think that CTM list might be well positioned in this cut. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But don't sleep on controlling the message.
And for everybody interested in the deck lists, they will be made public tomorrow. It was already mentioned here on stream. There will be a link for everybody on the chat to click, and you'll be able to browse the lists and go ooh and ah at the different spicy things that people included in those lists, which also means that the nature of the game will change quite significantly. As you may remember, it's going to be 40 minutes per round, only one side played by a player in this double elimination bracket, and they will know exactly what their opponents have. There will be a bit of strategy in choosing the side if they will have a choice. Otherwise, of course, that side will be decided for them, but you will have perfect knowledge of your opponent's deck, and that might really change the games, because we did have some... Well, spicy includes, we did have some surprises, we did have some really interesting plays today that were not obvious, so tomorrow it's gonna be a bit different. Okay, I'm just checking in with Discord if there's anything happening in there. There's a huge round of love online, like, hugs and whatnot virtually happening on Discord. Like, the atmosphere is amazing. It's a shame we cannot meet in person for this, but on the other hand, well, at least we can do this, so this is great. We'll take it, so to speak.
Vespa.
Yep.
I just wanted to shout you out. It's actually insane how much work you put into making this stream run.
100%.
Like, we just kind of show up and give hot takes, but like, you basically have to start at the beginning, run the whole thing, and run till the end when like we can hop on, hop off, whatever. So I just wanted to say, like, big shout out to you for running not only this stream right now, but you also ran this last week's stream, and you'd be running next week's stream, so like it all wouldn't happen without you.
Thank you very much. Well, I only have good inspiration, and I only have great people pushing me to do great things, so thank you so much. And I wouldn't be doing this without you, let's be honest. I mean, we're like 10 hours into the stream, I guess, so I would probably lose my voice around 3 hours ago.
So you all being here and you know, putting your energy, effort, good humor, and wit and insights, especially the insights into this, I think we put the production value and the entertainment value of any big event kind of through the roof right now. A very high bar. It's going to be very hard tomorrow, just saying, and for the Americas, it's going to be even harder. So good luck to anybody who's going to be commentating that next week. But yeah, we're going to be there.
Doomrat just played this whole European tournament, by the way. So he had to start at 4 a.m. And he just posted a message in the testing Discord being like, does anyone want to play any testing games?
What a machine.
Like, what the
Well, I guess I'm awake.
I only exist to play Netrunner and grind games.
Wow.
Yo, I would also I echo everything about Vesper, all your work. I want to extend it obviously to the Nisei team, getting all this stuff running. It's a lot of organization for weeks and maybe even months. Yeah, months, just to make sure everyone's having a good time. I hope you all did. Also, on top of that, we focus so much on just the top 17 players that we can give shout outs to, but 117 people participated today, and that's such a big deal. Even if you don't show up on stream, the fact that you're spending your time just to play games with other people, keep organized play going, share your your love for this game, that also means so much. So even if you're not the top 17, look, you're definitely still kicking ass out there.
Indeed, absolutely.
I'm gonna head off. Thanks so much for having me on commentary.
Yeah, likewise.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much for joining us, Whiteblade. Thank you so much, Raja, as well. Yeah, we will be slowly wrapping this up. So, Andre, I'm definitely going to hear you tomorrow. I hope nothing happens, knock on wood again.
Yeah.
It's been an absolute pleasure to have you. I'm still going to wrap this up just to mention a couple of things to the people on chat so that they know what's going on. But yeah, thank you so much, and talk to you in around 12 hours and a bit, or make it 13. Well, we'll see.
Hope you can get some sleep.
Yeah.
What's that? We're gonna play Netrunner now. Everybody's just playing. We've been busy commentating and running this whole thing. Now it's time to play. Okay, I'm hopping off of Discord, and I'm going to tell you, dear people, what is going to be happening. I have to press the right buttons for everything. So, we've been online for quite a while. And by the way, okay, they're all off the stream, so huge thanks to everybody who joined me today. starting with Clusterfox, and then going through all the people, joining me on stream to talk about stuff. We had quite a big array of guests today. So huge thanks to Princess Space Kitten, who's been running the tournament and giving us the weather reports and organizing things at the same time. Huge thanks to the whole team, of course, running the things in the background. Huge thanks to Andre for staying for so long and just making sure that we have loads of fun with the commentary and the interesting situations. Basically, at some point, it's like almost like a dynamic sport. When things are happening, when cards are hitting the virtual table, it's super exciting. And I would say it this way, for people who don't know the game or who don't know who are just getting into it, some of the plays might be just like, well, what just happened? Please explain it to me. Because for the people who have been, for example, stim hacking into that last remote server as the last click and then getting that winning agenda, it's a totally different load of emotions and excitement. So yeah, huge fun times. All the commentators, Raja and Whiteblade, joining here, and yeah, of course. Sorry, I could be talking for hours and hours. I just want to also give a huge shout out to Koga running the Italian stream today, and New Andes running the stream in Spanish, and I think it was Black Swan as well running the stream today. I didn't have the time to click through to everybody. Shanodin, Alice, she was running a focused stream on beginners, or basically people new to the game who would like to learn more about the mechanics and so on, and there was a lot of good stuff happening there. I think she had some special guests as well running the stream with her, so that was really cool. I'm definitely going to check the video, the recording of that later on, as you should. All the people I just mentioned, please join, jump on their Twitch channels, follow them. If you want to sub, do sub. I mean, if you like the content people are putting out in the community, it's kind of like, all the Artist Colony people. They started putting out cards and not only playmats and all that other stuff out there. And
the community loved it, and now we have a very well established group of people supporting each other and doing great things for the game we all enjoy. And it's the same with streamers. We've had people who have been streaming for a long time, like Andre, for example, like Cold Marvelous. A lot of people who have been putting a lot of effort and love for the game, and you know, just their enjoyment of it as well, online there for everybody to share and learn from. We've seen, I think we've had Bioken appear in Twitch in the chat. If not here, then at least on Alice's stream, which was really cool to see Bioken there. So as well, like, I could have a super duper long list of shoutouts here. I won't, because you just have to look for Netrunner content online and their stuff will be there. Do follow the folks who make content, do support them. It's always great to share that all with you. And now with this, I'm just gonna remind you that the thing you're seeing on the screen right now, oh yeah, actually, I totally forgot. It says, see you next weekend for the America's Continentals. No. We're fixing this. We're fixing this right now. What have you done, you silly person? This is the wrong text box. What have I even done? I should have totally typed in something else. Oh, okay, this is what happens when it see you. We're fixing it live and direct. Tomorrow for the top 16 cut. There we go. That's how you fix things online, and this is how you make professional television happen on the stream. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Thank you so much for being there. It's been an absolutely awesome wild ride to run this stream today, but now it's time to take a break. So all the best to all of you, and yep, see you tomorrow. Take care. It's only 12 hours and a bit away from now. Peace. Take it easy. Talk to you later. Ciao.